Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell. You'll get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And when I'm not asking Bruce, hey, how big was Batista's? Well, you know. One of the things I like to do is help people save money. And if you're watching this video right now and you're in a 30-year loan, man, you're overpaying your single biggest bill and you may not even realize it. I want you to do a little experiment for me. Take your calculator out, multiply your monthly house payment by 360 payments. That's how many payments there are in a 30-year loan. That big scary number, that's your total of payments. You're looking at that number? You know you can do better. Keep more of your own money right now and go to savewithconrad.com. Or maybe you've got credit card debt. Man, it's not a matter of if I can save you money with that. Your average interest rate on a credit card is more than 20%. And by the way, all the interest you pay on those credit cards, it's not tax deductible. Whereas the mortgage interest, well, that is tax deductible. So if you owe this debt, it's up to you how to pay it back. Doesn't it make sense to get the cheapest rate possible and the greatest tax deduction possible? Find out how much money you can save right now for free at savewithconrad.com. You don't need perfect credit. Even scores in the 500s can be approved, and it's no cost out of pocket. But maybe best of all, we're licensed in more than 40 states. We can help more families than ever before. But how much can we save you? Find out right now for free with a quick quote from savewithconrad.com.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle with.
Something to wrestle with.
Bruce Prichard.
Bruce Prichard.
Well, you know.
That's not a rib. She pooted.
She pooted. Is that a rib?
No, yeah, but me. There's no box of gimmicks.
Rumor and innuendo.
I don't deal in rumor and innuendo. And was he there? I was there.
Say something about
I don't give a shit. I ain't scared of shit.
I ain't scared of shit.
Fuck him.
Fuck you, Bruce.
I love you take the double cheeseburger. You take the bread. Double cheese. Well, you know. And then double mayo. You know, it's called chicken salad. Double onion, motherfucker.
You're nothing but an egg-sucking dog.
Throw it in your Google machine.
Goddamn, kid. Goddamn it. What the hell show you got there? I need more. Ooh, yeah.
What say you?
Pronouns, pal.
And now, something to wrestle with. Con Bruce Prichard.
The second most recognizable athlete in the entire world today.
Conrad Thompson.
What happened when? What would Vince say about that?
Well, hey, Vince, to the gosh, your arms look good tonight. Yeah. You're so big. Yeah. Let's go.
Bullshit.
Welcome to Wrestle.
World title now.
Welcome to Something to Wrestle with.
Something to wrestle
Something
with.
to wrestle with.
Something to wrestle with.
Dig it.
Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm excellent, man. What a hell of a week we've had. What a great weekend we had last weekend. Life couldn't be any better, can it?
Well, I don't know about that, man. I had a pretty strong week myself. We first of all need to thank everybody who came to see us in Baltimore at Jimmy's Famous Seafood. It might actually be my favorite restaurant in the world, not only because of the phenomenal food, and I mean it when I say the best crab cakes in the world, but it's also the best staff ever. We had a phenomenal event there this Monday. It was a little different than what we normally do because everybody got to eat some great food, and then afterwards we hung around to watch Monday Night Raw with everybody. So hopefully everybody had a good time, and you should come see us if you haven't already made plans on June 16th in Chicago. This is going to be one of our biggest shows ever, is it not, Bruce?
Absolutely it is, at the House of Blues. And the crazy thing about it, Conrad, there are less than 50 tickets available right now. It's a beautiful venue, one of the best in Chicago. And the only way to join us live is head on over to brucepritchard.com and get your tickets in advance.
Yeah, this thing is going to sell out, and we want to mention we're doing it late, so you'll have an opportunity to go see NXT and then come see us. But you do want to snatch these tickets while you can because they're going fast all over the country. Nashville just sold out this past week. No opportunity to see us on September 30th in Nashville. We still have tickets on sale for San Antonio. There's New York City. We're going to be back at Gramercy on August 18th. But before we get there, this is going to be pretty fun. We have got July 7th in Rochester, New York, comedy at the Carlson. The following week,
We're still coming, Pittsburgh. We hadn't forgot about you. We're hoping to announce an on-sale date for tickets for that next week, so stay tuned. And there's rumor and innuendo that you're actually going to make a run in Minnesota. Is that right?
Yeah, man, I'm heading for the border with my buddy Eric Bischoff, Gene Okerlund, X-Pac. We're going to be going to Tower, Minnesota at the Fortune Bay Casino on July 29th for Heavy On Wrestling. It's right up there on the Canadian border. It takes like 5 hours from Minneapolis to get there, but I'm looking forward to seeing a bunch of good old friends there and having a great time and a great weekend in Minnesota.
All right, now that we got all of our shit in, let's talk about what we're here for. The podcast content. Roll Tide. Last week's episode was all about the Big Boss Man. And man, there were two schools of thought. Some people said, oh man, this is a top 5 best episode ever. And others said it sucked. And it sounded like Bruce was inside of a bag or pulling a Ric Flair and eating during the podcast.
Just for the record, that right now is Conrad Thompson making fun of me and crumbling up a damn thing there. I'm old. I was basically in a bag. I was at the Clarion in Orlando. So, hey, you know, sometimes things happen and we do what we can to get the product out. At least we don't say, oh, well, you know what? We just can't do it this week. We'll skip this week. They'll pick us up next week.
Yeah,
We do what we have to do.
I do want to mention that the only time we've ever missed a week is when Bruce was in a hurricane without power. And even then we didn't miss a week. We had best ofs and some new intros from me and some friends and some never before heard clips, but we do our best to bring it to you every week. Obviously, it takes an extensive amount of time to put together the research, so sometimes that doesn't happen until the day before we're supposed to actually air the damn thing. And by that point, Bruce now is a lot of times in Orlando for MLW. So we do what we can, and we're trying to be committed to you to bring you that content every week. But I thought it was a good show, man. I love the Big Boss Man character, so maybe I was biased. But what everybody was really talking about, and let's just get it over with, is you stirred people up with your story about Dave Meltzer last week. And when I asked you to sort of clarify it, you had a really great explanation for me that maybe everybody needs to hear.
Well, here's the thing, you know, for people that are always going to bitch and moan the loudest, those are the people that are always going to pay to be there. And it's funny that the loudest ones are always going to be there no matter what. So the people that always like to complain, and Dave Meltzer likes to complain, and Dave Meltzer likes to bitch and moan, but it's really funny to me. If you go back and you listen to the story and you listen to what I said and talking about how Vince came to me, and Vince talked about a report that these people had come to him and said, you put in parentheses there, that Dave Meltzer was going to be a part of this expose, and that Dave Meltzer was going to do this and Dave Meltzer was going to do that. So someone had come and told us that. I told that story. He gets all bent out of shape talking about it was a lie. It isn't a lie. It's 100% factual story. It did happen, but it's interesting. I wonder how it feels on the other foot, Dave, that someone's talking about something that you say you didn't do, that you say isn't true, when that actually is the truth, and it isn't rumor and innuendo. It's straight from the horse's mouth, and it's straight from me, and it was straight from Vince to me. It wasn't somebody who had to buy a ticket for the 4th row and then call you long distance and tell you what they think happened. So, fuck Dave Meltzer. We'll just get that out of the way right now, and there you go.
So
did I do that good? I'm sure you probably said it prettier, and I probably said it prettier the first time.
You did. I can tell you're just fired up right now because I said his name early, but I feel like we should clarify. In your opinion, what you said or what you meant to say was someone else, not Dave Meltzer, called and said that Dave Meltzer had called them to shop a story. And then that person told Vince McMahon, who told it to you. So you heard it from Vince, who heard it from a media source who claimed that Dave Meltzer had something, but it might not have ever been Dave Meltzer or anyone who's ever met Dave Meltzer. But by the time the story got to you, it was definitely Dave Meltzer. So this is the rumor and innuendo that we address here. No one ever said that Dave Meltzer had this story or that he was shopping this story. It's that someone said that Dave Meltzer had this story and was shopping this story, right?
Right, and that there was this big expose, and they were utilizing his name because he likes to claim that he's the wrestling expert. What he really is the wrestling gossip monger and king of the rumor and innuendo and falsehoods.
Well, let's not get too crazy.
Well, no, I'm just being factual.
Okay, let's talk about something else factual. The $1 Million Man episode just aired on Something Else to Wrestle With on the WWE Network. One of my favorite episodes that we ever did here because we got that wonderful story about not only Vince McMahon's personal cape collection. Yes, that's a real thing, but the phenomenal story about the belt being stolen, but maybe the pinnacle of Something to Wrestle stories, Vince McMahon on an airplane when a little cigarette situation happens. If you haven't already, go check out the WWE Network. We certainly appreciate all the support there. The show continues to get better. We're getting our rhythm down. WWE's getting their rhythm down. We had more clips than ever this week, and they're going to really amp it up this coming Wednesday. Do you want to go ahead and give them a spoiler? Tell them what they're going to see?
We're going to be examining the career of the one and only, my dear, dear friend, Rowdy Roddy Piper, folks. So it should be great. We're going to have a lot of personal pictures. The part of the $1 Million Man episode, just going back for those of you, what WWE is doing is they're going back and they're finding footage of me going over vignettes with guys and never before seen footage. And they actually called me and said, my God, you look like you were an 18-year-old kid. I'm like, what are you talking about? They go, we have you and Ted going over the vignette at Betteridge Jewelers. We have you like laying in the back watching them work on the belt. I'm like, what? And that is in, and that's what makes the network stuff something else to wrestle with, worth taking the time. If you say, hey, we already covered that subject, we cover new ground, and the footage adds so much to it. And the Piper one this week, I promise you, it's going to steal the show.
You know, that's really what I wanted you to talk about, is that so many times we hear, but you've talked about this. Yeah, but this is the video version, and they've got this incredible library. Like, when else would they really have a reason to show behind the scenes of that $1 Million Man vignette, except on this show? I mean, it's not going to happen. So the guys who work up there at WWE, man, they love putting this stuff together just as much as you love watching it. That's what we're trying to do here, is just celebrate wrestling's history and sort of the behind the scenes. So if you haven't already, if you've been sleeping on it, what are you waiting on? Go throw down your $10 and go look at this. It's one thing to hear the behind the scenes stories. It's another to see it. And we heard some stories this week from our man, James Ellsworth. If you haven't seen James in person, you need to. You couldn't run up against a nicer guy, a solid guy with a great story. Nobody's got a story like him. And of course, you can get an opportunity to get James to your town. He is available for booking. So find him if you haven't already, and support his shirt over at Pro Wrestling Tees. Have you seen that shirt that he's got?
No, I haven't, as a matter of fact.
Well, I recommend it. Of course, he's most famous for the shirt that he had on WWE TV, but he's got his own version here, and I recommend it. Great stories about him growing up with Gilbert in the same high school and whatever. I mean, really cool story. Check him out on Twitter at Real Ellsworth, and he was nice enough to come check us out. He's a big listener to the show. He's listening right now. And so is our man who performed a phenomenal job making us look and sound good. We need to give him a shout out. Josh over at Electra Entertainment. If you're in the Baltimore area and you need a DJ, Josh is your man at Electra DJ. That's DEEJAY.com, ElectraDJ.com. And Bruce, I feel like we've talked about everything, but while we're fucking here, it's episode 100. You know, this is the first time I've done a podcast that made it to 100 episodes.
Me too.
Yeah. So
and we did it. And we did it together.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had two
I
Ric
can't
Flair
believe
pods. You had a Bruce Prichard pod before, and now on our both of our. I guess I'm on my third divorce now in the podcast land, and I guess you're on your second. Or we'll figure that out. I guess I'm on my third marriage now with you. But does it count if you marry the same one over? No, I'm going. This is my second one. I think that Ric Flair run counts as
you know
one.
what? The divorces count. I'm sorry, they do. So this would be your third, right?
Okay. So this your second.
Well, I didn't. I don't know. I would it be a divorce the first time? I just stopped the first time. So I don't know. It was a breakup.
Well,
I wasn't necessarily married really the first time.
Well, I'm not technically married to a Flair yet, so we'll figure it out.
Well, but you know, still. And think about this. Did you really believe 100 episodes ago that we would be 50 episodes, much less 100 episodes?
No, I thought we could get to 50. 100's a big deal. And I feel like we should mention to everybody, this is a little milestone I haven't shared before. I don't even know that you know this, but the very first Something to Wrestle happened on Friday, August 5th, I said 2016. So Friday, August 5th, 2016.
What else happened on that day, Conrad?
It's my first date with my lady friend who I'm now engaged to.
So, like, two of the greatest things ever to happen in your life
happened on August 5th, 2016. It was the start of two of my best relationships that hopefully last me a lifetime or until you can't kick out.
Well, you know, I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, we've already had that one scare. Fuck, here we go. So let's talk about it, man. We wanted to do something sort of special for you guys and sort of cool. So we're going to give you a couple of different, I don't know, little bonuses. Now we're going to save the big one for the end. Stay tuned for the end. But I do want to go ahead and tell you tomorrow we're finally loading the 1992 Royal Rumble on the podcast feed. So it was YouTube only. We said it was going to be YouTube only. I asked Bruce in Baltimore, hey man, why don't we go ahead and give him a thank you for bonus show, you know, a little extra something or another, make it episode 101 in celebration of episode 100. I sold Bruce on it because that's what I do. I'm a salesman. And tomorrow you'll be able to just open up your podcast app and ta-da, the 1992 Royal Rumble.
Kind of scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I wasn't even there.
Well, it doesn't matter. You just make shit up anyway. So
that's what I'm planning on doing today.
Well, buckle up, boys and girls. It's one of our most requested topics, and we're going to do this differently. One of our sleeper episodes in these last 100 episodes was the Houston wrestling episode. And I think one of the reasons that sticks out is because it's the least formatted. It's just guys talking and telling stories. And that's what we're going to do today when we cover. Bruce, do you want to give them a taste?
Brother love.
So here we go, man. Let's talk about the beginning. A lot of people think that you started as Brother Love in the WWE in 1988, but you'd actually worked there prior to that. And we've covered that before, that you came over after WrestleMania 3, but that's 87. So start from the beginning about, you know, what you did from 87 to 88 and how this opportunity came about for someone who was really hired to work behind the scenes was now in front of the camera.
Well, it's always interesting to me when people go back and research my career. They look at the time that I spent in the WWE. And if you look at Wikipedia, don't look at Wikipedia. They have my middle name misspelled. For the longest time, they had my wrong birth date. But there's just things in there. No, I started in 1987, as we've discussed here many times, to work behind the scenes and be in the television end of the business, producing the television product for WWE. I started out doing the international and cable programming and graduated to taking over all of it in January of 1988. So I took care of all the syndication and everything else, and that was the production behind the scenes. Then, you know, along the way, I helped out with creative, and it was that year pretty much of getting to know Vince McMahon and Pat Patterson and feeling free, being able to pitch ideas and talk to them about different things. And I never in a million years, I think that there was a part of me as a kid that always wanted to be a wrestler. That's all I ever wanted to do since I was 4 years old. But when I landed behind the scenes, I loved that so much, and I got to play every part, that I decided that's what I wanted to do. And I had pretty much given up my hopes and dreams of ever appearing on camera until, you know, that fateful day when I thought, hey, what if? And decided to go ahead and pitch an idea.
Well, and you pitched it, and I think a lot of people probably assume that this is a Jimmy Swaggart deal, but you actually had a different motivation. I guess first we should smarten everybody up because a lot of young people are listening to this who may not even know the name I just said. So tell them why that name mattered, especially in this era, but really who was your motivation?
You know, it all started back, and again, I go back to my childhood. Growing up in the South, we have actually tent revivals that used to come around, and we had a Baptist church right down the street from me. They used to set up a tent in the parking lot, and people would come from all over the place to watch these guest evangelists who were fire and brimstone preachers and hallelujah, and you shall go to hell if you do not repent and give your whatever. But I used to go and watch these guys. I used to sneak in, and I would literally kind of lay down outside of the tent and peek in to watch because I didn't want to actually go in and sit down like everybody else. It was free. It didn't cost anything. But I was mesmerized at the way that these evangelists could captivate an audience. And at a very young age, I had some very distinct views on organized religion, and I'm not bashing religion in any way, shape, or form. I just had some bad experiences with organized religion, and I wasn't really that interested in it. I kind of looked at a lot of it as a scam and some of the people in it. So you mentioned Jimmy Swaggart. Jimmy Swaggart was one of the top televangelists that was on every Sunday on television, and he had a TV show where he would preach his gospel. In addition to that, there was Jim Baker and Tammy Faye Baker, his wife, who together as a team had the 700 Club, again, on Sundays. You had Oral Roberts out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, who twice proclaimed the world was coming to an end and that he was going to die and give his life for the Lord Jesus Christ. And then you had the guy that truly I patterned Brother Love after, gentleman by the name of Robert Tilton. And Robert Tilton was an evangelist out of Dallas, Texas. And Tilton was by far, in my opinion, the most entertaining, one of the best shticks that I'd ever heard in my life. And in the wrestling business, during probably my years, 22, 23 years old, I was working Mid-South, which was Tulsa, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. And I would travel with Eddie Gilbert. We would stay in Bixby, Oklahoma, which is a little tiny town right outside of Tulsa. And we stayed at this Comfort Inn. The only thing on TV on Sunday nights was these televangelists. And Eddie Gilbert and I would sit and watch back to back to back these evangelists, one right after another. And we would take notes for promos because we did promos for all the individual towns the next Monday at Bill Watts's barn. And Eddie would take notes and we would go back and forth. And I just had this Southern character. I would break into cadence. And Robert Tilton had a show called Success in Life. And he had a message. And it was one of the damnedest things I'd ever heard in my life. Because he explained that, brothers and sisters, when you have faith, the Lord will reward you with success. Now you might say, Bobby, I don't have a lot of money. I only have $2 to my name. I'm going to tell you what to do. Send me $1. Because here's what's going to happen. By showing your faith, the Lord is going to reward you, and you're going to find $5. I'm going to tell you what you do. You send me $3. You've just broken even, my friend. And when you send that $3 to show your faith, what he's going to do is he's going to shine down upon you and maybe give you a job, and you're going to earn $5 an hour now. What I want you to do is I want you to send me $5. Guess what you've just done? You just doubled your money. That, my friends, is what I call success in life. And then these people would pledge. They had nothing. They didn't have a pot to piss in. But they would send him everything they had because of the way that he was able to captivate that audience, get those people to reach deep down into their pockets and give them whatever they had. Just showing that faith. Because they believed that Bob told them that somebody was going to look after them, that they were going to look after them, and they would live happily ever after. And I just stole that cadence, and I stole that after, a long time. And I kind of had a rapport. And when we would travel, usually be like Vince McMahon, myself, Pat Patterson, and whoever else was in the car. And I would go into this preacher character, and Vince would go into his Southern preacher character. And he used to say to me, "Goddamn, pal, wrestling business ever goes down, we're going to go into religion and make some real money." And that was kind of our shtick back and forth until I finally got to just say, "Hey, what if?" And I pitched in the idea.
So where do you pitch it? How does it come up? Does he say that? And then you say, "Hey, what if?" right after?
No, I thought about it, and I had been thinking about it for a while. It's really easy to pitch other ideas for other people. But when you're talking about yourself, like for me, it was always easy to go in and campaign for someone else to make more money or to get a raise. But when it came to me, I had a hard time pitching myself and asking for a raise. You know what I mean?
Because it feels selfish. It feels like you're unappreciative, or, you're greedy, whatever.
Exactly. And it's just hard to do. I actually pitched Vince McMahon the Brother Love idea walking through Master Control at Titan TV on the way to Edit 1. And there's a little breezeway, used to be. I don't think it's set up this way anymore. I don't even know they have Master Control anymore. There was a little breezeway between Master Control and Edit 1, a little hallway. And Vince stopped in that hallway and looked at me and says, "God damn, I love that idea. Find me someone to do that." And I said, "Vince, I can do it. I'm going to do it. It's for me." He said, "Not with that face, pal. Find me somebody to do it." And I was just dejected as hell. So he loved the idea, but not me.
Tell me what "not with that face, pal" means. You're too young or too goddamn ugly?
I'm a damn good looking man.
Compared to what?
Everything.
Okay.
I think that.
So it's Leonardo DiCaprio and you, same. I mean, you could just.
Pretty much.
Yeah, I get it.
I mean, he's not as strikingly handsome as I am, but, I'm more mature.
Oh, so you're like the Sean Connery.
Yeah. I'll take Sean. I got the little silver and shit going on.
Sean Connery, Brother Love, same.
Same. Yeah.
Okay.
So here's how I took it. That he felt that I had a baby face, right, and that nobody would buy it,
right,
from me. My thing was I was going to slick my hair back and wear glasses and so you already knew
what look you wanted.
I had an idea, yes, okay, definitely, with this hair slicked back and big glasses and a lot of jewelry, and that part of it I had down.
Okay.
So I was devastated, and I left it alone for a while. And then finally, I pitched him again. And I didn't pitch him the idea again because he liked the idea. I pitched him me again. And he kind of laughed it off like, "Aren't you busy enough? Let's think of somebody who'd be just right for that." And that pissed me off.
Right.
So I decided to
hang on before you finish. At that point, when you guys are sort of kicking it around, is there anybody else in the room, or is it just you two guys? Had anybody else sort of heard about the idea of the character, or is it just you two?
Not yet. No one had heard of the idea when I first pitched him. Now, after he turned me down and told me not with that face, I did pitch Pat. I pitched Alfred Hayes, and pitched Bobby Heenan, Ted DiBiase, Randy Savage, just kind of what they thought of the idea.
What was the feedback you got from some of those guys?
Bobby loved it.
Right.
Bobby was very, very supportive. I think Ted kind of placated me, to tell you the truth. Savage was really supportive of it. Pat, I don't think that he saw it. I don't think that Pat really
got it,
saw the character, or really got me doing it.
So while you're making this pitch, does anybody, Vince or anybody else, say, oh, what about so-and-so in terms of here's another person who might be able to do the character?
No.
Okay. So nobody has any suggestions. It's not like it was almost this guy or that guy. Nobody made any suggestions. Just, hey, that could work. We just got to find a guy. And that's as far as it got.
That's as far as it got. Yes.
Okay. And so then you decided to show him. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to get that.
No, this is good that we're just going back and forth with no agenda. I like that. So then I decided I would show him I could do it with this face.
Right.
And I put some stuff in my hair and I slicked my hair back. I got a pair of glasses, clear glasses from the eye store where you get the glasses.
Wait.
They didn't like to, here's the funny thing. They didn't like to sell you glasses with clear frames with clear glass in them. It was like a major deal to get a pair of glasses.
Ultimately, where'd you get those glasses?
At Glasses R Us.
Yeah. They were big up in that area.
Big in Stanford in the mall. Yeah. So I go over and I called, and Vince was in a meeting. And he was in a meeting with the head of finance, Doug Sages, and Jim Troy, who was the head of the International. I walked in, and his assistant was sitting there. She had her office out in front, and Vince's door was closed. And I'm like, who's he in there with? She goes, he's still in with Jim and Doug. I took a deep breath, and I walked in. And
what were you wearing? What were you wearing?
I was wearing a suit. I was just wearing a regular suit. I had like a tweed jacket, tie, but I had my hair slicked back and glasses. That was the big change in look for me.
Hair slicked back and glasses. That's it. No,
right.
No white suit, no paint, no makeup, none of that.
No, none of that. And I walk in and I just went into a sermon.
Hypothetically, what'd you say?
Basically came in and brothers, we are here today. And as I look upon you, I look upon a room full of sinners. But you, my friends, should not wallow in your sin because you are loved. And when you go home tonight to your significant others, and you, Doug, to your wife, when you go home, you shall be. And I just kind of went into, but I remember going over and laying hands on Doug, and I put my hand on Doug's head. I put my hand on Vince's head. I said, you shall be healed and feel the love. Now, I didn't even have the name Brother Love yet.
Right.
But I did have love because I knew I couldn't do religion. I had to do love instead of God or religion, and I had to have the book of love instead of a Bible. And I just probably it felt like a half hour. I was probably in the room a minute and a half, 2 minutes, maybe 3. But they were so dumbfounded that I kind of burst in.
Right.
And Vince was chuckling. And it was tense when I walked in the room, too. Apparently, it was a pretty serious meeting. And I walked out. And I just walked right by his assistant, got in my car. And the office was at 1055 Summer Street. And the studio was at 120 Hamilton, and I drove back. I walk upstairs to my office, and my assistant is sitting outside my door, and she says, what'd you do? I said, why? She said, Vince has called twice. Okay. How did he sound? And she goes, he said for you to call him. So I go in my office, I shut the door, and I call him. I don't know if I'm going to be fired or what. And he said, Bruce, let's take a look at it on camera. Set it up in the studio. I want cameras, a 3-camera shoot. Set it up. I want to see it on camera. Like, done. So I booked some time in the studio and got, did it when we had cameramen and everything in, because we didn't keep cameramen on staff full time at the time. And we had, a little curtain set up, and I had makeup there and everything, and Vince was going to come over and produce it. So when he gets there, we're talking about some different things, and he says, hey, you got to get makeup. I go in, the makeup, lady does my makeup. I go out and I do it. And he is feeding me stuff the whole time, try this, try that. And I'm working the camera and I'm doing all the thing that I've seen all these televangelists do. And I finish up and we go in to watch it. And when I watch it, I'm looking at it and go, God damn, my face is red. Is a rib. Vince had gone to the makeup artist and told her to make my face bright red. And when I finished, I had makeup all over my shirt, all over my tie, all over my jacket. I mean, I was covered with this red makeup. I don't know if he knew what the hell he was doing. Obviously he did, but I didn't know at the time. I fell in love with it because I had seen an interview with Tammy Faye Baker with Maureen O'Boyle from A Current Affair. And Tammy Faye Baker was famous for wearing a lot of makeup, and she would cry on camera and her mascara would run and her makeup would run. And this Maureen O'Boyle interviewer asks her, Tammy, why do you wear so much makeup? If you talk about being real and all this stuff. And Tammy Faye Baker with a straight face said, I don't wear makeup.
Oh, my.
So as I'm looking at all this makeup, I thought that was the greatest thing I'd ever heard. And I thought, the more makeup I wear, the phonier I am, the better it is.
Right.
So Vince was like, all right, we got to think of a name. We got to think of when we want to do this. And for the next several days, we would talk and I would write ideas down, and I had a whole list of names and I had a whole list of ideas. And Vince was going to give me an allowance to go out and have like really, really, really nice, expensive suits made because he wanted the look to be, at the time, $1,000 suits. That was a lot of money for a suit. He wanted like custom made, really, really nice, tailored suits. And we're talking on the phone one day on a Sunday morning. On TV, I'm watching, and there's a preacher, and he's wearing a white suit, red shirt, white tie. And I said, Vince,
do you remember the guy's name?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. It was in Stamford, Connecticut, on a local channel, but that was it. When I saw it, that was it. And he goes, damn, I like that. I said, think about it. I said, we do that makeup. The makeup will get all over the jacket and everything. Then we started talking about names. He says, what will your name be? I said, it's got to be Brother something. And Brother Bruce, Brother this, Brother that, Brother this. And then I started talking about love. And I said, we have to be careful. We can't go religion. He said, no, you're right. I said, it's all got to be about love. It's got to be about the book of love. I said, it's Brother Love. I love it. And Brother Love was born pacing in my bedroom of my condo in Stamford, Connecticut on that Sunday morning. He said, get the suit. You're debuting next TV. And the next TV was like in 2 weeks. And that was it. And it was done. And I was scared shitless because it was real.
Well, boys and girls, that's the story of Brother Love. Thank you for tuning in today. We hope.
Hey guys, next week, British Bulldog, and don't forget WWE Network, Roddy Piper this Wednesday. And thanks for tuning in.
That's it. So,
all right.
Hey man, that was an easy one.
I know, God, man. It's longer than I thought. I thought we'd be done a lot quicker.
That's what she said. Hey, well, I mean, I'm glad that we were able to still give them the bonus too. I mean, they're probably feeling like, what the fuck, under 45 minutes, but. We got the Royal Rumble tomorrow.
That's true. It's only fair.
So when did Pat see the character?
Pat saw the character for the first time, probably at TV in full regalia.
What was his reaction?
Oh my God, Bruce, look at you. We don't even know it's you. Oh, and a place of Brother Love. I love it. Oh God. What is it? Pretty much. But Pat got on board, and Pat was pretty damn supportive with it and everything. But it was he was happy for me, and I don't think until Pat was getting a lot of it from Vince, so he was getting Vince's interpretation of the character a lot of times, and I had Vince and I we were on the same page, and as much as I say, it was my idea, it was my thing. Vince is the one that really helped me so much with those nuances and the little tiny details,
like
and the and the pause and the cadence, and really getting me to take my time. It was little things that when you're creating a character and you're trying to come up with things that you miss because you're so excited to get the character out. You miss the nuances and you miss the details. And Vince, when I would do it, instead of starting out telling me what to do, he would listen to what was in my head, and then he would pull me back and edit and produce and hit the nuances and hit the details with things. So there were things that just happened, but I dare say that without Vince really getting behind the character and believing in it, it wouldn't have been what it was.
Right.
Because he liked it. He knew it. He understood it. And he brought it all together, and it just helped me pull that little shit together to make it actually mean something. Now, the people that were in the studio that I worked with on a day-to-day basis were kind of like, what the fuck? What the hell's Bruce going to do on camera? He's not a wrestler.
Like, okay, let me back up here for a minute. A minute ago, you said, all Pat knew was what Vince had told him and what Vince saw in the character. He hadn't really talked to me about. So you were sort of starting down the path of we're on different pages, or we had some differences, but then you immediately said we're on the same page. So in theory, the character, you guys were on the same page, but there were some little differences between what Vince had told Pat about the character versus the way you sort of envisioned it. What were those?
I think that it was just more in the presentation of Vince pitching it to Pat, because I had pitched it to Pat early on as what I saw when I pitched it to Vince, and Vince had kind of shit on me and told me to go find somebody. So I'd pitched it to Vince, but now Pat working with Vince every day, and Vince kind of giving his version of this character we're going to do with Brucey. God damn, he's going to be an evangelist, Pat. That's great. He's going to be what is an evangelist? A doctor? What is it? I don't know. So it just was, I guess it was just the nuance stuff. It was the heel tendencies, the I love you, and the slow down, and the obnoxiousness, and the in your face, in the camera, the fisheye lenses with the real severe weird close-ups. It just was, I don't know that anybody got it till we saw it, until it actually happened on the set with the podium and all that shit. I don't think anybody got it until that actually happened.
So did you go out and buy just one white suit, or did you buy multiples?
I wasn't that confident in it. I got one white suit, couldn't find a red shirt in Stamford, Connecticut. Imagine that. But I found a really deep, like pink, a dark pink shirt. So the first incarnation of Brother Love was with a pink shirt and a kind of a off-white suit and a white tie.
And white
and
shoes.
Michelle Carlucci's the one that found it for me.
And who's Michelle Carlucci?
Michelle Carlucci, man, she basically runs the studio now, and she was my assistant at the time, and she has been there forever. Been there longer than I have.
So she helps you source some of this stuff. I mean, you just run on down to the mall and pick it up at JCPenney's, or where are you picking this stuff up at?
Brothers.
Oh God.
What's the name of the shop? And I'm serious. And it was in the hood, and the name of it was Brothers.
Oh my God.
In downtown Stamford, Connecticut.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you need to pick up a shirt these days, you've got an idea for them, don't you, Bruce?
I sure as hell do. And you can get an actual really nice one with a white suit, red shirt, white tie, and it's beautiful at brucepritchard.com. Just head on over to the t-shirts. You can get a great fanny pack. Because back in the day, Conrad, I used to be over.
Yeah, pick up a shirt, and eventually Bruce will call you sometime in this calendar year. So cruise on over at brucepritchard.com. Tons of shirts to pick from, including some brand new ones that you have probably not seen. brucepritchard.com. So let's talk about, when you're creating this character, you go shopping, you make the decision to do makeup that day. That's when Vince says, oh, you got to do makeup, or did you sort of know you were doing that before you got there?
When Vince did the makeup rib, when we did the run through in the studio so he could see it on camera, I knew after that the makeup had to be a big part of it.
Okay.
And that the bright red coupled with the white suit, I looked like as Dusty Rhodes would say, pumpkin head, but it just worked, man. And it fit.
How long did it take for you to apply the makeup?
I didn't. I always had a makeup artist that did it. And it usually would take me about 15, 20 minutes in that damn makeup chair. I took as long as took as long as most of the females. Yeah.
Okay. So when you get to the building, you're going to do it for the first time. You guys already had sort of the set in mind. Whose idea was the set? Do you guys sit around a table and sort of sketch it out? Does creative services come up with it? What does the set process look like?
The set process was something that Vince and I came up with that was just to be simple. And he's like, all we need is a damn lavender curtain and red carpet and a podium. And I want a white microphone. Doesn't get any easier than that. It was simple. It was meant to be simple. It was meant to be like you're sitting at home and you're watching the gospel hour on Sunday morning. And that was kind of the feeling behind it. So they put it together pretty inexpensively. And the rest, as they say, is history.
You said they. Who are they?
Nelson Swegler was head of production at the time, like operations and production. So Nelson would work with set design people, and he had it built and got it all put together and made sure that it was up at TV. So I don't know. We didn't go through creative services. We didn't have anybody like that make any drawings for it or anything like that. It was as simple as Vince saying, I want a lavender curtain, red carpet, white podium, and a white microphone.
And so then you show up that day and ta-da, it's there.
It was there. It was the first time I saw it. It was at my debut TV. First time I ever saw it.
So when you're, sort of getting ready for the segment, what sort of scripting existed back then? I mean, I know it's not like it was now, but what existed for the first version of this like talk show element? It feels like it would be more scripted than just, hey, you got 3 minutes, go get this guy over.
I'm not even sure I got hey, you got 3 minutes. This is your introduction. You're going to go out. Bobby's going to introduce you. Tell him who you are and tell him you're coming back. Second show, we'll introduce DiBiase as your benefactor. Third show, we're introducing Boss Man on the set. Now they know you're here every week. Okay. That's when you're at. I mean.
So when you showed up to work that day, you're going to do the skit. You bring all your shit. You're sitting in the makeup chair. At that point, you don't know what the fuck you're doing until he comes over and says, go do it.
No, I knew what I was doing probably a couple days beforehand, but no detail to it. Literally what I just gave you is what I knew. So in those days, the other part that people, and I'm sure the writers and stuff now would just go, huh? What? We didn't have rehearsals. We didn't have scripts. We didn't have any of that shit. But for this, Vince called a meeting. The other thing we didn't have a lot of, we didn't have meetings with all the talent. It's for damn sure. Vince called a meeting with all of the talent to come into the arena and sit down in the stands. Then Vince says, all right, we're going to rehearse. It's like, well, we're going to rehearse after everybody, you're going to have your meeting and then we'll go it. That's your audience right there. And I'm looking out. I'm in my little white suit. I got makeup on. I am scared shitless because I remember Don Morocco sitting in the front row and Vince looking at Don going, ha, ha, ha. Damn it, Donnie. This should have been your gimmick. This would be perfect for you. There's Greg Valentine. It was everybody. All the agents are there. Savage is there. Everybody's there. Sitting there like, why in the fuck are we having to come out here and watch this happy horse shit? So I'm terrified. Vince is wearing a headset, and Vince plays the part of Bobby Heenan, introduces me. I come running, and he goes, do it just like you're going to do it tonight. And I come out. I've got pictures of this. I'll pull them out, and I'll post some on Twitter this week. Comes out, and I hug Vince. I've got pictures of us hugging and embracing, and he's, oh, hey, Brother Love. And he made me do the entire segment, which was really, really short, which all I did was talk about, I have a message of love. And I will be here. And it was, I'm here to tell you I love you. And then Vince was like, 2 more times. I love you. I love you. And that was the segment. It was just quick. Bobby Heenan introducing me. And he made me do it over and over again. And everybody's watching me. From there, he brings DiBiase and Virgil out. And we do my benefactor bit. Where now I'm going to be here every week to bring you my message of love because my benefactor has now made it possible for me to be here each and every week.
So you knew right away that this was going to be something you tied to DiBiase?
That was Vince's idea. It was Vince's idea as a way to explain why I was there and also to heap a little more heat on DiBiase. It was just an explanation versus, wasn't a wrestler and throw some more. Also give me instant credibility by putting me with Ted DiBiase and Bobby Heenan. Yeah, I had Heenan endorse me right off the bat and introduce me. And then DiBiase right behind that the next week, pay for me to be there each and every week. So everybody knows I'm a heel and I'm associated with 2 top guys in the company on the heel side. Then there was the Slickster, who is a shoot preacher, minister. And he's watching this, and he's kind of watching it off to the side, and this is his night to introduce and debut the big boss man. And I'm like, hey, Slick, yeah, so we're working together tonight. He goes, what are you doing, brother? Like, well, it's kind of this televangelistic thing. And he goes, yeah, I don't think I can do this. And Slick didn't want to do it, didn't want to be on the show and didn't want to do it, felt it was sacrilegious and was fairly unhappy about doing the show with me.
And what happened?
Vince had a chat with him and he got happy.
Wait, how did he start the conversation? God damn, pal. What do you mean you don't like that?
God damn it. What the fuck you know? I think it was, hey, pal, this is a work. We're not doing religion here. And it was a lot of Vince with the hand out like he does, trying to, it's okay, pal. It's not what you think. And trying to be a reassuring father figure to the Slickster.
Isn't this a little bit like, what do you mean? The Goldust character isn't gay. We never said he was gay. And I mean, this is like the original.
He was androgynous, Conrad.
Brother Love's not a preacher.
He was a man of love.
But you see how those are the same thing, right? I mean, artful dodger, as Jim Cornette calls you, you see how that's the same thing.
No, I'm a man of love. I never talked about religion. But I guess I could see where some people who don't choose to have a broad horizon and allow new ideas and accept other things, outside things, might be able to only see it one way.
Okay. But just so we're clear, this character that's definitely not a pastor, the motivation for you creating it was definitely pastors.
No, my motivation was con men.
As a pastor.
Well, they said they were pastors. I viewed them as con men.
So you were mimicking the look and the cadence and the mannerisms of con men who presented themselves as pastors.
There you go.
Okay.
Right. But I didn't present myself as that.
You presented yourself as a con man of love.
No, a man of love.
Not
a brother of love.
You know, here's what I don't get. Like, if you are clear in saying I was portraying a con man, why is it a big deal when Meltzer calls you a con man?
That's a character.
Yeah.
It's not. Who said it was a big deal?
Okay. Just what did I ask?
I say Meltzer's a liar, so there you go.
Of course,
what's the big deal? That's the truth.
Can I talk?
Okay.
Just asking. Of course, last week we talked about the debut of the Big Boss Man. So we got that going for us. Roll Tide. Why was it on Wrestling Challenge? It feels like there were lots of opportunities to debut this character in a lot of different places. Why Wrestling Challenge and not some of the other shows?
I think that Vince was looking at this as a kind of a proving ground. And he didn't want to put it out there on the A show, which was Superstars of Wrestling, which was the #1 syndicated show that was in many more major markets. Vince wanted to get it out there, float it out, see what the reaction was first, and also allow it to get over. He didn't want to put it on the A show and have it just lay a big turd, and then it's on the A show. So he wanted to try it out on the secondary show, which was Wrestling Challenge, and that way get my legs under me. If there was something there, then there was always the possibility to move up. But if you start on Superstars and shit the bed, there's nowhere to go. If I shit the bed on Wrestling Challenge, then maybe I can go over and do something on cable for a little bit and get my legs under me. But it was a conscious decision on his part to try it out there first.
Who are some of your favorite guests early on? One of my personal favorite appearances is the one where Andre's on there, but we'll talk about that a little later. Anybody really like this character? It feels like something, and I know people are going to think I'm making fun. It feels like something that Jake the Snake could have had some fun with.
Jake the Snake was, first of all, just being able to work with Jake in that genre was fascinating as hell, because Jake was someone that you didn't have to do a whole lot of talking with. It was somebody that you knew once you got out there, it was going to be a good sparring session. He was an excellent promo. You never really knew what the hell was going to come out of him, but you had a damn good idea it was going to be riveting. So Jake was somebody that you didn't need a lot of preparation for. You didn't have to lay out a bunch of stuff. It was just something that you could go out and spar. So Jake, without a doubt, was one of my all-time favorites ever working with Jake, because it was easy, but it was also good. Bobby Heenan, any opportunity, anytime ever to do anything with Bobby Heenan, you didn't have to think about it. Bobby was so quick-witted. Bobby knew how to get people over. And Bobby would give me suggestions beforehand. And Bobby would just give you the lead, and then he would take off from there. But he worked with people, and being on camera with him, going back and forth, was just a day in the park. And then probably, you know, early on, my challenge days, getting to work with Randy Savage, because Savage was just so friggin' intense. If you weren't in the moment, you were screwed with Macho Man.
Let's talk about who didn't like it. Is there anybody who didn't like working with Brother Love? I know you mentioned Slick. I want to believe as a little Hulkamaniac that Hulk Hogan did not like this.
Well, when Brother Love debuted, Hulk was on one of his sabbaticals doing whatever it was that he was doing, the movie or whatever. And Hulk came back, and I remember asking him, I said, "Hey man, what do you think? You like the gimmick?" And he was like, "Brother, I saw you on TV, and I wished I had a gun, because you get the kind of heat that people want to kill you." And he says, I hated it. Absolutely. He goes, I don't know if I could work with you. I don't know what the hell to do with that. So I'm confused, because I like you, but man, that gimmick's heat. That gimmick's kind of stiff. So his first inclination, only seeing it on TV, was major heat. He felt it was sacrilege. Didn't like it. Did not like it at first. Only watching it on TV. And then the other one, I don't like Brother Love.
Oh man, I loved his appearance on there with the face paint. That's some good stuff.
Well, getting him to that point was tough, because Andre, and here's the crazy thing, man. I've known Andre since I was like 12 years old. Okay. He had watched me grow up as a kid in Houston every time he'd come in, and known him a long time. Andre could not make the differentiation between Bruce and Brother Love. He liked Bruce. I know, like Brother Love. And he didn't want, he wouldn't talk to me when I was in the gimmick. Kind of like basically shooed me away when I was in the gimmick. So much so that I felt like the guys felt when Andre didn't like you, you know, kind of scary, because if the boss doesn't like you, you're screwed. So Vince, SummerSlam was coming up, and it was the Mega Powers and the Mega Bucks, and it was Ted DiBiase and Andre, and Vince had scheduled Andre to be on the Brother Love show. And I made the comment to Vince. I said, "Vince, I don't think Andre likes Brother Love too much." "What are you talking about?" "I don't think he likes me." "Bruce, you've known him forever." I said, No. So I get that. He likes Bruce. He doesn't like Brother Love. When I put the shit on, man, I mean, he's different. And Vince, actually, we had a meeting with Andre, with me in my suit, but no makeup. My hair's still down and everything. And he's like, "Boss, this is Bruce. You know Bruce." "I like Bruce." Bruce is Brother Love. He's playing a character, boss. It's a character. "I know, like Brother Love. I like Bruce." It was almost like dealing with his child.
Right.
At that point. But Vince got through to him. And once he got out there, he came back and shook my hand and said, "That was great. I love that." And that was one of the things, it kind of became a recurring theme, because later on, the first time that I ever worked with Hulk, and Hulk came on and we did something with him, and we got back and he was like, "Brother, we got to work a program." That was heat. Once the guys were out there with me, I did have heat. I had friggin' hot, red hot, white heat because of the gimmick. And I think people with the religion thinking it was a religious deal. I was an asshole. It was controversial. And people that love that, I love that kind of heat. Once the boys got out there, they dug it for the most part.
Well, let's talk about something that was supposed to be like a big splash, because the character debuted in June of 98, right?
June of 88.
That's what I'm mean. My bad. So
I know what you meant.
2 months later, in August of 88, the big show is, of course, SummerSlam 88. And allegedly, and we've told this story briefly before, there was supposed to be a big splash on the Brother Love show. But let's talk about SummerSlam 88 and what a big deal that was to you, because this is probably your first time doing something like this on pay-per-view and whatnot, right?
Well, it was the first ever, it was now the third pay-per-view that the company was doing. You know, they'd done WrestleMania. They'd already done a Survivor Series. Now here's this SummerSlam idea that's a brand new pay-per-view. It's going to be out of Madison Square Garden, which again was a big deal. Live, you know, everything that you can add up to make it important. And Vince is going to have a Brother Love show live on SummerSlam with a very special guest. Originally, the first idea was to have as my guest a young lady by the name of Jessica Hahn. Now, Jessica Hahn was the secretary of Jim Baker, who he got caught. Jim Baker was the top televangelist in the country. He got caught in bed with his secretary, Jessica Hahn. Huge scandal that left him disgraced and helped set Brother Love on fire because of the televangelist scandal. The first idea was we were going to have Jessica Hahn as my guest and as my mistress or my assistant, okay, for this one night. And you can read all the connotations there that you want. I don't know why people would think this was a religious deal. Anyway, that kind of fell through. Falling in our lap was what would have really been the major special guest deal. And that was going to be the debut of the Nature Boy, Ric Flair, at SummerSlam 1988 and being a guest on the Brother Love show. Well, as things kind of had a habit of doing and negotiating with Rick through the years and the different times that he was ready to leave Jim Crockett Promotions and the NWA and WCW, we were going right down to the very last minute and the weekend before we finally, Vince realized, you know, Rick's not coming. We're not going to have Ric Flair, which left us in a bit of a pickle because we've been advertising this huge surprise guest for the Brother Love show in New York, Madison Square Garden. And I have no idea who it's going to be. I doubt Vince really had an idea who the hell it was going to be. So instead of Jessica Hahn, who was major tabloid news everywhere, and instead of being the Nature Boy Ric Flair, it was settled on Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh!
Now, I'm not demeaning Hacksaw in any way, shape, or form because Jim was returning at the time, and it was a big return as well. But it didn't have the cachet of a Jessica Hahn or Ric Flair because Duggan had been there before, and it wasn't just as new. But it was a lot of fun. And for me, the crazy part about it was my first time ever doing live TV. It was my first time ever in Madison Square Garden as a performer. And you add all those things up, we get there, and the TV folks have a surprise for me. So for the Brother Love show on this, they're going to do a special lighting treatment. Now, all the kids are sitting at home now going, everybody gets a lighting treatment. Back then, nobody got lighting treatments. And this was going to be a pink light fall over the audience and a pink spotlight follow me down and all this shit. Really big special thing. So I'm standing in the aisle and I'm watching the show beforehand. Again, I'm scared to death because it's live TV, it's Madison Square Garden, all this crap. And Vince is standing next to me. And when I'm probably a match away from going by. And Pat Patterson walks by and goes, "Hey, Brucey, good luck tonight." And Vince stops Pat. And he says, "Patrick, that's not Bruce. That's Brother Love." He says, "Come here, pal." And he opens the curtain a little bit and he goes, "Look out there. Madison Square Garden. The most famous arena in the entire world. 18,000 people live." And then he turns back and he looks at Gorilla Monsoon, who was manning the gorilla position. He says, "Gino, how many people watch it on pay-per-view?" Monsoon doesn't even look up. 5 million, Vinny. 5 million watching on pay-per-view. You know what, pal? You own them. Each and every one of them. And he's holding his hand out and he's pointing to his palm. He goes, "You got them right here, pal. You own each and every one of them." So if I wasn't already nervous enough, now I'm like fucking just physically shaking. I walk out for my entrance, my music, my big debut. Now, it wasn't as bad as Titus O'Neil, but when I do my little pirouette, I trip and about eat it on my way to the ring for my debut in Madison Square Garden, tripping on the step up. And got out there and did it and got out without a hitch. And that was my debut on live television pay-per-view in the Garden. But it was pretty cool shit.
No doubt about it. And I guess we should mention that the show eventually gets bumped up from Wrestling Challenge on over to Superstars of Wrestling on October of '88. And that feels like that's probably when you start to get a little comfortable in the process. Would that be fair to say?
I was getting more comfortable with it. I got to the point where I was really I wasn't left alone, but I was left more alone to be able to produce. The segment became mine, and it became where he trusted me a lot more, where I was becoming a lot more comfortable with the character. And it's also where everybody noticed the segment started to get longer too, because I got more long-winded and I was getting more comfortable with the character and I was adding more and more shit. And Vince used to say, "God damn it, Bruce, you can't say hello in under 5 minutes." And the segment would be written down for 2.5. And 8.5 minutes later, I'd be still talking.
A lot like this show where we go for sometimes fucking 5 hours.
That's your fault.
Brother Love was now being used to set up some angles. It was no longer just sort of filler. It became a part of storylines. And one of the first ones, I believe, was the Hogan Boss Man stuff. And we've covered this on Hogan 88 and the Boss Man, but it feels like it was probably a big deal for you to know that you're no longer just sort of filler. You're actually integrated in the storylines now.
I had done, I was now at the point kind of, and again, going back to the original concept of the Brother Love show, folks, make no mistake about it. I was ripping off Piper's Pit. I was a huge fan of Piper's Pit, and I was looking to try and replace it with something without Roddy. So when people say, "Oh, you're just cheap rip off of Piper's Pit," I have absolutely no argument for that, because that was, that was the pattern. That's what I was doing. And if you're going to steal from somebody, steal from the best. And I was stealing from Roddy Piper. So now to be in the position where some of these major storylines are developing on the Brother Love show, man, that's a major event for me, especially knowing that it's Hulk Hogan, most famous wrestler in the business. So, the first one was the stuff with Boss Man. We talked about that last week on the Boss Man show. That was cool as shit. But to me, the payoff of that was probably the best thing I ever did in the business. Getting to work with Hulk and being able to go out and do the Saturday Night's Main Event Sacramento with Hulk and with Slick and everything, and the physicality with Hulk. Prior to that, no one had touched me. No one had come close to putting their hands on me. And Vince would put Hogan and I in these situations in the ring, and we would go out and do different things where he was just testing the waters. And we had specific instructions. Under no circumstances was Hulk to put his hands on me. But Vince also knew that when the time was right, that Hogan was going to get the cherry. Hogan was going to be the first one to put his hands on me. And that happened on Saturday night's main event. And that was a major deal for me, just for Hulk to finally for me to get my comeuppance at the hands of Hulk Hogan. And Hulk, nailing me in the slam and the clothesline over the top, handcuffing me to the top rope, which I'd never taken a bump like that in my life. And I thank Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels for teaching me how to take that bump over the top rope.
Let's talk about your first Saturday night's main event. How big of a deal is this?
Well, that was it. That was, to me, that was the pinnacle, because not only am I working with the most famous guy in the business, but I'm doing it on NBC.
God, I mean, I feel like, these days we just sort of talk about Saturday night's main event like it wasn't a big deal because it happened. But golly, dude, can you imagine if tomorrow, all of a sudden you didn't have Hulu, you didn't have Amazon, you didn't have Netflix, there was no internet. You don't have 500 channels. You got fucking 11, and what a big deal that would be to be one of the handful of things on TV on a network show. It's unbelievable.
With the most famous athlete in the world. And by the way, I'm 25 years old.
It's just make believe. It's a wonder you managed to fuck this up, but you did. Roll Tide. WrestleMania 5, I think, is really the first memory a lot of us have of Brother Love, because you were on the Piper's Pit. And of course you mentioned that that's really what the interview segment, the Brother Love show, was sort of based around. How big of a deal was that to do WrestleMania 5 with Roddy Piper?
Well, even going back to the original idea for WrestleMania 5 was Vince looking at the outside world and who he could bring in to make the WrestleMania 5 spectacle even bigger. So we had talked about, once again, Brother Love and being able to get Jessica Hahn because she was still hot in the news. But we were looking at different things to spotlight Brother Love. And that was the talk for us, like in December and January, what have you. And then I remember Vince calling me over to his office, and I'm sitting there across. He's sitting behind his desk, and I'm sitting in the side chair in front. And he looks at me and says, "Brucey, I got some good news and I got some bad news." I said, "Well, go ahead and give me the bad news." Not going to be a Brother Love show at WrestleMania. Sorry. And I've gone from knowing that I'm going to be at WrestleMania doing the Brother Love show. And he says, we couldn't get Jessica Hahn. Everybody fell through. It's just not happening. And I'm devastated. I'm heartbroken. But at the same time, I know shit happens. And he looks at me and says, "Tell me what you think about this. What if we had the return of Piper's Pit?" And my eyes get wide, and I'm like, "Oh my God, this would be great." He says, "And we've got a handle on Morton Downey Jr. So I'm thinking about doing a Piper's Pit with Morton Downey Jr." And I'm like, "Gosh, yeah, Vince, that's great. That'd be wonderful if that could happen. And they'd be wonderful together." God damn. I think we need another mouth in there. And Brother Love. And then it was, but it's going to be Piper's Pit with Morton Downey Jr. and Brother Love. And so then that was the good news. But he played it up to where he had me all the way at the top of the mountain, yanked it away from me. and then brought it right back around. So it was pretty cool. The only thing, he looks at me and says, how do you get along with Roddy? I said, I don't really know Roddy. And my brother and Roddy were good friends in Atlanta and stuff. I said, but I've never worked with Roddy. I don't know Roddy. I said, well, we've got a show coming up in Denver. I've got a date on Hot Rod. I'd like you to fly out there, and we'll do a little Brother Love show, and you guys do a dry run, see how you work together. So I'm excited because I've always wanted to work with Roddy Piper, and he was somebody I definitely loved his work. And I fly out to Denver. I think it was cold. I don't even know if we were advertised, but it was just an opportunity for us to get in the ring and work together. And I get there, and Jack Lanza was the agent. We had a dressing room. We had a private dressing room, but it wasn't like a small private dressing room. It was like one of the big team dressing rooms, and Lanza had put a thing on the door, Roddy Piper and Brother Love. So we had a dressing room all by ourselves and everything. And Vince pitches me this idea of what he wanted to do at WrestleMania. And he asked me what I wanted to do. And I pitched him the idea of the Open with Piper, where I basically do Roddy Piper. And I interview Roddy Piper, but I answer all the questions in Piper voice. Goddamn, I love that. But he also knew Piper hated when people imitated him. So he sends me out there to pitch it, and I do it for Roddy, and he gives me the, son, that's real cute. Is that supposed to be me? Oh, yeah, that's good, man. You'll just go ahead. We'll just go out in the ring, man, and we'll just call it out there, see how it goes. And Roddy about knocked me out in the ring. And thank God there were ropes that caught me from going to the floor, but it was all good after that, and we got to WrestleMania 5.
How nervous were you at WrestleMania 5?
Again, man, I'm a kid, and I am walking out, largest stage in the world for wrestling, at Trump Plaza in a skirt. What I was wearing was a skirt, and working with one of my idols in Roddy Piper, man. I was scared to death, but it was a thrill. And I think that after I did my opening monologue and shit, and I was sitting there alone with Morton Downey, a very strange calm came over me to where I felt comfortable. And then Hot Rod hit the ring, and all bets were off.
Well, it's quite a segment, getting down to your skivvies, and we actually saw you get stripped down, not once, but twice. And both times with Piper, you had the diaper segment later, and then he stripped you down here at WrestleMania, I think first. Who loved that idea of getting Brother Love and his, tidy readies?
Vince always loved the idea of getting guys, the managers and stuff, down to their skivvies. And he always liked, Jimmy Hart added something to that. Whenever Jimmy would get his pants taken off or something, the first thing Jimmy would do would be put his hands, both hands, over his crotch. And then, like when you would see a female get her dress taken off in the movies, they would always take their hands and put them over their chest. Well, Jimmy Hart would do it over his groin, and then he would reach up and put it over his chest as well. And it just was a funny deal. So Vince had me do that when I went out on the deal of WrestleMania 5. But he liked that. And J.J. Dillon is actually the one who told me where to get the red bikini underwear. So he helped me get those. Just a little, pro tip there. But then later on, the diaper bit was another Vince idea to bring me out with the diaper and do all that stuff, have me tied up with the rope. And Hot Rod and I had to go out about 2 segments before, and we had to stand underneath a tarp in the arena, me in a diaper, and Piper under there with the rope, and him just talking to me the whole time was, yeah, man. So when you were just a little boy there, man, and you always wanted to be a wrestler, did you ever think you'd be under a tarp? And we'd be sitting here in a diaper. I'm wearing a fucking dress and you're wearing a diaper. What the hell have we done with our lives? And it was a good time, but it's one of those moments people always remember.
No doubt about it. The whole Morton Downey Jr. thing, in hindsight, did that go as planned?
No. It was supposed to be probably about 10 minutes shorter than it was. But once I was out of the ring, there was nobody there to reel them back in. And I think that they both were making their best efforts to shoot on each other, if you will, and completely went off script of what we had laid out for them, the outline of what we had laid out for them. And I thought it was terrible. And the funny part about it is later on, man, they edited me out of the segment. There was a time there on the old, what the hell was it called? WWF On Demand.
Right.
When it would air on there, that I was completely edited out of the whole segment.
Well, that was probably after you pulled a gun on a bunch of motherfuckers, right?
No. This is long before that. That was in early 2000s.
Oh, okay. Let's talk about some of the angles, some of the memorable angles, and I'm sure you've got some, but man, that whole Hulk Hogan earthquake stuff, that's what I remember most about the Brother Love show.
And me cheering on the earthquake, that was just good, fun stuff that we didn't. Again, I watched these guys today and how everything is laid out, just painstakingly laid out in detail. For something like that, we went out and walked through it one time for placement of where Quake was going to go and where Hulk was going to end up. And that one segment of Earthquake squashing Hulk on the Brother Love show, in my opinion, made Earthquake's career and made that stamp that he's a top heel. And that was the impetus for their angle to last them for, God, they had a hell of a run with that. And it was just so simple. It was the simplicity of it all. And it was just a big man squashing his chest on the Brother Love show.
Well, it was awesome. It made an impression on me. Let's talk about Jake and Martel, because that whole blindfold situation with the arrogance, that happened on your show too.
Yeah, it did. And it was Martel. Part of the reason that took place on the Brother Love show too was Rick was limited with his verbal skills. Rick wasn't the greatest promo in the world. And Vince felt that if we did it, I could put a lot of the words in Rick's mouth and I could help color up that segment. Martel was reaching his stride with the whole arrogance and the heel stuff. We blinded Jake on there, and it was Jake's idea to do the contact lenses and have have the white contact lens in the eye and to come back and do that slow, gradual return, which those kind of psychological things that he was just so damn good at, and the detail in it. And for me, the highlight of that was the time when Martel came out and Jake came out, quote unquote, blind and wearing the dark glasses, and Martel had a gift for him, and it was a seeing-eye cane. So he gives Jake the cane and Jake the cane. Yeah, Jake the cane. That was right. And Jake's looking around where finally, I'm laughing so hard at it. And Jake goes to grab somebody thinking it's Martel. And I took the DDT on the Brother Love set. And it was, when I watch people take it, Jake Roberts, first guy I ever saw do the DDT. He named it the DDT. And when he did it, it looked like it planted the guy and killed the guy. But if you took it correctly, it was the easiest bump in the world to take. And if you just listen to Jake, then it would work out fine. And I thought that was one of my all-time favorite segments.
How nervous were you on that whole diaper bit about being out there about ass naked?
You know, once you're there, you know, the old adage of picture yourself or picture everyone in the audience in their underwear. It's the same feeling. Once you're there, what the fuck are you going to do? So I'm there in a diaper. I was pasty white, and at that point, I had to make the most of it. It was, you know, it was my idea to do the suspenders on the diaper and still have the little rose on the suspenders and the big diaper pin in the middle of it. So it was, man, you got to own it. And if you can't laugh at yourself, then you're in the wrong business.
Yeah, it's something that you shouldn't take too seriously. And you prove that again with your Ultimate Warrior Sherry skit. What a fucking spectacle this was. Another favorite moment on the Brother Love Show.
Well, I think it was a favorite for a lot of people just for the humiliation on my part. But Warrior, you know, putting me in a dress and the whole wig and everything. Look, I didn't like working with Ultimate Warrior. This was a memorable deal. I've got some cherished pictures of it just because I thought it was some classic stuff. I felt like Warrior rushed it a little bit, and we could have had a lot more fun with it. But he didn't like me. I didn't like him. It was oil and water, and we did what we had to do. We made it work, but it was still one of those memorable moments for the whole issue between Ultimate Warrior and Randy Savage that made sense. And doing it on the Brother Love Show, I became a good foil.
I feel like we should mention right now that you actually had another idea about the Ultimate Warrior, maybe for Brother Love, but it was years later. And you just recently told me this story. Catch everybody up about that potential story.
Oh my God. Well, no, because I may still want to do that. Well, okay. There was when I had come back in God, whenever Warrior came back with the whole Destrucity deal for WrestleMania 12, I'd pitched an idea to be a fan. Sitting in the arena and Warriors talking about Destrucity and getting people in shape and living the lifestyle and so on and so forth. And the idea was I would dye my hair dark. I was overweight, still am overweight, but Warrior would choose someone from the audience to live the life of Destrucity in the Warrior way, drop weight and get into shape. And I was willing to do all of it. Pitched it. Vince, I don't think, was really on board with it. Warrior hated it, didn't want to do it. You won't live the life. You won't do what you need to do. And I'm like, actually, I will. I'll do it. But the idea was that once I got into shape and once I got into the Warrior way and I became a warrior, so to speak, that I would then lure him in and reveal myself as Brother Love. And it was a way to turn Undertaker back heel and do something with the Ultimate Warrior to get revenge for him, what he had done to me several years before, basically running me out of WWE. So never transpired. It was just an idea that was pitched and shot down. But I thought it would have been cool. And I would have done it and gotten in shape. Probably wouldn't have stayed in shape, but I would have gotten in shape.
Well, I love it. That would have been a fun idea. Let's talk about some other silliness from back in the day. You know, there's a lot of, moments that sort of stick out. There was a segment with the Bushwhackers.
Oh boy. Everybody, the Bushwhackers, they ate their sardines. And that was during the time that, they would always eat the sardines. So they would have sardine breath. And Vince thought it'd be hilarious to have the Bushwhackers come on the Brother Love Show and basically feed me sardines. And they would get it in my hair. They would get it all over shit and everything. Well, two things happen. The Bushwhackers come out, and of course they do it. It's my last Brother Love show of the night. And they get it everywhere. They got sardines up my nose. They've got I ate a bunch of sardines. They've got it all over my hair. I mean, they must have mashed no exaggeration, 10 cans of sardines in my hair and on my face, everywhere, all over my suit, in my, in pockets in my suit, everywhere. So I come back to Gorilla afterwards, and everybody's, God damn good shit. And Andre is laughing his ass off and everything, and Vince is laughing his ass off. And the Gorilla position then was basically an 8-foot table with monitors on it. And it was up against a wall. Nobody really had anywhere to go. Gorilla Monsoon was there and a few other people. But everybody's having a good laugh at Bruce and the sardines. And I had really long hair, too, at the time. So I look up, and I've got Vince in his suit. Pat was there, too. Andre was there. Gino, a few other people. And the Bushwhackers. And I just start shaking my head violently. And when I shake my head, all of those sardines and all that grease and all that oil just starts flying like a fan across everybody. And Andre, who's seated and laughing, is like, roar! And Andre's backing up, almost goes ass over tea kettle in the chair. Vince is trying to get up and get away. Now it's not so funny anymore when the shoe's on the other foot. But then the rib again was on me because Vince realized, and on Vince, he realized that, oh shit, one of the segments we had done earlier had fucked up. And we had to redo a Brother Love segment the next day. The only suit I had is the one they just fucked up.
Oh.
So we had to send out people to try and get that one clean and get everything done so that I could redo a Brother Love the next day. But watching Andre backpedal and not kill me was one of the best moments ever, because it was like I actually got the boss to sell and got Vince back a little bit. And he had sardines and shit, just all over the place as well.
Unbelievable.
Best rib.
What about Bad News Brown, Jack Tunney? Got anything there?
God, Bad News Brown, badass son of a bitch in real life, Alan Quage. And Jack Tunney was not a worker. Jack was a promoter out of Canada, but he was our fictional president. And poor Jack Tunney, Bad News Brown goes out, and we're doing a little angle with Tunney and Bad News where Bad News wants a shot at Hulk Hogan. And Bad News has got Tunney, and he's basically choking him out. He's got him by the collar, and he's bringing him down. Jack Tunney damn near passes out on us because Bad News is choking him so damn hard out on the set, and comes back and just like got lightheaded and damn near fell over. So when you watch that segment, know that actually Bad News Brown is really choking out poor Jack Tunney then. That was one of those moments of like, oh, fuck. I hope he doesn't die.
I hope
thoughts that go through your head when you're doing Brother Love and you're in red makeup and shit.
Do you even, and this is a pretty big moment in the history of the show, and I kind of forgot about this until I thumbed through some research. You introduced the LOD to the WWF, which is a pretty big deal.
It was a huge deal, and that, big things happened on the Brother Love show. It was in Indianapolis, Indiana. And the reason I remember it so well is that I had an emergency root canal 2 days before. We flew to Indianapolis, and I got dry socket, which is when the interior of your mouth where you got the root canal basically dries out. And it's one of the most painful things that you can have. It's kind of like having the root canal without anesthetic. And I was in a lot of pain. I went to a dentist in Indianapolis that day, and this day in Indianapolis, I had 5 Brother Love shows to do. One of them, later on in the night, was introducing for the first time the Legion of Doom. As was no shortage in the WWE back in those days, I was in supply from just about anybody that would walk by. Everybody knew I was hurting, and they would make sure that I had something to alleviate my pain. And I was chewing on pain pills like they were sweet tarts for a vast majority of the day. Finally, I get to the Legion of Doom and their introduction. And I just look at him. I remember Joe and Mike both looking at me going, Mike just going, "We got this, brother." I was like, I guess I had a look at my face that I wasn't home. I was hurting, taking quite a few Vicodin. And when you go back and watch it, and I watched it recently, there are points where they are literally holding me up with their spikes on the Brother Love show. So much so that it went into my jacket and through my shirt, where I was bleeding from them puncturing me. And I had no clue because I was just out of my mind at that point. But we made it through it, and it was good. And I think the Legion of Doom did all right from being debuted on the Brother Love show. No? It's all mine. I made the Legion of Doom.
A lot of fun segments with the second most recognizable athlete in the world, the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. And there was a Savage angle with Sherry and Liz. Lots of fun stuff that you could touch on. I mean, this is really what I grew up on.
Well, going back, give me anything with Dusty Rhodes and any opportunity to work with Dusty in any way, shape, or form, whether it was behind the camera or in front of the camera. I loved the man, Virgil Riley Runnell III, and I loved the character Dusty Rhodes. So it would be fun because I could be the producer and I could have Dream look at me like, "Pong it here, let's just go ahead and do our thing out there. Whatever comes out is going to come out." And I would pull shit on Dusty where I would steal his shit before he could get it in, knowing, having a good idea where the hell he was going to go. And I would hit him with, "So, Brother Dream, me being the bull of the woods, if you will." And he would just look at me like, "Pong it here, stop stealing all my shit." But it was always a blast, and probably the greatest moments of my career and of my life were the times that we worked on the road, and I got to split my time between Randy Savage and Liz, traveling with them, and then traveling with Dusty. And that's where the second most recognizable athlete in the world, that story comes from. And just being on the road with Savage and Liz was, God, I wouldn't trade it for anything at all, because that's where I got the real Randy and the real Liz and the real human beings. And we played putt-putt. We had, we did normal things, and we had a blast doing it. And that all came from just being able to do that Brother Love gig, and it all worked out.
No doubt. You told us a lot about traveling with different people as Brother Love. And I think everybody remembers the Dusty Rhodes second most recognizable athlete story. Do you have any other traveling stories with him? Or I know you've shared an Undertaker with us when you guys were traveling together after a house show, maybe somewhere in Chattanooga. Any other Brother Love traveling stories you can share?
Oh my gosh. It was always fun when people thought they knew who the hell you were, but they had absolutely, no idea who you were, things of that nature. But being with Dusty, we always had good, nutritious meals like pork rinds and hot dogs, wherever the hell we were. We get into Philly one day, and Virgil's like, "Pumpkin Head, I know there's a little hot dog stand right down here. It's gonna be under the overpass, and you go in there and you get the little chili, but it's that onion chili shit they put on the hot dogs, and it's really good shit." We drove around for 30 minutes under the overpass where he knew where this hot dog stand was. There was no hot dog stand. There was no nothing. And he would just make shit up as we went along that made it all entertaining every night. And he would look at me and go, "Prichard, you over there like Murdoch. You're drinking your beers and all this. I'm over here sipping. But the thing is, I'm still going to be sipping in 3 hours. You're going to be passed out in about 40 minutes. And the words of wisdom and just listening to Dream through all that stuff, again, absolutely classic. And, getting to travel through the years with Bobby Heenan and going through and people looking at Bobby and I going, is that your son? Just good shit. And it couldn't have happened without Brother Love.
Lots of times Brother Love was on house shows doing different duties. And I know we even saw some results that I covered once before where you were refereeing some matches. How does this come about to where not only are you a character, but you're making the fucking house show loop?
Well, it started out in a spot show in Norwalk, Connecticut, where Vince was just looking for something else to add and looking for somebody local. And it was like, Brother Love, we'll add you to the show and referee this match. And the match was, God, I think it was Duggan and Dino Bravo, something like that. And I went out and did it. They happened to be there, liked it. It was different. And Vince I like to get out of the office. I like to go and do house shows and different things. So it was a way to get me more exposure without having to do a Brother Love show. And my favorite run was doing the Rougeaus and the Hart Foundation matches. It was when the Hart Foundation had just turned babyface and the Rougeaus were doing their All-American Boy stuff. And they were some pretty hot heels with Jimmy Hart. But going through and doing that, the first time was in Boston. And I remember getting to the building and Vince had given me, how he wanted the match laid out and so on and so forth, and told me to get with the boys and explain to them what we're going to do. And the premise of the match was that Brother Love is the heel referee, is letting the heels get away with everything and stopping the baby faces on everything until the very end for the finish, when finally Brett blows the comeback and they all get to me and we go in for the finish. And I do the super duper duper slow count where they blow a gasket and the Hart Foundation gives me their finish and pin them and everybody's out. So I'm laying this out for Brett, and Brett's the general. I mean, Brett's pretty much laying out the match for everybody anyway. And I said, okay, now when you start your first comeback, I cut you off and I stop you. And he goes, wait a minute. You mean I'm blowing my first babyface comeback in 5 years, whatever it had been since he had been a babyface in Calgary, and you're going to cut me off? I said, yeah, you're going to get a comeback later in the match, but here I've got to cut you off. He says, yeah, why don't you fucking try that out there? He goes, that's not going to happen. Brett didn't get it. Once we got into the match, I think he did, and it all came together. But I had a lot of fun with those guys going out and just working back and forth. And Brett and Neidhart and the Rougeaus, just an absolute joy, because that shit was fun, and it was a night off, and it allowed me to do something different than the talk show segment.
Well, and it was fun, I'm sure, to see you sort of get your ass kicked in some of these house shows.
That hurts my feelings, Conrad.
Let's talk about some of the house shows that you actually worked where you were on top. According to the rumor and innuendo, you fucking found yourself in the main event against Hulk Hogan. What's up with that?
Classic story. I love telling this, and we may have told it before. I don't know, but it was Long Island, New York, first time. Hulk had been away for a long time, and the show wasn't doing that well. So Vince calls Hulk, says, hey, when are you coming back to Stamford? And he gave him the day. He says, we have a show in Long Island. Would you do the show? And he says, what do you want me to do? I mean, I can't come back and work yet. He says, no. He goes, I'm thinking about bringing you back and do Brother Love's show. And we'll just advertise you and Brother Love. He says, well, damn, how are we going to get that out there? He goes, it was roughly 10 days. So he says, don't worry about that. He goes, we'll get it out there. So Vince tells me, he says, go and get in your Brother Love stuff. I need you to cut promos for the New York market about the return of Hulk Hogan, and that you were bringing Hulk back, and Hulk is going to be back in New York at Long Island, Nassau County Coliseum on the Brother Love show. We sold out off of one promo. I sold out Long Island all by myself with Hulk Hogan. But you talk about a kick in the ass, being in the ring with Hulk, New York. No, folks, I didn't sell out Long Island, but I did. I was there with Hulk and was able to be a part of that. And in that main event, he kicked my ass. Yes, he did. But from that, what happened is when Hulk would take some time away and not be working every night, and Hulk could pick his shots, and Hulk would make the major markets. So he would call Vince and say, hey, what about, these dates? Bing, 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 and lay them out. So it would be like Houston and Dallas, L.A., Chicago, just the major markets. And sometimes they would have shows in between where he would be off. And sometimes I'd be off, sometimes I'd go and work. But he'd go, just give me Brother Love. And I got to go and do like the top markets, top shows, and work on top with Hulk, doing Brother Love shows and him basically kicking my ass at the end of them. But it was, brother, you talk about fun and making some great money. That was some good times to run with Hulk, and we could do whatever the hell we wanted because he trusted him and trusted me to just go out and entertain.
Well, I mean, it's pretty ridiculous that you were able to do that. I mean, I guess that's the best of times. Let's talk about the worst of times. The fucking Ultimate Warrior is a guy that you'd like to talk about that you did not have the best time working with his Brother Love, especially when he kicked your ass. Any other people that maybe weren't the most fun?
There was guys that couldn't talk and guys that thought that they could. Dino Bravo was a chore. Dino was a chore getting him out there because Dino thought he was a good promo. But when you got him out there, he had absolutely nothing to say. And if he did have something to say, you couldn't understand him anyway. Dino was tough because he was a top guy in Montreal and he was a top guy in the Carolinas. But, man, it just didn't work. And it was like pulling frigging teeth. Same thing with his manager, Frenchie Martin, because Frenchie you couldn't understand, and Frenchie thought he was a great promo. And it wasn't. And Vince used to look at me like, God damn it, you got to get it out of them, pal. And if they can't do it, you do the promo for them. So I'm having to do their promo basically. Now, isn't it true that you told me earlier that you're going to take the Ultimate Warrior and you're going to rip the face paint off of him, and I would have to do the promos for him. And another one that just, for whatever reason, in my opinion, I thought he was a great promo before he came to the WWE, but just got stage fright or whatever the hell happened, was Ron Bass. Ron had a hard time, and Ron was somebody we tried, and I was a big proponent of his. So was Pat. We tried to do stuff with Ron, but he was another one who was like pulling teeth, and it was tough. Anybody that couldn't talk, sometimes I could do the promos, but if they thought they could talk and they wanted to interject, it could be difficult.
Let's talk about Zeus, because Zeus is somebody that I think a lot of people probably don't even consider that you would have been there at the same time. But I know my timeline's right. You had to be doing some stuff with Zeus. You've told us a story before about being in the ring with him and sort of helping him direct traffic. You've got to have some fun Brother Love Zeus stories.
Yes, Vince charged me with taking Zeus around the country and doing the Brother Love show to introduce him to our audience, sell No Holds Barred, the movie, but also to get Zeus over as a monster character. And, oh, bless his little heart, man. Zeus was someone that I had to do all of the talking for in the ring. He didn't know the wrestling business at all and was a movie star. He was used to lines and he was used to hard cues, positioning, marks on the floor for where he's supposed to stand and what have you. But he was terrible That's all I can say about Zeus, man. It was terrible. It was so challenging. The story you're talking about, being in the ring with him, I've got the microphone down by my side, and I'm telling him, all right, big man, get up on that second rope. Slap the shit out of yourself. Give me some growls. Okay, get down now. Go over here to the other corner. Do the same thing. And he's not doing anything that I'm telling him to do. And we get back to the dressing room afterwards, and I said, Tiny, I'm talking to you out there, and I'm telling you what to do. You got to do what I'm telling you to do. And he looks at me and says, oh, was you talking to me? Had no clue. So he was a challenge. Zeus was a bit of a challenge.
Well, let's talk about Sergeant Slaughter, because we've got questions about this before. There was a Great American Award at SummerSlam 1990. And this is something that doesn't get talked about very much, but you even mentioned once that you have that. I think it was on a Facebook Live where you mentioned that. What can you tell us about that?
I do. You know, it was Sarge coming back, and Sarge coming back as a heel. Vince, there were people that looked at the Sergeant Slaughter character and they felt so strongly about that character being a babyface. They wouldn't accept him as a heel. So the idea became, all right, we've done these vignettes. We've done a lot of things trying to get Sarge over as a heel. Sarge's promos were so damn good that it was difficult to accept him as a heel. So Vince wanted to do this thing at SummerSlam where he presents another heel who people definitely did not like in real life or on camera, Brother Love, with the Sergeant Slaughter Great American Award. But the most controversial thing out of it was, you know, we did the award and then it became the whole skirmish in the Middle East with Saddam Hussein, and we were starting to do the thing with Slaughter and General Adnan. But Gene Okerlund and I do an interview at the very end of the night, and Vince fed me a line that I hit that, oh God, we got raked over the coals for, where I talk about, you know, I'm the great American, and Brother Sergeant Slaughter, who is the greatest natural leader since the great General Saddam Hussein. And fade to black, we go off the air. Well, the fucking people got hot. And that was, you know, during time, one of the things that we didn't talk about, that I go back to the Garden. Brother Love was somebody that got death threats, and lots of them. And so much so, I remember Terry Garvin sitting in the office one day, goes, yeah, we got the Brother Love death threats. We need to find out where these people are sitting so we can book them afterwards as the man who shot Brother Love. They'll draw, I'm telling you, they'll draw. Big baby face. And again, I'm 25 years old, scared to death, thinking somebody's going to be crazy in the crowd and shoot me or try and kill me. But good times.
Well, maybe not the best time is the time you tried to heal a blind fan in a wheelchair. And I think this happened right down the road from me here at the Von Braun Civic Center here in Huntsville. At the time, I think a lot of people even sort of jumped to conclusions and thought that this is the real reason you got fired, not for being just a turd burglar backstage.
Well, all right. Well, let's explain the segment first of all. There's three kinds of people in this world, Conrad. There's those that try. There's those that just give it their best shot. And then there are those that do whatever it takes. I did whatever it took. I healed that son of a gun, because when he came up onto the stage on the Brother Love show, he was in a wheelchair. He had never walked before and was blind. You could tell because he wore dark glasses inside at night. And I laid hands upon him and healed him to where he was able to walk away and he could see for the first time in his life. We were at the Von Braun Civic Center. Long TV taping. And in the middle of it, there would be times where we would have to change tapes and everything would stop down. But there was a technical difficulty that we couldn't do anything in the ring, and we just had downtime. We were killing the audience. I jokingly say to Vince, Well, I can go out and heal somebody. You don't have hair one on your balls to go out and heal someone. So there was one of the truck drivers, one of the ring crew truck driver guys. I think his name was Paul Dawson. And there was a wheelchair sitting up against the wall. And I said, hey, man. I said, get in the wheelchair. I got some dark glasses. I said, put these on. I said, just listen to me and follow me. And we had Terry Garvin wheel him out. And I healed his ass on TV. But it wasn't, well, let me clarify that too. It wasn't for TV. It never, ever was for TV. It was something for the house, to entertain the house, and to fill time until I got the cue that whatever difficulty we were having, that everything was good. Now, they shot it. The truck shot it. But, again, it was never intended for TV. I don't know how many months later I get a phone call. What the fuck phone call?
Right.
I'm like, what do you mean? I said, you aired the healing? I said, no, I didn't air the healing. I didn't even know we taped it. And he says, well, I just got a call. And I believe it was it had to be USA. That they were pissed off over the healing. They were getting complaints. Not only did they shoot it, but when they edited it, they put in a shot from the handicap section of a couple old ladies with binoculars watching the segment from way up high in wheelchairs. So didn't go over well on TV. And, of course, I got blamed for that. But contrary to popular belief, it's probably what Dave Meltzer wrote. No, that's not why I got fired. I got fired for being an asshole. Nothing to do with healing anybody and bringing good fortune to that poor blind man who couldn't walk.
Well, it's a memorable segment. It's on YouTube. If you want to go out of your way, you can throw it in your Google machine because, that's something to see. We might try to link it over at facebook.com/something to wrestle. And I feel like we should mention that you never know when Bruce is going to pop up and do a little Facebook Live and take some of your questions. So if you haven't already, go like us on Facebook, facebook.com/something to wrestle. Let's talk about The Undertaker. Of course, we talked a little bit about The Undertaker on our Survivor Series 1990 episode. We've covered him in 2 other separate episodes. And you've told us how you sort of finished up managing him, but did you think that when you finished managing The Undertaker, that was really the end of the Brother Love character?
Hindsight being 2020, I probably should have. I was given the choice, managing Undertaker, of managing him full time and going on the road with him, or continuing to do my job back in the office, in the production facility. I chose production. And I oftentimes wonder if I had chosen the other one, if I would have been there seamlessly. Probably not. I probably would have fucked it up somewhere along the line, knowing me. But there's often times that I sit back and think, what would have happened if I didn't make the choice that I chose?
And in hindsight, you think maybe it was a mistake?
I think everything happens for a reason, and I made the decision that I felt was the right one at the time, and I stand by it. So, like I said, I think I would have screwed up something else to piss somebody off down the road anyway as well. I had a lot of maturing to do at that time in my life.
Well, I think everybody did. Let's talk about the last segment you did, though, because I think that was the Ultimate Warrior, right? I mean, isn't sort of the end of the character for an extended period of time, that Ultimate Warrior segment?
It was, and it was a way to get me off of TV and to get me away off and bring Paul Bearer in for the funeral parlor. So, it was explained to me, this will be the last one for a while. Maybe we'll bring you back down the line. And again, handwriting on the wall, maybe I should have known better. But as we laid it out, I'm like, okay, if I'm going to go out, let me go out in style. And we talked to Warrior, and Vince told me to work it out with him, what kind of physicality we wanted to do and what have you. And I really wanted to take Warrior's finish, and I wanted him to kill me. Well, if you're going to go out with the guy on top and make it mean something. So I'd asked him to do the press slam over his head, and I wanted to take the bump to the floor, over the top rope to the floor from the ring. And Warrior's like, nah, I don't want to do that. I'm like, well, shit. Okay, but it's your finish. Why wouldn't you want to do it? And if I'm going away, I'm not coming back. So destroy me. He said, yeah, I don't want to do that. I'll do the tackles and the splash. I said, can we try it? So no, I can't get you up anyway. He goes, you're too fat. You're too heavy. I can't get you up. I'm like, okay. You ever done it before? I said, no, but I mean, show me how to do it, and don't grab my nuts. And let's do it. So he reaches down. He tried one time. He had oil and shit on, and I couldn't get up. And I said, well, try again. Let me get up there. So Rick Rude is there, and Rude and Mike, Road Warrior Hawk, they're like, no, man, Bruce, you just got to get stiff and pick me up. And they picked me up over their head. All right. And they got me up. I went up with them and was able to hold myself up on their shoulders. And they're like, man, it's easy. He goes up. It's all right. Warrior just didn't want to do it. He just, for whatever reason, didn't want to do it. And so that's why we did what we did. He hurt me, cracked my jaw, broke a few teeth, and I just didn't think it was necessary. I thought it was kind of a shitty bully thing to do, but is what it is. And that was it.
And then you got your ass fired in May of 91. You come back in September of 92. When you come back, was there ever any discussion of maybe revitalizing this Brother Love character and bringing him back?
Well, there was discussion of Brother Love. However, it was made clear that we weren't bringing Brother Love back, and that they had no desire to bring the character back at that time. And of course, Vince, never say never, pal, but he brought it up to just say, preventive. If you're thinking about coming back and doing Brother Love, ain't happening. You be behind the scenes, you work with me and Pat, and that's it. So he brought it up, but he brought it up to make sure that I didn't have any hopes and desires to come back and be Brother Love full time again.
Man, it would have been a little different in 1993 had that happened, but he did make one appearance with Bret Hart in early 93. What was that about?
Well, it was about, Bret was having I hate to say difficult time, but Bret going out and doing promos and being able to tell his story. This was during a time that Vince was starting to write promos for guys and wanted guys to have everything written down. So we were challenged with that. And then with Bret, he was like, we really need somebody. We need like a Piper's Pit. We need somebody like that. We need a Brother Love. And they said, well, I've got Brother Love. So he had me go out and do a Brother Love show in the ring with Bret, with the championship, just in an attempt to give Bret that heel foil in the ring, verbally, so you could have a verbal confrontation a little bit. And it was a one-off, and it was completely out of the blue one time. And then, that was it. It was like, okay, we'll go do this. And Brother Love goes away again, put him back up on the shelf.
And then, of course, we did see a couple of different characters pop up very, very briefly. I guess we should just talk about them now, because I don't know when we'll talk about them again. Rio Rogers. What the fuck?
That's the genius of Jerry Jarrett. This is one idea Jerry Jarrett had, original idea that Jerry Jarrett had, that made it to WWE air. Fucking awful. And his idea, Well, you do that. You know that voice you do? You know, where you talk with that lisp and you do that. That's so funny. You're funny. And I think Vince wanted to throw him a bone, and it's like, God damn, Bruce, yeah, do that voice you do. You mean this one right here? That don't sound like anybody else in the entire wrestling business. It's just something I made up on my own. I ain't imitating nobody. It's getting funky like a monkey. That one. You're funny. So Rio Rogers was Jerry Jarrett's one and only idea that he ever contributed there. It was god awful. Lasted a couple of weeks. Actually did a couple of weeks of color commentary with Vince on Wrestling Superstars, believe it or not, which was pretty bad. But at least it got Jerry Lawler hired as a color commentator. I was so bad that Vince was open to bring in Jerry Lawler. So there you go. That's Rio Rogers' fault. And I also did the Wizard, but that was just something. If they needed a color guy in the studio, instead of being Bruce Prichard, I could be the Wizard and step in and do color. And that was a tribute to the Grand Wizard and Ernie Roth. Vince was a big fan of the Grand Wizard. And he said, well, just be the Wizard. Be the Wiz. I'm the Wiz. So that's all those were.
1995. You come back, and we just talked about this the other day with Ted DiBiase. The Ringmaster. All of a sudden, Brother Love is back. What's the decision making in bringing Brother Love back in 95?
It was Vince's decision, believe it or not, again, because of the $1 million belt and the $1 million champion, that he felt that tying all of it together with Brother Love. He also, I think, was looking at possibly bringing the Brother Love show back and doing a segment more than this. But it only lasted, the one time, and it was the debut of Stone Cold Steve Austin, man. And he got to cut his promo with "Put your hand on the TV," and it was the beginning of an era, man. One of the best ever.
Let's talk about, and I think this is what a lot of people want to know about. We've gotten tons of questions about it. The January 97 appearance you made on Shotgun Saturday Night, managing the Flying Nuns. What the fuck is this?
The Headbangers had come in, and the Headbangers were a product of James E. Cornette. Jimmy had used them in Smoky Mountain Wrestling. Great guys, great tag team. And we had actually used them to come in and be enhancement talent for us. Vince wasn't sold on the Headbanger gimmick, but he liked the guys, and he wanted to come up with something for them. So out of the blue, it's like, what about the Flying Nuns? We'll make them nuns. They'll be duns and wear the habits and the whole 9 yards, the whole nun outfit. And they'll flash their white panties from time to time. It'll be great shit. So he settled on the Flying Nuns gimmick. Of course, you have Sister Angelica and Mother Smucker, or the two Flying Nuns. And of course, man, I don't know if it was Cornette or Vince or who, but before I knew it, the Nuns need a manager. The only logical guy is Brother Love. And that lasted probably 3 weeks of me walking the Nuns out to the ring and hitting the Godwins with the Book of Love. We actually shot vignettes at St. Patrick's Cathedral, where the Nuns walked in and walked out of St. Patrick's Cathedral. We shot vignettes where they got arrested, and we put them inside of a New York City police precinct and had me walk down the street, and we got cameras and everything. No permits, no nothing. This is in front of the precinct. 2 men dressed as nuns and a fat guy in a white suit and a red face walking down the street, walking into the police precinct and walking out with the nuns. Cameras just rolling the whole time, and then we cut it all together. As soon as it started, it ended just as quickly. Vince was looking at it as an act only for Shotgun Saturday Night and not to be a part of any of the other programming, that it would be unique just to the Saturday night show. And then he fell in love with the Headbangers and wanted to use them on the other shows and decided, no, we'll do the Headbanger gimmick and go from there. And Cornette was a big proponent of that. They're Headbangers, motherfucker.
We don't see Brother Love again until WrestleMania 17, the gimmick battle royal. We get questions about this all the time. I know you talked a little bit about how it came together on our Cornette episode, but catch us up. Talk us through the gimmick battle royal in 2001.
Well, it just became this organism that kept growing and growing and growing. Let's take some of the biggest gimmicks from the history of the WWE, put them all in one battle royal, and have this gimmick battle royal. And everybody's throwing out names and different shit. And then it came, well, Brother Love's got to be in it. I did not want to be in it. I wanted to be as far away from it as I could. As much as I love performing, and I do love performing, you reach a point sometimes where it's like, and when you're a producer, I hate suggesting myself for anything, because it's like, oh, he's just trying to put himself on TV. Yeah, he's the producer, he's the writer, he's writing himself into the story. So I didn't want that. But Vince was adamant, no, you've got to be in the Battle Royal. And it was a lot of fun. Corny and I had a lot of fun in there, beating the shit out of each other in the corner. It was Corny's idea. As soon as you get in the ring, we'll just find a corner and beat the shit out of each other there. Not do anything with anybody else. That lasted as long as it could possibly last before Michael P.S. Hayes came over and we started throwing punches back and forth. And the Goon and Sarge and the Bushwhackers had a lot of fun. But it was a fun segment. I got to stay in there pretty much damn near till the end. I should have won. If it was a shoot, I mean, I would have won. I am a 3-time Black Belt Hall of Fame.
How many times?
3.
How many times?
3. You know.
I can't believe we do that every week and you still didn't adapt it the right way.
I'm sorry. Well, okay. 3-time Black Belt Hall of Fame. I was trying to be different.
You know, I feel like every now and again I have to sort of not only lead the horse to water, I have to force him to drink. But
you have to stick my head underwater.
Yes, but I don't have to this time. And the reason I don't have to is because I'm talking about something that we're all going to love. If you're listening to this show, you already know what we're talking about. We're talking about To Be the Man. You see, the foul-mouthed, boozed-up bruisers of the graphic novel series To Be the Man are back, and they're kicking Evil's ass in and out of the ring. If you didn't hear Bruce talk about To Be the Man in the Morning Deuce, well, To Be the Man, Evil Ain't Good is a hilarious, action-packed, and gorgeously illustrated new comic about 2 huge-fueled pro wrestlers. And there are other wrestling comics out there, but you sure as shit won't see the blonde-haired babyface pile drive a zombie till his fucking head explodes in any of those. Not to mention all of the
chocolate titties.
All right, calm down, Bruce. Those come out in chapter 5. Chapters 1 and 2 of To Be the Man are available now at Amazon and ToBeTheManComic.com. So follow at To Be the Man Comic on social media and get your very own copy of To Be the Man, Evil Ain't Good today, brother. And To Be the Man has been a sponsor here for a while, so we're glad to have them back. Support us and support them, and go check them out at To Be the Man Comic, or check them out on Amazon. It's good stuff. Let's talk about the next time we see Brother Love, because it's sort of randomly, it feels like. The Undertaker gets a box on SmackDown in February of 2003. And, you know, if you come out of a box, you're over, right?
Oh, I was over getting in that box, motherfucker. Yeah, I blame Paul Heyman and Brian Gewirtz and David Lagana for even suggesting me and bringing it up. But I guess it made sense because it was Philadelphia, the city of Brother Love, and it was Undertaker. So, I get it. did another one I really didn't necessarily want to do, but it was a blast because it was the first time that I really got to work with Undertaker in an adversarial role. And he wasn't really sure what the hell I was going to do. And I got to have a little fun in there with him by hugging him and holding on to him until I finally dropped. That son of a bitch didn't break. And he's hard to break character.
Your last appearance for a long time went down right before Raw 25. There's a string of house shows in the Northeast. And I sort of found this weird in my notes. Like, why are you back here sort of randomly working house shows with Vince McMahon and Zach Gowen? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, the angle at the time was with Roddy Piper and Zach Gowen and Vince and so on and so forth. And Piper had gotten fired for his comments on HBO. Roddy was no longer with the company. We had a whole string of house shows that had advertised Roddy Piper and Zach Gowen doing some stuff. So Vince and I are talking, and he's like, "What do you suggest?" And I made the suggestion, well, Vince, I mean, you're in the angle with Zach. Why don't you make the shows? And you replace me. If you're going to replace somebody, you always try to replace him with a bigger star, or at least equal to. And replacing Roddy Piper with Vince McMahon, to me, made sense. And he countered that with, why don't we both do it? What the fuck am I going to do? He goes, we'll bring Brother Love back. And that was to supplement Roddy Piper's absence, was bringing Brother Love and Vince McMahon to the house shows on this whole loop. And we get there, and Vince looks at me and says, what are we going to do? I don't know. I thought you had an idea when you suggested bringing me on this little charade. And we went out, man, and every night, and it got to be what I could get away with each and every night. But I would go out and I would start the thing as Brother Love, and then I would bring Vince out. And I would lay hands upon Vince, and I would heel him in the ring. And I actually got him down on his knees one night. And I'm laying there, and I've got my hands on his head, and I'm mussing his hair up, and doing the whole be healed, to where finally he reaches up and grabs my hand and says, all right, pal, enough of this bullshit. Go the fuck home and get Gowen out here. But from there, Vince's idea was, we bring Zach Gowen out, and why not have a match? So every night it was a match with me and Zach Gowen, which wasn't much of a match at all. I'm not Ric Flair. I know that's hard to believe, everybody. But we would go out, and that's, as I mentioned before in a previous show, I forget which one, where I took Zach Gowen's nub every single night in my face. He would do the moonsault onto my face every night for the finish.
Why do we?
It hurts.
We should have had a nubs in the face shirt by now.
Yeah, I'd give that one to Zach.
Well, this is the last time we see you, as Brother Love, until, we know you were fired in 2008 for threatening to shoot motherfuckers. That whole story is available in the archive, somethingtowrestle.com. If you're not familiar, Bruce actually managed to smuggle in a Rambo machine gun. It was a belt-fed machine gun. And he took it into Titan Towers and was ready to do damage. And Stephanie saved everybody.
It's a Civil War cannon.
It was. And
it's a Civil War cannon. If we're gonna go, let's go.
Stephanie wrestled you down and removed the hand grenade from your hand, reinserted the pin, and all was saved.
Shoved it up my ass. And yeah.
So let's talk about it, man. You got to come back. We touched on it earlier this year. A big anniversary of Raw, and you were there. The 25 year anniversary. I venture to say, not the same suit.
No, no, I did think about just going to brucepritchard.com and getting one of those Brother Love shirts and wearing it. No, I did not have the suit, and the suit was thrown out of my window into Galveston Bay in roughly 2013, I guess. On all I had left was a jacket, shirt, and tie. And I threw it out the window when I was going on the overpass over Galveston Bay after an appearance. And I didn't have a suit, so I had to get an entire new suit. I found one of my Brother Love shirts that I had, and it still fit too. Even more amazing.
Why did you throw it out?
Frustration. I just was really frustrated, and I was done. I felt I was done with the business. I felt I was done with the history of Brother Love. I didn't want to do it. Didn't want to be associated with it anymore. I was just in a really down period in my life, and I just finished up an appearance, and I'm just looking at it. I'd worn the jacket and the shirt and everything, and the tie was with the shirt. I didn't even wear the tie for the appearance. I was just done. I didn't want to be reminded of it, and if someone asked me from that point forward, I would be able to say, no, I don't have the suit. I threw it out. And then they asked me, and I had to get a suit. So it was pretty cool. It was nice going back. It was nice putting the suit on, and it was nice saying I love you to a television audience and being welcomed back. So that led to, us being on the network now and people actually taking my phone call and speaking to me. So that's pretty cool.
It is cool. What of your Brother Love stuff did you keep? I guess we should sort of peel back the curtain. One of the things you kept is when the genius actually made you the Doctor of Love, he gave you like a little graduation robe, and you gave that to me years ago. And it's part of my collection now, but you probably kept some stuff for your other kids. I'm your oldest, but you probably kept some stuff for your other kids too. What do they have of Brother Love stuff? I have the original Book of Love, and there were 2 books of love made. I have the original one. The second one that was made, I gave to one of my best friends, an attorney, Mr. Robert G. Taylor, RGT for Law. And he has that, but it was kind of special. And I have a lot of the rings that I wore. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot from my Brother Love days. And for somebody who likes to have memorable stuff, that's it. I mean, I've got an action figure. That's pretty damn cool. A lot of people are probably wondering, where can we see a picture of this Book of Love? Go on over to Instagram, Instagram.com/Prichrd Show. And our man Hancock is going to have you a picture of that Book of Love. What do you think the legacy of the Brother Love character will be?
I love you.
It's this podcast now, is it not?
That'll be the legacy of Bruce Prichard, I hope.
Well, but I mean, even on the WWE Network, they promote you as the Brother Love character. I mean, even on Raw, they run a commercial and they sort of show you as Brother Love. And we've sort of jokingly referred to ourselves from episode 1, here we are at 100, as Brother Love and the Mortgage Guy. And, you used to be Brother Love, and I'm forever the mortgage guy. But I mean, I think it's this podcast, as silly as that sounds.
Well, I like to look at my whole body of work, man, and I'm proud of it. And I'm proud of the Brother Love character. I loved my time as Brother Love. I had a hell of a run as Brother Love, and it was something out of my head. And when it's your own creation and it's a part of you and it's an extension of who you are, I think that comes across more honest. And Brother Love truly was an extension of who I am. And it was an extension of me. And I enjoyed portraying that character. I was Brother Love. And when I put the suit on, when I put the makeup on, I became Brother Love. So, I'm proud of that body of work. I'm proud of my entire body of work in the business. And I can point to Brother Love as what the majority, folks for many years, that's all they ever knew of me was Brother Love. And so I'm even more proud to point to this podcast and say, now they get to know Bruce Prichard as Brother Love. And that's something I never thought would actually ever take place.
Well, man, we're excited to be here for episode 100. We've got some questions from Facebook, but before we get there, and we've also got a huge surprise for you. Stay tuned a few more minutes. I do want to tell you that we've got a little extra something right now on YouTube. Check out the official YouTube channel. It's youtube.com/something to wrestle. Our man Andrew over at GoPro Wrestling interviews Jeff Jarrett from this past weekend, and it's going to be up on our channel by the time you hear this. And Jeff is actually discussing the episode we did on him, and he does a little bit of a rebuttal about everything we talked about with Double J Jeff Jarrett. Of course, he addresses his dad, and you've got an exclusive snippet here that you can catch only on our YouTube channel, and then go check out Andrew's over at GoPro Wrestling. He's got a phenomenal YouTube channel. You already know what it is. It's youtube.com/GoPro Wrestling. Click that subscribe button, and then you'll get the full Jeff Jarrett interview this coming Monday. Over the next week, Andrew is going to be dropping a lot of interviews about a lot of the folks that we've interviewed, or not interviewed, but we've discussed. Andrew sort of gets a rebuttal from them. Sean Waltman, some others might be in store as well. So check out youtube.com/something to wrestle. And while you subscribe there, be sure to subscribe to GoPro Wrestling as well. Make sure you turn the notification bell on too, so you at least have a heads up whenever we're pushing up new stuff. You'll hear from X-Pac, Tito Santana, and others when they sort of talk a little bit about Something to Wrestle, and then Andrew gets to go a little deeper as well. So check it out, youtube.com/something to wrestle. Bruce, I've got a whole host of Facebook questions here, and then we're going to reveal maybe the coolest thing we've ever done here on the show. Are you ready for these rapid fire Facebook questions?
Rapid.
You know, this is something that we normally do at the end of every episode. And this week we had sort of all hands on deck. I want to give a shout out to Super Dave Miller, who managed to help me pull some questions this week. Brad wants to know, was anyone considered for the Gimmick Battle Royal, but you didn't get? Of course, we know that you were a part of it, and we're going to talk about WrestleMania 17 someday, but chat me up. Did you try to get anybody and weren't successful?
The only one that sticks out top of my head is the Red Rooster was considered, asked, and declined.
Wow. Michael wants to know, was there ever a storyline that Brother Love turned down or refused?
None. No, never, nothing.
Joe wants to know, did a fan ever try to jump Brother Love?
They were coming over the railing during the Boss Man, the third Brother Love that I did, the very first night I ever did Brother Love. Yes, they were coming over the railing at me when they saw me come out.
This next one is from, I know a listener here on the show, and we got to talk about this guy after I ask the question. D the Minion wants to know, did Brother Love get hate mail from televangelists?
Not from televangelists that I know, but Brother Love got a shitload of hate mail and death threats.
So do you know who D the Minion is?
No.
D the Minion is an adult film producer for websites on the internet machine. And apparently he has recruited several adult film stars into listening to the podcast of the female variety, by the way. And I think our 2% is being upped because there's a handful of girls and a couple of them are following the show account that are big fans. And this D the Minion guy is sort of spreading the word of love in his own way for Something to Wrestle. So shout out to the Minion and Whitney Wright and all of his other recruits over there.
Okay, well then I'll give you another little Brother Love tidbit. Back in the day, there was a director of adult films who his stage name or director's name, gimmick name was Seymour Love. And he took his name after Brother Love. So D Minion, look up Seymour Love. And that was a Brother Love nod there.
Unbelievable. Joe wants to know, many times on commentary, Vince would remark about Brother Love's weight. Did this ever piss Bruce off, or was it always just good-natured ribbing?
I was usually feeding him. So, no, it was good-natured ribbing. And that was something that we did.
Tony wants to know, did Hulk Hogan feel the most comfortable with you during his interviews? It feels like all of his big angles happened on your show.
Hulk did feel comfortable with me, and we worked well together. So that always helps if there's that comfort level there. But yes, he did.
Soda Hunter wants to know, is there a particularly embarrassing live moment you can remember from the Brother Love show? Maybe one that the general fan has not seen?
The most embarrassing, and only because it was an accident, was in Seattle, Washington during a match with Dusty and Savage, where I went up to the top rope to come off the top rope onto Dusty, and I'd taken my suit jacket off and my pants split. And just my pants completely split when I got up to the top rope. And now I've been, it sounds funny. I've been basically in my bikini underwear and I've been in a diaper, but that was embarrassing because it wasn't supposed to happen. And that to me was one of the most embarrassing moments ever.
Nathan wants to know, was there ever an angle where Brother Love would have been caught embezzling money?
In the very beginning, the magazine just ran stories like that, but there was never really Brother Love was out there to get other people over, and we tried not to make the story about Brother Love.
Tony wants to know, why was the decision made to keep the Brother Love theme playing during the entire segment? That never happened under any other interview segment.
Because it sounded good. It just was it was cool, and it was different. So it was to make that segment of the show different than everything else.
Dudes with Views want to know, did you ever pitch Brother Love as the manager of any wrestlers we don't know about?
I did not. I thought that for the longest time I fought even being a manager, and the only reason I pitched the manager was because I was a big fan of Mark Calloway and wanted to manage him.
Was there ever a face turn considered for the character?
Hell no. How could you turn Brother Love babyface?
Was there ever a gimmick match that was considered for Brother Love that wasn't used?
No, there wasn't. Hulk pitched actually having matches with me and stuff, but Vince wasn't interested in that and didn't want me in the ring.
Friends Talking Nerdy wants to know, when you came back on SmackDown in 2003, was there ever talk about bringing back the character, or was it always a one-off?
Always a one-off.
Mitchell wants to know, hypothetically, why was Brother Love's face so red?
He was full of love.
Patrick wants to know, who was Amanda Ultimate Warrior?
A fan out of the audience we just picked.
Joe wants to know, Bruce mentioned Vince wanted Don Morocco to play Brother Love. Were there ever any serious planning around that?
No, it was, that was a comment that Vince had made to Don when we actually did the rehearsal, and that was the first time and only time I'd ever heard of it.
Okay, so next week we're going to be covering the British Bulldog here on the show. And if you'd like to ask a question about the British Bulldog, you have a couple opportunities to do so. You can do it on Facebook at facebook.com/something to wrestle. You can also do it on the Twitter machine at Prichrd Show. It's going to be all about the British Bulldog next week. We've also got a packed schedule coming your way. But I want to remind you that on Wednesday of next week, before we do our British Bulldog episode, we've got a phenomenal episode on the WWE Network about Rowdy Roddy Piper. There'll be lots of stuff on there you've never seen before, ever. And on the episode to follow the British Bulldog on May 25th, we're going to do something pretty fun, boys and girls. It's a love to know episode. So we've had lots of questions. When are you doing another Q&A episode? We're doing it on May 25th. Mark your calendars. We're going to have a poll for you next week for our June the 1st episode. On June the 8th, we're going to cover King of the Ring 93. On June the 15th, we're going to cover Bad Blood 03. On June 22nd, we're going to cover Sable. On June 29th, we're covering King of the Ring 1998. On July the 6th, it's all about Brutus the fucking Barber Beefcake. On July 13th, it's about Muhammad Hassan. On July 20th, it's Invasion. And on July 27th, it's Vengeance 2003. So there is your lineup for what's coming. But Bruce, I got to tell you, man, we've teased it and we've hyped it. And I don't think we've overhyped it, not one bit, because we've got something that's just fucking ridiculous. How would you describe what we're about to launch here?
I was just about to say to you, I don't even know how to describe it. When I first got it and you sent it to me and showed me the work this gentleman had done, I was blown away by the front page and didn't even get beyond that. The amount of work put into this, I don't know how to describe it. It's our body of work in segments, bites.
There's something we've been able to do here on the show that we've been really proud of. We've created essentially sound bites that we turn into t-shirts at brucepritchard.com, and they become sort of classic moments and bits on the show. And I can tell you, we're just ripping this directly off of Howard Stern. All these years later, people still yell, Baba Booey! Well, and we've got Chocolate Titties and Mark Romero and all the silliness, RS and blah, blah, blah. And one guy has taken it upon himself to archive fucking all of it. And that gentleman is a man named Greg Gunter. And Greg Gunter sent me an email on March 22nd, and it was titled "A Website for Listening to STW Audio Clips." And I replied in fairly short order, "Are you fucking kidding me?" And then I thought, well, that may not have expressed my gratitude. So I sent a second one that says, "This is the fucking coolest thing ever." And Gray said, "Okay, that's the reaction I was hoping for." So if you are going to appreciate what we're about to throw your way, I need you to follow this guy on Twitter. He is the official Something to Wrestle superfan. This level of dedication is unbelievable. He is at Gray Gunter. That's GrayGunter. And he probably didn't want me to out him, but man, you got to get your just due. I can't believe that you've done this. We've talked about it enough. Let me give you the web address. It's www. Don't you love when people say that? STGSTW.com. That's STGSTW. Now, of course, that stands for Something to Wrestle for the STW, but the first three letters are STG, because you're going to something to generate something to wrestle. And on this site, it's over 3,000 audio clips of the silly nonsense we've said on this show that you can play at random, that you could explore, and that you could make a playlist. Yes, I know what we're signing up for. You guys can now make us say anything you want, and you can recreate your own silly conversation with Bruce and I. And I'm sure that a lot of our other podcast friends are going to have fun with this and take everything we say completely out of context. But this is some fun stuff. So shout out to Greg Gunter. We sat on this for a couple of months because I thought, man, this is something fun that everybody will really enjoy. So if you haven't already, stop what you're doing. Go to stgstw.com and you can literally just click around whatever you'd like and check out all the different silliness. I don't think I can really hype this enough. Can I, Bruce? This is the fucking coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I was absolutely blown away when I saw it at first. And then once I got in and started playing with it, I was mesmerized. It is an incredible piece of work. And if you do nothing else, follow him and say thank you, because I can't tell you how much I appreciate it.
It really is unbelievable. Bruce, let's just click on one now. We've got a variety of things in here. Make a recommendation of somebody or something you'd like for me to click on.
Chocolate titties.
Okay. Let's look up. I'm going to click on Vince and then explore. And then I'm going to type in. Yep, there we go. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Chocolate titties. And chocolate titties. Chocolate titties for everyone. Everybody loves chocolate titties. And they have to have titties. Vanilla titties. I want vanilla titties. Tan titties. We gotta rub titties.
Good God, he's futuristic. He's got guns and cannons. It's awesome. And he shoot from his wrists, from his ass, from his titties. Titanium titties.
Luscious, voluptuous, caramel titties.
This is real. I can't believe this is real. STG, STW. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for 100 episodes. This was not supposed to happen. We were brother love and the mortgage guy. We thought, man, if we could get 30,000 downloads, that would be something. Last week, the Big Boss Man episode got 200,000 downloads in the first 24 hours. The show's bigger every single week. It's because of you guys. We really appreciate it. Greg Gunter is a perfect example of the type of unbelievable good fortune and luck and goodwill that we have been extended. And we want to showcase what he's been able to do and share it with everyone. Hopefully you're digging what we're doing. We're trying to create content that you enjoy. And this was a special episode for us because, we sort of joked about it at the top, but man, there's a lot of podcasts out there that don't have the type of success that we've been lucky enough to have. And they don't make it 100 episodes. And you guys have stuck with us and turned it into live events and turned it into a YouTube channel and turned it into a WWE Network show. And we didn't do this by ourselves. You made it happen for us. So we wanted to bring you the brother love story and sort of tell you how it all began and how we were all introduced to Bruce. And Bruce, I can't thank you enough for believing in me and rolling the dice and trying this thing. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm just a wrestling fan. I've never been in the wrestling business, and I'm the luckiest fan on earth to get to do this with you. And I've had a great time doing it for these last 101 episodes because 101 comes out tomorrow, the 1992 Royal Rumble.
Well, I thank you for talking me into doing it. And most importantly, I thank our audience who tunes in every week and has made it all possible. And tell your friends and tell them to subscribe and check us out. And just 2 words, man. Thank you.
I mean, I can't believe this is real.
God damn.
It's scary.
God damn.
It's absolutely amazing, but it is real. And who knows where the hell we're going to be 3 years ago. I don't know that we would be having this conversation, and who knows what conversation we're going to be having in another 100 episodes.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Can you believe this is real?
Cray.
What's going on? I'm overwhelmed. He is at Bruce Prichard. I am at Hey, it's Conrad, and you need to go to STG STW. Thank you, Greg Gunter. Thank you for allowing us to make this a little special rollout for episode 100. Hey, by the way, it's going to ask you to put your email in there. Just do it. Greg's not going to solicit you. Fucking we are. Roll Tide. I get it. It's a wrestling podcast, but he's saving us money on our mortgage. Do you really trust this process? The reviews don't lie. 5-star review after 5-star review. We make it fast, we make it easy, and it's no cost or obligation. Give us a shot to earn your business. I'm telling you, you'll be glad you did, especially if you like keeping more of your own money. You don't need perfect credit or money out of your pocket, so what are you waiting for? Hurry to savewithconrad.com.
You're fired.
Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? How are you?
Well, I've heard that a few times.
Well, here we are. It's the bonus show we never thought we would do. Here's the payoff. What really happened? What happened when Bruce got released from the WWE in 2008? So, Bruce, there's lots of rumor and innuendo out there. Normally, I try to do some prep for the topic. I didn't do any of that this week. I thought we would just pop a couple of tops here, shoot the shit. So, Bruce, what happened when you got fired, buddy?
Well, you got to go back, though. In order to get to 2008, you have to start in 1987, then you have to fast forward to 1991. When I got fired the first time, the very first time that I got fired by Vince McMahon, and he actually had me fire myself, for lack of a better term. In the middle of the meeting, I came back from vacation, and he asked me to come into the office while I was still technically on vacation, that he wanted to talk to me. I showed up in pink shorts, flip-flops, and a pink striped workout shirt. And we sat down, and Vince said, "Pal, in the immortal words of the big cat Ernie Ladd," and I finished the sentence. I said, "The man's a genius. He fired my ass." And he said, "Yep, pal, we're going to let you go." And that was it. And I look back on that time, and this is not, probably what people want to hear, because, they want the juicy details of gossip and bullshit. And rarely, I think, do people come forward and say, "You know what? I fucked up. I was a kid. I was 28 years old at that time. I thought I had the world by the balls. I could do no wrong. And there was no way they could fire me because I was invincible. They needed me. They had to have me. The entire company would collapse without me. I made myself very difficult to deal with, and I was hard to work with. I didn't want to work with the people that he put over me. He brought in an executive producer and had me answer to him. And I essentially said, "Fuck you." And I didn't want to do it because I was a spoiled brat. And I lost my job and lost my dream because of it. So that was the first time. And he brought me back in 1992. The deal when he brought me back was simply that I would work with him and Pat, and I didn't have to deal with anybody else. Because I didn't play well with others, I guess you could say, at times. But that lasted for a long time. So 92 to 2008 was a pretty good run. I thought, anyway.
So how does the hiring of you... Let's go. We get this question fucking all the time. When were you fired the first time? When did you come back? Because we get questions about, when are you going to talk about this? When are you going to talk about that? Well, if we just tell people very plainly here where the gap was, maybe we'll stop getting those questions.
I was fired in May of 1991, and I was rehired in August of 1992.
After SummerSlam 92. You were not at SummerSlam 92.
Correct. Well, you know what? Labor Day weekend of 1992. So with the very first TV back from SummerSlam in 1992 was my first date back in Hershey Coliseum in Hershey, Pennsylvania. So that's the gap from May 1991 to September 1992. I was gone. Hiatus, as Vince used to say. I always used to joke. I said, "Oh, no, that was during the time I was fired." "God damn it, pal, you were just on hiatus." So I had about a year and 2 month hiatus from the company.
And what did you do during that year and 2 months?
I didn't do much of anything for a long time. I moved back to Texas, and I did smoked a lot of pot, drank a lot of beer, and went to Heartbreakers Gentlemen's Club in Dickinson, Texas, damn near every night. So I had a good time. I damn near killed myself on a boat, hit the jetties doing about 45 miles an hour on a boat, came to an abrupt halt, about chopped my head off, got life flighted out of the Galveston Bay, went to Hong Kong for a month, and then I was going to go back to work for WCW, when Vince called. I said, "What are you doing, pal? Want to come back?" And I wanted to come back, and I wanted to right my wrong. So I came back that September 1992.
So I don't think that a lot of people know that whole story. Kind of share that story with everybody about your conversations with WCW, how you almost went to WCW and then ultimately wound up coming back home.
Well, I really wanted to go back to the WWF. That's what I knew. That's where I'd left. And that was my dream. I just wanted to go back there. I had an idea. We told this before about coming back as Bobby Heenan Jr., bleaching my hair and coming back as Bobby Heenan's son. That fell through. And when I thought...
Now, let's talk about that in detail for a minute. Why did it fall through?
Yeah, Vince said to me one day, he went from loving the idea to, "God damn, that's just a shitty idea." that's why it fell through. I mean, he just turned sour on it. And I don't know if he just turned sour on me or if he turned sour on the idea. I never really got a full explanation other than one day it was great, bleach your hair, we got a start date, we're bringing you in, to, God damn, that's really a shitty idea.
Huh.
So I figured I wasn't going to go back to the WWF. I made a few calls to folks I knew in WCW, mainly Jim Ross, Dusty Rhodes, and got to talking. Dusty had an idea, wanted to bring me in as a manager and a spokesperson for, believe it or not, of all people, this guy named Stunning Steve Austin. Baby, I got an idea. You come on in, Stunning Steve, the kid from Texas. I want you to come in and be his mouthpiece. I think we can do something with him, but he needs a mouthpiece. Yeah, that's funny when you think about it now. But the original idea was for me to come in and to be a mouthpiece for the Barbarian and to go to Halloween Havoc with the Barbarian versus Sting, with me managing the Barbarian at Halloween Havoc that year. It ended up, when I didn't come in, that they used Cactus Jack in that role.
So that falls through, and why does that fall through exactly? After Vince finds out about it, he brings you back? Or is that the motivation and the catalyst to get you back, is him hearing that you're about to do something there?
No, Vince didn't know that I was going to do something there. Vince had made the offer. Well, he didn't make an offer. Vince calls me at home, asked me what I was doing, and then told me to call him after SummerSlam in England. He says, give me a call, let's talk, but I'm going overseas. I'm going to be gone for about 4 days, but I'd like to talk to you when I get back. And we hang up the phone. And I'm sitting there thinking about it. I didn't tell him I was going to WCW. I didn't say any of that. I hung up the phone, and I got to thinking about it. And I said, this is crazy. If he's offering me a job, I want to go back there. But he didn't offer me a job. So I dialed the house because it sounded like I was on the speakerphone out by the pool. And he picked up the phone. And I said, hey, I got to know something. Did you just offer me a job? Well, pal, I want to talk to you when we get back. I don't have time to discuss it right now. So, well, here's the thing. I start for WCW at whatever Clash of Champions or whatever special that they had. And I need to know. I need to know if I've got another offer here. So he started talking to me. He says, well, I might have something. I'd like for you to do this. I'd like for you to do that. If I brought you back, here's what I see for you. I see you just working with me and Pat, helping out with writing TV and the booking, and you wouldn't have to deal with the folks at the studio. You wouldn't have to deal with office people, but you would deal with talent. I'd use you to produce, and I'd use you to write TV, and I think those are your strong points, but you wouldn't have anybody working for you, and you wouldn't be over at the studio. Well, that was intriguing to me.
Why was the emphasis on you won't be at the studio? You won't be at the studio. You won't be at the studio. There was clearly an issue at the fucking studio.
Yeah, because the executive producer, the reason I got fired the first time, the guy I couldn't work with was still there, John Filippelli.
Why couldn't you just kiss ass to John Filippelli?
Well, I didn't know it at the time, but Filippelli was on his way out.
Oh, I see.
I didn't know that at the time, but it was also Vince's way of insulating me and protecting me. So people that I had heat with everybody at the studio, allegedly too. Everybody hated me there.
Because you were a dick.
Yeah, I was a dick.
Okay.
And so he was going to insulate that and protect me from myself, if you will.
Right.
So the idea was come in, just work with him and Pat, who accepted the fact that I was a dick. So the idea was to keep me away from all of the bullshit and the drama and whatnot, and use me for what I was good at, and that was creative, and that was writing television and producing talent.
So how does the conversation end when you said, I got to know if I've got a job, and he keeps pushing you off? I'll talk to you when I get back. How do you end it? I
told him that I had to give WCW a decision, and if all that I had promised was a discussion, then I was going to go with WCW. But if I had a real job and a real offer, then I needed to know that so that I could make an informed decision on my part. And he actually kind of got pissed that I put him on the spot, and finally ended up saying, yes, you've got a job. I want you to come back, and you've got a job. You don't belong in WCW, pal. You'll get lost there. What do you want to be a talent for? Your strengths are behind the camera, and blah, 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 blah. Pumping up my ego. I called Dusty, left messages for him. This was before cell phones. Called him at the office. I called him at home. I left messages with his wife, left messages on his answering machine, left messages with his assistant. I called Jim Ross. I called Bill Watts, who was in charge there. No one would return my calls. So I had put Vince on the spot, but I didn't give Vince a yes or no answer. I told him I had to talk to WCW out of respect, because they had offered me a job, a real job, before Vince did, when he had told me no before. The Bobby Heenan idea was a shitty idea. And I kept trying. And I got no call back. Nobody. And I left, I bet you I left at least 5-6 messages for each guy.
And nobody would return.
Nobody would return my call. Now, in my head, I'm thinking to myself, well, here's Dusty telling me how important I am.
Right.
That he's got all this shit written around me and all these big ideas, grandiose ideas and whatnot, that I'm going to be in a main event spot and I'm coming in and I'm going to be the mouthpiece for all these guys that are going to work with Sting as champion and what have you.
And you can't even get a call back.
And I can't even get a call back. So I did the only thing I knew to do. And I wrote a letter, stuck it in a Federal Express envelope so that it would be there the next morning by 10 o'clock. And I put Vince off. And I said, Vince, I've got to give him the courtesy of a phone call. Because he called me later saying, okay, what's your decision? Did you talk to him? What are you going to do? I said, I haven't talked to him yet. They haven't got back to me, and I made excuses. I said, but I said, please at least give them the respect. I'd give you the same respect. And, of course, he threw back in my face, well, I would have called you back, pal.
Sure.
So I send the FedEx, and nothing. And Vince calls me about 11 o'clock in the morning and says, well, Bruce, I'm leaving. I need to know. It's okay. I guess I'm coming back. So, all right, I'll talk to you. Was going to have his assistant call me and get my travel for TV, and he said, I'll see you in Hershey TV when I get back. Okay, great. So come about, I don't know, maybe 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon that day, I finally get a call from Jim Ross. And JR is a little perturbed. The goddamn Cowboy's pissed off. Dusty's pissed off. Well, what the fuck's this letter? I said, well, shit, Jim. I've been talking to Dusty, and he's telling me about all these plans. I said, I got another offer, and I wanted to discuss it. I wanted to discuss it with you guys to see the whole scope of the plans, what the money was, what kind of long-term deal that we were going to work out, because everything was vague with Dusty. All I had from Dusty was a starting date, and you're going to manage the Barbarian at Halloween Havoc, and we're going to put you with Steve Austin. That's all I had. It was better than nothing, but now I had something to weigh it against. And I said I wanted to give everybody the benefit of the doubt and weigh it. He said, well, goddamn, kid, you know Dusty and Bill likes you, and we're going to had all these big plans, but now the Cowboy's pissed. So, well, I got more for you to be pissed off about. I'm going to work for WWF. I'm going back there. Well, goddamn, and he was pissed off. The Cowboy was pissed off, and then the Cowboy called and told me about all the great plans that they had for me. And my feeling was just simply that if they had...
They would have called you back.
They would have called me back, and they didn't.
Yeah, they thought you were, well, fuck him. He don't have any options. We'll call him back when we get around to it.
Right.
And so yeah.
Just stuck in my craw, and then here was Vince offering me a job, and did make a commitment and did give me the idea of exactly what he expected out of me and the long-term plans of what he saw. So I went with my heart, and I went back.
So you come back, the TV after SummerSlam 92. Do I have that right?
That is correct.
Along the way, there's rumor and innuendo that, as our mutual friend, Nature Boy likes to say, you had a couple of stints in the joint, and he don't mean jail. When did that happen, if it ever happened? Because that's out there like that's just fact.
That I went to rehab?
Yeah.
I've never been to rehab in my life.
Why is that such a common thing when people talk about your name? They say, oh, he went to rehab for this and he had a problem with that and blah, blah, blah.
I like to party. I did my fair share of drugs in the day. I did my fair share of drinking. If there was a party to be had, I was usually there.
But
however, go ahead.
Inpatient, outpatient, none of that, all rumor and innuendo.
100% rumor and innuendo. I have never been to an inpatient rehab facility. I've never been to an outpatient rehab facility in any way, shape, or form. I've never been treated for drug addiction in any way, shape, or form.
So there you go, kids. How about that?
But because I partied, and if you went away, then that had to be the reason that, oh, well, he's going away, taking a vacation.
In fairness, that is pretty common that's the situation with everyone else.
Yeah, sure, definitely.
So were there stints besides that one hiatus where Vince said, go home for a little while, pal?
There were stints later on in, let me think here, Kids 1999, and then in 2001, the summer of 2001, my wife was diagnosed with mixed follicular lymphoma and was given a few years to live. And she's still with us today. But there was a lot of heavy shit going on in my life. And we were told by doctors in the Northeast to get our affairs in order. That, she had maybe 4 years to live. I refused to accept that. And with Vince's blessing, I traveled around the country talking to doctors and hospitals around the country, the best in the world, and finally ended up meeting Dr. Fred Hagemeister here in Houston, who told me that he couldn't cure it, couldn't remove it, but he could sure as hell stop it and slow it down, and she would live a normal life. So we relocated to Houston with Vince's blessing on September 11th of 2001 when we were being attacked at the World Trade Center in the Pentagon. I was at MD Anderson in Houston meeting with doctors. Came back, met with Vince, and as I'm telling him all of this, I made a comment, just incoherently kind of made a comment like, God damn, I don't know what to do. And I think if he could have hit me, he probably would have. They're like, God damn, pal, what do you mean you don't know what to do? You fucking put your house up for sale, you pack your family up, and you move to Houston and take care of your family. All I need is your head. You got a computer, you got a phone, that's all I need. So Vince endorsed, me moving back to Houston. I moved to Houston, got everything situated. I took time away from the business with his blessing to move everybody, get everyone settled. My wife was going through chemo and some heavy treatments at the time. So I was a stay-at-home dad for a couple months until I could get help established in my house, and we had to hire an au pair from, I forget where Czechoslovakia, from the Czech Republic, to come in and live in my home to take care of my wife and kids while I went back on the road.
Let's run through that. You can't hide money if you know what an au pair is and you had one.
Well, an au pair is a lot more affordable than a nanny, pal. But yeah, we had no pair. So that was one stint but again, I didn't want to share what was going on in my life.
You kept all that close to the vest. And, you know, early episodes of this show, we would always kind of just talk around this, and we would never just say it because you just didn't want it out there. And some of that, whenever you're kind of coy with what's really going on, people just assume that you're trying to save face and skirt, you know, saying, oh, well, I had a pill problem, or I was a cocaine addict, or blah, blah, blah. They don't just automatically assume, oh, dude's got a situation with his wife.
Right. And I didn't want to deal with everybody coming up to me and go, hey, sorry about your wife.
Right.
I didn't want to hear that. I dealt with it every fucking day.
Yeah. So why not come to work and not have to hear about it?
Exactly. Frankly, I would have rather had people think that I was a pillhead and a fuck up and in rehab than everybody coming up to me and telling me they were sorry about it.
Yeah.
So that was my choice. That's how I chose to handle it. And I look back on it, I don't regret it. As the years went on, there were a few more times that I don't want to say take a turn for the worse, because she's absolutely healthy and cancer-free right now.
There were more challenges.
There were more challenges, and I would go away. And I didn't offer any explanation. I don't feel that I owed anybody any explanation. I'd done my time, and I was still doing my time, and I still did my job. I did it from Houston. I did it long distance, and I wasn't as accessible, and I wasn't as forthcoming with people. I didn't share my life with everybody, as I said, because I didn't feel I had to, and I didn't want to. I dealt with a lot of it internally, and for me to do what I'm doing right now,
it was a big deal.
Huge fucking deal. And there's absolutely no way that 16 years ago that you would have ever gotten any of this shit out of me. So it was the way that I dealt with things, and that's how I chose to deal with them. Hindsight being 2020, I look back, I don't know that I would have done anything different.
So let's fast forward now to 2008. Is that where we need to be, or does it kind of start in 2005, 6, 7?
I would have to say that it probably started really, again, going back maybe even 2000, because that was when I left talent relations and went back to creative and went back on the writing team. And Vince was making the transition to putting Stephanie in charge of creative and putting Stephanie in charge of the writing team. And Vince really wanted me to try and help Steph, teach her the ins and outs of writing television, to teach her the nuances of producing talent, and bring her up to speed. Again, I had done a lot of the same with Shane through the years, and this was my opportunity to do it with Steph. So I was brought on to the writing team, kind of to help out there. I was brought on as another writer for the team, but also as an advisor for Steph. And Vince had asked me to please just kind of help her and guide her. And I think that she used me, she used Michael Hayes for advice and just kind of help her along the way in guiding the writing team and helping her in her new position. So as time went on, I was the old horse. You know, I had been there since 1987 next to Vince. And for the years leading up to that, many years it was just me, Pat, and Vince. And Stephanie was that kid that used to go get us Tylenol and go to the Little Red Store and bring us lunch when we would sit out by the pool hungover from the night before. Now she's grown up, graduated from college with a degree, and she's
your boss.
She's my boss and an important cog in the wheel. So that was, for me, people would always ask me, hey, how is that? How's the transition? It wasn't that difficult. It really wasn't, until much later when the lines kind of got blurred. And what I mean by the lines kind of getting blurred, when Stephanie went away and had her first child, there was a time that either Vince or Stephanie had to approve everything that we did, whether it be pre-tapes in the back, or if you wrote something, or if you produced something, they would approve it. As time went on and Stephanie went and had her first child, that became Bruce. And Bruce was the guy that would approve things. And Bruce is the guy that would look at it. I hated approving scripts because that's just not my bag. But for pre-tapes and interviews and working with talent, that was my forte. And guys would come to me to get it approved, and Vince kind of gave me carte blanche. When Stephanie came back after her first child, she took over those duties again. And then when she had her second child, she went away once again. It was Bruce. So the writers, the producers, the talent, I think everyone got comfortable with Bruce because I wasn't a McMahon. I didn't have the same boisterous, God damn, let's do it again. Or let's do it again. Let's do it again. How about one more time? I didn't do that. I like to, kind of like Clint Eastwood. Here I am comparing myself to Clint Eastwood. You ready for this?
Yep.
I like to get a natural read from guys. I like to get their natural feel. And I felt if talent had to do things more than once or twice, that you lost the feeling of it. So it was just a basic philosophical difference. When Steph came back from her second child, I think people had a comfort with me there. And I think Vince had a comfort with me there. But that was Stephanie's role. And instead of people going to Steph for approval and people going to Steph to have things done, they came to me because that's what they had done for the last 3 months, including her father. So when she came back and people were kind of bypassing her, that became an issue. And I was asked by Steph to not approve things and to bring everything to her. And that resulted in a bottleneck. It kind of resulted in one of the situations where we were given a mandate to get pre-tapes done by 5:30 in the afternoon. Well, if you got to get pre-tapes done by 5:30 in the afternoon, you have to get talent ready, you have to get your crews ready, get everything shot and approved by 5:30. But if the people that are doing the approving are not available until after 5:30, then it's impossible to get it done before 5:30. You follow me?
Yep.
So Steph was on the road, and she had both of her children with her, and she was a mom, man. And she was on her bus. A lot of times she wouldn't be available till after 5:30. I would catch the wrath for things not getting done before 5:30, but if I approved anything before 5:30, I would catch the wrath for not bringing it to the person that was supposed to approve it. So it was just a tough place to be. It was a tough. I was between a rock and a hard place because it wasn't just the other writers and other producers. It was also her dad. And Vince would lean on me and ask me questions and ask for input from me that I would give him because that's what I had done for 22 plus years. But there was a feeling that by giving my input directly to Vince that I was going over her head. So it just was an awkward situation. And I don't know that I did anything to try and help and improve that. And all of this, I do want to make clear, and it's just because I believe at the end of the day, all of your decisions and shit that happens to you in life, you can go look yourself in the mirror and see the person to blame usually. So could I have made the situation better? Yes, I could have. but I didn't. And I fell into a trap, man. I fell into a trap where it put Stephanie in a bad position, put me in a bad position, to where, guess what? One of us had to go because we were both doing the same thing. I was unhappy. I was miserable on the road. I was miserable on these marathon phone calls. I let it be known that I was miserable. I had started a business with John Layfield that I thought was going to be the answer to my prayers, or that I could get out of the wrestling business and be a millionaire and live a happy life. So I didn't give a fuck anymore. So I have to say that I just kind of stopped trying. And I didn't work at the relationship. I didn't work at it. And just found I got fired.
Did you ever have a specific pre-firing? Did you have a conversation with Vince about the Stephanie relationship?
I asked Vince for help in Orlando at the pay-per-view in Orlando that year. We sat.
That's WrestleMania 24, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We sat in his office at the hotel, and I told him that I felt there was a big communication issue there with Steph. I didn't. Here, tell me if this doesn't just sound childish as shit. It's like, again, you look back, and I take the blame. And I said, you know what? I just don't think Steph likes me very much. So that was my excuse. But I sat down with him and I said, man, I'm having a hard time communicating with her, and I don't know what to do. I need some help. I wanted to get out of the television writing. I wanted to do stuff with WWE studios and the movies. I wanted to learn how to make movies. I wanted to produce a movie. I wanted to direct a movie. I just wanted to do anything where I could grow and do something else and kind of get away from the wrestling business for a little while. Vince said he felt me, he understood, and that he would try and help me. Asked me to come up with a business plan to do something else that I came up with. I sent him a plan to make the switch over to the WWF studios and try my hand there. I wanted to learn the movie business, and I felt that I could be of value working with talent on that side, but also learning how to work with talent in movies and watching a movie director direct talent and bring that back to the wrestling side, if that makes any sense to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to be the wrestling guy to go learn the movie business to bring some of those techniques back to the television and wrestling business. And nothing really developed because during that summer, during that time, that was when Steph was gone during her maternity leave with her second child. I think maybe Vince thought, and this is just me speculating, that with Steph away on maternity, that things would just work themselves out. She comes back, everything will be fine, and there's no need to make a move. There's no need to make a change. It'll all work itself out and be fine. But I dare say that it was probably worse when she got back because people had gotten more embedded and just a little more used to
talking to you.
Yeah.
Was there a specific situation that you can think back to where that had happened? So, there's a directive from someone, and rather than go to Stephanie, they come to you, and that being kind of the straw that broke the camel's back, at least in your mind?
I can remember a couple of specific instances where Vince point blank asked me a question, and I point blank gave him an answer that got back to Stephanie, and she said, well, who told you that? And he said, Bruce. when she came to me and said, well, why did you tell Vince this? I said, because he asked me. And the response was that I should have gone to her and had her deal with Vince. That's just not realistic when you're dealing with Vince McMahon in a live environment and you're under the gun. So I said, what am I supposed to do when he asked me a question? She says, just tell him that you've got to run it by me and that I need to answer that for him and come and get me. So in the middle of a live show, Vince asked me something, and I said just that. I said, Vince, I need to get Seth. And that didn't go over real well with Vince.
What did he say?
So, fuck that, to quote him. And I answered his question, but I also got Steph, and I informed her what happened. Well, it double backfired because then Vince chewed her out, and then chewed me out, and then I get chewed out by both of them at the same time. And I don't know if I could have handled it in a different way. I was just put in some really shitty situations. I think that because of my relationship with Vince over the years, that I would speak to him in a way, I'm going to phrase this right, that I could get away with, that other people couldn't speak to him like.
Yeah.
I could say, fuck that. Anybody else to say that would be very disrespectful.
Right.
However, I do feel that Steph looked at that I was disrespecting not only her father, but the chairman of the company.
And it's important to mention in all of this, you're doing that as someone who's worked with him for more than 20 years.
Correct.
And when we say work with, we mean once upon a time, there wasn't a Titan Towers, and there wasn't a shareholder meeting, and there wasn't 12 pay-per-views a year, and this wasn't $1 billion company, and there weren't 2 writing staffs. It was 3 dudes sitting around a pool in Connecticut. Hey, what about this?
Exactly. So I had that relationship with Vince. I don't think Vince ever took it as disrespectful. But I also, again, hey, devil's advocate, hindsight being 20/20, being able to step back and look at it. I can see where Stephanie was right saying, hey, when you say that in front of other people, they don't know your relationship with Vince of 22 plus years.
That's a fair criticism.
So when they hear you say it, then that makes right.
Yeah, they feel justified in saying it.
Right. So she's right in that regard. I just was set in my ways, an old-timer, crotchety old man that was set in my ways, and here's this young whippersnapper coming in, and she thinks she knows everything because she's the boss's daughter. And I never really viewed her that way. I viewed her as Steph. I viewed her as very bright. We had differences of opinion all the time. The fact that I had differences of opinion with Vince, to me, worked. To Vince, it worked because I didn't share his ideas. I didn't share his point of view on a lot of things. So we argued about a lot and could work things out. With Steph, if you disagreed with her, I think sometimes she took it as being insubordinate and trying to, I don't know.
Well, let's run through that because I know a lot of people are going to say that, oh, we're kissing ass or whatever. But also, too, she's kind of in a lose-lose situation, too. I've never been in this situation. I do work with my parents, but I started my company. So in a weird way, my parents work for me, which is an interesting dynamic. But I can imagine in a situation like this, everybody feels like they can just bypass her and that whatever she's thinking about or whatever is important to her, doesn't matter because in the end, we can just go over you. You're only here because of your daddy. And so she needs to exert some control every now and again, I'm sure. And she needs to be cognizant of how things look. And so that matters. How things look matter more maybe to her than they do to Vince, who is without question. He is the unquestioned rather, alpha and omega of the company. And what he says goes, and there's no negotiation in that, and there's no worry about how things look or are perceived. But in her case, she's got to be more mindful of that.
Very true. And that's fair, because people look at her as,
she's only here because of this or that, and we don't have to really, and you better watch out for her, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sure she had to deal with some of that, but where people were just dismissive of her talents and just assume that she can contribute nothing simply because her last name was McMahon. So instead of her being smarter and better at this because her last name is McMahon, on some level, she's viewed as being more inept and inadequate because she's only here because she's a McMahon. Not saying that she is. I'm just saying that's certainly a line of thinking.
and the flip side of that too, Shane and I used to look at each other sometimes after some of the ass chewings we used to get. And he would just laugh because we would get the ass chewing 10 times what anybody else would, because
he knew you.
Yeah, he knew me. Shane was his kid. Stephanie was his kid. So those ass chewings were 1,000 times worse than anybody else's.
Right.
Because of that comfort level with us. So yeah, and I was on that same plane, so I felt for the kids. I felt for both Shane and Stephanie in that regard. It sucked. So it was a no-win, kind of rock and hard place, and I understood the decision, man. I wasn't the most cooperative, and hindsight being 2020 on dealing with Vince, I don't know how I could have done that differently. I really and truly don't, and I've tried. But maybe I could have dealt with Steph differently, and I think I could have dealt with her a little bit differently and been able to massage that situation better.
So here's where it's not cutting time. There's rumor and innuendo out there, and I heard this for the first time 2 years ago. But people who are listening, not all of them, many of them have heard this. There's rumor and innuendo that the real reason you're not there is you pulled a gun on some writers. And I don't know how that got out there. And I don't know exactly the context of which this is reported and span. It wasn't in any major news releases. The news websites said that they felt like you weren't necessary because Stephanie had kind of stepped into your role. But then there's this groundswell of, well, Bruce pulled a gun on that guy. And some of that comes from a Nova shoot interview with RF Video. Set the record straight. You pull a gun on some dudes?
Yeah, Bruce had a gun. It was Hurricane Ike. We left our home in League City, Texas, and I had a gun in the house, and we were told to evacuate, so I took the gun with me. Went up to Athens, Texas, to John Layfield's house with my family. But I had to get to TV, which was in Nashville. I didn't want to leave my wife and kids with a gun in Layfield's house, and I was driving, so I took the gun with me. While there, I was going to fly back. I was told, well, turn in your rental car. I had planned on driving back to Athens, pick up my family, and then go home. But while there, I was told, hey, you got a rental car. Just turn the rental car in. We'll fly you home. So I got Bruno Lauer. We were in Nashville, and I got Bruno to get me he had a gun box with a lock on it. And I asked the head of security, I said, hey, I've got a gun. I got to get it back on a plane. What do I do? And he says, well, here's what you do. You got to get a box. It's got to be locked. You got to have a key, and then you've got to check it. You've got to claim it at baggage, but you have to check it, and you have to fill out all this paperwork. So Bruno knew I had a gun. Security guy knew I had a gun. In addition to that, the last night of the TV.
Did you say the security guy's name?
It was Jim Kelly.
Okay.
Great guy. Real nice guy.
Super nice guy. I've had the pleasure of meeting him a few times. Really, really cool guy. Former NFL background. Couldn't be a nicer guy.
Yeah, he's cool as shit. So I went, and some guys asked me to go out that night, and I told them that I had to put my gun up in the safe. People knew I had the gun, and stories kind of go from there. So the story gets back that Bruce pulled the gun, and that was one thing Stephanie asked me. I told her the story, and we talked about other things, and we disagreed, and she says, well, I'm going to ask you to leave, and if you don't like that, I mean, basically you can leave now. We were in Boston.
Whoa, you're skipping around.
Well, we talked about a lot of things. We talked about the issue with the stuff with Vince that I just went over, and then she said, then there's this gun issue.
She calls a meeting.
She calls a meeting in Boston before the Survivor Series.
So this is November of 2008.
Yes.
And when she calls a meeting, this is during the show, right before the show, right after the show?
No, she asked me to come in early.
Okay.
Early before the show. So I came in before anybody got there. And then she asked me about the gun. She asked me if I'd pulled a gun on someone. I said no. And she said, we went on, and I'm going to ask you to leave. And I said, okay. I got up and left. And it was that cut and dry. From there, and I'm thinking about this, and I just thought, God damn, man, this is fucking crazy. And I told her the whole story. I told her the Ike story and going, and she said, I can't believe you brought a gun to work. I said, okay, I did. Sorry, fucked up. But a week later was the next time we talked. She asked me not to speak to anybody.
Hang on, let me ask this though. She says, you brought a gun to work, so you're fired.
No, she didn't say I was fired.
Okay, but
no, she didn't.
Did she accuse you of pulling the gun on someone?
She asked me if I did.
And you said no?
Yes.
And did she say other people said you did?
No, she said she would look into it.
Okay.
She said that she asked me to leave. So I left, and she asked me not to speak to anybody, and asked everyone not to speak to me.
Who else was in the room when this happens?
No one. Just me and Steph.
Who's outside? Somebody. It's not just you two guys off in the corner. There's somebody nearby.
No, it's me and Stephanie in the room by ourselves, and Hunter was outside.
Okay. Where's Vince?
He wasn't there.
Did you see Vince at all that day?
Nope.
When had you most recently talked to Vince before this meeting?
Probably the week before.
Had you been on vacation for the 2 weeks leading up to this?
Yes, as a matter of fact, I think I had.
The only reason I know that is because it comes out on WrestlingInc.com. As reported earlier, WWE released Bruce Prichard on Monday. He had been with the company for 22 years, with the exception of a brief time period. His firing was a Stephanie McMahon call. As noted last night, Prichard was not at TV the past 2 weeks, and people were told he was on vacation. Stephanie had been negative on Prichard in recent years, as she saw him as Vince McMahon's biggest yes man. She's buried him in the past, sometimes in front of others at creative meetings, believing he was not paying attention and or giving non-committal answers. She made the official call to cut him loose. With Prichard being a senior member in WWE, he had a large contract that Stephanie could justify cutting, although he often complained about taking a pay cut when he moved from head of talent relations to creative. In the past, he was an important member of the creative team, but not so much in recent months. He had largely lost contact with Vince. He was supposed to attend meetings at WWE's headquarters in Stamford, Connecticut 2 weeks every month, but more recently it was more like 2 days every 8 to 10 weeks. The creative team was not giving a reason regarding his dismissal from the company. Bruce Prichard is the brother of Tom Prichard, who currently works with WWE's developmental talents in Tampa, Florida. Bruce Prichard has had numerous drug problems in the past, which caused him to miss job promotions in the company as a result. He was supposed to land the head of television role.
Wow.
Producer Kevin Dunn ended up taking. Since 2004, WWE required Prichard to take urine tests once per week. Regarding his future, it wouldn't be surprising to see Prichard wind up in TNA. He is close to TNA wrestler Jeff Jarrett, since both of their wives have battled cancer. Prichrd was quite upset when Jarrett's wife Jill passed away last year as a result of the disease, to the point that some people were worried about him. Prichrd was a major supporter of Undertaker and John Bradshaw Layfield. In fact, Prichrd is listed as one of the VPs of JBL's company. So let's poke that up right fast. Were you taking drug tests once a week?
No, but I did take random drug tests. Yeah.
What prompted that?
The rumor and innuendo that I took a lot of drugs.
Did anybody?
No, and just to be clear on that, that was actually a suggestion of mine. I said, okay, hang on, guys. If you're going to accuse me of doing drugs and having a drug issue, test me. Fucking test me.
So is somebody ratting you out? Is somebody saying they saw you passed out at a hotel, or you're, asleep at the wheel, or you're
hey man, I had my fair share of partying. I had my fair share of times where I was fucked up, but I wasn't fucked up when I was at work. And again, rumor and innuendo. So when they go, Bruce, you partying too much. Hey, if you think I'm partying too much, if you think I'm doing drugs, test me. And show me one test ever that I've ever failed, because you can't. I never have, ever. I've never been to rehab for drugs, alcohol, anything else, and I've never failed a drug test, ever.
And you've never been arrested for drugs?
Never been arrested for drugs.
Brother Love liked to smoke weed and drink. True?
Oh yeah, Bruce loved to smoke dope and fuck yeah.
Anything else? Did you do too many somas once upon a time, like so many other wrestlers we've heard in the past?
I used to take somas too. Yeah, used to take somas. Used to take painkillers. Used to take Valium. But I like to come down because I'm always up here all the time, so I like to take something to relax.
But in your perspective, you never had an issue with any of those prescriptions.
Anybody who takes recreational drugs will tell you, no, they never had a problem with any of that. In my mind, no, I never did. And no, I never went to rehab. And no, again, I never failed a drug test either.
Did you feel like you were ever...
And they were all observed too.
Who would look at that willy for you?
Oh, they would have someone come into the room with you.
Who was the hog? Who's the hog watcher?
You had to go. You had to go in, and they had like someone from the drug testing thing.
Okay.
You had to drop your pants to your knees, and then pee. Pull your shirt up. I kid you not, man. You had to pull your shirt up to your chest, drop your pants, and pee.
It says in here that you were supposed to go 2 weeks every month to Stanford, but you kind of slacked on that. Is that a fair criticism?
Well, especially no, that's not a fair criticism. The funny part about that, and especially at this time, like you talk about my 2 weeks before I came back there, I would save up my vacation time, and I would save up my vacation time to take it around the holidays so that I could kind of skip when we would do those long TVs, and we would do 3 and 4 TVs in a row. I would time my vacation so that I would miss the multiple days on the road. So during that vacation time, it would be, you don't need to come in during that. Come into the office. So I would lose that extra week in the office where I would be, instead of 2 weeks, I would only do 1 week in November, and then I would do 1 week in December. That's all. And that was the only time of the year. And Vince, I remember, caught on to it and said, God damn, pal, you and this Christmas vacation is getting fucking ridiculous. You ever think about taking vacation during the summer like everybody else? I said, no, because everybody else takes it during the summer. So I want to be home with my family during the holidays.
Let me ask this. As you're kind of talking about shuffling and vacation and stuff like that, people on this very podcast network in the past have said that you were lazy. Was that a perception that comes from your creative vacationing aspect here?
No, it was probably perceived that I was lazy because I was in Houston and they were all in Stanford. So, well, they're all in a room having to work in an office. I'm at home waiting for them to call me.
That's a pretty good gig. What do you make of the assertion here that you could have been in Kevin Dunn's spot, but you were?
That is absolutely hilarious because when I came back in '92, that was when John Filippelli was on his way out, and Kevin Dunn had put together the business plan and proposal to move him into that spot with two other guys. So I was never in consideration to be the executive producer, and that was always Kevin Dunn post John Filippelli. So I don't know where the hell that one comes from.
Nova, in his shoot interview and this report here, both attributed to Stephanie, both have a narrative that you were a Vince McMahon yes man. Is that a fair criticism?
Absolutely not. And I think if you were asked Vince McMahon that question, he would agree with me and tell me that I was probably the furthest thing from a yes man. I disagreed with him more than anybody.
This says in here, she's buried him in the past, sometimes in front of others at creative team meetings for not paying attention and or giving non-committal answers. Do you remember her trying to embarrass you in a meeting like that?
No, I really don't.
So that's just somebody freestyling some bullshit?
Yeah, I think so.
So when you get... Oh, this is worth mentioning. It says that you had kind of fallen out of favor with Vince. Did you go through a period where you and Vince weren't getting along and weren't speaking regular?
In the 90s, yes.
But not here?
No, not at this point, no.
So in 2008, we're in November, Survivor Series in Boston. Triple H is outside the door. When you walk out the door after she said, I'm going to ask you to leave, this is before the pay-per-view starts. Do you speak to Triple H as you exit the room?
I said goodbye, yeah.
Is there any sort of thank you or take care? Or
absolutely no, nothing.
You don't speak to anyone else and you just leave?
I just left, yep. Walked out the door, got a taxi, went to the airport.
I've heard, I don't know this to be true, but I've heard that when somebody leaves there that was kind of on the inside like this, they routinely instruct everyone else, now don't call anybody, don't call him, don't call them. Do you know if they put that edict out there for you, and who broke it?
I was told they put that edict out there for me. And
who called? Now, if you don't feel comfortable outing someone, let's go the other way. Who didn't call? Who obeyed?
Let's go the other way. Kevin Dunn called.
Wow.
Brian Gort called. And a lot of talent called. John Cena reached out. But that's all I feel comfortable mentioning, yeah.
Well, because Kevin Dunn's above reproach. Somebody's going to fuck with Kevin. Well, when Kevin calls, what's that conversation sound like?
Asked me how I was doing and just told me how sorry he was and I was gone. And that was about it. But it was a very cordial, very nice conversation. It was nice to hear from him.
What about Brian?
Brian, again, was just very, very simple, very, very cordial, wished me the best, and said he was sorry. Cena was like, what the fuck? Love you. You need anything, give me a call. Taker, I talked to Taker. Obviously Bradshaw, but and a few other talent. I don't really remember off the top of my head. But I wasn't fired till the next week, and the next week was on a Monday, and I got a phone call, and it was about 5 seconds. Hey, Bruce, this is Stephanie. I'm very sorry to let you know, but we're going to let you go. Here's Danielle with Human Resources. And she started to she started to talk, and I said, "Hey, Danielle, I'm just going to have you talk to my attorney, and I'll let you guys work everything out." And that was the extent of it. It's funny. It was almost like a huge weight coming off your shoulders. I was sad. I was mad. I was angry. I was pissed off, but I was relieved. And looking forward as to this being the rest of my life. So that was a pivotal moment, and I don't know. I was very bitter at first. I didn't watch wrestling for a good solid year, at least, like at all. I went to WrestleMania 25 that year in Houston, but other than that, I didn't watch wrestling at all.
Did you go in the back?
What's that?
Did you go in the back?
No.
So you just bought a ticket and sat in the crowd?
Well, I had tickets with my good friend Rob Taylor, and he insisted that I go because my son really wanted to go. And Rob talked me into it and said, you need to go. You need to be bigger than that. I didn't want to go, but he knew how much that my son really wanted to go, and we went. And I sat in the third row and enjoyed the show. But I didn't go in the back, didn't talk to anybody. I talked to a couple of the referees that walked by, but that was about it. So that's the story, man. That's all there is. Not as interesting as, rumor and innuendo would have you.
What was the official reason you were given?
Frankly, there was no official reason other than I was just terminated, and I let my attorney deal with them. There was never any official reason given other than I was terminated. I had my severance package laid out.
How would you rate your severance package?
I would rate my severance package good and fair. Well, fair in that it was fair, and good in that they took care of me, and I thought they were very generous and very nice about it. But again, I didn't negotiate it. I didn't speak to anybody there after that. Roughly 30 seconds on the phone call. That was about it.
When did Shane McMahon leave the company?
Shane left maybe 6 months later, if even that.
Did y'all have a conversation?
We had a conversation 6 months after Shane left. Whatever that time frame is, 6 months to the day, Shane called me.
And?
Called to say hello, tell me he loved me, and said, well, I'm gone. And that was about it. But we've talked over the years, and I've got a good relationship with Shane. I've talked to Stephanie since then. I've got, everything's fine now. Not going back there anytime soon, but
certainly not. I feel like you're not telling us everything.
Like what?
I feel like there's more to this gun situation. The rumor and innuendo is that you pulled it on riders, and you're not going to say that the official reason that you left is that you pulled the gun on riders, and you didn't tell us a story where you pulled a gun on riders.
No, I told you what happened. Now, you're talking about a story what people say and rumor and innuendo and bullshit. So, that's fine.
So tell us the whole rumor and innuendo.
I'm telling you exactly what happened. I'm telling you exactly the extent of what was said when I was terminated and exactly how that was handled. And that was the end of it.
If you had to try to connect the dots, if we were playing conspiracy theorist, do you believe that Stephanie created a narrative where she wanted to get rid of Bruce Prichard? She wanted your lazy, yes man, undermining ass out of her hair and out of her way. So she tried to craft a narrative that had some element of truth to it which is Bruce had a gun there, and then spin some yarn into he pulled it on some underlings. He can't be in a position of power. And in fact, because it involves a gun, he's a dangerous threat. And the company, which is publicly traded, would be liable. So this is a justifiable reason to just cut bait. But we can feel better about it if we give him a really good severance package. I'm just freestyling.
Well, I believe that narrative exists. But again, I'm not big on narrative and bullshit. So to me, that's what it is bullshit. And at this point in my life, I don't give a fuck. And I don't care whatever anybody else's narrative is, whatever anybody else wants to think or what they want to say, because I've moved on with my life and I just have the attitude of next. So yeah, I'm sure that narrative exists. I'm sure that narrative is out there.
You don't believe that to be the case personally?
I don't care. I really don't care anymore. I don't give a fuck.
Right after it happened, did you believe you had been, quote unquote, set up or framed?
Right after it happened, I was unhappy and didn't like it at all. I'm not even going to get into that shit.
That's a yes.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, I agree. It doesn't matter. You're not there. You hadn't been there for a long time. They're doing great. And it's worth mentioning, you said a minute ago, you've talked to Stephanie since, and y'all are somehow on good terms.
We are.
What did that conversation sound like when you had a subsequent conversation with Stephanie?
Hey, how you doing? How's everything going? It was just normal as shit. Moved on. It was.
What are the circumstances by which that happens? Where are you? When is this?
Oh God, this was probably during a time. I mean, I had conversations with Vince while I worked with TNA. I talked to Vince after my first heart attacks. Talked to Stephanie after that. I was looking for a job after I left TNA, and I talked to Stephanie then. But it was all friendly. It was all fine.
But you got kind of the cold. I mean, you didn't tell me this, but why wouldn't the WWF be interested in bringing you back after you left TNA? Did she give you the cold shoulder?
No, she spoke to me. But you'd have to ask them that question.
Well, what did she say though, Bruce?
We don't have anything for you.
Okay. What was your first conversation with Vince like post firing?
Emotional.
Where'd you did you talk to him in person or on the phone, or how does that happen?
I spoke to him in person in Houston when they had a show in Houston, and I went down and met with Vince, and we had a good talk
at the building.
No, met him at the hotel. But it was, I would have to say it was just very, I don't want to say superficial, but it was, hey, I love you and move on with our life and next. And I just felt, because I hadn't spoken to Vince.
You felt like you needed some closure.
I needed closure, yeah.
And ultimately, I'm freestyling. You haven't said this. Vince is probably in a really shitty position here too, because even if he didn't get whatever your beef was with Stephanie, or maybe it didn't make sense, or he didn't give a shit, he can't undermine his daughter and go against his daughter, right?
No, he can't.
And you kind of shouldered some of that at the beginning of this by saying you could have handled it better, because you probably just, as many people would, assume, well, fuck, I've been here 20-something years. If I haven't proved my worth by now, then fuck it. But on the other hand, well, that doesn't mean you can undermine the daughter, because she ain't going nowhere, right?
Exactly.
So if you had it to do over again, in your opinion, what was the bigger mistake? Taking a gun on the road, or not handling the political climate with Stephanie a little better?
All the above. It's kind of like when I give the speech to guys who may have a problem with alcohol or drugs. Okay. And if you got a guy that has a problem with alcohol, don't go to the bar. Don't be seen in the bar. Don't give them an opportunity to talk about you. Don't put yourself in a situation that allows anybody to say anything. If they have a nugget of truth or a nugget of anything that puts you in a bad situation. I put myself in a bad situation by having a gun. I put myself in a bad situation by the way that I told Vince the directive that I had from Stephanie. And I look at myself, 100% of the blame comes on me. At the end of the day, I put it all on me. Blame absolutely no one but myself. So to that's what it is. What would I do different again? I don't know. Really don't. I probably would have made the reviews and the subscriptions about 15,000 before I did this.
Yeah, that's your biggest mistake for sure. We covered some stuff that I didn't think we would.
It's uncomfortable to talk about, and it's uncomfortable, but at the same time, it's just a weight off your shoulders. So you can just go next, man. Fucking next. Done with it. I don't give a fuck what other people's narratives are. I don't give a fuck what other people think. I'm happy if all that shit hadn't happened. Who knows what else would have happened? Hell, you and I never would have met. We wouldn't have the fucking hottest goddamn podcast in the world right now, would we?
Roll Tide. Hey, listen, I'm all about it. The listeners have greatly benefited from this, as have you and I. And it's worth mentioning, I know that there's going to be a whole bunch of people who try to villainize this. I cannot state this clearly enough. Stephanie McMahon is not this evil bitch that I don't know where this concept comes from, but I've met her many times. She could not be nicer to me or my lady friend or my daughter, and they do so much for charity. And I've seen her with these children from Make-A-Wish, and she's so generous with her time, and it's not a put on. And she said something a few years ago that people who wanted to find a reason to hate her villainized her for, where she said that, brands would win when they would, do good through charity, something like that. That's not, I've seen her do it. It's genuine. She really cares and wants to help people and is to that place in her life. And I've seen the way she interacts with her kids and yada, yada, yada. She's a good person. But there will be things that, Conrad said this and Bruce said that. No, let's not take any away or discount anything here. This was business. Bruce admitted at the top he fucked up. Bruce also admitted he made a bad decision. Bruce is no longer there. It's not her fault that her dad runs wrestling. It's not her fault that she was born on third base. She's worked hard to stay there, damn it. I mean, that's reality.
And you look at it, I put her in a shitty position.
Absolutely.
Her in a shitty position. So there's nobody else to blame but me. And again, I love her. I love Vince. Next, like I said, I don't give a fuck.
It's worth mentioning. Some people are going to ask, you still, I don't know, you don't all the time, but you've spoken to Pat since then. You guys are fine. Y'all are cool.
Yeah.
And you even trade texts occasionally with Vince. You guys are on speaking terms and everything's fine.
Yes.
You get criticized on the Wrestling Observer message board a lot for what they call blowing Hunter, because they feel like you are just deathly afraid to say anything bad about Hunter. Why do you have Hunter? Well, maybe because you haven't ever criticized him on the show. I'm just freestyling, I guess.
I like the guy. I think he's a hell of a talent, and I like him. And I think that people unjustly criticize him.
Yes.
Because I know him, and I know the guy, and I've seen how hard he works, and I've said it before, I'll say it again. If he wasn't married to the boss's daughter, he'd probably still be in the position that he's in today.
Well, even if he wasn't in that exact position, he'd be in the Michael P.S. Hayes position. Hayes is a top executive with the company, and it's because of his knowledge. It's not because
and his work ethic.
Yes, absolutely. It's not because of you know, who he shares a household with. That's just not the case. And Hayes has proven that. If Hayes isn't the example that work ethic and talent overcomes all, then I don't know who is, because, you know, people have been trying to shoot him with arrows for a long time, and he's still there and still very well respected because he's good and he works hard. And I feel the same way about Hunter. I mean, that dude is first one in, last one out. And again, just like Stephanie, could not be nicer or more gracious. But it is what it is, man. It's a family business. And, Bruce, you're out of the fucking family. How does it feel?
Hey, it feels great. I'm in your family now. You can't get rid of me, so fuck you. I'm part of the first family now, so.
There you go. Anything else you want to kind of address or put a bow on here? Because it feels like we're kind of this is like your wrestling confessional right now.
Yeah, you know, it kind of is. It's funny to be painted with the drug brush, and I probably am as much to blame. You know, Roddy Piper and I used to say, because we were painted with the same brush. We hung out, we ran hard, and I spoke to his children after the fact, and they kind of laughed about it. They knew about it and what have you. But once I had kids, I started taking a lot of that into consideration, and I pulled way back. I deserve the reputation. I earned it. Not necessarily proud of it, but I'm not going to run away from it either. Shit happens, okay? I'm still here, able to talk about it. But it's funny, you know, you talk about drug rehab and shit. I had a conversation with my brother Tom not long ago, who actually asked me, says, well, you went to rehab, didn't you? I was like, Jesus Christ, even you? No, Tom, I've never been to rehab. I never got to that point. I never, and knock on wood, thank God I was able to pull myself back. Conrad, you and I have known each other as long as we've known each other. And since May of last year, how much have you seen me drink and party?
I've seen you have one drink since May of last year.
There you go. So I've changed my ways a lot. Okay?
Now, I did see Puff That Chiva a couple times, but
a couple times, like twice, right? See, in the old days, it would have been, you know, half pound, and I'd still be going, got any more? But yeah, that's completely. It's a different world. It's a different time. I'm a different person in a different place. So I don't regret all the shit I did. I had fun doing it. And to the haters, fuck you. Don't care. And to Stephanie, thank you for firing me. And it made me be where I am today and be in control of my life, probably for the first time that I have ever been in complete control of shit. So to that, I say thank you, and I'm happier than I've ever been. When people call me from John Layfield to Eric Bischoff to people that have known me for a long time and say, "Goddamn, Bruce, you're the happiest I've ever fucking seen you."
You're welcome.
Thank you. Exactly. But folks, when I said that, thank you, I'm looking at Conrad and I said, thank you. Because this motherfucker has helped me and helped me get to that place. So, you know, fuck him. I'm happy. Next.
I'm Dick. That's what I do. Hypothetically.
Fuck you.
Who were the writers you pulled the gun on?
Oh, I don't, dude. Seriously, I don't even fucking remember. I don't even remember the fucking names because it was so. I don't even fucking remember.
Who was on the writing staff at that time?
There were so many fucking kids. I didn't know their names. I kid you not.
Is the big guy, was he one of them? Who like jerked off the thing with Sam? Krista Joseph, was he one of them?
DJ was on the team.
What about that movie actor who did some shit with y'all? What was his name?
Freddie Prinze.
Yeah, was he there then?
Right. Freddie was there then. He had a friend of his was on the team. Dude, I couldn't tell you their fucking names. There were new guys every week.
Was Lagana there?
No, I don't think he was. I think he had already left at that time.
You had already pulled the gun on him and ran him out of town.
Yeah, I done ran him off. I like Dave.
If you had
You're a fucking dick.
If you had it to do over again, would you have pulled the gun on Court Bauer? Tell the truth.
Oh, fuck. Shove it right up his ass.
Who else used to fuck with you on this network and say that you were lazy? Was that Greenfield? Or was that just...
No, I think it was just Court.
Just Court personally fucking you?
Yeah, just Court. Just Court personally fucking me. Fuck Court.
Okay. Well, yeah, fuck you, Court.
Hey,
yeah,
fuck you, Court.
It's worth mentioning. We're just kidding.
We're just kidding with Court, okay? We love Court. Me and Court made up. Me and Court are good, man.
Everybody's good.
No hard feelings.
Nobody pulled a gun on Lagana or Krista Joseph or Freddie Prinz.
What the fuck are you talking about? You're the motherfucker stoned. You're over there. Pop another fucking top. Have another drink.
Dude, this was fun for me. I mean, I got to sit here and just watch you pour your guts out, and I didn't have to do any research. I just... told you how lazy you were, and you're a yes man.
Well, you know what, man?
Guns on people.
And again, shit's out there, narrors out there, bullshit's out there. Fuck it, address it, move on. Next, hopefully we can just go to the next fucking thing. To the next time I fuck up and do something stupid, because it's probably not that far away. I'll do something stupid eventually. Fuck.
Well, I mean,
who knows? Who knows what the fuck I could do? I mean, hell could freeze over. You never know.
How much shit are we going to get for doing this show?
I don't know. I don't care. Probably a lot.
Your hate tweets to @Bruce Prichard, and we'll be back this Friday right here on Something to Wrestle With.
I'm fired.
Bruce Prichard. Brother love, I knew you'd come.
Let my family save your family some cash. You don't need perfect credit. You don't need money out of your pocket, but we will save you money. It's not a matter if, it's a matter of how much. SaveWithConrad.com.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With.
Bruce Prichard.
Oh,
I'm sick of you, man.
We should talk about a little housekeeping for 2 topics, and then we'll get into this week's hashtag what happened when. This whole Jesse Ventura thing, man, it just will not die. People are just now getting around to the WrestleMania 7 episode. Thank you for catching up. Thank you for listening. Tell your friends. But a lot of folks have really taken issue with you saying that Ventura suggested burning the flag. And I want to clear this up once and for all again. I feel like we've talked about this many times now. Ventura did not suggest that this was a decision or an angle for WrestleMania 7 or Hulk Hogan or Sergeant Slaughter. He just mentioned it when the law was changed, correct?
Exactly, because prior to the law changing, it was illegal to burn the United States flag in
America. And it became legal to do so, or not illegal. And it was Jesse's idea. Jesse threw out the idea, hey, Vinny, you should have somebody burn the flag, get some heat. It was not, we didn't use that until we got to the Iraq angle where it made sense for an Iraqi sympathizer to do that. But it was Jesse Ventura did make the suggestion originally when the law changed, and we just used it at a much later date.
And how crazy is this? You guys just had an idea, banked it, and then used it later when the time was right.
God forbid.
Sounds really common sense.
Yeah, well.
And if you doubt, and there's been a lot of people saying, oh, well, Bruce just suggested this to put heat on Jesse. There's no heat on Jesse. Google burning the flag and Jesse Ventura. He's been quoted as saying this 100 times. It's not new news because it was on our podcast. But what was new news is your good friend at the Pro Wrestling Torch, Mr. Bruce Mitchell,
oh my God,
texted me just now.
There's nothing good or friend about him with me. That's your buddy. Well, your little bitch boy.
I don't like that term. Let's use the term you named him, the Greensboro Jackoff.
Greensboro bitch boy Jackoff. How's that?
Oh, we're getting a little hot on this one. So let's run through this.
It's a guy who has zero credibility, who's never spent 30 seconds inside the business.
Okay.
And who...
Can I ask a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I guess he's like a big porn connoisseur, and he remembered that Heather Hunter... Well, Heather Hunter was a big deal once upon a time in adult films.
That's, you know what, man? That's an insult to porn connoisseurs, comparing them to that guy.
The only two I know for sure are Howard Finkel and Bruce Mitchell. And I didn't know that about Bruce. I just discovered. Anyway, I digress.
All right, you digress.
Heather Hunter was on Primetime Wrestling. I don't remember that.
No, she was on the Bobby Heenan show.
Okay, my apologies. He probably said that. I'm just doing it from memory now. So what's the deal? How was there an adult film star in the late 80s or the early 90s, whatever it may have been, on a WWF program?
Well, Heather was a star for H&H Video, which was a producer of porn.
And those are the guys that you told us
were part owners in Coliseum Video.
So it was just a cross-publicity deal.
It was a cross-publicity deal. They had someone that they wanted to promote, and we had a new dynamic show on the Bobby Heenan show. And what better place to put her on? And she had a movie that was called Coming on America. It was a spoof, a parody of the Eddie Murphy Arsenio Hall movie, Coming to America. And we put her on the Bobby Heenan show. And your little rumor, innuendo bullshit, the little bitch boy jerk off from Greensboro insinuated couldn't be further off base. And again, it's these people that deal in rumor and innuendo that have no clue what the hell they're talking about.
This isn't as fun as I want it to be. Can we just talk about who in the company romanced Heather Hunter?
No one romanced Heather Hunter.
Did anyone have sex with Heather Hunter?
Conrad.
Oh, so it was you.
Please. Heather was a very sweet young lady. Extremely sweet young lady. I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. I'm not going to dignify that with an answer. And see, your innuendo now. See, people will like that because they talk about how we don't use the word innuendo correctly.
You did there.
That is only used correctly when you're talking about sex and things like that. There's probably your little bitch boy who started
So Brother Love loved up on some Heather Hunter.
Oh, my God. I'm not.
You weren't married. It doesn't matter.
I'm not going to dignify your accusations with an answer.
Is she the only porn star you were with? At that time, that year? I mean, I can be quiet a long time here. All right, let's get into it, Bruce. This is a topic.
Sometimes I hate you.
Well, I understand. The feeling is mutual, and I think people dig it. We're talking about a deep subject. It's TNA. So we've got a lot to talk about, and we're going to try to cram this in. We could probably make this a 2-week show. Instead of a 2-hour show, we're going to do our best to jam it in as much as we can, just like you did with Heather Hunter. First of all, tell us, how did you get hired with TNA? For those of you who are constantly asking, Bruce left the WWE in 2008, did some other stuff, started some businesses, had a run doing some of that stuff, and then when and how did you get hired with TNA when you first went to work with them?
In the fall of 2010, I got a call from Eric Bischoff, and Eric had been at TNA. He and Hulk had gone there. They'd been about a year working with TNA, and Eric called me, asked me what I was doing, and what my relationship was with Vince Russo. and if I had any heat with Russo.
And that stemmed from, believe it or not, once upon a time, you had another podcast.
I did.
And on that podcast, you had been reviewing Raw, and you had been reviewing SmackDown, and you had been reviewing TNA, and maybe you had been a little critical of the TNA product. Is that fair?
I was very critical of the TNA product at the time. It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But also I'd been on Steve Austin's podcast, and I simply, when asked about Vince Russo, I commented that the guy that makes the decisions in the WWF, WWE, is the same guy that's made the decisions since the 80s, and the same guy that made them in the 90s, 2000, same guy making them now, same guy that will make them until he takes his last breath, and that's Vince McMahon.
Right.
And while Vince Russo was there, that he came up with some great ideas and had a hell of a run there, but it wasn't as Vince Russo would like you to believe sometimes that he was the end-all, be-all. It was blessed by Vince McMahon, and there was an editor involved and a filter, and that filter being Vince McMahon. And Russo took exception to that. And we talked about it, asked me if I said it. I said, yeah, sure did. Next. And, we got through it. I like Vince Russo. I always thought I got along with Vince Russo. Vince never really had any heat with me. I guess I did with him. But, we talked, asked me to come in and help them out with TV production backstage at their events when they recorded their TVs, and I was happy to do so. I was looking for something to do.
Okay, so two things I want to ask about. One, what was everybody's role? Because you said Hogan, Bischoff, and then Russo, so I want to delve into that. But first, I want you to elaborate on what you just said when you said I did production and backstage and blah, blah, blah. I want you to be very specific. Talk to us like we're third graders for a minute. Break down exactly what your duties would have been when you say production and backstage and whatnot.
I produce the backstage stuff.
Golly, here we go. So when you produced, you're saying you go find the talent, you go find the cameraman.
I had other people go do that.
You go... Will you help me? Why are you doing this?
What? Okay. Production, they have a run sheet. It's some people call it a script. Back in my day, if somebody asked you if you had a script, it meant you had a handful of pills. Nowadays, people ask you got your script, it's a sheet of paper, a bunch of words on it, telling you what to do and what to say.
And Vince Russo would have written this run sheet.
The scree is zipped, yeah.
And the scree is zipped would be back time to be approximately the length of the show. And it would usually have some dialogue in there and maybe a big spot in the match or roughly the number of minutes in a match, whatever was pertinent to the angle.
And in the backstage stuff that you see that's shot out of the arena, those are, you get talent earlier in the day, you shoot those, and I would tell them what to do, tell the camera how to shoot it and what to do from.
So you'd pick like a location, shoot it from this angle,
sure.
Move your head that way, move your hand this way, whatever.
Yes.
Okay. So you're only doing per shot deals here. Is that?
I was only coming in, and at that time I was just working the television tapings.
So it was like a per diem. Here's what we.
Oh, not a per diem. It was just a per day, like a
contract.
Yeah.
Like one of the boys.
Exactly.
And so they would fly you from Houston to
Orlando or wherever they were doing TV. Yeah.
And most of the time, so are they doing TV on the road at this point?
Well, when I first went in, they did a pay-per-view in Daytona Beach.
Okay.
Or Tallahassee. Daytona Beach.
Yeah, that was actually, I think, the first one that you were there for.
Right.
So that's 10, 10, 10.
Correct.
That's going to be Bound for Glory 2010. Ironically, the theme song for that show is written and performed by Billy Corgan.
Imagine that.
Small world.
And I told you I'd never heard any of his music before.
Yeah, that shocked me. I didn't realize you were so damn old that you didn't know any of his 1979 or any of that stuff.
I know Merle Haggard's.
Yeah, well, roll tide. So you're doing just kind of like the day deal, and we kind of ran through some names to start here. You said Hogan, Bischoff, and Russo. Hogan and Bischoff are longtime friends of yours. I know you get along okay with Russo, I guess, now too, but let's just address the elephant in the room. I think a lot of both of those guys, but the narrative would certainly be, oh, Hogan and Bischoff came in and ruined the company. They took all the money and made us go live on Mondays and put us on the road and put us in the red, and they were siphoning off all the money. What was your perception
at the time?
Well, the reality of the situation was they brought Hogan in, and Eric came along with him, and they brought Hogan in to broaden the name and get more recognition for TNA by
having Hulk Hogan.
And they were looking for him to get them deals and more sponsorships and also international deals.
His name meant something.
His name still means something.
Sure.
And it was Hulk Hogan. And Eric, with his production background, and Eric had connections, and Eric is a great producer and gets a bad rap. But I think Eric's a damn talented son of a bitch. And they were using them. And, you talk about the Monday night thing that they did when they tried to compete with WWE on Monday nights. At least they had the balls to go do it. At least they were trying something different than what they had been doing that wasn't working.
Right.
So they tried something new. It didn't work. They adjusted and moved on. I would have done that differently if I had been there.
But you respect the balls.
I respect the balls. I respect them for doing something different, changing the norm. And a lot of people, change is difficult for people. So they changed the norm. They challenged the status quo. And they went out and did something different.
It's also easy to armchair quarterback decisions like that.
Yeah.
But I guess what I was getting at is, you hear a lot of the younger guys, and this is common. This goes back, decades in wrestling. They always want to talk about who's on top and that they're holding them down and blah, blah, blah. And a lot of the guys, I think, had just read so much of the internet and so much of the books and
rumor and innuendo.
Yeah, and so they were led to believe, if Hogan and Bischoff are coming in, they're going to hold us down. But your perception was totally different from that. Is that fair to say?
It is. No, without a doubt. That's definitely fair to say, because they were trying to build it up.
So what was...
their reputations were on the line just as much as everybody else's, if not more so.
Right.
Who gets the credit for it, not working out? Hogan and Bischoff. Do they get the credit for having the balls to step out and do something different?
Right.
That's the part that gets me. And, and go, they never should have done that. Because, well, they did.
It's easy to say
they own
that now.
It's very easy to say that now. But they weren't the ones there making that decision and saying, hey, let's go out and try this.
It's like a football game, If the play works, it's a great play.
Yeah.
If it doesn't work, it's a terrible play.
If you want to sit behind your computer and second guess everything and send your little newsletter out, then
What is Bischoff's official title when you come in?
Good question. I think Eric was executive producer at that point.
What was Hogan's?
Hulk Hogan.
His title was Hulk Hogan.
Yeah. He didn't have a title. He was Hulk Hogan.
What did he do?
Hulk, advised and would give his input on creative things. And
so he'd sit in on booking meetings and stuff?
No. Eric sat in on the booking meetings for him, kept him apprised of it, but Hulk would have suggestions. Hulk would sit in on production meetings, day of TV, and give his 2 cents. But they used Hulk for his name. They used Hulk to go out and try and get sponsors.
It was really like almost like a licensing deal. Just permission to
pretty
use
much.
it. What was Russo's title?
Writer.
Who was the head writer?
Russo.
Okay. So let's run through some other names here. Terry Taylor. He was at the company when you got there. But you really don't like that guy.
I don't not like him.
So Timmy,
I like everybody. I just like some people more, some people less.
And you can find out who you like more and less at ProWrestlingTees.com/.
Which just because I love you doesn't mean I like you.
That's right. But you're going to love the way you look in that shirt. Check it out. ProWrestlingTees.com/Bruce Prichard. Terry Taylor was there, and he was in talent relations.
Correct.
When you eventually get the nod to be full-time. So when do you make a transition from going on just a per-shot deal to being full-time?
That would have been April, May of 2011. So I'd come in between October and that time, and
so about 6 months later.
Yeah.
So they kind of just use you on TV tapings and pay-per-views and just kind of fill you out. And then once they're comfortable 6 months later, they extend a full-time offer. Who does that come from?
Dixie.
Does she just meet you at a taping? Does she fly you into Nashville?
They started flying me in, I want to say maybe in January 2011, and I would come in for a day or two and meet with the powers that be. I sat with Creative a couple times. And
just in Nashville?
Just in Nashville, yeah.
Okay, and this is at the Cummins Stations building?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, downtown Nashville.
Can you compare those offices to Titan Towers? I'm not saying as a knock. I'm saying a lot of people listening
don't know that there's a difference or have never been to them, or I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just,
Have you ever been to the Waffle House?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I love the Waffle House.
You do?
Yeah.
And Waffle House is great. You ever been to the Palm?
I have.
Okay. One's a Palm and one's Waffle House.
So you liked them both, but maybe one was
They're
a little
different.
fancier than the other.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
They both provide food.
And steak.
They both feed people. They both provide steak.
Yeah.
Different quality.
But you're really talking about just the building.
But by the way, I like both.
I do too. But I guess what I was kind of looking for is not so much who had better crown molding, but more, was the environment similar or is it totally different?
Oh, totally different. Totally different. The vibe at TNA was much more laid back, much more relaxed. And I don't want anybody to misconstrue this. I enjoyed a lot of my time at TNA, working with the talent and in the creative end of things. I loved working with those guys. It was a lot of fun. And with all the situation that's taking place now, I find it sad because I don't want to see them go out of business.
Nobody does.
I'm a wrestling fan. I love the business. And I think it's healthy to have more than one group in business. And I think that they are imperative for the survival of the wrestling business. It'll always survive. It will never die. They're like cockroaches. The wrestling business will never die. But, it was just different. Completely different environment. There wasn't that 24/7 intensity that you had at WWE.
It feels like WWE operates with a sense of urgency.
Well, here, I'll give you a comparison. Vince McMahon had no problem calling me at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and just expecting you to be
on it.
I mean, no hesitation, no get the sleepy dirt out of your eyes, just be ready to rock and roll. Dixie Carter called me one day on a Friday afternoon about 3:30 and apologized for disturbing me while knowing that the weekend was coming. And, it's late on Friday. You're probably, wanting to be with your family.
Do you chalk some of this up to Vince just being such a type A overachiever? Or is a lot of this just the North versus the South? The South is a little slower, laid back.
Man, completely. No, business, man. One had drive and one, their entire life depended upon it. And the other,
not so much.
Not so much.
So let's get back to it. We're now Mayish of 2011, and Terry Taylor is in Talent Relations, and now you're going to be a part of Talent Relations as well. I believe that your official title was Talent Relations, or when you first go full time.
The official title was going to be Vice President of Talent Relations.
Okay. How does that affect Terry Taylor? What was he doing before? What was he doing after? When does he leave?
Terry was handling the paperwork, the contracts, and the booking of the talent in the live events and appearances and things of that nature. It really wasn't going to affect Terry other than Terry would now answer to me, and I would supervise Terry. But his role was not going to change at all. Now, Terry didn't know, to my knowledge, but then again, I don't know who the hell knew what up there.
Let me run through that. Terry Taylor's going to be in the office in Nashville, and you're going to be at home in Houston.
Correct.
And you're his boss.
Yes.
And he's in the office.
Yes.
And you're not.
Right.
Terry Taylor didn't feel slighted by that?
Well, he didn't. I don't know if Terry ever even knew that.
What do you mean?
I don't know if Terry knew that I was coming in full time to be in Talent Relations at all.
He quit?
He was let go.
Why was he let go?
That's a damn good question. I was sitting at home and I was told that they were going to bring Terry in and let Terry know the new structure and what was going to be happening and that he would be doing this. And I get a phone call from Brian Wittenstein, who was Terry's assistant. And he started asking me all these questions. And I said, whoa, what are you talking about? He says, well, Terry's gone. They told me to just ask you. So they had let Terry go for whatever their reasons were and just sent out something to everybody saying, hey, Bruce Prichard's now in charge of Talent Relations. And they didn't even call me to tell me Terry was gone.
Or they were making that announcement.
Or that they were making that announcement. And all of a sudden I'm getting all these questions. So, which should have been a sign then, but continued throughout the tenure.
Help me understand. Isn't that stupid that you're going to be in Houston and he's in the office and you're his boss?
Well, I was just going to oversee what he did, and it wasn't that difficult.
I mean, was he screwing up?
I don't think that he was doing the job that they were looking for him to do.
All right, we're not trying to bury him, but help me understand. If you're in talent relations, for those of you who maybe weren't paying attention a minute ago, what you're talking about is helping negotiate contracts with the talent. We're talking about wrestlers for the most part. You're going to book the house shows, not necessarily the buildings, the venues, the advertising, but just the actual match.
You make it sound like there's nothing to that.
No.
You got to deal with all the personalities and all the talent on a daily basis.
Dude, you've seen how many personalities I juggle in my life. I get it. I'm not saying it's not a full-time gig.
Well, it's not that hard.
Oh,
God.
God.
You just write mortgages all day.
No, I'm
easy.
just saying there is a different division to handle buildings and venues and
Correct.
promotions.
Yes.
Talent relations is the guys taking bumps and, making towns.
Dealing with all those personalities.
Yeah. What was he, when you said you don't think he was doing the job they expected, did you know of something that he missed?
I just don't think they were real happy with him at the time.
All right. So here's,
and you got to understand, man, they were vague. So
TNA's always been vague. Is that fair to say?
Without a doubt. And it was a situation where when there were things that were uncomfortable to deal with, rather than dealing with them, Jeff Jarrett described it to me as it's like an ostrich that sticks its head in the sand and just keeps its head in the sand until everything blows over. And that was kind of the MO, a lot of things there.
Zig Ziglar used to say,
Love Zig.
Meaningful, specific, or wandering generality. It feels like as we're talking here, WWE and Vince McMahon are meaningful specifics, and at times some of the decision-making from TNA would lead you to believe they were a wandering generality.
That's an excellent analogy.
Dutch Mantell, is he there when you get there?
Nope.
Dutch is, once upon a time, was a really big deal for TNA. Jim Cornette, is he there when you're there?
Nope.
Scott D'Amore, is he there when you're there?
Nope.
I guess we're going to go straight to this.
Come on, man. What do you want to do? What? We're going to go straight to what?
I want to know about Jeff Jarrett, and I want to know.
Jeff was there.
Had the whole Karen Angle thing happened by the time you were there?
Yes, Jeff, the whole Karen and Kurt Angle situation had already taken place, and Jeff had already been suspended or whatever they did with him. I don't know. That was another weird thing. When you talk to people there, no one was ever given any explanation officially as to what Jeff's role was, or
because he's part owner, he's
part owner, and he's not coming in the office anymore, and not returning phone calls, and people are told not to call him, and here's a part owner, but people in the office didn't know.
Sounds familiar.
What the hell was going on?
Talk to me about. You mentioned to me once when you were in a booking meeting or just freestyling with some of the guys, you made a suggestion about using that angle.
Yeah, this was actually before I started there full time, and the real life situation of
was everywhere.
Kurt and Karen breaking up, and Karen ending up with Jeff. This is real life, and I think that it was an issue and an angle that a lot of people can relate to. We all know someone whose marriage has gone awry, and
sure.
People know someone who's been divorced and gone through a messy divorce, and it's very relatable.
Yeah.
So I brought up one time, why are we not exploiting this real life saga? I was told very quickly that was a no-no, and that that would never, ever happen. Don't ever bring it up. And okay. And I brought it up about 20 more times, and finally we did it.
Who told you not to bring it up?
Eric Bischoff's the one who actually brought it up, but the directive came from someone
Eric
in
Bischoff's
Dallas.
the one who told you not to do it.
Eric is the one who told me that it had already been suggested and fully been, gone through, and that he had already been told never going to happen.
And then eventually they do use it.
Yeah.
Who told him not to? You mentioned Dallas. Can I assume that this is a lady named Janice?
You'd be correct in your assumption.
You want to talk about her now, or you want to wait and do it later?
You're the host of the damn show. I mean,
Okay,
I'm just
you are.
permanent
You're the
guest.
permanent guest. I like that. We'll come back to her.
Okay.
Tell me.
I got a suggestion, and we talked about this, and I don't know the names on your on your thing there, and I said, we've never done a word association. You want to flip the script because everybody does word association at the end. You want to do it first?
Let's do it first,
and then that'll help you maybe with your line of questioning and
I like it.
and attacks with daggers later on.
We'll go to in front of the camera, and then we'll circle back to behind the camera. How's that sound?
You're the host. I'm just the guest.
Okay. You can freestyle as many words as you'd like on each one.
I'll try to keep it brief.
The decision to split Devon and Bubba.
That's not like a word association.
No, I'm just saying. Did you know at that time Devon's going to tread water? Bully Ray's going to be a superstar.
I don't think anybody knew that. I think, the idea was for both of them to try and do something. When they got into it, Bubba's the one that excelled. Bubba's the one that stood out. Devon's a great tag team guy. He's good support. But he wasn't able to...
Yeah, we're not trying to bury Devon. I'm a huge Dudley Boy fan.
I'm not trying to bury him either.
No,
I'm just saying the fact of the matter is.
But Bubba became the man.
Yeah.
And I hope he gets an opportunity to do that in the WWE before he calls it a career.
I do too. I think he'd be great.
Aces and eights.
What about it?
Well, you got anything? We're doing word association. God damn it.
Well, not yeah, but okay. I'm sorry. I'm the dumbass that suggested it. Okay.
Aces and eights.
I loved it, man. Hey, it was an idea that I was a part of, so I loved it. I thought it was good. I thought it was edgy and never got a chance to play out the way that it was supposed to.
China. Not WWE China, TNA China.
Ill thought out.
How do you mean?
I thought you were going to get into this later. Giving you word association now, then you dig in later.
Okay, we'll circle back to China if you want to. Ken Anderson. Ken Anderson had a bad rap in the WWE, or at least it seemed that way, the way he left kind of unceremoniously.
I thought this would be easier than it is.
This was your idea.
I know.
Come back to him too.
No, Kenny was, I guess you could say, disappointment.
Wow.
Because there was a lot expected from him.
Sure.
And
he was over like Rover in WWE.
At one time in WWE, he sure was.
Yeah.
And I think that
the match with Batista.
By the time Ken got to TNA, I think that his confidence was shot. And I think that he was second guessing himself so much that it affected his performance. And that place will do it to you, man. They'll browbeat you to the point where you just think you're the dumbest son of a bitch walking the face of the earth.
Do you think he was a victim of WWE politics?
I think that Kenny was a victim of his own. He was injury prone and had some injuries. Timing was horrible.
Injury prone is the perception you're saying of WWE.
Correct. I wasn't there when Kenny left, so I don't know what happened with Ken in WWE.
But when you were there with him in WWE, you don't remember any heat?
No. Other than no. And I bring up the injuries. That wasn't heat. That was just an unfortunate situation that happened.
Low key.
Overrated.
Wow. Okay. I didn't expect such a quick answer on that one. I love Loki. Jay Lethal.
About the best thing Jay Lethal, the only good thing that I ever seen Jay Lethal do was his imitation of Ric Flair. I like Jay, personally.
I'm disappointed to hear you say that.
Why's that?
I really like Jay Lethal.
Well, I do.
Okay.
But again, tell me what he's done. Other than imitate other than doing an uncanny imitation of Ric Flair, a great imitation of the Macho Man Randy Savage.
He was Ring of Honor champion for like a year. And TV champion.
The what champion?
Oh, my gosh. Let's just move on. Gail Kim. There's somebody you like.
I love Gail Kim. I think Gail Kim's one of the best female wrestlers ever in the business.
TNA Hall of Famer and should be, hopefully one day, a WWE Hall of Famer.
I hope so, man. She works her ass off.
How cool would it be to see her in the WWE right now that they're taking women's wrestling seriously again?
She'd tear it up.
Think there's any chance of that happening, or did she burn a bridge?
Come on, you can't burn a bridge there.
So, but do you think she? I mean,
I would love to see it.
I don't remember how she left. Did she leave on not so great terms?
I wasn't there when she left, so.
Okay. Chris Sabin, y'all made him champ when you were there.
Who?
Come on. Half of the Motor City Machine Guns, him and Alex Shelley.
Oh, my God. No, I like Chris. We made, you're right. We made Chris champion. I did. That was a funny ha-ha for both of you Chris Sabin fans out there. I
You're
did.
a dick today.
I got a lot of respect for Chris, and I like Chris a lot. And he was one of those
You just
guys.
said who when I said his name, and now you're saying I have a
I
lot
just
of
said
respect
I was
for him.
making a ha-ha.
Is that a rib?
It was no, it was a ha-ha.
Was making Chris
No, that
Sabin
was a
the
ha-ha.
champ a rib?
Absolutely not. No, it was a way to get an underdog over, and no one was going to call it. No one was expecting that, and I thought it worked.
James Storm, you guys made him the champ too after being a longtime tag team guy. He kind of helped put TNA on the map in the original early Wednesday pay-per-views with Chris Harris. Chris Harris would be signed to WWE as Braden Walker, wash out really quickly. People thought he was the star, and then James Storm winds up becoming the guy with longevity. What's your 2 cents on James?
You ever have a mailman that delivers some days right at 9 o'clock in the morning, and then other days he doesn't show up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and sometimes he leaves your shit on the mailbox, on the mail truck? It's about the best way I can describe James. Love him to death. I think he's a hell of a talent. I think he's entertaining.
You thought he was
but
inconsistent?
He was inconsistent.
Not just in terms of showing up on time. You mean his performance?
No, I'm talking about his performance, yeah, and his intensity. And
Is some of
if
that...
he was into something, he was all in. But if he didn't feel it all the way, I didn't feel that there was always.
He was an
100%
artiste.
commitment.
He had to be motivated.
Okay.
I know. I'm just freestyling.
Yeah,
I'm asking.
I mean,
is that the deal?
I guess.
Is any of that to do with injuries? I know he's been beat up pretty good. Well,
not that
rumors and innuendo would say he's had some injuries.
Okay. Yeah. Not when I was there. I don't really remember him having any injuries.
Whose decision was it to make him champ?
Well, that was during the Bobby Roode time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was simply something that we did. Hulk really liked him and thought he'd be a good champion. It was a transition for Bobby Roode, and it was a way to, once we saw what we had in Bobby Roode, it was like, nah, man, we got to go with Bobby, and it was a way to get Bobby over. But the original idea for Bobby to become champion was to get to the point for James to come back and really be that guy and be the champion. And that's why I say, on the inconsistency. As we got closer to it, it wasn't working. They weren't buying him.
The contract he had at some point expired with TNA, and he actually appeared on a couple of NXT shows and then went back to TNA, ultimately deciding to go there, seemingly for more money. Do you think that he missed an opportunity with WWE, or do you think that NXT would have been his ceiling based on what you're saying?
Probably would have been his ceiling. I do think that James had a lot more in him than he gave all the time.
Can you think of another performer, maybe from back in the day, the 80s or 90s, who you would liken him to in that regard? Not as far as look, not as far as work, but just, hey, sometimes he's the man. Other times he's phoning it in.
There's probably a few of them off the top of my head. It's hard to think of one, but there's probably a few of them.
Let's talk about Bobby Roode. You mentioned him there. He's now with NXT. A lot of people are really high on him. I've heard for a long time people say that he was one of the most underrated performers in the business. Started with TNA at the Team Canada gimmick more than a decade ago, and then finally gets a singles run when you're there. You guys put the belt on him. Whose idea is that, and what's your one word or few words you want to mention about him?
We already said the one word I'd probably say for Bobby Roode is underrated. And Bobby was such a performer, great guy, and really underrated. And he was one of those guys that flew under the radar for so long.
Wow.
But yet, well, hang on. But yet he was the guy that really was the star and really made beer money, whatever the hell the fortune thing and all that stuff that they did. Roode was the guy that was, in my opinion, sitting there when you really analyze it, that was the glue that made all that shit work. And when we put him out on his own, his star just shone so bright. And I was happy that he finally got an opportunity to be that guy. Bobby Roode, I believe, when he gets to WWE, will be a megastar.
You mean the main roster?
I mean the main roster.
Do you
yes.
think he even needed NXT? He could have went straight to the roster, don't you think?
He probably needs NXT for the WWE. Does that make sense?
No.
He needs to be there to show them how good he really is.
Oh, I see.
In their pond, at least in the NXT, he's being given an opportunity to be the big dog and to show everybody how good he is. So, yes, he needs NXT to get to the main roster.
When you're saying that, I can't help but wonder, do you think there's some sort of TNA bias?
Probably. But I think they're getting over that.
Well, with AJ, it certainly seems that way.
Yeah. You know, I wouldn't have picked AJ many years ago to be on the WWE roster, much less the champion. I think he deserves it. I'm happy as hell for him.
Let's just go with him right now. He is on my list. But AJ Styles, when you first get there, what's your impression? And does it change while you're there?
My first initial impression with JJ was
AJ.
AJ. Well, you know what I meant.
You know.
Huh? AJ, when I first got there, I thought, oh, God, he's been here so long. Seen it, done it, next. Once I got to know AJ and I saw his work ethic and felt his passion for the business.
He loves it.
I got a completely different feel, and I really appreciated it. He left 100% out in the ring every single night, no matter if there were 10 people or 10,000. I said 10,000 people in TNA.
3,500.
Okay. But AJ was a pro every night, busted his ass no matter what, and he was passionate about what he did. So I think that he's one of those guys that deserves what he has right now. I'm happy as hell for him, and he'll be a top star for a long time.
Yeah, I hope so. He's been fun to watch as long as I've been watching wrestling again. How much of a bias do you think there was with the WWE for AJ Styles based on him being A, a Southern wrestler, B, having an accent, and C, not being 6'5"?
All the above. They're biased against him for. I think that there's that WWE Northeastern Yankee New York bubble that.
What would Vince have thought of his accent?
Goddamn hick Southerner. Like you.
Yeah. I get it.
But there really is. It's like they forget
that there is the rest of the world.
There's the rest of the world.
There's not just these handful of states.
Not just these, Yankee bastards that eat bagels and whatever else they do up there.
Yeah. So when you first, are around AJ, he was.
I have a Southern bias, and I'm Southern.
Sure. Well, because you spend so much time being brainwashed by Vince, but I digress. He was a big deal for a long time in TNA, and it feels to me like at certain points, TNA's booking would lead you to think that they maybe thought, in order for us to get to the next level, we need an outsider. AJ got us this far, but if we're going to get to, and I hate that phrase, the next level.
The next level. Let's get outside of the box.
Yeah.
There's the other one I hated.
Well, I just think that they probably thought, hey, in order to do that, we need to go to some of their old stars. And that always kind of felt like just reheating someone else's leftovers rather than really offering a true alternative, which is what AJ offered, which is obviously what Vince sees now because he put him on SmackDown and put the belt on him right after the brand split. He wanted to offer a true alternative to Raw, and that's AJ Styles. And even Vince sees it in 2016.
Sure. And you can't just go and look, well, who else is available? One thing I did try to do while I was there was not necessarily look at who's available out there. Oh, God, who'd they let go of today?
Because that had happened, whether it was Christian Cage or Kevin Nash or Booker T or Scott Steiner or Hulk Hogan or Sting or Kurt Angle or Jeff Hardy. As soon as they're, gone, we got to sign him right away. And that's happening even now.
Guy got fired from WWE. Well, let's use him. One thing I did try to do was look within and see who we have within because...
Well, that's hard to argue that you didn't do that when you say James Storm, Bobby Roode, Chris Sabin, and let's go to another name, Austin Aries. You guys made him the champ while you were there, I believe.
Yes, we did.
He had a title run. I'm curious, Austin Aries is a guy who at times has a reputation, if you believe the rumors and innuendo, of being difficult to do business with.
That's what they said.
You didn't find that to be the case?
Absolutely not. And I confronted Austin with that when he first came in.
So when you say they said that, you mean other TNA management?
Yeah.
What was the rap?
The rap was that he was difficult to deal with, didn't like to do jobs, always had, opinions, didn't want to do it the way you wanted to do it. I never got that from him. He was passionate about his craft. And you have to understand, too, when I suggest something, it's a suggestion.
Yeah.
And you're talking to an artist, you're talking to a talent. I want to hear what they have. They're out there interpreting it, so I want to hear what ideas they have and how they think it might be done differently. If they have a better idea, I'm open to it.
You told me your philosophy on that was really borrowed from Pat Patterson's, from early booking meetings you would have with Vince. It was you and Pat and he, and give everybody kind of the rundown on the proper way that you would kind of challenge or suggest or tweak or improve.
I have talked about it before where I was very just bullheaded, and I would, if I didn't agree with something, I'd say, it sucks. And Pat Patterson suggested to me one day, he says, I get it, and it may suck. It truly may suck. You may be right. But if you approached it in a different way, you may get a lot more reception, I guess, would be the right way to say it. Because when you say something sucks or you say that stinks,
they have to go on the defensive.
People immediately go on the defensive, and they've got to defend their idea versus if you absorb it, try it on, and if you have a better idea, you say, what if?
Right.
2 words can make a big difference. And you say, what if we tried it this way? And have an idea.
Right.
Have a solution. May not be the right solution.
Just don't bitch to bitch.
Don't just bitch to bitch. And if you have nothing better, then keep your mouth shut.
And so you carried that over to TNA, so you would approach a guy like Austin Aries and say, what if we tried this?
Right.
And then it just becomes a free-flowing conversation like we are now.
And Austin's a talented guy, man. He had good ideas. And I never had a problem dealing with him.
The guys who were saying he was difficult to work with before, do you think they had that what-if type approach? Or
No.
Okay.
No, they're very dogmatic. And one of them was Terry Taylor. But Terry's one of those guys that his way or the highway.
I see.
And he's the smartest guy in the room, and he's the only one that knows how to do it. And Terry didn't, my opinion, and that's how he approached things, that it was coming from him, and he was the boss, and you're going to do it.
You're my subordinate, so do it.
Yeah. I tried not to do that.
Right.
There were times that you have to do that. But if someone had a different idea and a different opinion, I always listened.
Eric Young.
Entertaining.
He had a run. Yeah, I think they even put the belt on him. He did some stuff with NXT. He's done some stuff on cable. Is he ever going to make it with the WWE and be bigger than he is right now?
For me, the jury's out on Eric.
Still?
Yeah.
Why is that?
I love the stuff that Eric did on the Discovery Channel, the television show he had.
Right.
That's where I really saw his personality. Backstage, when you're talking to Eric and you're around him, very entertaining, very personable. I just wasn't a big fan of his on-screen persona. Didn't get it. Wasn't a big fan. And then when I saw the stuff on Discovery, I said, God damn, there's something there.
Yeah.
And tried to get it out, but I don't know. I just didn't get it. I hope he does well there because he's talented. And he's another guy that has a lot of passion for the business.
ODB.
ODB, God, she is great. Here's a gal, I'll tell you a story about ODB. She was training in OVW. And she's a hard-working gal, busting her ass. And she comes up to me in OVW in Louisville, Kentucky, which was our developmental training center at the time. And she says, what do I need to do? Do I need to get boobs? What do I need to do? And she went and got boobs. I didn't tell her to get boobs. But I said, you know what, Jess? It's it's one of those deals that need everybody. You know, she wasn't the diva, stereotypical diva.
Yeah.
And she would say that, you know, she had the rough voice and everything. But she went out and she made her character work for her.
Yeah.
And she was, you know, she was a lot of fun, man.
A name that I'm sure the internet loves. People hate when I call it the internet.
What the hell is it?
Yeah, you know what I mean. The Young Bucks. They're over like Rover online.
They're overrated.
Okay.
I thought their matches sucked, have no psychology, and they thought they were great. You know, some guys in the back would sit there and go, "Oh my God, that was so great!" But they do 200 things when they could get by with doing 20 and have a match that makes sense. Now, I'm not going to criticize their work today because I haven't seen them since they left.
You sound like every old timer ever.
You're right. I do. You're right.
I'm just saying, like
I do, but it still holds true.
They used to say that to Flair and Steamboat, though. They're doing too much.
All right. Well, again, I'm giving you my impression,
Sure.
my interpretation of what I saw of what they were doing in TNA. I'm not going to give you an interpretation of what they're doing now because I haven't seen them since they left TNA. I'm judging it on how they were at TNA doing 200 things when they could have done 20. And no selling everything they did. And on to the next thing. They had no psychology. I didn't think their work was good. They were really nice kids. They did love the business, but I think that they had a higher value and perception. I understand they're doing well. I'm happy for them. So the Young Bucks, man, and is that what we called them? Was the Young Bucks?
Well, here's what I want to ask: how'd they leave TNA?
They asked for their release. They wanted more dates. Didn't have more dates to give them. Couldn't pay them any more money.
Asked who?
Me.
Okay.
Me.
So they come to you and they say, "We'd like to have a meeting," or do they say, "Can we talk to you?" Or
yeah, said, "Can we talk to you?" And I said, "What do you want to talk about?" And they wanted more dates. They needed more work. We didn't have the kind of work that they were looking for. I said, "Well, can we get our release?" I said, "You got it," and gave it to them right away. So they asked for it. They got it. They got exactly what they asked for. We didn't have more opportunities that we could give them. They had too many people under contract that they couldn't put to work as it was.
Did you let them honor their other dates they were already booked on, or did you just give them a release right then, effective immediately?
I gave them a release right then. I don't know that they had any more dates booked at the time. I don't really remember the exact situation of the Young Bucks from 2011.
Why are you fired up? I'm just asking a question.
Well, you're getting hot about it.
Well, I'm not hot.
Yeah, you're hot. I can tell when you're hot.
This is make believe. But Abyss was probably hot under that mask, and that's why you unmasked him. What the hell?
Who?
Abyss. I want to hear some Abyss stories. He is basically a TNA original. He wasn't there from the very beginning, but not too long after. He's been there for a long, long time. And you can't help but wonder when you see a big guy like that, why in the world did he never make his way north?
I think that it paranoia on his part. Chris is a very paranoid guy. Hell of a talent.
Now, what do you mean? What do you mean paranoid? You mean
paranoid. He second guesses everything that he does, and he's very unsure. He's got to ask you 20 times if everything was okay. And
you mean like after the match?
After the match, yes. And
but isn't that a good thing for them to come back and want to get feedback about their match?
Well, sure, but once you give them the feedback, then asking you 10 more times, exact same question about the exact same thing after you've given them the exact same answer 8 times.
So it's like doing a podcast with me, kinda?
Something like that,
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that's not a rib.
He seems like a really, really nice guy.
Great guy. And another one, passionate about the business. Would do and a loyal guy, and I give him that too, man. He's loyal. He stayed with TNA. But I don't know that he would have been successful in WWE. Maybe one day he will be. But I don't know that he could have handled the stress up there and the critiques and feedback that he would have gotten up there.
And you think that they would have just been more critical, the agents up there?
Without a doubt, yes. Chris is a blood and guts guy, and I'm not a big blood and guts fan. So wasn't my style.
Do you think he could have adapted, or it wasn't something he was interested in?
Oh, I definitely think he could adapt, because I saw that when we took the mask off of him and made him Joseph Parks. To me, that was the most entertaining stuff that he ever did.
Why'd you take the mask off?
Because it was old. It was passé. It was a ripoff of Mankind. It wasn't original to me.
See, to me, it didn't become a ripoff until you unmasked him. When you unmasked him and you showed him as a different character, then it became the three faces of Foley.
He had the same type mask. He had the same type overgarment, as Paul Bosch used to say. It was exactly the same. And yes, you take the mask off him, we made him a different person. You'll say that's similar to Mankind and Mick Foley and Dude Love and Cactus Jack. Okay, great. Well, then it was similar. Then we just ripped that off and sold that idea too. Because Dude Love was one of my ideas that I stole from when I saw the Mick Foley Dude Love idea when we were sitting in our dressing room in Toronto, Canada. And Mick says to Shawn Michaels, well, Shawn, I always wanted to be you.
Samoa Joe. This is where we're playing the word association.
Joe. Monster.
He was in Ring of Honor. Did a phenomenal job in Ring of Honor. Was huge.
Huge.
And
Joe.
Kind of interesting. You know, I don't know that people really think about this, but he starts wrestling with John Cena in California. Their careers split. Cena goes and does the developmental deal. Joe goes and becomes Ring of Honor champ, has tremendous success, gets signed to TNA. And when he's at Ring of Honor, Joe joins a guy named CM Punk. They have a tremendous series of matches in 2004. They split again. Punk chooses developmental. Once again, Joe picks TNA.
Joe wasn't offered. I mean, it wasn't like he had a choice.
I'm just saying that their
careers
path
parallel
is
and
weird.
went different paths.
That Cena becomes a megastar, Punk becomes a really big deal, and seemingly in both cases, it looks like short term Joe has made the better call. He's a big deal in Ring of Honor. He's a big deal in TNA.
Look, I'm not going to disparage Ring of Honor, but saying someone is a big deal in Ring of Honor,
They're
is
the
saying
number
like
3
I'm the shift leader at Sonic.
Okay. Well, I disagree, but that's cool.
Okay.
And now Joe is just now really getting a shot, and I hope it's not too little too late. It feels like the TNA thing started off awesome, and then it petered out. Why do you think that is?
What do you mean the TNA thing started awesome and petered out?
Well, I mean, he was working pay-per-views with Kurt Angle, and then at the end, he's just kind of lost.
You can't stay on top forever. And he goes away for 3, 4, 5 months at a time.
Okay. I'm just saying, he wasn't in a featured spot the entire. I'm not saying he had to be the champ the whole time, but it didn't feel like
he should be featured. Everybody should be in the main event all the time. No, it doesn't work that way. So there comes a time you got to get other people over and you take a rest.
How will Joe do in WWE?
I hope Joe does well. I think he's got the talent to do it, and he's different.
Why wasn't he considered?
I'll tell you why he wasn't considered, because they felt he was a fat Samoan.
Well, help me understand.
He was out of shape. He looked out of shape. He wasn't the body type that Vince liked, and they felt that it wouldn't work. There was a period where guys.
This is a bullshit
considered.
Answer.
I'm giving you the truth. You asked me why he wasn't considered. I gave you the exact quote of why he wasn't considered. Because he's a fat Samoan. He looks like a fat Samoan.
What the fuck was Umaga?
Part of the family.
Is that the real answer?
Yes, that's the real answer.
Holy shit.
Okay? So I'm giving you the truth, and you're calling bullshit. See, that's the problem. That's the problem with these fucking assholes that sit behind their little computer screen and go, well, this is me.
You realize you're talking about our entire audience when you do that.
No, you know what? I love our entire audience, and thank you for listening. I'm keeping it real here. And Joe, to me, but let me tell you something, okay, about Joe. Here's what I liked about Joe. I liked that he was a fat Samoan. Yeah. I liked that he didn't look like everybody else. Right. I liked that he didn't work like everybody else. I'm a fat white guy, okay? So I can relate to him. But he was a badass that you would believe was kicking everybody else's ass.
Yeah.
It was believable. It is believable. But when you're sitting there and your criteria is, I got to look like an athlete, pal. Okay, he is doing that stuff.
But don't you
He's making it look good. He is an athlete. And Umaga larger, still Samoan. Hell of a talent, hell of an athlete. Why is it that, again, he was part of the family, man.
So he was just born, because apparently there's like 2 Samoan families. There's the one that The Rock is related to everyone, and then there's Samoa Joe.
Right. Yes.
Okay. I'm just curious because it seems like around.
But I'll give you a real answer. Well, that's a bullshit answer. No, it's
okay. Now
the
listen.
truth.
In fairness, it is a bullshit answer, but it is the real Vince McMahon answer, and I appreciate that.
I gave you the real answer.
You gave me Vince. It's not a real answer.
I'm sorry. You asked me why he didn't get called up. Why we didn't want him then? Because when he was suggested, it's like, god damn. Same reason that Vince didn't want to meet Cactus Jack back in the day.
Yeah.
Because he looked like a fat bum.
Okay.
To Vince.
Let's circle back to something you were really excited to talk about. Signing Chyna.
That was a disaster.
This comes out after her porns.
No, it comes. Well, okay. It comes after the thing that she did with Sean Waltman, and I hate to speak ill of the dead, but
You're not speaking ill. She did porn.
She did, but when Joni came in, and it was an idea that Vince Russo had, and I kind of got in on the tail end of it. That was in between Terry and I, and Terry had allegedly made one deal with her, and Dixie understood another thing, so I kind of come in the middle of it, and I've got to.
I know you're not going to give me numbers.
No, I'm not going to give you numbers.
I didn't ask.
Well, I'm telling you.
Are you
before you ask? So don't ask.
There was a misunderstanding about number of dates, amount per date.
All the above.
Okay.
All the above.
Okay.
But I don't think anybody knew. And when she came in, Joni's was one of the sweetest people you ever want to meet. But she had, her idea what she felt she was worth. And
she thought she had like a 2000, like a 1999, 2000 level ask of fame.
Probably.
And it was not.
Well, yeah, and we're talking about TNA. They didn't have that kind. They didn't have WWE money.
Yeah.
And they weren't paying it.
Yeah.
So we didn't have that in the budget to give her.
Did she use an agent, or was it her doing it?
No, she used an agent. And
how bad did that piss you off?
I hated agents. They're necessary evil, and I get it. The business changed, but when coming up, I didn't understand it. It became, after a while, you just.
I could tell based on your facial expression.
Yeah, I'm not an agent guy, because you're not dealing with the agent in the field. You're not when you're in the trenches and you're sitting there going over stuff. There's not an agent there.
Yeah,
not going to deal with an agent talking about a finish and what you got to do.
So might as well do it now.
And we're going to give you the best deal we're going to give you, agent or not.
Yeah.
So if you want to give 10% or whatever that percentage is away to an agent, that's your business. It's not going to change the deal.
Yeah.
And but it was one of those situations where Joni wasn't in the shape that
people remembered.
People remembered, yeah. And
was she fucked up?
No.
Okay.
No, she never was.
And she worked one match, I think, on pay-per-view.
Yeah, she came in and she did a TV and then did a match on pay-per-view with Karen.
And then that was it.
That was it, yeah.
And
it didn't work out well.
Why didn't it, though? If you're saying she's not fucked up, why didn't it?
Well, because A, we couldn't get together on money, and B, I'd been told that she had recently done more porn, and actually the guy that said that was on my podcast before, a gentleman by the name of Jimmy Noonan, and broke the story.
How did he know?
Because the guy that she did the porn with, the porn star, and he were best of friends. And Jimmy had a lot of connections in the adult entertainment industry.
Tell me your friend of a friend was the Mean Gene guy in the movie.
No. You always get this screwed up. Different movie.
Okay. Well, she did a parody where she had sex with
that was after she left the.
Was there a Brother
TNA
Love one in that? I don't remember. I may have to go fast forward that.
I've never watched this. So.
Well, we're gonna watch it in slow motion a little later.
Okay.
Okay, let's get back to kind of behind the scenes.
Wow, that was a hell of a segue. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, backdoor.
Don't stop. No. You know what? She was a very sweet young lady, and I'm sorry she's gone.
I'm not burying her. I don't understand. Let's talk about some other chicks. How's that sound? Let's talk about the time Miss Jackie beat the shit out of Brooke Adams.
Well, Jackie's an old pro, and
any good Jerry Jarrett stories with her?
I don't know. Huh? Maybe asked her to make chicken salad one time with walnuts and the grapes, and you mix it with the mayonnaise. But Jackie was a tough old broad, man, and Jackie would take exception to those that weren't at her level.
Right.
And Brooke Adams came in and
kind of green.
Brooke was green, and Jackie got in the match, and Brooke missed a few things, and Jackie just beat the shit out of her, pulled her extensions out. I mean, really roughed her up bad. I had to have a little chat with Jackie and just kind of explain to her, you got to teach them. You can't beat the shit out of them anymore. Because back in Jackie's day, you
could just beat the shit
out of them. And
we mentioned him briefly there. Jerry Jarrett, you ever have any dealings with him? Was he ever mentioned? Was he persona non grata around the office? He'd been gone for a long time, obviously, but...
You mean after he'd screwed him out of the business and all that and sold him something that wasn't... Anyway, I don't know what he did. No, he wasn't... No, God. Please.
Well, I just know he had kind of a tumultuous relationship with Jeff and wasn't...
Yeah, they didn't have a relationship at that point in time. They weren't speaking, so...
Quentin Rampage Jackson makes a little run with TNA while you're there. How does that come about from your recollection? What went wrong?
Well, you got to back up. We got to go to King Mo first.
Okay, sure.
And we...
No, he was with Bellator at the time.
Bellator, yes.
Bellator's on Spike. TNA's on Spike.
Correct. Spike used to have the UFC, and UFC signed with Fox, and Kevin Kay, who was president of Spike TV, big MMA fan, and
he wanted to stick it to the UFC.
Yeah.
Hey, I made an MMA company before. I'll make another one.
Right. So he, they got Bellator. They acquired Bellator. And one of the things, because TNA still was the highest rated show on Spike.
So this is a way to kind of cross promote.
Yeah, it was logical. Fight to fight.
Any apprehension from you or any of the office in commingling MMA and wrestling?
Well, my apprehension is how much can we do with them, and what's the payoff? I don't want to just do something to do it.
Yeah, if there's no match.
And a story. Give me something.
Right.
It's like, oh my God, we have this guy available, and we can use him. Well, let's figure out something. Well, hang on. What can we do with him? Can they work a match?
Is that your Dixie
Carter? Dixie's a sweet lady.
So Dixie was sold on this by Kevin?
Dixie was sold on anything that was
Spike Initiative.
Fringe
outside of wrestling.
Fringe celebrity, yeah.
Okay.
And so their big sign, their big get, Bellator's big get was King Mo at the time. And Mo
is basically a pro wrestler in MMA.
Correct.
With the big entrance and the jewelry.
Well, he's a big wrestling fan.
Yeah.
Always has been.
Sure.
And he had been to OVW before and different things, and a huge fan. And Mo was interested. Mo wanted to be a professional wrestler more than he wanted to be an MMA guy.
I don't know that I told you this, but King Mo actually called and to speak to Rick during the college football playoff in January of this year.
Cool.
It was kind of weird and random. I guess it was a friend of Rick's or something, and we're watching the game in Dallas, and King Mo had just had a big victory and wanted to speak to Ric Flair, and of course Rick didn't remember who King Mo was, but I told him, hey, he's a big deal. He's a really good MMA fighter, and it's a big deal that he's calling you. But either way, I thought it was pretty funny that he's such a wrestling fan.
Yeah, huge fan. So, I mean, but the deal was Bjorn Rebney was the president of Bellator at the time, and it was, okay, what can we do? And he said, well, can you put him in the ring? Can he beat somebody up? And I'm like, well, we can, but I'd like to have more of a story. If we're going to use him, let's build him up. Let's make him mean something.
And this wasn't the first time they tried this. They tried it with Tito Ortiz. I mean, an MMA fighter.
Well, Tito came after that.
Well, Tito was there in 05 as well.
You're right, yeah.
Yeah.
But this was something where they wanted Mo to actually be a wrestler on the TNA show and also do MMA. So when he wasn't training to do MMA, well, he could just wrestle. You know, that he can just wrestle.
Oh, wow.
So it's like, wait a minute, he's got to be trained.
Yeah, it doesn't work that way.
He has to.
So did he go take bumps and all that?
Yeah, he went to OVW, and we sent him there to train him. But he was also having to train for MMA for the big tournament on Spike. And it's two completely different training styles.
Yeah, that's CM Punk.
And Mo really wanted to do both. And so they had a tournament. You know, that was Bellator's big deal. We're going to have a tournament because it's going to be real and it's going to be a tournament. And Mo's going to win. And it's real? Okay. So anyway, the idea is
that when you busted balls?
The idea is going to be,
Tell that story. Everybody's going to hear that.
Well, no, we were just sitting at lunch, and
who's we?
We believe it was me and Dixie and Bjorn, and
the guy who runs Bellator.
Yeah, and the idea was so Mo's going to be the champion, and Mo's going to do this, and I just looked at him and said, so it's all just work, and was highly offended that I would suggest that their business was a work. Even though he was already telling me that Mo was going to be champion. And then Mo got knocked out.
Right.
And everybody was up in arms. Oh, my God, Mo got knocked out. And I'm the only one with a smile on my face because I'm thinking, God damn, this will be great. I can use this. Because the idea I had was make him a hell of a heel and have him walk around like, I've never been beat. I didn't get knocked out.
Hulk Hogan,
just deny
NWO style.
Yeah, just deny it.
Yeah.
And I kid you not, everybody was like, oh, my God, what are we going to do?
Sure.
And I called Bjorn, and I said, Bjorn. He said, I'm so sorry. I said, this is simple. I'm actually happy he got knocked out.
Yeah.
I said, now I got something to work with.
How did it go sideways?
Well, they wanted him to fight MMA, and, well, if he just trained harder, so they wanted him more time at MMA.
So they just
no time.
They changed direction.
Yeah. And it just didn't, it was ass backwards.
What about Rampage? Anything you want to mention on him?
Rampage, man, it was a tough deal to get going because I remember meeting with his agent, and his agent telling me about how he was a Scottish guy, real nice guy, but, telling me about how he gets $75,000 for a 1-minute commercial. And I said, well, what the hell does he want to do this for? Yeah, $75,000 a day to do this. And I said, well, if you can get $75,000 a day doing that, I don't know what the hell why he would even consider doing this. It was a tough negotiation. We finally got it, but that was the same thing. The idea was to bring Rampage in to get to a match with Kurt Angle. And
would you have tried to do like a work shoot type situation, like a cage match, and y'all going to work him in May
rules? There wasn't going to be any shoot about it.
Well,
but it was you had an Olympic gold medalist and great MMA fighter. So yeah, it was mixing those two worlds, and people would believe Kurt's a legit athlete, and Rampage was a legit athlete.
Sure. But
it was the same thing. You couldn't get Rampage to go and work out and train. So it fell apart before it ever started.
So it's in the book of bad ideas.
In the book of horrible execution. Idea is not horrible because you've got two entities. You got Bellator and you got TNA. If they would have crossed and they truly would have worked together, then it could have been decent. But one has to, you both have to give a little bit, and it was TNA giving everything, and the MMA world didn't want to give up shit. We wanted to have who the hell do we want to have go down with him? We wanted to have somebody walk down with Rampage, and somebody walk down Mo, and they we can't mix the two on on our show.
You said a minute ago that Dixie was kind of crazy for anything fringe celebrity.
Yeah, we had Ronnie from the Jersey Shore.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, my God, we got Ronnie. Oh, my God, we got Ronnie.
What did Ronnie do?
Something with Robbie E.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That memorial memorable. We had the other JWoww. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ooh. Wow. We have big celebrities.
What about Brooke Hogan?
Brooke was Hulk Hogan's daughter. That was when I had my heart attack.
You've told me some good stories about her. Are you going to tell any of those here?
What good stories did I tell you about her?
An apartment.
Well, no, she moved to Nashville. She had a singing career that she wanted to continue, and she moved to Nashville to continue that. And I don't dare say that the folks on the Nashville end of things held up their end of what was promised to her. It was a situation where Spike, I think Dixie, I think Hulk, and not even so much really Hulk, but where they saw an opportunity and like, oh my God, we can get Brooke Hogan to come in and we can do all these albums with her and do all this music with her. But once they got her, nobody was prepared to do anything with her. And when the subject was brought up and the plans were all made was during the time that I was rehabbing after my heart attack, the first one I had. And I'm sitting there listening. They're laying out this idea and saying Brooke, and I'm listening to it going, okay, because I'm thinking Brooke Adams.
All right.
And then it's like Brooke Hogan. I'm like, what the hell are we doing with Brooke Hogan? She's not even on the roster. I mean, what? We don't. And then, it got on. But it was an ill-conceived idea. It was one of those deals to, I think, in their mind, was to appease Hulk, when I don't know that Hulk was really ever...
You don't think Hulk pushed for that?
No.
Come on.
Okay, I'm sorry, because you were there and talked to him. I think Hulk, if he had his druthers, would definitely not have wanted her to be there. Would have rather her just be in the music deal and only doing that. Hulk didn't want his daughter being a part of this stuff. I mean,
If you were talent relations, how did you not negotiate her coming in?
I did. After the fact. After it was already done.
Okay. So so everybody decides she's coming in, but not at what price point.
Right.
And so then you have to figure out and do some ninja
and you got to deal,
maneuvering.
and you got to deal with somebody on one side telling them one thing, and then that same person on the other side telling you something else.
So Dixie's saying, we're going to promise you the moon, and then do you get her as cheap as you can?
Correct.
Well, I mean, yeah, I get that.
Yeah.
And so then you're the bad guy.
Oh, without a doubt.
Does she take issue, or does Hogan get involved when you lowball?
They both took issue with it because
so would you negotiate with him for her?
No, I negotiated with her, and then I negotiated with her agent, and Hulk was out of it. Hulk didn't want to be in it, but Hulk did get involved when he was hearing from one side one thing, and then hearing from his daughter, well, Bruce said this. So I get put in the middle of it.
So Dixie tells Hogan, we're going to give you X, Y, and Z. And then she tells you, hey, just give her X.
Yeah.
And you call, offer X.
Yeah.
And then Hogan calls you, what the fuck?
No, you're saying Hogan, but they're all Hogans there.
Oh,
There's two Hogans
Hulkster.
there. Hulk got involved at some point saying, why am I hearing two different things? Yeah. And there, it was two different stories. And again, I'm in the middle. And there were instances where, matter of fact, we were in Huntsville, Alabama.
I was at that show.
And it came to a head. And I'm trying to get Dixie, Hulk, Brooke, and me all together. So we say, okay, let's get all this shit on the table here. And it was difficult to get the...
Dixie was playing games.
It was difficult to get her to that table, yeah. Never did.
Because she knew that she would be out.
Well, and again, my thing is if you're going to have different stories.
Did Hogan just figure it out then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was in a really tough situation there.
Yeah, no
shit. It was a no-win. I'm dealing with a guy that I've known for, at that point, close to 20 years or more, and always had a good relationship with. And now you're dealing with his daughter, and he's hearing one thing from someone else, and then I'm getting other directives and information, and I don't know that Dixie's talking to him and to Brooke and things of that nature.
What a mess.
It was a mess.
Let's talk about another mess. That's kind of famous, and you've mentioned to me before, we got to talk about the Bobby Roode contract situation.
Let's talk about it.
He's a tag team champion. You're running talent relations.
Yep.
You let his contract expire.
No, I didn't.
All right. Tell me what happened.
You're talking about rumor and innuendo. I'll tell you what happened is that his contract rolled over. Whenever the contract rolls over, 90 days before the contract rolls over, I'm sent something from the folks in Dallas and TNA that do the contracts and say, okay, hey, are we going to roll this over or not? I then would sign off on an extension or a rollover, and I would send that to the talent saying, hey, we are exercising our extension, that we're going to roll your contract over for another year. And, that's it. Bobby had another year left on his contract. I had signed it well ahead of time. I had the emails. I had the copy of the signature. I had everything. And I happened to be in Nashville. And we had TV, I want to say in Canada, but I could be wrong. Been wrong before. And Bobby calls me and says, what's going on with my contract? I said, I don't understand what you mean. And he says, well, my contract expires in 3 days or however many days it was, and I haven't heard anything from you guys. I said, Bobby, I sent you an extension. I said, I signed your rollover. I keep saying extension. It was a rollover. I said, I signed your rollover a couple months ago.
Right.
I pull up the email and everything, and I forward it to him because I never got this. Come on. Bobby, I said, here it is. Well, here it is. The way his contract was that if we didn't exercise that rollover by such, I think 30 days out, then he had the option to negotiate and go elsewhere if he wanted to. I'm like, well, no, you don't have that option because I exercised our option 90 days ago. So, no, you don't have that. So I went to investigate some more. And I went to the person that would have mailed out that original that I had signed.
Who?
It was someone in the office, an assistant in the office.
Dixie's assistant?
Nope. Not going to mention her name. She's not there anymore. Doesn't matter.
Dean Broadhead's assistant?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
And I asked her, I said, hey, do you remember this? Yeah. I said, do you mail it out? Yep. I said, okay, great. I need the copy of
the air bill. Yeah.
Yeah. And her face kind of went white. I just saw a ghost and I'm busted. And she says, well, I don't know if I can get that. I said, well, sure you can. How'd you send it? FedEx? UPS? She said, yes. It's okay. Then you can get an air bill. Send me the air bill. I want to know who signed for it, when it was sent, and who signed for it. I go back, so Bobby, they're getting it right now.
Served any minute.
Yeah. I mean, somebody signed for it. Okay. I'm being told it was sent on such and such a date. So I go back. So where is it? Oh, well, you know what? We had a problem with our Federal Express, and we only use UPS now. I said, okay. Give me the UPS air bill. Well, So at that point, I knew from the first reaction, son of a bitch, they never sent it out. So what actually happened was that when I signed it, the folks that were in charge of actually doing that felt that Bobby Roode wasn't necessarily necessary, and that if his contract expired, then they wouldn't be obligated to pay him what his contract called for, and they could renegotiate at a lower rate. The problem with that is Bobby Roode was worth every penny that he was being paid, probably more, and we had a good deal on him. The other thing about it was that we had him figured into our plans.
Right.
For a long, we had long-term plans with Bobby. And I don't know if Dixie was aware of it or not. I made her aware of it when it happened that day. And there was a lot of finger pointing and, he said, she said. But I spent the next week and the entire weekend of the pay-per-view that we had in San Antonio trying to get Bobby a new contract and get him to stay. But no, I didn't let his contract expire. I did sign his rollover 90 days ahead of time. And there was someone in the office that didn't send it out and that was directed not to send it out. So that's what happened. And I defy anyone at all to say otherwise. And I won't mention names because it's not worth it. But that is what happened. I did make Dixie aware of it. It was just kind of, again, bury the head in the sand, like it didn't happen. Just fix it and let's get a new contract and get him done. So they ended up paying a lot more money in the end.
Mm-hmm.
But there was a philosophy by those, I'll call them in corporate, and those in Dallas, that if you let something just go, that it would just go away. And there were no consequences. And I just hated that attitude. I hated being told by somebody that builds power plants that wrestlers are just like plumbers. You can replace them with another plumber. And that analogy used to drive me absolutely nuts. Because a plumber can't paint a picture and tell a story.
You're talking about Dallas. You're talking about shit screwed up in the mail.
It wasn't screwed up in the mail. It wasn't done.
Well, you know what I mean. Here's what I mean. There's lots of rumors and innuendo about guys not getting paid, the checks in the mail, so to speak. Can you give me any other stories about guys not getting paid?
Well, yeah. I mean, there was a famous one, and I'll only speak about it when I was there. But there was a period where guys weren't getting paid for weeks. And unfortunately...
What's typical? So you go do a taping in Orlando, and if things are the way they're supposed to be, at the end of the night, everybody gets an envelope, or they get a check in the mail that week?
No, you get a check in the mail. And if you're under contract and you're supposed to be paid weekly, you get a check weekly. I mean...
Yeah.
I get a check every 2 weeks deposited into my account.
Yeah.
So... Again, if you're on a deal where you're getting a weekly pay, you should be getting that pay weekly.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, talent sometimes can let things go for a while, and they will not say anything until it's too late or it's a bigger problem than it needs to be. And so guys, after, 3-4 weeks, are calling and say, hey, I haven't got my check. Well, my first call is, because I do payroll, and I turn it in every week. I've got to have that, I had to have that son of a bitch in earlier. I was like, oh, you get it in late, we can't make checks. So I always made sure it was in early. And I'm being told by folks in accounting in Dallas that this check number for this amount went out on this date. So send that to me. Send me your proof. Show me where, that went out. And they're sending me emails documenting exactly, what check number, the amount for that check, and the date that check was put in the mail. So I'm telling the talent this.
Sounds pretty legit.
I'm relaying the information back to the talent. I said, well, I haven't got it. Now, that's cool. And the excuse in Dallas was one of, well, it must be their mailbox or their post office. And that works if it's one particular post office. Like, let's say if it was Tampa, Florida, and all the guys in Tampa weren't getting their checks. But when you've got a guy in Tampa, and you've got a guy in Atlanta, and you've got two guys in L.A., but in different parts of L.A., you got another guy in San Francisco, and they're all not getting their checks, you begin to question, well, it can't be all the post offices. It's got to be something else. Like, no, it was sent out on such and such a date. So now, 4 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks goes to 5 weeks, 6 weeks. And finally, in every week, have a beer for the working man. So it gets to the point where guys are like saying, I can't afford to go to TV. I haven't been paid in all these weeks. I'm getting upset with accounting. They're sending me documentation where they're telling me these have all gone. I don't know what else we can do. I said, I know what we can do. Stop it down. Put a stop payment on all those checks
Cut new ones.
that you set out. No, cut one new one. Cut one new one for the total amount because they haven't got them. You're telling me they haven't been cashed yet.
Right.
Okay, you got that record right? Well, yeah. So stop payment on them. Issue me one check, and I want you to put that in an overnight Federal Express and send it out to all these guys that haven't got their money. It was 5 guys. Well, we can't do overnight.
Why not?
Fuck you. You can do over. No, we got to do 2-day air.
Is that a Janus directive?
I guess. Came from Dallas. So, like, look, get the guys their money. Because guys they couldn't afford to go park their car at the airport to go to work.
Yeah.
Because they're not getting paid.
All right.
I show up at TV, and everybody got overnights, thank God, even though I had to call them and say, hey, it's going to be 2-day air. They were pissed off about. They get their overnight, and I've got 3 guys waiting on me when I arrive at TV. And they've got Federal Express envelopes in their hand. And they say, look at this shit. And they hand me the envelopes. I'm going, you got paid. Okay, you finally got it. Everything good? No, I want you to look at what they sent us. I open up the Federal Express, and there are sealed checks. Well, they weren't sealed anymore, but there were checks with postmarks on them for the dates that match up with the same emails that I sent them, that I got from accounting.
Oh.
That they took, they didn't cancel, stop payment any checks. They had been making out the checks. They had been running them through the postal machine.
The Pitney Bows.
But
they never mailed them.
Never sent them. Never mailed them.
They had postage on them.
They had postage on them.
So it looked legit.
Yeah.
But they just let them stack.
It looks legit, but when you tell someone they've already gone in the mail and then you put them in a FedEx and send it to them.
It looks stupid as shit.
Well, yeah.
Oh, my God.
And they're telling me that they sent them. And they're telling me we're going to do a stop payment and we're going to issue the one check just like you asked.
You look like such an idiot.
The biggest idiot.
Yeah.
And I'm furious.
Who are the 3 guys?
I'm not going to mention their names.
Are they there now?
No.
Okay.
None of them. And
surprise, surprise.
One of them was an old friend of mine that I'd been with in another company. That was in a state. I was like, you know what? You come with me. He goes, I can't get a hotel room. I can't. I said, you come, you stay with me, you stay in my room, you ride to the show with me, whole 9 yards. Took him in, made sure that he was taken care of, and it was horrible. Because here were guys that hadn't been paid.
But you were being paid.
I was getting paid, yeah.
Hogan was getting paid.
I'm sure he was. Actually, you know what? I don't even know that. I don't know. I know Hogan had some pay issues during the time there. Yeah, he did.
I'm just saying, it seems like certain guys got paid, but they thought they could get away with it.
Well, I was an employee, so I was in the loop. But yes, but some did. Some did and some didn't. And that's what just infuriated the hell out of me. But I brought it to Dixie's attention that day. And instead of going, well, damn it, I'm gonna go back to Dallas and show my mom and fix this thing, it was like, well, they got paid. And that was kind of that was the beginning of the end in a lot of respects.
She looked at it like it was a vendor, and there's a lot of businesses who will push an invoice on a vendor, because they just assume there's some big company.
It's your talent. It's your lifeblood. It's your product.
Absolutely. It's a totally different deal. It's not like they're screwing their production company.
But I'm the guy that has to deliver the message, and now my message has zero credibility.
Right.
Because they're looking at me going, you knew. No, I didn't know.
Were you in the office?
I'm forwarding. No, I was in Houston. But it wouldn't have mattered if I was in the office. It was coming out of Dallas, out of accounting.
I'm not arguing that. I just find it curious that you weren't in the office, but you were getting paid. And some of these guys are not.
I was an employee. I wasn't a contract.
And they viewed that differently.
I don't know how the hell they viewed it. I can't rationalize or tell you how the hell they viewed anything. They were people that didn't give a shit about other human beings. They sure as hell didn't care about talent. And they viewed the business as a power plant. And a plumber's a plumber is a plumber is a plumber that can be replaced by another plumber. And I never looked at talent as plumbers or electricians.
So is it any surprise?
And I'm not taking anything away from a plumber or electrician because that's a skill.
Sure.
And a good one is worth his weight in gold.
Absolutely.
But a talent.
I get what you mean. One's a trade and one's like, artistic.
Right.
Blah blah blah. Run me through this. Is there any surprise that they lose their lease at Cummins Station for non-payment? Is there any surprise that they have a state tax lien in Tennessee? Is there any surprise that American Express is suing them for travel? Is there any surprise that a production company is owed $250,000 and they were, promised multiple payments and then only made one? And
surprise is the wrong word. I'm absolutely shocked that it didn't happen a lot sooner.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah. Mick Foley wanted out of his contract. How did that come about?
Well, Mick, when I came in, Mick was there. Mick was on his way out. And when I took over talent relations, Mick was disgruntled. Mick, for whatever reason, wanted out of his contract. And
creatively, or were they screwing with his money?
No, I don't think that they had the screwing with the money thing at that time. This was in 2011. And Mick called me from the road and was upset and said, I want my release. And I came from that Vince McMahon school of didn't want unhappy campers around me. And if he wanted out, it made sense for us, okay. So I said, okay, Mick, I'll give you your release.
That was it?
That was it.
Ric Flair quit.
He sure did, by text.
By text?
Yeah.
How does that go? Besides the fact that I know every word was capitalized.
Well,
if everybody ever says they got a text message from Ric Flair and the first letter of every word wasn't capitalized, it's bullshit.
Rick was in a situation where, same type of thing. They would make agreements up front where this is all we want you to do. We want you to do this, and then once they get you in, try to sweet talk you and try to get you to do 10 things that you never agreed to do. And I think Rick felt that he was a victim of that. And there was a point where Rick just was fed up. Rick didn't want to make the towns anymore. Rick didn't want to be on the road anymore. And Rick didn't want to be doing all these extras.
Yeah, they had him doing meet and greets before shows and
right,
lots of other stuff that he didn't.
But it was a combination of a lot of things.
House shows.
And I think that, Rick, as you and I both know, when he's had enough, he's had enough.
Yeah.
And he had enough.
Yeah.
And he called me and said, Bruce, I'm not going to do it. I want out. I'm done.
So he sent you a text. And
well,
then
we talked first. We
Okay.
talked first. And then, I said, well, Rick, can you do this for me? Can we get through this weekend? And he said, well, no, I can't do it. And then we hung up and he sent me a text. He says, I'm sorry, I'm out. I'm done. I quit. It was different than that, but that was the gist of it.
There's some words in there.
No, it was very nice to me.
Oh yeah.
It was very nice.
He loves you.
And but it was to the point. He was done. Didn't want to do it anymore.
Sting was there when you got there, but it seems like there was a little dance every year to see if you could re-sign him. There's rumors and innuendo that Dixie always had a hard-on to have him on the roster. Is that Dixie or is it Spike? Where does that come from? Tell me about re-signing him every year.
Dixie loved him, man. Dixie just felt she had to have Sting. And
why, though? Do you know why she thought so much?
She felt he was, the big megastar. She felt he was TNA's megastar, even though he was WCW's megastar. And it was one of those situations where I'll give you an example, and this is not Sting, but it kind of ended up being Sting in reverse. There were guys who had contracts that had guaranteed dates. For example, 120 dates guaranteed in their contract, where you're going to get 120.
That's a lot.
We're going to pay you, let's say, $1,000 for 120 dates per year. But they only had 76 dates. But they're still paying talent on 120 dates.
Yeah.
Because they had contracts. And that shit just drove me nuts. Because I'm like,
use them.
How the hell can you guarantee 60 more dates or 50 more dates
Whatever it is.
than you even have.
Yeah.
That you are going to have. Why don't you basically guarantee, for example, let's say 50 dates, but they get bonused if they work 70 dates.
Sure.
That way you're not losing money.
That's a Brock Lesnar deal.
And if you use them, you pay them.
Prorate it, yeah.
Right. To me, I thought it was a pretty simple formula.
Sure.
But there were so many of those deals like that they were upside down.
But
Sting's deal was less dates, but they wanted him to work more.
If you're the talent relations guy, why are you fucking this up over and over?
I inherited a lot of fucked up shit. And here's
what Terry Taylor screwed up that got him out of there?
I don't even know that Terry was responsible. Terry was responsible maybe for some of it. I don't know the extent that Terry was responsible, and I can't blame Terry for that once I got in and saw the inner workings of. But every time they had a different lawyer, every time they had a different CFO, every time they had a different next in charge, that which you would see where the different contracts came in. I changed the contracts to do a downside guarantee, send the guys minimum weekly, which they never had before, and then pay them on a per date basis. Thought it was simple because guys then knew exactly how much they were going to get every week. They knew if they worked TV, they got X amount per TV.
Would you say that there was a percentage, like, let's freestyle this. Let's say you've got a talent like a Bobby Roode, and he's at whatever level he's at with TNA. If he was on that same storyline level with WWE, would his money had been 60% of what the WWE's would have been had he been on the road full time and had the power of merchandise and pay-per-view at the time? Would it have been 70%, 40%? You were kind of privy to what both numbers would look like. I don't want you to give me a real number, and I'm not talking about Bobby Roode specifically. I just mean in general.
In general, they were, I would say, for the most part, they were probably at about 85%.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
For a fraction of the dates.
Yeah.
So TNA is a pretty damn good deal.
TNA was a great deal for guys that didn't want to work a lot. But the problem was...
Work your ass off and go all over the world for 15% more, or chill out a little more and have a better quality of life for 15% less.
Well, exactly. But the problem was that
if the checks don't come.
And if the checks don't come, but they would guarantee you...
I see.
A lot more... But they wouldn't get the work out of you.
And it's not like they're getting a big check at the end of the year.
There was one guy that was there. This was a classic. This was one that one of the first ones that I cut when the contract was coming up. They had guaranteed in their contract 90 dates. Okay, the most dates they could have worked was 70 something. Okay, but they actually only worked 40-something, because every time that they would call the person to go to work, they said, well, I've got an independent that night, I can't do it. They said, okay. So they were going out making money on the independents, getting a weekly check based on their 90-date guarantee, only working 40, but then double dipping saying, I can't work for you on that night because I've already got another guy over here paying me.
If you're talent relations, why can't you stop that?
I did.
Okay. You're not going to tell me who that is?
No, I'm not.
Does his name right?
I'll tell you off air so you can come back next week. Well, you told me off air. I can't do you. I'm going to work on you.
It starts with hey.
Hey, it's Conrad.
Does his name rhyme with Hardy?
No.
Okay.
And I wouldn't tell you if it did.
Until we stop rolling. Man, we got a lot to get into. There's no way we're going to get all this.
How long is this thing going? Are we going to have to do 2 parts? Are we going to have to get into the nitty gritty?
I think we can hustle. Let's run through this real fast.
How long is this gone, Conrad?
The ECW revival stuff. Were you for it or against? Well,
against it.
Some of it was
I wasn't there. I wasn't there, and I was against it.
Ric Flair's Hall of Fame in 2012.
I brokered it.
Tell me how that works.
Johnny Ace called me.
Hey, Bruce. Hi, it's Johnny. Hey, we got an idea. Want to use Rick. I think maybe we could work something out.
Wouldn't tell me what the idea was at first. I floated it, see if there was any interest in working. I thought it was a good idea. we went back and forth when it was time to do the big conference call, because once attorneys got involved on both sides, tended to muddy the waters and screw it all up.
What did TNA want? Do they want money, talent, or both?
All the above. They wanted money. They wanted talent exchange. Okay, well, if we give you Ric Flair, then we want Brooklyn Brawler. No. But that.
Did they ask for like John Cena or something?
No, they didn't. They asked for Christian, and they got Christian. No. I mean, if you're giving them Ric Flair,
yeah,
and instead of didn't even ask for Rock or Cena or Orton we want a Christian.
When you call, I assume you call Vince directly.
I called Johnny. I dealt with Johnny.
Okay.
And then Vince was going to get on with Johnny and their attorney with me and our attorney and stuff.
So, does Laurinaitis say no Rock, no Cena?
We didn't know. No,
Dixie
Rock and Cena were not discussed.
They just went straight for Christian.
Yeah.
This real?
I'm gonna throw.
I'm
gonna throw this fucking headset across the room.
This is not a rib.
No, it's not a rib.
I love Christian, but it seems really random.
But I would ask for
Cena.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to get a no, but ask.
Yeah. You start off with a no.
That's right, yeah. And work, I don't mean to say that, but you work down.
I love Jay to death.
Tippy top. So, wow. All right, listen. This isn't about a specific guy's payoff. How much money did they ask for?
Who?
TNA. I didn't think you were going to say yes, they asked for money. I thought it was strictly talent, but they're asking for money.
Well, they thought WWE will get money out of it. But the deal was simply
$100,000?
No, goddamn. The deal was very simple. The deal was whatever they were paying Rick, we would pay their guy and be done with it. That's what the deal ended up. But no, they wanted a lot of money. I mean, they felt that we'll get $100,000 on it. No, they didn't ask for that, folks.
That's for 50.
It was made real clear what they were willing to do on their side. And at first they didn't offer up a talent swap. They just wanted Rick.
And they were just going to pay money.
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And I came back and said,
that didn't even cross my mind.
We got to get something else out of this.
Sure.
And it was my idea to at least get talent back. And I was shocked when it was like, well, ask, think we can get Christian?
Is that Dixie Carter?
I don't know.
No, I think it's
Yes, Dixie. It was.
Dixie really wanted to get. So yeah. Christian had been there.
She had a relationship with Christian, and Christian meant something to them.
He's a great guy.
He was one of the world champions. He is a great guy.
Yeah, but it is random. Rick was going to do it either way.
I'm sure, exactly.
I mean, there's no way you were keeping him off the deal.
So you might as well, make it as best as you can. Get the exposure of a guy on your TV, on their TV, and get somebody from theirs on yours. I mean, you might as well make it the best you can.
On this conference call, is this the first time you talked to Vince in a long time?
I wasn't on the conference call. I had a heart attack right before it.
You didn't speak to Vince at all?
I did speak to him one time before that to set up the conference call. But it was short and just kind of, you know what, let's get everybody together. And, my philosophy, which came from him, whenever there's disputes and there's he said, she said, get he and she together.
Sure.
And say, okay, here, let's get all this shit out now so it's not finger pointing after the fact.
And anything else you want to discuss about that Hall of Fame?
No, I thought it was beneficial to everybody. I'm glad Rick got to do it.
It was win-win.
It was win-win.
He's my boy, but I gotta ask. He had a reputation for having a really good time in Orlando and running up some crazy tabs occasionally and getting a draw, and supposedly took that a little far on a European tour. TNA turned down the draw. He says, I wasn't
a part of that then, but I do know.
You heard the story.
I did hear the story. Yeah.
Rick and I've never even talked about it because I never thought about it until just now. But it's like TNA, Ric Flair. Hey, what about this? You don't have any memory of that?
I just remember hearing the story, but I wasn't there.
There is a perception, and this may be rumors and innuendo, that a lot of the guys would get together. I don't know, Universal or something. There's some bar there that everybody would go to after the shows. Supposedly Kevin Nash would get Dixie Carter boozed up. A lot of the guys would hang out. did this become just the norm to go hang out and drink after the shows, and it becomes kind of a party atmosphere when they're doing tapings down there? Can you share any fun stories about that, or going out with the guys in Dixie and Company, and maybe how that would be different from when you would do it with Vince in New York?
Well, the bar was the hotel bar, but I didn't frequent it a lot. I tried to stay away. But, you know, there was that bar. I wasn't there when Kevin Nash was there, so I don't know what Kevin did with Dixie or at any time.
Oh, I didn't mean to imply that they did anything.
Well, no, I'm just saying I wasn't there, so I don't know if that was the same place they hung out. At one time, I believe they had like a hotel suite that they all used to party in, and that was all before my time. And, you know, later on, it was a different atmosphere, you know, when we went out.
Yeah, tell us
there were separate checks for everybody versus, you know, Vince McMahon would pick up the tab. And
you mean separate checks with all the boys?
Yeah.
Wait, help me understand.
I'm saying that.
Are you saying Dixie is there and she's not picking up the tab?
That's happened.
Really?
Let's just say that's happened. Yeah.
So help me understand. Like, I'm just freestyling. There's 12 of y'all at like a big table or a big section, and everybody's just having shots and doing drinks and eating oysters or whatever the hell people do when they're hanging out.
Right.
And then, you know, closing time, and she says, "Hey, bring everybody their bills."
No, it was just, okay, what'd you have? And pay up. You're asking me, now you're laughing. I mean, it was a different environment.
Does Dixie ask for the check and then says, "Now, Bruce, did you have the oysters?" Because the oysters were $17.
I think I had tacos.
That's a real thing, though.
Might have.
And then she says, "You owe $23," and holds her hand out?
I don't think she held her hand out. I think everybody just kind of said, well, I had this, and how much is it, and paid.
How fucking shocked is everybody at this?
It was a different environment.
It was cool with it.
Don't you do that when you take everybody out?
Don't
you sit there and itemize every detail and say, well, okay, but did you get
You're burying me right now.
Did you get a sweet tea and then you got a Diet Coke? Because they charge us for both. Don't you do that?
Did you just make that up, or is that a real example?
I just made that up.
Okay, I was really hoping that there was going to be a Dixie Carter sweet tea story.
No, and I like Dixie, man. Dixie was in a tough position.
Bischoff around for any of this?
Nah, well,
because Bischoff has made a lot of money in his life, and
I've seen
Eric,
money in the wrestling business. And Eric Bischoff has picked up so many tabs, it's pathetic around me. He's picked up many of my tabs.
Phenomenal guy, gets a bad rap.
Yes, he does. He picked up a lot of Dixie's tabs.
All right.
If there was a tab to be had, and there wasn't somebody picking it up, Eric Bischoff was usually the first one to pick it up. That came out of his ass, not out of a, expense account.
I wanted to ask, what was your expense account when you were at WWE?
$35 a day at TNA. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
$35 a day.
Yeah, and they had some kind of I think breakfast couldn't be over like $8, and lunch couldn't be over like $15 or I don't know.
They had guidelines for specific meals?
Yeah. That's
Janice.
Okay.
I'm just asking?
Yeah.
What was the deal? What was the expense account with Vince?
Take care of it, pal. How much was it? Okay.
They give you like a company credit card at TNA?
I did have a company credit card.
Okay. They fly you first class?
They flew me first class. I'm a big guy.
You don't want to say something there, so we'll move along.
No, you asked
the decision.
Wait, hang on.
You said they flew me.
They did,
which implied but you won't believe who they didn't. But you're not going to share that.
That's not what I implied. You asked a question.
You had a shit
Did they fly you first class? I said yes.
Okay, cool.
They were very good to me in that regard. And yes, I did fly first class. It was one of the things I asked for.
It's amazing they're flying you first class and the other guys are not getting their checks.
Drove me nuts.
It's silly.
It doesn't
make any sense.
I agree with you.
Hulk Hogan with Ric Flair wrestles Sting in Philadelphia for Bound for Glory 2011 for the storyline control of the company. It only draws like 3,500 folks or so. Did you guys think that Hogan was going to be a bigger draw? How difficult was that to get the match in the ring? It seems like at this point, Hogan, it's really...
Well, the difficulty of getting the match in the ring was Hulk's physical shape, because he had had several back surgeries, and it just was
Whose idea
constant.
was it?
Whose idea was what?
Booking Hogan in a match in 2011.
Well, Vince Russo was doing the TV and the creative at that time, so I guess it was Vince Russo's. Okay. I didn't really get into the creative, taking that over until right after that.
So even though you were talent relations here, are you dealing with Hogan, or is that somebody you just don't have to mess with?
I dealt with Terry on the fringe. I mean, we talked creative, we talked, but you know,
there was lots of uncertainty around this match as to whether or not it was going to happen.
Well, the uncertainty was Hulk physically going to be able to do it because of his back situation. That's all it was.
Why would they book it and promote it?
Because when it was booked and when the storyline started,
he was feeling okay.
He was feeling okay and felt that he would be able to go. So you take somebody at their word saying, I'll be able to go. In the meantime, something else happens. You book it, you go for it, you're going along. Then something else happens.
He's working
He's
out,
a human being.
Something. Okay.
And it's like, oh, shit.
There's no
malicious. No,
yeah.
God, no.
Just, okay.
Hulk is another one that gets a bad rap.
Super great to me every time I've met him. Remembered my name from one offhand meeting with Rick years ago. I thought that was really random. Very nice guy. The decision to go to live TV on the road.
Yeah.
Talk to me about it. Is this kind of what helps sink
I pushed for that heavily. I did push for that heavily.
That's you idea.
That is me idea. It was me and Eric Bischoff. I felt that live would help give us an edge. The issue was simply cost and resources. So we looked at it, how could we effectively do it? And the decision was made that we could do 2 tapings in one day, with one of them being live, and then tape the next week right after that. And
give me the pros of taping on the road. Sell me on it.
A different environment, an enthusiastic crowd that actually paid for your product versus people that are coming in out of the hot sun in an amusement park to sit down for a little while and be in some air conditioning and don't give a shit about what the hell's in front of them.
So tell me how you really feel about the Impact Zone.
Hated it. So the idea was to have a paying crowd and have people that were actually invested in your product that are going to come out and want to see your show. The other idea about it was actually charging someone to come to an event.
But it also
build up a big event, make it a bigger event, and have people pay money and get revenue
from the gate
to help go towards your production costs versus paying money to record a show on a soundstage, pay everybody, and then let everybody in for free, where you get no you get no return at all. And so the idea was to do it on the road, so at least you're getting something, because you're going to have to fly everybody into Orlando anyway.
Yeah.
And take it on the road, at least do it someplace where you got some revenue coming in off of the live gate, but plan it out. We pitched this idea, we laid it out, we studied the hell out of it, and we thought, okay, in 90 days, 3 to 4 months, let's plan for this and let's do it. Went from let's plan for this and let's do it to, oh my God, we're going live next Thursday. And it's like, well, fuck. Now we've got 10 days or whatever it was to sell a venue.
It was ready, shoot, aim.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it was, it wasn't ill-conceived. It was thought out. And I mean, we actually did do studies. We actually did look at break-even points. We did look at markets where we felt that we could draw a house in a smaller venue and do television and hopefully at least break even on your production.
Who was in charge?
Versus going in the hole on every production.
Who was in charge of finding local promoters to help sell tickets for these live events? Because that's a separate side of this television production business we've been talking about.
I guess that was Andy Barton and the marketing people. I don't know.
It was a fucking mess, though.
Oh, it was a horrible mess. Because nobody cared.
Yeah.
They were happy if they drew 500 people as long as they did their $34 a head in merchandise.
Are you saying real numbers right now? Like that's what their goal was? $34
They
a
were
head?
happy, yeah.
So it didn't matter the number of tickets sold as long as the merch per head was there.
No, I'll tell you, we did a show in Dallas, pay-per-view, and it was Austin Aries and Jeff Hardy, and it was legit, 5,000 people sold tickets. Actually, people bought tickets to see the event.
Yeah.
It was one of the largest gates and houses in TNA history at the time.
Yeah.
And they were upset.
Why?
Because I think they only did like $15 a head or something like that.
For
merchandise.
For merch, yeah.
For merchandise. And I'm like, so we just drew more money than you have in the history of the company.
But your average
sold more tickets than you ever have for any event. But you're upset. Well, the per head went in half. But you had 4,500 more people paid to the event,
which would have been a bigger
than your other average.
Been a bigger net, yeah.
It's bigger across the board.
Of course.
You sold more merchandise, but because you saw, oh my God, we're going to have 5,000 people.
Do you think some of that motivation, what you're saying right there, sounds like somebody who's paid based on what the average is?
Mm-mm.
Why would
It
they
sounds
care?
like somebody that has no clue what the hell they're doing in the business that they've invested in, that sits in Dallas, Texas, and doesn't understand and only looks at per heads and says, well, we did 34. This is a failure.
Well, that's simple math, though, what you're saying.
It is simple math, but they're not looking at both sides of it. They don't want to look at the fact that, okay, we drew 4,500 more, so to them, we should have gotten that 4,500, the $35 or $38 per head off of the 5,000 like we do with our 500.
Yeah.
Still did great.
Right.
Still did money. Still made a lot of money.
So I want to get to Andy Barton in a minute, but overall,
there's not much to get to.
Do you think that the decision to move to live tapings was a smart one, or it was just they didn't have the right staff to make it happen?
Well,
it's easy to armchair quarterback now.
Sure, it is. I think it was a smart one, but I don't think that it was smart in the way it was executed. I thought that it was rushed into. We weren't ready. We laid out the idea, and we wanted to plan it out and make a big deal out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't happen. It was like, okay, let's go live. Okay, let's do it. We're going to do it next Thursday.
Everybody wants to know this, whether we want to talk about it or not. We probably ought to. And then we'll run through the rest of this behind-the-scenes names list, and we'll get out of here. Victory Road, 2011, the Jeff Hardy story. Kind of curious through what happens. Did you see Jeff earlier in the day?
I did. I saw Jeff earlier in the day. I saw Jeff about 7 o'clock that night.
So about the time the pay-per-view starting?
Yeah.
So where are you sitting for this pay-per-view?
I was all over. I mean, I wasn't sitting anywhere. I kind of was all over.
So you're not just working the gorilla position?
No. For that one, I was producing backstage stuff and interviews and kind of all over.
Does everybody in the wrestling business call the gorilla position the gorilla position?
No, in TNA, they called it the go position. You know, you can get Cock-a-Doodle-Doo on your other show that you do, and you can ask him all these questions.
He named it the go position?
I guess.
Okay.
I think it was a holdover from
So you're all
WCW.
over here in 2011 for Victory Road. Bischoff's a part of the show.
Correct.
Vince Russo is here for the show.
Correct.
The main event is Sting. He's going to be challenging for the world title with Jeff Hardy in the main event. And you see him 2.5 hours prior to, and he's fine. Matt Hardy's on this show. He works a couple matches before Jeff. When do you first realize, Houston, we have a problem?
When Jeff's music started and they're yelling for Jeff, and Jeff wasn't there. And I left the area of the gorilla position there where I've been standing to go try and find Jeff. And when I went outside...
Nobody had smartened you up at that point?
Smartened me up to what?
That Jeff's fucked up.
Nobody knew Jeff was fucked up at that point.
Okay.
So I go outside and I see two guys carrying Jeff. His feet are literally dragging the ground.
Who are the guys?
Bruno and Tilly, two guys that work there.
Okay. And so they're just
Bruno
trying
and
to...
Tilly, underrated. Great guys, busted their ass. I got to give them a shout out because they're two good guys. And Jeff was out of it. Jeff was under the influence of something.
Yeah.
And he was out of it. And they got Jeff to the gorilla position, and while we're sitting there talking about he's in no shape to go out there, he just walked out.
He just walks right past you?
Well, he didn't walk, not like right in front of us, but we were standing there, and next thing you know, I'm looking on the monitor and go, oh, my God, he's out.
How does that happen?
Okay, you and I are talking.
Yeah.
Okay, he walks right by and just goes. You don't think he's going to go out, but he did.
So nobody thought it was necessary to, like, take him by the hand and sit him down. They just thought, hey, he knows
we didn't think he was capable of getting up the stairs.
He's Weekend at Bernie's almost.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now he's meandering down the ramp.
Yeah.
You have to be shitting bricks.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing the monitor. You're standing with Bischoff and who else?
Eric was there. Sting was there. We got Dixie there, just saying, hey, you know, she's...
Where's she normally watch the show?
I don't know. She likes to watch out in the crowd.
But she's back for this.
Well, yeah, we got her back there for that. I said, hey, he can't... Well, you know, he'll be all right.
What's Russo saying?
Well, Russo was in the truck. So I ran out to the truck to tell Russo what was going on because I didn't want to talk about it over the headsets. So I went out and I said, man,
even though it was apparent, but you still wanted to respect a little bit of privacy. Or just not just hear the dirty laundry.
Right, not, you know, go get on a podcast and talk about all this shit. So we came back and Eric and I discussed. We said, well, he can't work a match, and it was unprofessional, it was uncalled for, and we talked to Sting and said, need you to go out there and just beat him. Just go out.
Scale of 1 to 10, how pissed off is Sting?
Sting was pissed. Sting was about a 108 on a scale of 1 to 10 at that point. And
is he screaming and cussing mad?
No, he doesn't scream and cuss. He was seething. He was mad inside where it counts.
It was apparent.
Yeah. And I said, you know, you just need to go out there and get him down, pin him, tell the ref count 3. We had Eric go out and actually try to tell Jeff, hey, we're going to beat you. Just lay down and let's get out of this.
Bischoff goes out.
Yeah, Bischoff went out.
And says, hey,
he cut a promo, and then he put the microphone down and went over and told Jeff, told Sting, and that's what we're going to do.
And it was like a minute, and he pins him.
And he pinned him. And
was there any
Jeff
thought to, hey, we really screwed the fans here on the main event. We need to send somebody else out there and have another match after? I realized you still had to deliver that, but it was horseshit. So was there any thought like, man, let's send Matt Hardy out, or let's send Van Dam out, or something?
At that point, it was more of a shock and let's get the fuck out of it. Cut our losses. There wasn't anybody right there to send out.
Yeah.
And
a lot of guys may not realize this, but it's not like people imagine. When your match is over, you go get your shit and you leave the building.
Yeah. And, you know, it was unfortunate, and Jeff left right after that. And
wait, hang on. What did you say to him after the match?
I didn't say anything to him.
What did Bischoff say?
Bischoff did. He left. Jeff kind of like just disappeared. I don't know if he went off the side or whatever, but no one saw him when he came back, and he disappeared. But Terry Taylor was in charge of talent relations at that time. And then...
Well, this isn't his fault.
Hang on.
Okay.
Can I finish my story?
Yeah.
So when I came in and took over talent relations and Terry unceremonially had left, they asked me, so what are you going to do about Jeff Hardy? I said, well, first of all, tell me what was done about Jeff Hardy.
Yeah, that's a fair question.
They said, well, what do you mean? I said, well, is he suspended? Is he, you know, what was the fine? When's he coming back? What are we doing here? I said, well, I don't know.
They did nothing?
No one ever talked to him. He left that night, and allegedly no one ever talked to him.
How long ago? I mean, how much time passes?
At this point, probably about 4 weeks.
So they've been sending him checks every week for a month.
Oh, I'm sure they didn't miss his.
But nobody talked to him.
Nobody talked to him.
This is the ostrich analogy you started talking about at the beginning of the show.
Yeah.
So
I had to be the shit heel and call him and say, hey, man, you know, it's unprofessional and put us in a shitty position, put you in a shitty position. And we're going to have to suspend you until you can get some help. So the idea was for him to get some counseling, get some help, and when he was right, bring him back. And he did that. You know, he was going through some tough shit at the time. He did that. He got it cleaned up, and I never saw him even remotely to where you could think, well, I wonder if he's had a drink or something like that. Not once. And got his shit straight. Came back, apologized to the locker room. Everybody accepted it. And was a model citizen. And now has reinvented himself, and he and his brother both are reinvented and relevant again.
Yeah, and it's important to say here, we're not burying Jeff Hardy. It's really a positive story. He had a lot of challenges.
It's a success story.
Absolutely. He had a lot of challenges in his life. In 2011, he has an arrest, and he, worked through that, worked through this, and now seemingly on the other side and doing real well. So it's a success story. And he got he's still very beloved by all the guys. I don't know anybody who dislikes Jeff Hardy.
Nope.
He is here in TNA.
Jeff Hardy's here?
Well, we're not in TNA.
Oh yeah, thank God.
We don't have a tax lane either. He's here in TNA.
And I've got insurance. So.
Roll Tide. Let's just call it like it is. He was one of the most over talents in WWE. And he winds up in TNA for a reason similar to the one that Kurt Angle's here for. You're head of talent relations. Y'all just don't drug test shit down there. Am I right?
They drug test people. No, they did drug test people.
Well, how does that work? How do these guys who are super over and stars and needle movers in both places, and specifically we're saying Kurt Angle and Jeff Hardy, can't make it work in WWE, no problem in TNA?
Well, the drug tests were for the athletic commissions in the different states, like I want to say Washington State or Oregon, and the states that had them, so they had to do a drug test. And at the first of the year, they would come in, do physicals, do drug tests, and send them out.
But that's it.
That's it.
How'd you feel?
If there was reason to suspect someone was on drugs, and we'd do a drug test.
How many times do you remember doing that? Freestyle that in TNA?
I know I did it at least 3 times.
Same guy?
No.
3 different guys?
2 different guys.
Okay. And the idea was you didn't feel like they were safe. You felt like they were a hazard to other people. What was the motivation? What gets you to say, "Oh, we got to drug test that guy," just to catch him?
God, no. Well, no. I mean that's a horrible reason to
no, I agree.
If someone is impaired, you don't want them out there potentially to hurt someone else and hurt themselves.
So rather than just look at them and do the eye test and say, "Hey, you're fucked up, you can't go," instead you just say, "Hey, I need you to do me a favor."
I did both.
Okay.
I gave them an opportunity to tell me.
And if they said no, then you followed up with, "Here it is."
Great. Cool, man.
Then you got no problem doing this.
Because there's a feeling here, and I'm one of them that feel that you're not right. So I'm going to need you to put this in here so that I can then take it away from everybody that thinks you might be a little fucked up right now.
Wow. That's a real way to pitch it.
But then if they balk at having a piss in the bottle, then you have your doubts. Or they take it right then and go do their business and hand it back to you, and it's clean, and you go, "Okay, man, something's not right. We got to fix it." But if they, come back and they're dirty, so you had your chance. You could have told me.
So this is like one of those GNC tests that you just do right then?
No, it was with the facility. I believe it was Aegis or something like that.
How'd you turn it so fast?
In Orlando? You didn't. You had to give it to them. You didn't get the result back for like a day or 2.
Okay.
But I wouldn't let them work if there was suspicion.
Oh, okay.
No.
Okay. But you still paid them. I mean, they're innocent until proven guilty. Right?
They are.
Just
for the record, they were all guilty. But
sure, I have no doubt. Is there any sort of commentary you can give? I mean, I just want you to just don't work it. I mean, just shoot from the hip here. Jeff Hardy and Kurt Angle are superstars, big needle movers. Vince clearly sees, man, this is fucking bad. And Vince gives a lot of latitude, and these guys find their way to TNA still and have careers there. Is there no responsibility there whatsoever, you think? Or
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, Vince doesn't just turn down money. He's not allergic to money. So for him to take a pass on these guys, there's something there.
Yeah.
No concern for their safety. It's just, oh, look what we got.
Well, I think that I can tell you when I got there and I would ask questions, I would say to somebody, hey, here's the rumor and innuendo. Here's the scuttlebutt. This is what I've heard.
Yeah.
Any truth to that? You have to take them at their word at that point. But if you start seeing things that are suspect.
You're saying with the talent. You'd say, hey, man,
with the talent.
I hear you fucked up.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would say it just like that, too.
Yeah.
Give them an opportunity to say, you know what? I was fucked up, but I got my shit together. It's okay.
Man,
I'm going to be keeping an eye on you. And if you fuck up, I am going to test you. And we do have a checks and balances here. I can't have you being fucked up around here.
That's really hard to argue.
So, but you can't go in and say, oh, well, he was fuck up there, and I heard he was a fuck up there, so we're not going to use him. We give a guy a second chance because they may not be that same person in a different environment. But I would address it with them because I just wanted them to know that I know or I've heard.
Yeah.
Change my mind.
Sure. Well, that's interesting. Let's run through some quick names here, and then we'll wrap this up. You said a minute ago, not much to say about Andy Barton. Tell everybody listening, who the hell's Andy Barton? What's he do?
Andy Barton was like the executive vice president of operations, and he handled marketing. He handled booking the buildings, international deals, stuff like that.
What territory did he come from?
He came from the Dixie Carter ad agency territory.
So no wrestling background.
Zero.
Just somebody who's one of her confidants from a previous failed business.
Correct.
Okay. Dean Broadhead. He's a name that people have only become familiar with since the Billy Corgan lawsuit, I believe. Maybe some other people before. But that's for the first time a lot of people listening to this would have seen his name. Who is Dean Broadhead, and where did he break into the business?
You want the one word, or you want the name association?
Give me whatever you want to give me.
Dishonest.
No wrestling background?
No.
What is his background?
He flew fighter jets in Vietnam.
Any famous quotes you can attribute to him?
No.
Okay. I guess if you're named in a lawsuit, we're going to move along. Surge.
Surge. Dixie's husband. I like Surge, man. Surge was a lot of fun.
What's your favorite Surge entrance music? For those of you who don't know, Surge
Trouble, 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 trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble. Trouble, 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 trouble.
It is a hit. It's catchy.
Hey, man, Dale Oliver, the guy that works on the music with Surge, is a great guy, and he's a hell of a talent.
Yeah, I think they're on the outs now.
Are they really?
Yeah, I don't think they're paying Dale either.
Oh, well, good. Then fuck them, because Dale's a real talent. Because Dale's a real talent. But no, I like Surge, man. I've never had a problem with Surge.
Eric Bischoff leaves WCW. He's working with Jason Hervey at one point. They're suing TNA for unpaid royalties.
You said they leave WCW. They left TNA.
Well, they left them both.
You're right.
The TNA situation, when he leaves, are you there when Bischoff leaves or no?
No. I left in July of 2013.
What did Hervey do for TNA when you were around?
BHE Productions, Bischoff Hervey Entertainment.
Right.
They were partners, and they were the executive producers. So it was like they were co-executive producers of the show. Jason would come in, and Jason would shoot some of the backstage vignettes with his crew and try and give them a different feel and help guys out. I thought Jason did a hell of a job with this stuff.
You think
he worked his ass off.
Oh, I didn't say that he didn't. I was just, letting people know. Do you think there's any truth to the whole talk that there's some nepotism here with Brooke Hogan being on TV, Garrett Bischoff being on TV?
Oh, there's definitely talk about it, sure.
Were they worthy of their spots, yes or no?
I think that Brooke got put into an unfair position because I think people
Because of the music.
Because of the music, and I think because people thought that Hulk would really love this, and I don't think Hulk really loved it. As far as Garrett, it was simply a situation to put Garrett out there. Garrett wanted to be a wrestler. They made him pay his dues, refereeing for a year. Gave him an opportunity. He has a name, hardworking kid, honest kid. If his name was Garrett Jackson, would we be examining it the same way?
No.
You wouldn't. But the fact that his dad was Eric,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. And Garrett, probably not made for the wrestling business. But it doesn't mean that he didn't train really hard and do the best that he could.
How does Wes Briscoe wind up in TNA and not with WWE?
He was with WWE.
Well, you know what I mean. Like, he had a much longer run in TNA.
Well, Jerry Briscoe's a friend of mine. And when Wes wasn't picked up by WWE, they had an idea they were going to start him, and then they just cut him. I'd always been a big fan of Wes's. And he was young, very green, but I thought that we could build something with him and put him in a position where he could work with some older guys.
Get the rub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And teach him. So to me, having young guys like that had never been to WWE, these guys that we can mold, that we can build, that can be TNA guys. And with Garrett and then with Wes, it was just something to build on too. The youth movement that everybody accused us that we never had.
Was Hogan still there when you left?
Yes. For maybe about another month or so.
Did you have any, that doesn't work for me, brother, conversations?
What do you, I don't.
Well, there's this perception online, rumors and innuendo, that Hogan would sometimes see what was written and then at the last minute say, that doesn't work for me, brother. Okay, bullshit. I can tell by the reaction. Vince Russo, he was gone before you were gone. And now, of course, he came back and had another debacle.
He was gone in January of 2012.
How does that come about? Rumors and innuendo is that he's very paranoid at the time. And there's lots of talk that he was always looking over his shoulder and people were trying to screw him and blah, blah, blah.
Well, I've heard him say himself that I would meet with Dixie Carter behind his back to get his job. And the truth of the matter is there was a situation where I was in Nashville, Eric Bischoff was in Nashville, and Russo was in Nashville. All three of us, none of us lived in Nashville. We were all there at the same time. And we were told we were going to have a meeting in the morning. So we all get there, and we're doing our own thing. I think Eric was called in first, then Vince Russo, then me. And in my meeting, I was told that they had spoken to Russo and that Russo would simply be a television writer, and Eric would continue on as the executive producer, but he would have a kind of an arm's length on the creative end of things and the creation of it, but that I would then be seen, I would oversee all the production and all of the programming and writing. So I became executive or senior vice president of programming and talent relations. So
when you got all these new job titles, did you get a bump?
At that time, yeah, I did.
Good for you.
Yeah.
That was a long pregnant pause there.
Well, it was one of those I was told my bump was going to be one thing, and then it came back and actually was something else.
Were the checks in the mail?
Yeah.
I don't know why I just thought of this. I've heard that TNA would sometimes send empty FedExes.
That's a new one.
Just so it would be, we forgot to put the check. Just give them a couple extra days.
Oh my God. That doesn't shock me.
So Vince is on the outs. Is that the meeting where?
Well, the meeting is you're going to continue Vince doing what your thing, but it's going to go to Bruce,
right.
And then Bruce and Eric will finalize it and get it back to you, and you guys write it out, and we'll go produce it. But no, I didn't know any of this until after Dixie and Dean had met with Eric and then met with Russo and then met with me and told me about their meetings with Russo and Eric. Vince Russo's narrative is that I went in and lobbied for his job. I didn't want his job.
Right.
But that I'd gone in and lobbied for his job to get him out and for me to be in charge. I was simply a guy that needed a job, that was happy to work, and sure, I'll do it. You know, that's what you need me to do. I'll be happy to do it. And the idea was that Russo would stay on, but he was unhappy with that role.
Not being the top guy,
I guess. And he wanted out. So he quit.
Jeff Jarrett. What was the relationship with he and the company when you left?
Spend my days working hard on the go, but the hands on the clock keep spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight.
Is that an answer?
It's a song.
I remember the song.
With my baby tonight.
So, we're all right, hang with me. I know it's past your bedtime.
J-E-F-F-J-A-R-R-E-T.
When you leave, what's he doing with the company?
Who?
Jeff. I don't know what's going on anymore.
When I leave, Jeff was pretty much removed, but then right after I leave, I hear he came back.
How was he removed? Curious to see that.
He just stopped coming in. They didn't explain a lot to you, man. It was like, Jeff's not here. Well, who's doing this? We'll go take that to so-and-so. But
all right, let's talk about, I want to finish with the Carters, but first, you finish in TNA. How does that come to an end?
Comes to an end that I'm asked that the directive came down from Beelzebub in Dallas that I have to move to Nashville. And I hemmed and hawed about it, and I was given advice to just draw it out. Because apparently Russo had been given the same ultimatum many, many years ago.
Who told you to stick your head in the sand and do the ostrich?
And several people. They said, well, just keep coming, and then, you know, they'll ask you about it every once in a while, and you just tell them that, yeah, I'm getting on that. I didn't want to do that. I told them the truth. I said, you know, when I started here, I had one caveat. The only caveat I had was, got to live in Houston. I've got family members, and I have a situation where my family members have to live in Houston.
Yeah.
I'm not moving. Can't. And they said, that's absolutely not a problem. Will never be a problem. We would never ask you to move. And then they asked me to move. And when I said, you know, when I started here, we had this deal. I said, well, you know, Beelzebub wants you to. I said, okay, well, I can't do that. Well, think about it. So I took some time off, and while I was taking time off, they were sending out release letters to talent, not asking me, not telling me, nothing, sending out letters and having the travel guy call and fire people.
Who was released while you were gone? While you were on hiatus?
Doc Gallows.
WWE superstar now.
Lisa Marie.
Hall of Famer for sure.
There were a few.
Yeah.
And so it's, you know, and they're calling me going, hey, what the hell? And I'm like, I don't know, but I'm on vacation. So then when I get off vacation, they call me and they said, what's your decision? I said, well, my decision is the same decision it's always been. I said, well, here's the deal. You need to be here by the end of next week, living here. Or we just don't have anything for you. I said, so you're saying if I'm not moved out of Houston and living in Nashville by next Friday that I'm fired? I said, yep. I said, well, I guess I'm fired. Because that ain't going to happen.
What month and year was that, and who's telling you that?
July 2013. And that conversation, the initial conversation was with Dean Broadhead.
Mr. Dishonest himself?
And I had many conversations with Dixie, too. And Dixie's always, we'll work something out. And yeah, and then the next thing I know is I'm reading online that I'd been fired and that me and D'Lo Brown had both been fired. And so
D'Lo was an agent at the time.
Yes. And so I called Dixie. Of course, she didn't take my calls, but I sent her a text. I said it was really great to read about my demise on the internet, and I still haven't even gotten to speak to you. And she sent me back, I'll call you tomorrow.
And didn't.
No.
You have spoken to Dixie since then.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys are on okay terms now?
I don't know.
Yeah. Do they owe you any money?
You know, they did something that was really bad. I had some financial issues, and they were supposed to pay back and to the government and so on and so forth. And they didn't do it. They garnished things from my check.
So you had withholdings from the federal government.
Right.
And they were
that
supposed TNA
to pay.
kept. That weren't included in your checks, but then they didn't actually pay the government.
Correct. And then the government came after me for payment.
So they stole your money.
Yeah.
How much money did they steal from you?
Oh, that was about. It was only about $10,000.
Still.
But still,
and you never got it.
The arrogance. Well, it wasn't coming to me, but the government finally got it.
Oh, good.
Because it was the government coming after me for the money.
And you showed them proof. Hey, it was withheld from me.
Here's where they took it.
I did my part.
So I don't know, because I never heard the end of it, other than the government was satisfied, and it was just those kind of little petty things that didn't have to happen. That made you kind of feel dirty at the end.
Well, Beelzebub, I assume that's code for Janice.
That's what you say.
You got any good Janice Carter stories? I love the $8 breakfast. You got anything else?
You know, Janice just had a way of thinking that all businesses are the same.
Yeah.
And because they were successful building power plants, that they'll be successful having a wrestling company. Why, Hulk Hogan wrestles for me.
Oh, she liked to say it like that?
Bob liked to say it like that. Yeah. You know, Hulk Hogan, he wrestles for me. Yeah. Sure does. They just, I would hear stories about what stand-up people they were and what...
You'd hear that from who?
People. Jim Ross told me that how great they were and that he'd love to work with them. And I called Jim at one point and I said, man, are you sure you met, like,
the Carters?
Janice and Bob? Because, how much time did you spend with them?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure they could be very nice and very pleasant people. Like I said, Dixie, man, go party with Dixie. Go have a steak with Dixie and a couple bottles of wine. You'll have a blast. She's a really sweet, smart, nice lady. But have shit break down and need an answer for something. There were times that we needed answers for things that they just wouldn't answer the phone. Now think about this. I'm the Senior Vice President of Talent Relations, Programming and Talent Relations.
Right.
But I can't get the president of the company, the CFO of the company, or the owners of the company to take a phone call or call me back. I went almost 3 weeks one time with none of them calling me back with some pretty major shit. I would come into the office. I would come into Nashville. If I was coming into the office, if they knew I was in town, they wouldn't come into the office.
Just to avoid this topic.
I guess. It got crazy. So yeah, I'm shocked it's taken so long for a lot of this to come out, and they've got some pretty evil people there.
If Janice is a stickler about breakfast,
but Janice isn't there anymore. guess.
I'm just saying, if how are they paying Hogan and Bischoff?
Who said they were?
I'm going to freestyle based on what you just said. Was Spike paying them?
Who said they were?
I think that's a nugget that I don't know that's out there.
I don't know.
Wow. So all this talk amongst all the boys all these years that Hogan and Bischoff were siphoning off the money, that money wasn't even coming from the TNA bucket. I'm freestyling. That was coming from Spike.
You're freestyling.
You're not correct on that. Dixie Carter. Let's finish it up.
Finish it up.
Besides splitting checks for beers and sweet tea, besides, we'll figure it out. Besides, well, he's always like this with Jeff Jarrett or Jeff Hardy. Besides Sting. Got anything else to offer about Dixie Carter? Perception would be to me, as a rule of thumb, and this is me saying this, I'm a small business owner. I built my small business, on a handful of $1,000, and then little by little we grew. We had a little engine that could. And when we could afford to do something, we did. I didn't go do crowdfunding. I didn't go do a round of fundraising. I didn't raise money. I sold and made money, and through that grew the business. It seems as if this is not the way TNA was ever ran, and there was never a real focused pursuit of profit. And it seems as if the nail in the coffin financially from a business standpoint comes when they lose the Spike deal, which you could trace back to some stuff that Dixie does. They go to Destination America, the ridiculous email, they lose that deal. Now they're on Pop TV. They lose their lease. They don't pay state taxes. They run up an American Express bill they don't pay. They're using a personal credit card to book travel. She gets personal loans from Billy Corgan. It just seems, this is all allegedly, I should say, but it just seems as if once that Spike deal goes sideways, the business is going downhill and in a hurry. And from a fan perspective, when AJ Styles is allowed to leave, it's over. Dixie didn't see AJ the way Vince McMahon sees him now. He's the champ that runs the camp. She instead pursued other former names and tried to continue to do more of what had been done in the past. And now it's almost been a comedy of errors. But everybody to a man says she's a nice lady. She is a
nice lady.
I'm not disputing that. But what I'm saying is that just a really nice way in the South, when we're really shitting on someone, we say, oh, bless her heart.
Oh, bless her heart.
Is that not what this is, kinda? Oh, she's a nice lady. I mean, she's fucking stupid and can't run her business for shit and has just ruined a lot of great opportunities, but she's a nice lady. That feels, I'm not saying that's what people are saying, but that's the kind of impression I get when I hear people talk about Dixie Carter, because everybody likes her. You just said, have a steak with her, have a drink with her. And I've met her multiple times. She's very charming. She's a nice lady. I appreciate all that. But it feels as if that's the least we can give her. Can you give us anything good about Dixie Carter? Because all we hear is this negative.
Yeah, she's a wonderful mother.
I mean about wrestling.
Oh. She's kept it going this long.
I mean, that's true.
Well,
that's true. It's true.
A lot of people thought it would.
It lasted longer than WCW.
A lot of people thought it would have been dead a long time ago.
But wouldn't it have been dead if she didn't have parents willing to take double-digit $1 million losses?
Maybe. Maybe if those parents had stopped taking those double-digit losses and let someone come in and actually run it, someone other than their daughter, then who knows what would have happened.
It feels to me like when you have non-wrestling people like a Barton or a Broadhead, admittedly I don't know them, but I do know that their background isn't wrestling, based on your testimony to me. It feels as if those people are in those positions. It becomes a situation where you don't have someone that you can necessarily trust to do the job. It's just someone that you know you can trust. And so Dixie may have looked around and said, hey, I've known this guy a long time. We've worked together in other arenas. I can trust him. Rather than, I can trust that he's the best guy for the job.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
Would that have made any difference at all?
No.
So it's not just a key hire situation.
It was no, because every key hire that they put in, they had different people in some of those positions, and it just didn't work. But it comes from the top. It comes from the top. And when I say it comes from the top there, it goes back to Dallas and in those big corner offices.
So you're saying Dixie was never really empowered?
No, she never was. And then when you get to the level of Dixie and Dean, that each one of them thought that the other one was in charge, or thought that they were in charge. And
so there was a little power struggle at times between Dean and Dixie.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And you got your CFO talking to the mother, and then talking to Dixie, and it's just.
And so then it becomes a little infighting, pissing contest about trying to prove the other one wrong.
Yeah, everybody's fiddle fucking around, and it's just.
We're not worried about profit. We're worried about being right.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Or if these numbers don't work, well, let's see if these numbers will.
Oh, just to get approval in Dallas.
Yeah. Or if we don't tell Dallas and we just do it, they won't find out. We'll just mark it down under something else.
Like the Spike deal.
Didn't say that.
No, I freestyled that. I made that up.
Okay.
Bruce Prichard didn't say shit.
Okay.
She didn't correct me either. You'd gladly call me a dumbass. You look for reasons to do that. Anything else you want to mention about TNA? We went really long. It's our longest show ever.
No, I tell you one talent who excelled during my time there. Taryn Terrell.
Wow.
Taryn Terrell was I think she was living in New Orleans. She would call me every week, ask me for something. She hadn't trained in a while and had an idea to bring her in as a referee. It took forever to get that approved and get her in. But when she finally started working and doing her stuff, I thought she blew everybody away. And I thought she was an excellent, fresh surprise. I consider her a success story, and that's all on her because she went out there and busted her butt. And the stupid-ass, silly shit they did with her after I left and the beautiful people and all that crap, I thought was horrible because she was so good on her own. But that's me.
You're talking about silly shit. I can't help but think about this AJ angle that they did, the pregnancy thing. Do you think that really helped open some eyes in WWE? I know I just freestyled that's crazy, but that seems like a WWE style angle, and AJ pulled it off and did a pretty damn good job with it.
That's where you saw AJ's personality for the first time.
Yeah.
And acting chops.
Yeah.
And I think that probably helped considerably.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
That he was right there that whole time. Maybe the best worker in the business. Speaking of workers, I don't know how we missed this. Okada. Once upon a time, New Japan doesn't even want to do anything with TNA anymore because of how poorly he was used when he was in TNA. And they make a big issue about Vince Russo can't be involved, and they swear he's not involved. And then it comes out, of course, he's involved.
But I wasn't involved in any of that.
No, you weren't involved in any of that. But you were there when Samoa Joe has Okada with him.
Yes.
And they dress him up like the Green Hornet or
Kato.
Yeah. Do you think Vince Russo had ever even seen the guy work, or he just knew he was Asian? Hey, here's what we'll do.
I don't think he'd ever seen him work.
I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever seen him work. I don't think he'd ever one of the best performers in the business.
I don't know that he was the best performer in the business at that time either.
But he is now. That's what I'm saying is he wasn't even given an opportunity to show any of that. He's tall, which is unique.
Mm-hmm.
He has a good look.
I agree with all that.
Yeah. Anything else about TNA? I know we just kind of sidebarred those few little names.
No,
but
I really can't. So I hope everybody enjoys it. I hope that it's what they were looking for. I don't know. We kind of, good God, we talked forever.
we did. We appreciate you tuning in. Thanks for all the support. We'll see you next week right here on Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard.
Hey, Big Daddy, you got to get excited about saving people money. Woo! Woo!
SaveWithConrad.com.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle with. Bruce Prichard. Bruce, what's going on, man? It's a very special Black Friday edition of the show here, and a lot of podcasts are doing best ofs or taking the week off, or they've got something in the can. But, man, we're taping something brand new. Despite what all the rumors and innuendo are, the show's not in the can. I'm sick, and we're still powering through. Roll Tide. The man was Vader, the man they call Vader. That was our topic last week. I got a lot of great feedback on this one, Bruce. What are people saying to you about it?
You know, it's crazy because I just got a lot of positive feedback for the most part. I think that is due to the simple fact that the host of this show does research that would rival, well, I can't say Rand McNally because that's the Matt people, isn't it? I'm thinking of Encyclopedia Britannica. There's one for the books. Now we have Wikipedia and the internet. Back in the day, we had the Encyclopedia Britannica. But Conrad does his homework and is extremely thorough. And for the most part, that was the compliments that I got on it, and I'm very appreciative of that. And we love it. We listen to all of it, and if there's any loose ends we leave, we try to address them. But I really didn't get any.
I did have a couple of loose ends that I missed somehow. I need to apologize. Vader came back in 2005, very briefly, for Taboo Tuesday 2005. Jonathan Coachman was supposed to square off against Stone Cold Steve Austin, and in his corner, he put Goldust and Vader to kind of have his back. That wasn't the best showing for Vader, but he was there. And then, I'm sure we'll talk about this at another point, Austin gets wind that the creative would have Coachman going over, and suddenly he's unavailable for that show. So when he becomes unavailable, Batista steps in. Batista has a match with Coachman. Vader's involved. And that's kind of it for his swan song. He did briefly do an appearance where he was taking on with the other WWE legends, Heath Slater, a few years ago. But nothing really of substance. The only other thing that we missed was Scott Hall. And this was something that came up on a message board. Scott Hall had asked about going to Japan when he was trying to renegotiate his WWF deal to try to see if there was a way he can make more money. He approached Vince and said, hey, you know, what can I do? I feel like my income's plateaued. Is there an opportunity for me to do something else? And Vince assured him that no, he was doing everything right. And he countered with, hey, if I'm doing everything right, how can I make more money? Various explanations back and forth. And one of the things that he asked for, if you believe the rumors and innuendo, was that Scott wanted to work in Japan and thought, hey, if I could get some time off here, that would free me up to go have some dates in Japan and offset the income that he felt like he should be making. But he was turned down for that request. And the reason this is topical now and here is that would have happened in late 95 or early 96 at the exact same time that Vader was working out a deal with the WWE that would include some trips to Japan. So what say you, Bruce? You were there. Kind of walk us through what the fundamental difference between yes to Vader and no to Scott Hall would be.
Well, because they were asking for two different things, and Scott Hall was looking to be able to go to Japan and do, 3 to 5 week tours a couple times a year. And Vader was looking to be able to go over and work with our approval. And when I say our approval, we also were approving the opponents that Vader was going to be in the ring with. And they weren't going to be long, week-long, 2-3 week-long tours. They were one-offs, and we had to approve everything. Scott was looking to go over there and do tours, and that was something where we wouldn't be able to approve his opponents every single night of the tour, and the chance of him getting hurt at some point and not being able to perform for us on the backside was something that he didn't want to do. But being able to approve the opponents for Vader and or send a match to Japan, it was a different situation.
American stars have been rumored over the years to have made 10 to 20, sometimes even in excess of that, $1,000 per week on those Japanese tours. Does that number hold water with you?
Sure, top guys did, without a doubt.
Okay, before we move on, anything you want to add? I feel like I at least needed to mention the Vader Taboo Tuesday thing. Any specific memories about reaching out to Vader in 2005 for that? Was it always planned to be a one-off? Was it, let's just see what he looks like and see what we can do from here, and he showed up heavy? Or do you have any recollections as to why that didn't do more?
No, it was strictly as a one-off. It was just kind of a special appearance, a one-time thing, a special attraction type deal. So there was no plans to use him beyond that. And sometimes those things are, you bring people in for a one-off and they blow you away in a good way, then we may go back and say, let's bring them back and do something with them. Obviously, that didn't happen with Vader at that time. This is a complete show, and nothing but housekeeping from our most downloaded show of all time.
It really was our most downloaded show of all time. And, man, we play the hits. And TNA was a hit for us, so we're going to go back to what brought us to the dance, so to speak. And I'm excited.
If only they could have as many viewers as we did downloads, and they probably wouldn't be doing so bad, huh?
Well, that's a little mean.
But true.
Okay.
Cruel, but fair.
This is going to be the third time we have taped TNA Part 2. We did the first one when it was fresh. I still think we probably should have kept that one, but through some arm wrestling, I lost that bet. And now we're doing it for the third time. So we've done this many times because we're a little scattered because there's so many little loose ends. So we're going to try to play the hits, and we're going to hit the high spots. It's going to be a little bit of a word association, and we're just going to hit on some of the hot topics. And let's get into a hot one right now. Lots of rumors and innuendo. We teased we were going to talk about it. I got lots and lots of direct messages and text messages and private messages about this. Nobody really wants to talk about it in public, but on the message boards, man, it's there. Let's talk about sex, baby, in TNA. And there's lots of rumors and innuendo, and I kind of want to rapid fire some of this and just have you kind of set the record straight. To be clear, everything I'm about to say is rumors and innuendo. I wasn't there. I don't have any firsthand knowledge of anything. I'm not saying anything happened. I am simply espousing rumors and innuendo to Bruce so he can shit on it or verify it. We've done this forever, but I feel like when we're going to talk about sex, people get a little more sensitive. So here we go. Bob Ryder is a name that has been floated around.
I did not have sex with Bob Ryder.
Okay. Next name. Okay, so Bob Ryder, there's lots of rumors and innuendo that would link Bob Ryder with certain talent and some adult activities in the early days of TNA, whether it was the Naturals or Chris Harris or Abyss or the Young Bucks. There's a variety of names that are linked there, and I'm not saying anything happened at all, and that all of this isn't complete and total BS. But haters gonna hate. Rumors are gonna be rumors. What did you see? What did you witness? What did you have firsthand knowledge of? What can you confirm or deny?
Well, I'll tell you what I witnessed and what I have firsthand knowledge of is that Bob Ryder worked tirelessly, busted his ass for the company, and did a great job at what he did. And, I heard the same rumors, but when you look at it as the total picture, and it's like, oh, well, so-and-so stayed in Bob's room. People share hotel rooms, folks. It's a cost-cutting measure. And when guys are on the road and maybe they don't have the money to be buying a hotel room, they double up. Mick Foley, those guys slept, 3, 4, 5 to a room to save money over the years. And Bob Ryder, I always found Bob Ryder to be nothing but professional, bust his ass, and was always very good to me. So I never witnessed anything of any of the stuff that you said. So
from your worldview, this is all just rumors.
From my view, it's all strictly rumors. Yes. I have no idea if there's any truth to that. You'd have to ask other people involved in that.
When I just mentioned that to you, was that the first time you've heard that before?
No, I've heard the rumors before. I've definitely heard the rumors before, and I addressed it with Bob when I first started there.
What does that conversation sound like?
The conversation sounds like, hey, man, I've heard these rumors about you. I've heard that you will sometimes ask guys for favors for a push. You're not in a position to push anybody. He was the travel man, and he wasn't in a creative position to book and or push anybody anyway. And he said he denied the rumors. He said that wasn't the case. I have to take him at his word, and I never found that to be an issue when I was there. So from my vantage point with Bob, he was straight up, and I didn't have any problem with him in regard to not even anything close like that while I was there.
What do you think causes Bob Ryder to have a negative reputation online? Because it seems like there's a lot of folks who dislike him who haven't probably ever met him.
Well, sure. I mean, there's a lot of people that hate me that have never met me. And okay, I know. Go ahead. You were going to say, well, Bruce, come on, you know. But it's the same thing. It's because of the position he was in. He was in a position of perceived power. Right now, I guess he's in a position of power. I don't really know. But a lot of times it's easy to pick on a guy. You know, you and I have talked about this before, where when TNA, I'm going to use your analogy. I'm going to steal your shit now. So like when Baghdad, the statue of Saddam Hussein is coming down in the background. Bob Ryder standing out in front saying, nothing to see here, folks. It's all good.
Fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that has been the position that Bob Ryder has unfortunately befell with TNA. And, you know, he's standing up for his company just as you and I would. His official title, I believe, is Director of Talent Bookings and Travel. I don't know that for sure, but he certainly has more power than just being a travel guy now. But I wanted to hear that from you because there's a lot of people who believe that the dude's a sleazeball. But you have a different story. You're of the mindset that he's a pretty good, hardworking dude.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Okay, let's talk about who I consider, I guess, to be Mr. TNA himself, Mr. Jeremy Borash. Borash has always been a guy who's, I don't know, people are hot and cold on Borash. What was your experience with Borash? What did you hear before you got there, and what did you find once you were actually there?
Well, I'd heard that Jeremy Borash was a stooge, that Jeremy Borash was, you know, Jeff Jarrett's right-hand guy, and, you know, went and told everything that went on, no matter what it was. And I'd heard not great things about Jeremy Borash before I actually ever met him. Upon meeting him and having the opportunity to work with Jeremy Borash, I found him to be an invaluable person for TNA. The hardest working man in that company. He did everything. He was an announcer. He did helped out on the internet stuff. He ran camera. He produced. He just did, if there was something that needed to be done, no questions asked, Jeremy Borash would do it and do it well. And it took, you know, a little while to get to realize all of that, because I thought, well, why the hell is Jeremy Borash doing that? And I realized that Borash did it because no one else was doing it, and it needed to be done. Jeremy also produced a lot of stuff on his own. He would go out and make things happen. And a hardworking guy, proud to call him a friend, and he's one of those people that will succeed no matter where he is and no matter what he does, because he's a hardworking guy.
Do you think if the wheel ever runs off in TNA, he would have an opportunity to work with WWE?
Jeremy, I think it's sad that he hasn't had that opportunity yet, because he would be a hell of an asset to the WWE. And at the same time, he's such a self-starter and he's such a go-getter
that they might want to put the reins on him a little bit, and I think that would stifle him somewhat. He's working with Robert Irvine. He's doing stuff with Howard Stern. He's always out there creating something for himself. So I think he's doing all right where he is and doing what he's doing.
Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that he needs to leave. I just know he's a hard-working dude, and he loves the wrestling business. And if this thing ever goes sideways one day, I'd like to think that he had an opportunity.
Well, he definitely would be an asset, without a doubt.
All right, let's talk about another guy who used to be an asset for TNA, Mike Tenay. I want to know, from your perspective, why Mike Tenay is no longer in TNA, what your experience was like working with him, and why we haven't seen him with WWE. It seems like a natural thing. He was a part of WCW and then TNA, and he's been around forever, and now he's not involved with a major wrestling promotion, and that seems a little weird to me. So what did you think of working with Mike Tenay, and why don't you think we're seeing him much these days?
Well, I like Mike Tenay a lot, personally and professionally, and I think Tenay was a talented guy, stand-up guy, responsible. I can't tell you why he's not there anymore. I just assumed that they wanted a younger, different look and feel other than Mike, but not to utilize Mike in a producer's role or a creative role, I think is kind of a miscarriage, because he's great there. He's one of those guys with great attention to detail, very well informed and responsible. It's like one of the good guys. Tenay's one of the good guys. And for him, same thing. I'll say the same thing about him and WWE. I think Tenay, with the network, the WWE network, he would be such an asset to them. They wouldn't know what hit them if Mike Tenay came in there and took that thing over and helped them out with their research and what have you.
Let's talk about Keith Mitchell. He's somebody who we didn't touch on in a previous episode. He's been around the business forever. I think he first came to notoriety out at World Class and then spent a lot of time in WCW. And now, he spent quite a bit of time with TNA. What was your experience like working with Keith?
It was my first time having the pleasure of actually getting to work with Keith Mitchell. Was during my time at TNA. Now, I'd actually tried to hire Keith Mitchell on 2 different occasions over the years away from WCW.
Tell our listeners what Keith did.
Keith Mitchell was a producer, a director, and Keith was the producer of the World Class Championship Wrestling out of Dallas, Texas, for Fritz von Erich back in the day when World Class really exploded. Keith Mitchell was the first guy to utilize the microphones on handheld cameras and open up those mics and hear inside the ring what the referee was saying, what the talent were saying to each other, and not spot calls or anything like that. But it really amplified and enhanced the viewing experience. Keith was so ahead of his time, very creative. And Keith went from World Class. He went to WCW, worked for Turner. Just an unbelievable talent. He eventually moved to Atlanta, makes his home in Atlanta now. And when Jeff started TNA, he utilized Keith Mitchell's experience and expertise to help him out with TNA. And Keith is just an old Texas boy. Likes to go hunt. Pretty simple. Give him a beer and just let him sit out and smoke his cigar, and he's good to go, man. And beyond talented. But that was one of the really bright spots that you can say, did you enjoy going to work? I loved going to work and working creative and working with the talent. And I throw Keith Mitchell in that talent pool.
Why do you think, considering his long time in the business, he was never a candidate? Not necessarily a candidate. Why did he never wind up with Vince? Was this a Kevin Dunn situation?
We tried. Man, I tried to hire him twice.
What kept him from coming?
He was set in Atlanta. He liked Atlanta. Didn't want to move to Connecticut. He was happy where he was. Wasn't about the money. Wasn't about the fame. He was happy where he was.
When you say that, it makes me think of David Sahadi. David Sahadi was well known for producing video packages for the WWE, including the very popular Stone Cold Steve Austin Rock promo to the Limp Bizkit song "My Way" right before WrestleMania. And the one that I've heard, rumors and innuendo, that Vince loved the most was the old black and white footage from the mid-2000s that had Classy Freddie Blassie doing the voiceover, talking about some of the Hall of Fames like Ernie Ladd and stuff like that. What happened with him departing WWE, and then what was it like working with him in TNA? And specifically, his name comes up when you hear about the situation where WWE was in Orlando filming a commercial for the Royal Rumble, and TNA was involved. And you were there on the WWE side. Sahadi was there on the TNA side, and he had just gotten there. Tell us about working with Sahadi, why he left, and then that specific incident, please.
Well, Sahadi came to us from NBC. He was a promo guy at NBC and came in to produce spots and to help with production at the WWF back in the day. John Filippelli was there at the time. And Sahadi is, in my opinion, a genius when it comes to television production. And Sahadi was the one responsible in a big part for the evolution of Stone Cold Steve Austin, kind of from the $1 Million Champion and the Ringmaster and turning him into Stone Cold with those vignettes of Steve pacing in the yard and the dogs barking and the chain link fence and all that. That was a brainchild of David Sahadi. And he did some really, really great stuff. You talk about the Hall of Fame spot with Fred Blassie and Gorilla Monsoon. Anything that Sahadi could do that could utilize the talent of Classy Freddie Blassie, he would. And I'll tweet out the picture from a party at David Sahadi's house with me and Fred Blassie from years ago when I had black hair. We won't talk about that, but maybe some other time. But Sahadi was just burnt out, and he had been running hard at WWF, and he was burnt out, wanted to take some time, wanted to travel a little bit and just get away from the grind. And he took a leave of absence. He took some time off and didn't come back, and decided that he was just going to take some time, live in the mountains, I believe in Chattanooga. And during this time, Jeff Jarrett contacted him, told him what he was doing, asked him if he could help, had him come in, and he became helping with the opens and some of the production pieces for TNA. And I dare say that he contributed a great deal to the look of those packages for TNA and did a great job. I think where Sahadi kind of I don't think Dave was they ended up moving Dave into a director position where he was directing the live shows, and Dave was not a director. And so people would kind of blame Dave for the live show because he was the director calling shots, but that wasn't his forte.
Right.
He's great in post-production, and he tried, and he did the very best that he could, but was what it was. And then you talked about when we were down there, we were producing a commercial for the Royal Rumble, and we were in Universal Studios Orlando, and we had a soundstage. And Universal Orlando is also where TNA produced their television show in a separate soundstage down the way. And while we were there, some of the TNA talent came over with cookies and balloons to welcome us, and they were recording it, trying to ambush us and get some of our stars on their TV.
Who were the guys who approached with the cookies and balloons?
It was Abyss, Road Dogg, Jesse James, maybe Kip Sop, and I don't, maybe Conan. I don't remember who else, but I know it was Abyss and Road Dogg for sure. And they came, and John Gaborik, who was with WWF at the time, who's now at TNA, Gaborik and Sahadi got heated, and I think Gaborik called Sahadi and threatened him and was going to beat him up and all this other crap. They shot Rey Mysterio without his mask out at catering. And Ray, unbeknownst to Ray being Ray, one of the nicest guys in the world, walks over to go say hello to the guys, and they were recording him. So it wasn't cool, but it's something that, frankly, we probably would have done being in the same position.
We being WWE. Were you there for this taping?
I was. Yes, I was. I was at Universal Studios. I was inside. I was actually inside the studio when this took place. Outside, I came out after the big blow up and everything was dispersed. But it wasn't, I was like, okay, great. They came. Get rid of them. Make sure they don't come back, and let's move on.
Does something like that exclude, or, would Vince ever hold that against an Abyss or somebody like that if given an opportunity to have a conversation?
Oh my God, no. I mean, look at it. Road Dogg is in charge of their creative now.
Yeah, I just didn't know, since he had, a track record there. I just wonder, it feels like it is a ballsy move. It's a cool move, but you wonder, hey, is this going to hurt my future employment opportunities if you're a talent? Wouldn't that at least cross your mind? It
might, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
If anything, it enhances them because you got balls.
Absolutely. We mentioned Universal Studios there. Do you have any funny Universal Studios stories that you could share with us?
Besides Al Snow screaming like a girl when we went in the Halloween Horror Nights, and my God. I've never heard a grown man scream as much as Al Snow going through a haunted house. It's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. I think one of the funniest things that happened, every year they have the Grinch Who Stole Christmas, and the Grinch, the studio for the Grinch show was right next to the soundstage where we did our show. So all day long, the Grinch and Lucy Liu, or whatever the hell her name is, and all the Who people and everything would walk from their studio across the way to the dressing rooms, and all day long I would harass the Grinch. And I would tell everybody, hey, that motherfucker right there is going to try and steal Christmas. I know it. That son of a bitch. And keep an eye on him. And at one point during the day, they were walking by, and I took a picture of the Grinch in his makeup coat. And everybody got all upset, said we were back there taking pictures. I said, yeah, I took a picture. What the hell? They're taking pictures of us. We should be able to take pictures of them. They're walking by taking pictures of us. So I unmercifully fucked with the Grinch. And we were there for 3 days. And for 3 days, I would just scream at the Grinch. He's going to steal Christmas. I'll keep an eye on that son of a bitch. Watch that green motherfucker. And finally, on the last day that we were there, the Grinch is walking by, and I look at the Grinch, and I turn, either Pat Kenny or Al Snow, and I said, I know that son of a bitch is going to steal Christmas. And out of nowhere, the Grinch turns to me and says, you, Bruce Prichard, yo, I've had my eye on you. I'm gonna, and just cut this incredible Grinch promo on my ass in front of everybody at catering. And I was the only one not in on it. And it was absolutely classic. And, the Grinch got a promo on me. That was fun. But Universal was fun, man. We were right next to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. We could sneak over there and get some butterbeer. And when we used to do those one night only pay-per-views, and we would do, like in the afternoon, we would shoot a 3-hour show. Then that night we would do a 3-hour show. I'll make a confession here. I used to go walk over with Bernie, who was our liaison at Universal, and we used to go over and sit in the bar over in Harry Potter World and have a few beers in between shows. So that was nice.
Is that the bar that everybody hung out at? Because I've heard a lot of guys talk about, drinking at the shows down there.
No. This was actually in the Universal Studios amusement park. And in the amusement park, in certain places, they have actual bars.
Got it.
So, yeah. And Bernie was working and I was working, and so we would just kind of hide in a corner and have a couple of cold silver bullets.
Let's get back on track with guys you used to work with. One of the guys that we talked about, or didn't talk about in the last episode, was Mike Tenay's broadcast partner, Taz. There was lots of talk here at the end of Taz's run with TNA that there were financial disputes. I want you to shed some light on that if you can. I know you're not going to give us numbers. I'm not even going to ask. But shed some light on that. And while you're doing it, kind of tell us how that process worked. Did he travel to Orlando and call all the shows there? Or did he go there and then have to do post at a later time in Nashville? What does that cycle look like, and how was Taz to work with as a talent here?
Yo, brother, why you fucking with Taz? No, all the above. I loved working with Taz. Taz was easy, and Taz was a pro. He's one of those guys that takes himself seriously, and he came in, he was doing color. He was there when I got there. But Taz, we would do commentary. We would do some commentary there at the arena, at the soundstage. And sometimes we would leave commentary blank, and they would come in and do commentary back in Nashville every week to try and keep it as current as you possibly could. But Taz was easy, and he did his work, showed up on time. You didn't have to worry about him, and I really didn't have a problem with him. If you just shot straight with him, he shot straight with you. You always knew where he was coming from. He had contractual issues, it seemed like every year. And I'll try to give you the example. I'll ask you just two simple questions. If you're paid bi-monthly in 1 year, how many times will you be paid?
Bi-monthly would be 24.
If you were paid every other week in 1 year, how many times would you be paid?
26.
So if your contract calls for you to be paid bi-monthly and the company pays you that bi-monthly amount weekly or bi-weekly.
Yeah, you get paid an extra month's worth of income each year.
Correct. So, let's just hypothetically say if that were to happen and they would catch it a year and a half, 2 years later, after the fact, they would come back and say, oh, we overpaid people. And they would want the talent to pay that money back. Well, coming from a talent perspective, and coming from the talent world, where oftentimes, at least in the WWE, and I dare say even with Bill Watts and Paul Bosch, there were times you got bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
So you would get your salary pay, but you also got bonuses.
Mm-hmm.
So if you make more money than what you were contractually obligated to make, you assume or you figure, well, hell, it's a bonus.
I did a good job. Yeah.
It's an understanding. Well, Panda in Dallas, they didn't understand that. So there were issues like that with Taz, but it was always Panda's fuck up.
I see.
And, every single time Taz was in the right. And it was silly, stupid shit that just didn't have to be. And I do not know, have never talked to Taz about it. He left after I left, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was over a silly, stupid issue like that.
Another guy that you worked with there at TNA that you had worked with before, you mentioned a moment ago, was Al Snow. Al was one of the agents there. Who were the rest of the agents? And can you kind of break down what the daily life of an agent would have been for TNA?
Well, there was Al Snow, there was D'Lo Brown, there was Pat Kenny. Bully Ray was an agent from time to time, would help us out on TV tapings. Abyss would even help us out at TV tapings and maybe agent a match or two if we needed him to, or help out. The agents would come, they'd be a part of our television production meeting early in the day, and they would work on the matches themselves with the talent. They would get with the talent, come up with finishes, and come up with the layout of the match and convey that to the talent during the day. And then they would work with the production truck to make sure that they knew everything that was going to happen throughout the night. Every one of those guys I thoroughly enjoyed working with, because it was they would probably tell you different when I say it was a low pressure job because I might have been a little intense at times. Some people say I would yell and scream. That's just simply not true. I was just passionate about things at times, but for the most part, we had a blast. I really enjoyed working with those guys because nobody had an ego. Everybody was open to ideas, and it was a free form freestyle, exchange of ideas.
What were the Harris brothers doing when you were there? They're a name we see associated a lot with TNA now, but back when you were there, going all the way back to your WWE days, they were the Disciples of Apocalypse, the DOA. And before that, they had another gimmick and another gimmick. I mean, they've been around the wrestling business for a long, long time. And they started as talent with TNA as well, but now they've worked themselves into a backstage role. What role did they have when you were there?
They weren't there when I was there.
Okay.
They were never there for one day while I was there. But Ron and Don, man, I've known them for years. Always got along with them. Love them. Great sense of humor. I always found them to be great guys.
I want to talk about another guy who I don't think was there when you were there yet. You mentioned him a minute ago about the Royal Rumble shoot with Sahadi. Big is his nickname. People probably remember him from the original Tough Enough. John Gaborik. Did I say his name right?
Yeah, John Gaborik, yeah.
So Gaborik, he is somebody who has, had a rise, I guess, in TNA. I think he's like an executive vice president of talent relations now or something like that. So he's in a pretty prominent role. Kind of carry us through, Big in the WWE, his departure there, and what your experience was like working with him.
Well, Big was one of Kevin Dunn's best friends, and he was brought in the WWE to be the guy that lives with the talent for the first Tough Enough show and be the liaison producer between MTV and the WWF for the Tough Enough shows. And he continued that role in subsequent Tough Enough seasons. But I don't know, maybe he did, but I don't know that he did, if he had any previous production experience, but it was somebody that Kevin Dunn trusted and put him in that position. And later years in WWF, he was in charge of getting the production crews and the locations for our off-site vignettes, special shoots, and commercials and things like that. I wasn't there when he started at TNA. He started right when I was leaving, so I didn't really have any interaction other than a phone call or two with him at TNA.
And you don't know what his background is?
I think he had a furniture store and a cigar store in Baltimore.
And that's maybe how.
Beyond that, I really don't know.
Okay. A lot of people blame him for some of the quote unquote fall of TNA. Just miscues one way or another, for right, fairly or not. A lot of people point the finger to him for some of their challenges. Did you know of any sort of shenanigans to happen with Gaborik when he was in WWE?
No, I don't know. I mean,
okay, well, let me just say it. The rumors and innuendo are that he would, kind of say one thing and do another, and that upset some of the talent, but it also upset some management and some of the other partners, where he would misrepresent things to different people, including talent. Some of those guys on their way out credit him as being a reason they leave. And then maybe it's sour grapes, but you start.
Oh, are you talking about TNA or WWF?
Well, I'm talking about TNA, and I know you weren't there, but I'm saying as a basis, was any of that evident? I mean, I don't know why he left WWE, but I'm saying supposedly he's politicking in TNA and making some wrong calls. And one of the rumors and innuendo are that he has a little bit of a casting couch for the TNA knockouts. And I'm not saying that's happened. That's all message board bullshit as far as I know. But did you know of any sort of saying one thing and doing another, or playing the political game, or having some leverage, or having some inappropriate relationships with female talent, or anything like that with him in WWE?
Well, I think that the rap on him in WWE was that he was Kevin Dunn's best friend, and that's the only reason he was there. That was the rap on him at WWE. As far as TNA, I've heard after the fact, I've heard the same rumor and innuendo about him, but I don't know if any of that's true. It comes along with the position. And no matter what, I've heard some horrible things about things that he's allegedly said and done there. But again, it's simply rumor and innuendo. I didn't experience it, so it's tough to comment on it because, no, I never experienced anything like that firsthand with him. I didn't have that much interaction with him. When I interacted with him at WWE, it was simply I would come in and go do a shoot, and he was the guy that had hired the crew and or got the place for me.
Dale Oliver is the music director for TNA, and he worked closely with Surge, and that's Dixie's husband. Do you have any interesting stories or familiar stories about working with Dale?
No, but Dale was a trip, man. Dale was a lot of fun. He's one of those guys that we'd always hang out with afterwards. And well, hang on, let me rephrase that, because I didn't hang out a lot at TNA. I tried to keep to myself, and I would usually just go out with the creative guys or Al Snow and Pat Kenny. But on occasion, and when I'd be in Nashville from time to time, Dale was one of those guys that was fun to sit and have a beer with and chat, because he's played with everybody. He's a guitar player, he's a music producer, very talented guy. And if you remember the deal where Eric Bischoff was playing guitar, opened up a TNA show, that was Dale Oliver that was actually playing it.
Oh, okay.
So when they had the close-up shots, and Eric plays a little bit, so he was able to fake his way through it for the live arena shot. But when the music actually being played in those tight shots, that was Dale.
What about Surge when it comes to music? What's your favorite theme music that Surge has ever put together?
Trouble, trouble, trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble. Trouble, trouble, trouble.
Got to find a way to work
Trouble,
that into
trouble,
every
trouble.
TNA show. What about Bill Banks?
Bill Banks. Wow.
It's a deep cut right there. Bill Banks was with WCW back in the day, and then eventually works with TNA as well. He did a lot of work on the old WCW magazine, and then when he goes to work with TNA, he has a variety of roles. I wanted to know, from your perspective, what he contributed to TNA.
Bill Banks, in my opinion, contributed nothing to TNA. Bill Banks originally worked at the WWF on WWF.com, and he was on the website, and he worked with Vince Russo. And when Vince Russo left to go to WCW, Bill Banks left and went to work with WCW with Russo. And then from there went to TNA. Bill is, I dare say that if left to Bill's own devices, that the TNA website would look exactly like the WWF website did in 1998. I hadn't seen, it was a constant battle these talents were released from the company. Please take them off the website. 2 weeks later, Bill, I asked you 2 weeks ago, please take these off of the website. They are no longer with the company. 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later, 5 weeks later. He just, I don't know what it was with him. He would hide in his office with the door shut and the lights off, and would become very defensive if you ever questioned him about anything, but was very opinionated and would attack everybody else in the company for not working and tell everybody how hard he worked. When we would ask for change, I would just ask for simple things. Keep the site updated. Don't have tonight on Impact about a show that's 2 weeks old. Especially when we were taped. It's like, let's plug some of this shit. Let's tease. Let's get people interested in the show. Let's be ahead of the game. and update the website as the live show is going on. Oh, no, that's too difficult to do. I would need a whole staff. You've had the show for a week. You can build stuff ahead of time and be ready to post it. Just keep it up to date so that people who are watching the show live can go to our website and get updated. Let's have something beyond the show. Let's do some backstage stuff. Let's do some extra things that you can't get on TV. Yeah, I don't mean to be mean, but he's horrible.
I did not expect that.
Absolutely horrible. Sorry, Bill, but you're horrible.
That's why you listen to Something to Wrestle With right there, kids. Every now and again, I hit a name that I had no idea would get that type of reaction.
And that's why we don't talk about this, folks, before we go on the air. I have no idea what's coming at me, and neither does he.
Bill Banks, on his LinkedIn profile, says that he was the magazine writer and editor from 95 to 99 for the WWF magazine, and that he kind of oversaw all of that. And he also says in 98 and 99, he was a member of the creative team for Monday Night Raw, broadcast on the USA Network, and a weekly 2-hour SmackDown broadcast, and monthly 3-hour pay-per-views such as WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Royal Rumble, etc. So he was on the creative writing team, 98 and 99. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it would be interesting if you were to ask Vince McMahon about Bill Banks. Go ahead, ask Vince McMahon about Bill Banks.
So, Mr. McMahon, I've got Bill Banks on the line for you. Apparently, down there in Nashville, things ain't looking so good, and he wanted to talk to you about rejoining the creative team here in the WWE, Mr. McMahon.
Who?
Bill Banks. He ran the magazine from 95 to 99, and he's Russo's buddy.
What magazine, pal? Pronouns. God damn it.
Your magazine, sir, the WWF magazine. He was buddies with Russo. He ran the WCW website too for Turner, and oversaw a staff of 10 employees for daily updates, including news, photos, graphics, television, and live event promotion.
What the fuck are you talking about? Rambling on. I've never heard of this. Jack off.
Well, he wrote for WWE. He wrote SmackDown. He wrote Raw. He wrote WrestleMania. I'm reading it right off his LinkedIn here, Mr. McMahon. He wrote SummerSlam. He wrote Royal Rumble. Then he went to WCW and he wrote there. He wrote Nitro and he wrote Thunder. And now he's in Nashville, and of course down there he's had an opportunity to write for Pop TV and Destination America and Spike TV and
what the fuck is Pop TV?
Well, it's where they're doing that TNA show now, where the Hardy Boys are deleting everybody.
God damn it, pal! Get me a coffee.
Yes, sir. How do you like your coffee?
Like I like my women, hot and wet.
And paid for. Thank you, Mr. McMahon. So, where does this hate for Bill Banks come from, dude? I never saw this.
I don't hate him. I mean,
you did say, "Hey, sorry, Bill, but you're horrible." So, I mean, you did say
I'm
sorry.
Just saying he was horrible.
Yeah.
He was. I think he was the associate editor, which means that he used to make copies and shit like that. And for Russo, that's basically what he was. He was kind of like a writer's assistant to Russo.
I've met Bill a couple of times, and he's always cool to me. So I don't know Bill in this negative way you do, but he's been there, according to his LinkedIn, since April of 2003, and he says he's done everything there, from being a producer to handling the website and the social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, all that stuff. And also
what a glowing recommendation that is. Then look at their shit. You know, one of the only times I've ever seen Dixie Carter get pissed, and I mean pissed, and go off on someone was at Bill Banks in a meeting.
How so? You can tell us a story?
Goddamn, I'm trying to forget. I'm trying to remember who the hell the girl was. It was one of the knockouts, and Bill was making fun of the way she looked. And Dixie and he was doing it all under his breath and making little, snide remarks and laughing to himself and just being a little dick. And Dixie went off on him.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
No, just stop with your remarks. You don't have a clue, and I'm sick of your smart ass comments, and you don't contribute anything positively to any of these meetings. All you do is knock everybody, that type of shit.
Wow.
Yeah, and for Dixie, dude, that was snug.
Dude, it sounds like that might be the only story I've ever heard like that about Dixie.
Yeah, well, it's one of the only ones I really remember, her going off on someone, and she did it in public. I mean, she did it at a big meeting.
Well, I did not expect that with our Bill Banks conversation today.
From my first day on the job, it was, can we get someone to overhaul the website till the very last day that I left was, God, we need someone to do the website. Everyone they brought in and talked to, of course, I guess they didn't like because they had ideas. I don't know.
Or they wanted to be paid. One of those.
Oh, damn.
What?
What happens?
I'm not saying that to be ugly. Let's move along, and let's talk about something else that got moved along. And that was the gut check. We somehow missed this on our first TNA show, and this was really, really, really popular with our Twitter fans. I don't know how we missed it, but we still covered 3 hours and managed to miss it. Gut check had a couple of different incarnations, but it really got off the ground when you were there, and you guys turned it into a television segment. And it's famous for, in the very first one, Alex Silva was the contestant. He had a match against Robbie E. And then they threw it to a vote with Bruce Prichard, Al Snow, and Ric Flair. And supposedly the rumors and innuendo would lead you to believe that everybody knew what the answers were going to be. Like, these guys say yes and these guys say no. But Flair goes off script and changes his mind and says yes. And that changes the whole outcome of the thing. So the guy wasn't getting a contract, but now because Flair just went into business for himself, now he is signed, and he doesn't even have a work visa to work here. What's true, what's false, and what really happened?
Well, as far as gut check, it was simply an idea to be able to expose some new talent, and we were doing gut check on the road where we would get indie guys and people that wanted to audition for a spot on the roster to come to the shows and work out with the agents and work out with some of the talent. We were looking for new segments for the television show. Spike wanted something new. Dixie wanted something new. We wanted something new. And American Idol was hot. And we thought, well, what if we actually had live auditions on the show? And we had people, guys come out, they wrestle a match, and then the next week we would critique that match and we would talk amongst ourselves. We had 3 different judges that would then decide whether or not this guy would get a contract. Originally, the 3 judges were going to be Ric Flair, Earl Hebner, and I think Al Snow. They had them talking over the match at first in an insert, and it just didn't work. We scrapped the idea. It didn't work. And
did that ever make air?
No, it did not.
Okay.
It was taped. We taped it to try it out and do a dry run, see if there was something there. Dixie really wanted me to be on air. I didn't want to be on air. Eric made a big push. Why didn't you want to be on air? I'm not comfortable being myself on air. I know that's crazy. I hear this show, Something to Wrestle with Bruce Prichard. But I was much more comfortable being a character. I like being a character. Plus, I didn't want to take up TV time. We had talent that needed to be on TV and needed that time. Why do you want to look at an old fart like me? And she felt it was real. Eric made a push for it, talked me into it, and I decided, okay, I'll do it. And so it was me, Flair, and Al Snow. I knew what the other two judges were going to vote, and I would essentially determine the order. I'd let Jeremy Borash know the order to ask which judge at what time, and then I would usually I would have the deciding vote how I wanted it to play out, whether it was me doing it or one of them. With Alex Silva, he came in, the vote was no, but right before the third and final vote, we gave the guys an opportunity to cut a promo to possibly sway the last judge's decision. Well, Flair had already voted, and Flair voted no. He was the first one to vote. Al Snow voted yes. So I'm the deciding vote. Alex Silva cuts his promo. Flair grabs the microphone and says, I changed my mind. I vote yes. And the kid's in. And he's hired. And we're on live TV. And it was crazy because the kid didn't have a visa. Couldn't work in the States. We had him on a temporary, 1 or 2 off deal appearances to be able to do the gut check thing, but he didn't have a visa. So now we had to start working on a visa. Didn't work out. He wasn't that good. And never should have got the contract in the first place. But gut check was simply a vehicle to get new talent exposed, bring some new, fresh talent in, and a different way to introduce them.
And the thing that most people talk about is contestant number 2, which is when Joey Ryan in May of 2012 had a match with Austin Aries. They take it to a vote, and this time Taz has replaced Ric Flair. It's a no from Bruce Prichard, it's a yes from Al Snow, and it's a no from Taz. What happened from there? What was a work? What was a shoot? And when did it become a work shoot, if it did?
Well, that's one of those deals where, you notice how I got that in?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Where we knew what we were going to do, and I had said no, Al had said yes. Funny how that worked, because we really usually did disagree. It was time for Joey to cut his promo, and Joey cut a great promo on me and on Taz. Well, Taz, being the pro that he is, he stuck to the script. He didn't go off script, and he said no. But Taz was pissed because the kid cut a hell of a personal promo on me and on Taz. Well, as this is taking place and we get out of the ring, and I go back and they've got a camera in Joey's face, and I tell him I'm listening to this, and I'm thinking, oh my God, this guy's great. I send Al Snow I said, go in there, grab him, and throw him out. Make sure that the camera, is still on you and stuff. Now, nobody knows. I mean, everybody assumes it's work, but then it turned into a shoot, but it truly was a shoot. And Joey shot himself into a work, I guess you could say. But Joey was working as well. I mean, he was just cutting promos, getting himself over, which I told him to do. So Al gets Joey outside. I said, bring him over to my trailer. We met in between the trailers, and Eric comes running over. I said, man, that was great. Encouraged Joey to continue his tirade. I said, man, I want you to leave here, but I want you to get on YouTube, and I want you to get on Twitter, and I want you to lambaste the shit out of us. We don't know what the hell we're doing, chicken shit operation, blah, blah, blah. And we signed him. I mean, I had a contract drawn up for him right then. Sent it to him the next couple days. And told Taz, I said, hey, here's the deal. And Taz thought we had worked him, which we hadn't. It was just Joey's promo, and it was a great one. And I said, Joey's going to do this, and he's going to cut promos on us and talk about what pieces of shit we are, and I want to build this thing up. Well, Joey got personal, Taz got personal, and then we realized that, well, we've kind of worked ourselves into a corner because there's no payoff with Taz. Taz can't wrestle. He's got a neck issue, and physically he couldn't get back in the ring. So we had to switch it to kind of put the heat on Al Snow. and that was the story of Joey Ryan. But that was one of those situations that we were live. It worked out. Joey cut a hell of a promo. Instead of hiring him right there, we threw him the hell out and made a story out of it to bring him back. And I enjoyed Joey's work at that time.
Christian York, towards the end of this idea, gets an opportunity in November of 2012 from the North Carolina circuit, friends with the Hardys and Shannon Moore and Shane Helms and all that. Why do you think he didn't get a bigger opportunity there?
He did. I think that Christian just was kind of reminiscent of that old Southern wrestler, like Vince McMahon would say. And it just kind of was a tired gimmick, a tired look. And there wasn't a whole lot special about Christian. I thought his work was good. I liked the hell out of him, but the audience didn't really seem to care.
When did Sam Shaw start doing the Dexter ripoff? Was that after you were gone?
Yeah, that was after I was gone.
What about Wes Briscoe? He did the very last gut check, or one of the last ones in 2012 when you were there, against Garrett Bischoff. Two guys who were the sons of guys you're very good friends with their dads. Your thoughts on those two as performers?
Well, it was an opportunity to bring Wes in, and Jerry Briscoe and I are very good friends. And it was an opportunity to put Wes out there, impress or not impress. And I thought Wes did a hell of a job, and I like Wes. And I felt that he had a future in this business, still think he has a future in the business. And it was a different way to introduce somebody. If he impressed us and was good, he got a hell of a reaction. The match wasn't that great, but I saw something in him, and I saw something that I felt that we could have used. And we had the Aces and Eights story happening at the time, so it was a way to integrate kind of a devil knot secret agent in the Aces and Eights and utilize Wes. So, that's the story of Wes Briscoe. It was just another way to introduce talent.
Why don't you think Wes got a bigger opportunity with WWE? I know he was signed for a while and he was in developmental, but he never got a chance to shine on the big show. What do you think that is?
Probably his mic skills. He was young, hadn't really developed a good promo at the time, and I wasn't there, so I don't really know what happened, because Wes was definitely on the radar. Wes was one of those guys that we had been looking at and wanted to do something with, just off of his pedigree alone. And great look, great kid, and it was a shame. I don't know exactly what the hell happened there, but if I were to say anything, it would probably be the only thing that would have been holding him back at that young age was probably his mic skills.
What about your other good friend, Eric Bischoff, and his son, Garrett Bischoff? Is this nepotism for him to have an opportunity here? What did you think about working with Garrett Bischoff and him as a performer?
Well, I thought that Garrett personally, first of all, great guy, stand-up guy, and really hard-working. And Garrett wanted to be a wrestler. Garrett, that was his dream. And it probably was a case of nepotism with Eric, bringing his son in and putting him in that position. Garrett wasn't ready for it. And it was viewed, it's a double-edged sword, especially if you're a second-generation guy. And especially if you're a second-generation talent with your last name being Bischoff. Bischoff wasn't the most popular guy backstage, wasn't the most popular guy in front of the camera. So fans didn't like him, guys backstage didn't like him and felt that he was taking the spot from them. But Garrett worked his ass off, and he was new, he was fresh. And it was really interesting when we would do focus groups and get feedback from people. One of the guys that they would look at and say, wow, without knowing who the hell he is, they like Garrett because he was a good looking young guy with a great body. And they say, hey, I'd like to know more about this guy. Don't know who he is, but good looking kid. So there was that, but yeah, it was probably nepotism as well, and guilty.
It's unfortunate because whether these guys are talented or not doesn't ever really matter, because the conversation always starts about, oh, well, you know who his dad is.
Right. And that was the same thing with Briscoe, because they knew Jerry and I were friends.
Oh, and that happens, even now with Charlotte in the WWE. I mean, no matter how long she's been there or how good her matches are or how hard she works. Oh, well, it's Rick's daughter, so Triple H this or that. So kind of an unfortunate deal for them. Since we're talking about young talent, OVW had a relationship with TNA post WWE. So after years of being the feeder system for WWE, they become a little bit of one for OVW. Is there anything interesting to cover there, or is that something we should just gloss over?
No, it was just a natural fit, and Danny Davis and I had been friends for years. They ended their relationship with WWE when WWE opened up Florida and the Performance Center down there. It was just a natural transition to be able to take the guy that helped train Brock Lesnar, Randy Orton, John Cena, and a host of others, and use that as a feeder and developmental system for TNA.
Talking a little bit about, guys who used to be in the WWE, have a relationship there. Dave Lagana is a name that we're familiar with from his time with WWE. He leaves there, he comes to TNA, and very recently, with all of the shakeup that TNA has had, if you believe the rumors and innuendo, there were folks who were on Team Dixie, and then there were folks who were on Team Billy, and apparently Lagana bet on the wrong horse. What was your experience like working with Lagana? Do you have any funny or interesting stories you can share? I know you're in touch now. Can you update us as to his current situation?
Well, knew Dave since Dave was in the WWE. We worked together on SmackDown. Dave was a writer at WWE, and he worked on SmackDown. He worked on ECW. From there, he went to ROH, and then came to TNA via Ring Ka King, which was a television show that they produced for India that only lasted one season, that they thought was going to be the savior for TNA for a little while. But Dave without a place to go, and us always looking for help on the creative end of things, we brought Dave into the fold on creative in TNA and helped us write stuff. And I dare say that he did a good job there. He's one of those people that will work tirelessly as well and always get the job done. But he helped us produce, he helped us create and write, and was an asset. But as far as, what's happening now, he's just looking for new avenues and something else to do. And towards the end of his stay there, he kind of got the feeling that he really wasn't wanted or welcomed anyway. So it's time to move on.
The rumors and innuendo are that towards the end, it's not over, but towards the end of this whole Billy Dixie thing, a lot of the folks who were on Team Billy didn't even go into the office. Even if they had previously been going to the office, they were just working from home after that. It was kind of a house divided. True or false?
True. That's what I'd heard, that they kind of didn't feel welcomed in the office, but were still doing their jobs and still writing the televisions and doing their tasks. Maybe they didn't have room for them at the new warehouse office that they had. I don't know.
Have you seen the warehouse office?
I have not.
Tell us about the Cummins Station office.
Cummins Station they were nice offices. They had several, I think they were on the third or fourth floor. I don't even remember. But they were split level offices. They were very nice. And then they had the studio down in the basement, the first floor. And it was a nice little setup.
One of the things that people enjoy most on this show are your impressions, and you've given us a fair share of impressions of guys who were writing on the WWE team. We've heard your Michael Hayes doot 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 and your script, and we've heard Pat Patterson, and we've heard Jim Cornette. I mean, it goes on. Jerry Jarrett. We've gone on and on and on. Do you have a Dave Lagana impression?
Well, Conrad, I don't really always do impressions, but sometimes, I think if you have ever watched Friends, well, it doesn't matter. So no, that's about it. And as I'm doing that, I'm hearing it, and people are gonna sit there and think, "Is Lagana Indian?"
I thought the same thing. I'm like, wow. I don't remember that. What about a Vince Russo? Do you have a Vince Russo?
Bro. Hey, yo, bro. What, bro? Bro. Well, that's all I got. Fucking Yankee. I knocked Vince Russo, but you fucking Yankees will probably think that's a compliment. It's kind of like, see, here's the thing about Russo. Russo always, and Vince, they always thought it was a knock to call me and anybody from the South a redneck. But I took that as a compliment. I like being called a redneck. Well, they like being called Yankees. I don't get it. Whatever.
Here's a guy you can do an impression on that we didn't cover in the last one. I don't know if you have an impression here, but Don West. Don West is a notable character. He was around for a lot of the early years of TNA. He did commentary, and before that, he did a lot of fun stuff with hawking baseball cards on TV, and he kind of became the go-to pitchman for all TNA merchandise. You've kind of told me before about some of the conversations about, money per head on the house shows, and, that there was such a big push for the merchandise sales. Can you kind of carry us through that whole situation in the office, and then tell us about your time spent working with Don West?
Well, Don West was probably single-handedly responsible for the house shows being profitable in many regards because of the way that he drove merchandise sales. I had a philosophical difference in the way that merchandise was sold and hawked, I guess more importantly, at house shows, because it was just an endless barrage. You would walk into the building if the doors opened up at 6:30, and you would be hit with, all right, folks, hey, everybody here tonight, we've got the Dudley Boys over at the merchandise table. If you go over there right now, you can get an autograph of them. Velvet Sky up in the northeast corner right now. She's taking pictures, guys. You can get in line right up there and get an autograph of Velvet Sky. Don't forget Abyss at ringside down here. Come on down and say hello to Abyss, get his autograph. And then later on, we're going to be doing backstage passes. If you didn't get a backstage pass earlier today, we're going to be doing backstage passes in the middle of the intermission, and you're going to be able to go backstage. That's right, backstage, and meet all the stars of TNA Wrestling. And then after the show, we're going to have Jeff Jarrett come out here. Jeff Jarrett's going to be out here going to take pictures in the ring, but don't forget Jeff Hardy's here. And Jeff Hardy, if you'd like to get a picture with Jeff Hardy and Matt Hardy, they're going to be available out at the concession stand right after Velvet Sky leaves the northeast corner. And you heard that shit nonstop until the show started. And it was annoying. Now, if you know Don West, and you get to work with Don West is brilliant. He really is. I mean, brilliant guy. He's done very, very well. And again, hey, man, it worked. They sold more merchandise. They made more merchandise than they did at the gate. That's just a cold, hard fact.
Wait, really?
And, yes. And what?
I don't know. That just blows me away. Let's run through what you're saying there. WWE, for instance, on just freestyle some numbers here from memory. If they sold, if they had a $80,000 gate, so ticket sales totaled $80,000, what would the merch take be that night on an $80,000 house?
Usually, probably about $15 a head.
What was it at TNA?
About 24 or more.
Wow. Percentage-wise, that's a huge difference.
But you got to understand. Look at where WWE is drawing 8,000, or let's just say, to put it in comparison, the exact comparisons that I used to get from their financial wizards there, that WWE only drew 5,000. We're drawing 500. That's not bad. So if you are only drawing 500 people to live events, those are 500 diehard fans that are really into your product. So they were willing to spend more money on the ancillary stuff. And they were going to spend more money to go back and get their picture taken with Velvet Sky and wait in line to get a Jeff Hardy autograph and get a picture with him. And it's just the way it was. But I felt that it diminished the talent to have them that accessible to the audience all the time.
Right.
It didn't, they weren't special anymore. And that was my bitch. It was just simply one of presentation. And when you're hawking every second, it is a audience member, you just get tired. And Don would wear him out. But again, you can't argue with success, man. He did well. And a great guy. I mean, really a great guy. And he had an opportunity to go, and I think he's a partner in a hockey team in the Northwest somewhere.
Yeah.
And doing real well. And couldn't happen to a nicer guy. And I'm sure that if Don West is in charge of selling something, it's getting sold. Come hell or high water, that shit is going to get sold.
He's greatest salesman in wrestling, you think?
Yes.
Well, there you go. There's something nice after some.
No, I really and truly. Now, everything I have to say about Don is nice. I just pointed out the difference of opinion in presentation. I didn't care for his presentation in live events and in the hawking and stuff all the time. It's just personal preference.
We talked briefly about Kurt Angle in the first episode, but I don't know that we got into who made contact with him first, who had a relationship with him, and how did that initial conversation and then signing, who was the liaison to get Kurt Angle in?
I don't know. I was at WWF when Kurt went to TNA, but I'm pretty sure it was Jeff.
Did you get any sort of feedback from the WWE before you took the TNA gig? We didn't talk about that before.
What do you mean?
Okay, so you've been out of the company for a little bit, and now you're going to take a job with TNA. Do you smarten anybody up? Do you send a text message? Do you have a phone call? Does the news break on the internet and someone texts you? Do you get a call? When do you communicate with Vince or anyone about you working somewhere other than WWE now?
Well, I didn't have any communication with them prior to me going to work there. And probably a month or two after I went to work there, I saw Vince in Houston.
Just at an airport?
WWE had an event.
Okay, you went.
And we met after the show and just, it was the first time that we had seen each other and or spoke since I had left in 2008.
And that was what year?
That would have been 2000, and I want to say it was at the end of 2010, maybe the beginning of 2011.
So after working with this guy, like personally, directly, for over 20 years, you didn't talk to him for roughly 2 years and then just saw him after the show?
That'd be correct.
Did he ask you to come to the show, or did you ask to see him after?
I probably asked to see him. It was one of those deals where I reached out just to say hello, and they were in town, and let's have a drink.
And where'd you meet him? Hotel bar?
Met him at the hotel.
No communication with any of the other comrades that you're friends with? Dude doesn't text you when he finds out that you got a gig at TNA, or no communication at all?
No, actually, Michael did. Several of the writers did. Congratulated me and wished me well.
I'm curious. There's a gap between your employment with WWE and TNA. I know you did some other stuff. Was there interest in you going to TNA from their side right away, and you kept your distance just in case? Or what was the angle there?
Legally, I couldn't do anything for a period of time.
Okay.
But Jeff Jarrett and I spoke within days of my release.
And then when the timing was right, based on some other things, and that legal clause had passed, there was an opportunity, and let's go for it.
Correct.
There's rumors and innuendo that, and lots of people stir this up online, that Vince Russo has said you would be in Dixie's ear looking for his job. Correct that or don't?
Well, no, it's 100% false. And it's interesting because when I was put in the position of Russo having to answer to me and having to have the scripts and everything approved by me. The day that everybody found out, I had flown in and I was in Tennessee, in Nashville, and Eric Bischoff was also there, which was unusual. But Russo was there. Again, Russo lived in Colorado. So all three of the outsiders were in town at the same time. And they had a meeting, and I believe it was with Vince Russo first, and then Eric Bischoff, and then me. So Russo got the news of what they wanted to do before I did. Then Eric got it, and then they called me in and said, hey, here's what we would like to do. Well, I'm in a position where, frankly, I needed a job. And I was happy with the job that I had, but now they're telling me they would like for me to take on some new responsibilities. There was more money involved, more responsibility, and I wasn't going to turn it down. So I accepted the position. But there was in absolutely no way, zero, zilch, none. Did I lobby for the position? Did I go in and whisper in Dixie's ear and tell her that I wanted to do this in any way, shape, or form? They came to me, and they came to me after they went to Russo and Eric. Okay. So that's just the way it really went down.
Let's clear up some other stuff. Claire Lynch was briefly touched on in our previous episode, where we said that maybe this is where AJ showed some of his acting chops that ultimately helped WWE think, hey, maybe this guy can do our kind of stuff. The rumors and innuendo would lead you to believe that what we saw on television and the way that whole angle wound up is not what the original plan was. Kind of catch everybody up briefly on what the original plan was, and then we'll get to some more stuff.
Well, the original plan was to use Dixie in that and to build up more that AJ was having an affair with Dixie and a lurid affair, but that kind of got blown out of the water when the Carters had to face people at their country club. And this is not an analogy, I'm not making anything up. This is just shoot what happened. People at the club were questioning the Carters about, what's this I hear about your daughter and your sister being a whore and sleeping with this guy AJ Styles, and they didn't like that. So we had to change course and introduce Claire Lynch and just went in a different direction. And I'm ashamed to say this, but I kind of lost interest after it and let Dave Lagana and Matt Conway and them have fun with it and do what they wanted to do, because it's one of those deals where, okay, folks, if you're taking a drink, that was a cue, where I had laid it out ahead of time, exactly what we wanted to do. Everybody's on board, and then you get into it and you do it, and they can't take the heat. So fuck it.
You mentioned him a few times, Matt Conway. Tell everybody who that is and what he does.
Matt Conway was a writer with Vince Russo, and Matt was a writer while I was there. I enjoyed working with Matt. Matt's a creative kid. He was a disciple of Andy Barton, Andy was vice president in charge of event operations and things like that. And Dixie took a liking to Matt. And when I got there, it was Matt and Vince Russo that were writing the TV. When Russo left, I kept Matt on, and he was a creative guy, always had good ideas, and busted his ass to get the product done.
The six-sided ring, who liked it, who hated it? What did you think about it?
Dixie liked it. Jeff liked it. I think they were the only ones for the most part. It wasn't there when I got there. We had the traditional four-sided ring by the time I got there. But the feedback that I got from the talent, because there would be times that Dixie would come back and say, gosh, can we go back to the six-sided ring and be different than WWE? I would get feedback from talent, and most of them, if they had their choice, preferred the four-sided ring. Because the six-sided ring, the construction of it, it was an unforgiving ring, not a bump-friendly ring.
A lot more steel underneath.
Yes, and it just didn't have as much give. So the guys preferred the four-sided ring, and I had no I had no desire to bring the six-sided monstrosity back.
Toby Keith, what's real and what's rumor?
Don't know. I wasn't there. I mean, I heard rumblings after I left that Toby had a deal and everyone had agreed to a deal for him to buy the company. And when he got to the table to actually do it, they started putting conditions like, well, Dixie has to stay involved and be president, be on TV. And they weren't looking for that. But that's, to clarify, that's all from my vantage point, that's secondhand rumor and innuendo. And throughout, because I think this will be your next follow-up question is, well, were there ever attempts to sell the company? And when I was there were always attempts to have investors and have more people invest in the company. And it was Dixie's goal to buy the company from her parents outright so that she could own it completely and run things the way she wanted to without Dallas's interference. So she was always looking for investors and always looking for people to come in and put money into the company. I made the suggestion one time in passing, well, not in passing, in a meeting, and I said, would you like for me to put feelers out and see if WWE would be interested in purchasing the company?
What year would that have been?
Probably 2012.
Okay.
And Dixie's comment back to me was, well, maybe we might want to buy WWE. And that was the end of that conversation, and I never brought it up again.
So when you're saying, you know, they were always looking for investors, what you really mean is they were looking for suckers who would give them their money to keep funding this fucking wet dream of a company that wasn't actually profitable, but not willing to overturn any sort of management that could actually turn it around and make a profit.
Ding, ding, ding.
The rumors and innuendo are that they got all the way down to almost check writing time on the Toby Keith deal, but he wanted new management, and then at the 11th hour, Dixie or her representatives say she has to stay in place as president and remain an on-air character, and that ultimately was the deal breaker. Is that the same rumor and innuendo you heard?
That is.
Okay. The lockdown pay-per-views in 11 and 12 were all cage matches. A lot of hardcore wrestling fans think this is the fucking dumbest thing ever. You're supposed to, based on what we've all, as fans, been taught, you build to a cage match, and you have a match that needs a cage. You don't have a card or a pay-per-view that needs cage matches, or however that analogy goes. I'm not feeling well. I'm not myself. I apologize. Catch me up. What did you think, as an old-timer, as you said, or referred to yourself in wrestling, for 2 entire cards to be filled with cage matches?
Hated it. For all the reasons you just said. A cage match should be special, and there should be build, and there should be meaning behind it, and you should build to see it. If you have an entire card full of cage matches, after the second one, there's nothing left to do, and it's not special anymore. I thought it was one of the stupidest ideas, and finally we got them away from it. We only had one in 2013 in San Antonio, and I thought that was a much better presentation.
Who liked
it? Made it mean something.
Who liked it?
Who liked what? The concept of all cage matches?
Yes.
Dixie liked it. I think Matt Conway liked it, and I think that's about where it ended.
Is there anything else you can remember, silly, that Dixie really liked?
The X Division.
What did she say about the X Division that annoyed you? Or what about her love of the X Division annoyed you?
My annoyance with the X Division is, to this day, not one single person has been able ever to explain to me what the hell it is. It's no limits. There's no weight limits. There's no age. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's no different than any other division. So there was nothing special about it. Nobody could tell me what the hell it is. And I just didn't get it. I really didn't get it. That annoyed the hell out of me. And I'm trying to think what the hell else, but we've always done it that way. It doesn't make it right.
Right.
Okay, Dixie. Well, if everybody else goes and jumps off a bridge, is that okay for you to go jump off a bridge? Oh, no, it was stupid.
We got lots of tweets about Awesome Kong and Bubba the Love Sponge. I know what you're going to say. Go ahead and say it.
I wasn't there.
Let's talk briefly about the United Kingdom. You talked about cage matches should be special. I always felt that TNA's television shows they taped over in England came off as special. I'm curious, why didn't they just tape all their TV over there? I mean, they're selling tickets. The crowds are rabid. They have a huge appetite for it. Rather than be number 2 in America, why not go be number 1 in England? Am I just oversimplifying that, or did others share that same worldview?
I pitched that, and the idea was, it makes sense. It just made sense. They were number 1 in the UK. They were number 1 in Germany. It was a strong brand internationally. And why not go there, grab the money, give it to them. They're hot for it. They want it. Let's go give it to them. Let's get something out of it with a rabid fan base, rabid crowd. Let's go tape some really good stuff. Bring it back here and give the States a rest. Give them a rest. They'll be happy and they'll be longing for you if you stay away long enough. Not too long, but go away for 6 months to a year. Go international where there was a little bit of a demand and where they were drawing houses. So that was suggested, but there was, I think the main reason, the best thing I could say is it was out of fear.
Fear
that they
of what?
didn't do that.
Fear of what?
Fear of failure. And maybe they felt that it cost too much.
Well, let's talk about that. What would the cost difference have been? I know that you had a slightly built-in advantage because the Universal Studios set, you don't have to rebuild and take down. It's just there. So that's good. And I'm sure airfare is super cheap to Orlando. I think it's the Southwest hub. I know there's flights from Nashville there for like $30 or something insane. But what besides airfare and the actual building are the cost differences? And aren't all of those, not all, the majority of those offset by, selling fucking tickets?
Yes. But there was we always paid for hotels. We always paid for transportation while the guys were overseas. And I think that still would have been absorbed in drawing a house and making money off of a live gate. There wasn't a penny made off of the live gates in Orlando. Yeah, they did travel packages and they would sell 10 tickets to a VIP meet and greet after the fact. But there was no real money made at all. That was free. It was an attraction at Universal Studios. If you line up at Hard Rock Cafe or NASCAR Cafe or wherever the hell they lined up, you got in free. You didn't even have to purchase a ticket to Universal Studios. So to me, that was a non-issue, and I felt that it was a lost opportunity not to go over there and satiate the appetite and then come back to the States, do the same thing, and have a new plan. As JR used to say, go away and learn a new hole.
Oh, well, there's a fun transition there, but I'm going to avoid it. Let's talk about TV deals. You and I have talked about this off air before, and I guessed that there were really accurately 3 types of television deals as far as the way the money goes. Can you kind of break down to everybody what that would be?
Well, essentially, back in the old days, there were times where for the old timers, those guys would have their TV shows on in a barter system. And the barter system was simply they would put their television show on, and in any television show, you've got X amount of commercial time. The promoter would sell half of the commercial time. The TV station would sell half of the commercial time. Then comes Vince McMahon, and Vince McMahon is expanding throughout the country, and all of a sudden Vince McMahon is coming in, and he's paying money for that commercial time, or paying money for that time slot that the other wrestling promotions were in. And
that would net the TV station more money in that situation.
Correct.
Okay.
And also, during that time, there was also the beginning of the infomercial. And the infomercial changed television, because now you've got advertisers coming in and doing 30-minute shows and blocks selling one product, and the whole damn thing is a commercial, and they're paying good money for it. So where a television station might say, well, I can go out and I can buy Seinfeld, or I can buy another 30-minute strip sitcom, and I've got to go out and sell that time for X amount of dollars, or Ron Popeil and the pasta maker is going to come in and they're going to pay me $6,000 for that time slot, and I don't have to do shit. And it's $6,000 of profit. So there was that changing attitude. Well, Vince came in, started paying for time slots, and then all of a sudden his television starts getting over, the business gets bigger, and he goes back to him and says, hey, we're not going to pay you anymore, but if you want to continue to have our show and continue to get the kind of ratings you're getting with our show, you're going to start paying us. And then the product became a rights product, where they had television stations that would pay and networks that would pay a rights fee. WWE gets a rights fee for Monday Night Raw and SmackDown and everything they do. They get paid to produce those shows. TNA, when it was at Spike TV, they had a rights fee. They were paid a weekly fee to be on the air, and that fee, that rights fee is what enabled them to continue to stay in business and be profitable throughout their, I don't know if they were profitable or not, but it allowed them to, well, stay on the air. So you fast forward and you go back 2013 after I left, and the deal with Spike TV was coming to an end. So Spike TV decides that they're not going to renew their current contract with TNA. They say, we don't want any more. So TNA is now in a position where they have no place to air their television show. They get picked up by Destination America. Rumor and innuendo would have you believe that the rights fee that was paid by Destination America was about a quarter of what they were making at Spike TV. And then when that deal blew up, they went to Pop TV. And it's in Dixie Carter's legal statement in the lawsuit between her and Billy Corrigan that the Pop TV deal is a barter deal. And what that means is that TNA produces a 2-hour show. They get half of the advertising time, and Pop TV gets half of the advertising time to sell and do with what they want. So TNA is not getting any money from Pop TV to have their show on the air, according to the court documents that were filed. And as you know, I had told you this way back when, because I'd heard, but it was all secondhand rumor and innuendo. But that secondhand rumor and innuendo turned out to be correct. So that's a situation that they are in now. And as you and I both know as well, trying to buy time on TNA, on Pop TV, is damn near an impossibility. It certainly is trying to buy it from TNA, because we tried to do that.
We're going to get questions about it, so let's just kind of spill the beans. I'm an asshole, and I am a shameless promoter.
He is, folks. He really is.
If you know me from my mortgage business, I am just shameless when it comes to self-promotion for my business. And I had an idea when Bruce was in town once, when we were watching the Hardy Boys, because, man, we love delete, and Broken Matt and all that's brought us this year. Best thing in wrestling this year to me. Anyway, we're watching that and came up with an idea. And I said, hey, man, how cool would it be if we did an episode on TNA and we promoted it inside the TNA show? And this was an idea that I got from reading the Wrestling Observer newsletter, where Dave had published what he thought, or he had heard, the rate was for a 30-second spot. So Bruce and I got busy trying to buy a commercial from TNA and then eventually from Pop TV to promote this very podcast on that show. And, you know, we had the production ability and, you know, we didn't need any help producing a spot. We got that down pat. That's what I do for a living. But we couldn't get a straight answer out of anybody. We emailed somebody we've talked about already today and asked about buying a spot. And I think I'm paraphrasing, but I think the gist of the email was, I wouldn't know who to contact about that.
True that.
So anyway, for what it's worth, we did eventually get a quote from Pop TV, and it was a much higher number than what David reported. I'm not saying that to crap on the Observer.
But the Observer was wrong.
Well, no, maybe not. Let's run through that. The quote he got may have been a part of a bigger package. It may have been a longer schedule. It may have been a longer term buy. It may have been an existing customer. That other customer may have had a lot of tonnage, and they just got that number off of an affidavit. I know for certain when I advertise, I spend less than some others do just because I buy so much and so far ahead. So I know that type of stuff exists. Either way, don't be surprised in the future if you see a commercial on TNA promoting Something to Wrestle With.
You know what? Maybe if TNA advertised on our show,
more people would watch.
They might get more people to watch.
Yeah, we're dicks for saying that, but it is worth mentioning that this show does a
I'm a dick.
Of the viewers. Okay, let's talk real quick about a couple of more controversial things, and then we'll wrap this one up. We'll put a bow on it. Jesse Sorensen. Since I can't hashtag Ask Dixie, I'll ask you. Let's catch everybody up if you're not familiar with this name. He was a performer who was with the company in February at an Against All Odds show in 2013. Zema Ion did a pretty standard run-of-the-mill move from the ring down to the floor. When he hit Sorensen fell funny. Immediately anybody watching would recognize, something's wrong. And that something was with his vertebrae and spinal cord. He was... maybe explicitly, maybe not explicitly, it was certainly implied that he would have a job with TNA for life. TNA does find him an office job, or that's what the rumors and innuendo would have you believe, that he was an assistant and worked in the office. And then he was removed from the website and a month later released. You were there, Bruce. Tell me about when the injury happens. What happened with his hospital situation when this compromise is made, or, the pivot to, hey, we're going to keep him a job. I'm going to ask a money question. Was he making about the same money? And then when he's gone from the company, what was your reaction? Kind of catch us up and fill us in the blanks on all things Jesse Sorensen.
Well, when Jesse got hurt, it was a freak accident. It was a move that they'd done before, and it was simply Zema Ion that hit Jesse on top of his head and crushed his vertebrae. Had it gone the other way, we would be having a completely different conversation right now, and Jesse wouldn't be here. And it was a freak accident. It was exactly that. It was an accident. And very unfortunate one, but I was in the truck when it took place and ran out to ringside. I asked Bernie, who was the liaison at Universal Studios, to call an ambulance, call 911. And people were pretty quick on Johnny on the spot to get to Jesse, but he wasn't moving. And when we left him that night at the hospital, he was essentially paralyzed from the neck down in a bad way. We didn't know if that kid would ever walk again. And it was a sad, horrible situation. But throughout it, I dare say that Jesse Sorensen is a miracle, because he was able to walk out, and he's able to walk, train, and he's still wrestling. We were in a position where no matter what kind of shape he got himself into, and I told him this personally, that I would not bring him back to wrestle, because I know what the injury was, and I know how susceptible that he was to injuring himself further, and I didn't want that to be on my hands. And the doctor that was there that night would have been the one that would have had to clear him, and he wasn't about to clear him. So it was a rough position, and as time went on, Jesse really wanted to wrestle. He needed to work. They did give him a spot where he was working at the television tapings in an assistant role and an opportunity to learn behind the scenes, the production end of the business. And he was paid the same thing that he was paid off of his contract, which is, in my opinion, the least the company could have done.
Well, no, that's solid though. I mean, that's a good thing for TNA to do. Why would you say that's the least they could do?
Because it's the least they could do.
Well, I mean, you said
a guy gets injured on your watch, in your ring, in your conditions, and again, it was an accident. But I guess coming from WWE, if the same thing had happened in WWE, there would have been no question. He would have been taken care of for a long, long time. Would have been taken care of very well.
But is that based on economics or, indifference?
It's based on economics, but it's also based on the human beings making the decisions at the highest level there.
Do you think that you talk about a guy who was hurt in your ring and you kind of credited WWE, Marty Jannetty's out there walking around on his fucking ankle right now. Why is Vince allowing that to happen?
Well, I don't know I have absolutely no idea what Marty's injuries are. And if I dare say, if Marty had a specific injury that took place that debilitated him in the WWE ring, that Vince probably would have taken care of it. And back in the day, guys hid those injuries because the fear was that you worked hurt. And if you didn't, their fear was, I'm going to lose my spot. So they'd tape it up, and guys would hide injuries. That's the truth. That's what guys did.
I know that's what they did, but you can't have it both ways and say, oh, WWE would take care of them, but then...
What I'm saying is how do we know that Marty didn't have that injury after he left WWE somewhere else?
Because he taped it up because he was afraid of losing his spot.
How do you know that?
Okay, what are they doing for draws today, 2016?
They made a huge settlement with Draws and took real good care of Draws for many years and made a settlement with him that he agreed to. After that, took care of Draws for many, many years.
So let's talk about that. Why have we not seen a Jesse Sorensen lawsuit against TNA? Did they make a settlement that we haven't heard about?
Legally, I can't get into it, but
okay, so that's a yes. So we're going to play rumors and innuendo. Bruce Prichard didn't say that. Conrad, direct your hate tweets to hey, it's Conrad. The only way there's not a lawsuit out of this, just putting the simple math together, is that there was a settlement done. So hypothetically, let's go down this rumors and innuendo rabbit hole.
Well, hypothetically, maybe a release versus a settlement per se. But I guess settlement might be hypothetically what you might call what you're calling.
Well, with this release, was there hypothetically a check involved?
Hypothetically, probably.
Okay, let me back up here. Did TNA cover all of his medical bills?
Jesse would say no. Jesse has said no.
Would Jesse or his family have been in...
Jesse's poor mother went bankrupt.
Okay, so that answers that. They didn't pay the medical bills. When this settlement is reached, does someone from Nashville stick this piece of paper in his face?
No one from Nashville handled that. No, that was taken out of corporate office. Allegedly, yeah.
Hypothetically, somebody from Texas does this. Is this a Carter, hypothetically, or is this an attorney representing the Carters?
You'd have to guess on that one. But I don't see either one of the Carters making a trip from Texas.
Okay, so it's an attorney, and he probably makes a cash offer. Hypothetically, does this happen in a hospital bed?
Hypothetically, it could.
All right. Hypothetically, does this check have 6 digits or 5? It's a rumor. It's innuendo.
Yeah, I don't know. I think. I don't know. I didn't see any check. I didn't see any statement or release or anything like that. So
were there rumors? And
anything to that would strictly be rumor and innuendo. That
the rumors and innuendo in the office. Did you ever hear of any rumors or innuendo that they had settled, that they had handled this, that it was taken care of, so to speak?
Yes, I was point blank told that it was all taken care of.
Who told you that?
Several people.
Can I guess it was Dean Broadhead, who's the CFO?
That'd probably be one of the people.
And would you have said, hey, what are we doing with this? Or how are we handling this? Or were you there when he was released?
I was not there when Jesse was released, no.
Did Jesse reach out to you once he was released or once you left?
Yes, he did.
What did your conversation with Jesse consist of?
Well, Jesse was just like kind of, what the fuck? He was taken aback because he didn't see it coming, didn't expect it, and had been told that he would be taken care of, and had been told that he would have a job as long as he wanted a job. And he still wanted a job. So I don't know what their rationale was, what their thinking process was for letting him go. That's something that was decided after I'd left. And
Bruce, it's clearly a cost-cutting measure, is it not?
I would assume so, yeah. But still,
now, let's talk about that from a cost-cutting measure.
Take the water coolers out. I don't know.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I'm not saying this to shit on Mr. Sorensen or diminish his role or his contributions to TNA, but I would be guessing that his compensation would have been less than $5,000 a month. If I had to ballpark it, I would say $3,000 a month. And when you have $3,000 a month going out as just goodwill to take care of one of the guys who, you know, really sacrificed for you and really did a good job, it seems like you might try to find a way to utilize him. It's not like he's making Hulk Hogan money. And if we're in cost-cutting mode, slashing this is going to mean the difference between can we do this taping or not. It means, hey, maybe we don't cater the show next week.
I agree with you.
Okay. Overall, how would you say TNA handled the Jesse Sorensen situation?
Shitty.
Anything else you want to touch on Sorensen? Or the
no, I think it's been touched on to death, you know, between Jesse and Dixie and all that crap. And it's just an unfortunate situation. It really is. It sucks.
Did you have a specific conversation with Dixie about Jesse?
Well, I had lots of them at the time, but I was led to believe that it was all being taken care of at a higher level. And that it was, you know, when I say taken care of, I was led to believe that they were taking care of all of his expenses, whatever that may be.
Hypothetically, if someone broke their neck, you've made this comparison a long time ago, and you've kind of carried it for a while now. I heard it recently on the Jim Cornette Experience. You have said that someone in Texas at Panda compared an independent contracted wrestler with a plumber. And if you have a contract to build a building, plumbers plumb, it's a job they do, and if one isn't doing the job, you just get another plumber, and then the job still gets done. And they kind of correlated that with the independent contractor relationship of Impact Wrestling and a professional wrestler. Is that fair to say?
No, that's exactly true. That's what they said. That was the analogy that was made to me.
So here's a question. Hypothetically, somebody at Panda Energy who's working on the energy side of the business, the profitable side, not Impact, they're working for Panda Energy. If they break their fucking neck, is it handled the same way?
I guess so. I don't know.
Would you think that would be handled the same way, or do you think that they viewed wrestling as...
Knowing how they conduct business, it wouldn't surprise me. There you go.
Okay. Let's talk about something else a little controversial, the Daphne situation. Daphne was injured while she was working for TNA. A lot of people may remember her from WCW. She started as a valet, then did some in-ring stuff. And ultimately, she winds up in a situation where she has a workers' compensation lawsuit or claim with TNA. And then the rumors and innuendo would be that she actually had a lawsuit with the company that was eventually settled. Do you have any insight as to what you can separate from rumors and innuendo here?
Well, as far as Daphne goes, she was there when I got there, but I really don't remember because I was just doing backstage production and things of that nature, and I didn't have any interaction with her that I remember. Maybe I did, said hello, and we might have done something, but I can't recall. I don't think I was there when she was hurt, but it did result in a lawsuit, whatever it was. And my only involvement in the lawsuit was being made aware of it, and that's about it. I didn't have a whole lot to do with that situation other than, hey, she's suing us.
Okay, let's freestyle some rumors and innuendo here. Let's just get to it. There's rumors and innuendo that she had a personal relationship with Terry Taylor. Terry Taylor is gone from the company shortly after you get there. And there's supposedly, and I don't know that this happened, this is message board bullshit maybe, but there's rumors and innuendo that he's on tape advising her of exactly what to do to get the company to settle. Was there talk in the office that such a tape existed, or that they had some other form of evidence that Terry Taylor was in her ear about how to squeeze money out of the company?
I've heard those rumors and innuendo, but I never heard any tape, and I don't know if that exists or not, but I did hear those same rumor and innuendo.
I don't know when we'll talk about him again. Do you have any sort of interesting story that you want to share, that you can share right now, that could kind of shed some light on Terry Taylor?
No. Not
time?
Interesting.
What time is it right now? Not going to tell that story yet.
Not time for that story yet.
Okay. There's a good story out there, ladies and gentlemen, about
We'll
Terry
tell that
Taylor
when we cover Brother Love.
Oh, I like it. Okay. Good deal. Overall, anything else you want to add about Terry Taylor here?
No.
How would, if I was asking Jerry Jarrett, how do you feel about Terry Taylor? What would Jerry Jarrett say?
Well, you know.
What could he have done, to kind of turn this chicken shit gimmick of the Red Rooster into something maybe a little better?
Huh?
Well, there's this old expression, turn chicken shit into chicken salad.
Well, you take what you do is you take the chicken,
right,
and with the walnut, and you chop up the walnuts,
sure,
and then you get the grapes, and you cut, and you cut the grape, and then you get the mayonnaise, when you little salt and pepper, and and then you mix it up, and chickens, salad,
Is TNA going to be part of the legacy of Jerry Jarrett, you think?
He deserves it.
Nigel McGuinness, man, lots of mystery around this guy. I have always been, full disclosure, I was always a big fan of Nigel McGuinness in Ring of Honor. I spent a lot of time enjoying his stuff, and then he eventually makes his way to TNA, and there was lots of question marks about the end of his career, and we're not going to just tiptoe around it. It came out that he had hepatitis, and he has a phenomenal documentary that kind of carries you through the end of his in-ring career called The Last of McGuinness. If you haven't seen it, it's worth checking out. It is a little depressing, just because it's a guy's dream dying right there on camera, and he's very real about it. But for whatever reason, people were very hush-hush about this hepatitis situation. I know it doesn't have the best reputation, and it obviously hurt his career, but, just in real life, people, think of this as like a dirty disease. Kind of carry me through when you first hear about his situation and what led to the end of his run in TNA.
Well, as you said, he was diagnosed with hepatitis, and that came out of a blood test for, I believe it was the State Athletic Commission. I don't know which one, but they did big series of blood tests for the athletic commissions that required that once a year. And Nigel's apparently had come back that he had hepatitis, and he couldn't work. He couldn't get licensed anywhere. And with that knowledge, TNA couldn't allow him to continue to compete in the ring with the threat of him bleeding or spreading that disease. So they couldn't use him anymore. And they tried to use him as a color commentator. They tried to use him for some different things, but it just didn't work.
Well, let's get to it. He was a commentator on Explosion, and you've told me a story off the air that I think people need to hear. The rumors and innuendo, actually it's not, you just told me. You guys you had him making good money for what he was going to be doing on a B show, which was Explosion, and you were honoring your wrestling payday to him in that role. And then he started to make some unusual requests or demands, and you shut that shit down. Can you carry us through that story and the actual day when you kind of lower the hammer, what your back and forth with him was that day?
Well, Nigel had come in. His only role in the company was he was doing this little commissioner thing for Explosion, which was a third world television show, basically. But it was their secondary show and not really seen by a lot of people, except internationally. It did have some distribution internationally. And Nigel was showing up later and later to TV tapings, and the guys that worked there would have to be there at 1 o'clock. And Nigel, who was local, couldn't show up till 3, 4 o'clock in the afternoon sometimes. And I had a talk with Nigel and said, man, I don't know what to do with you. You can't work. And he kept trying to convince us that he was okay to work and that he has a doctor. And I said, man, it doesn't matter. It's out there, and the blood test is what the blood test is. So you can get a doctor that says you can do it, but our doctor says no.
Right.
So this goes on, and I'm asking him to show up on time to do what he needs to do or figure out. And he explains to me that he was auditioning for theater for parts in a play. And there were several plays that he wanted to participate in, and that he had auditions that he had to go to during the day and couldn't get to work where he was paid money to show up for on time because he was auditioning for plays. That was essentially my out, because I said, well, great. You know what? Rather than us stand in your way and us, rather than having to ask you to show up to work, 2 or 3 hours earlier to do your job that you're getting a check for, why don't we just give you your release, and you can be on your way and you can continue to pursue your theatrical dreams? And his response is, well, it's community theater. And I'm just thinking to myself, this fucking guy is going auditioning for community theater.
Free plays.
And risking his job where he's getting a check with zeros on it.
A comma in it.
And he can't show up to work because he's auditioning for a role in the community theater.
So when he's doing this, or when this conversation happens, you have this edict from the top, hey, we're supposed to be cutting the budget. And now you have a guy who is choosing community service, essentially, over a paid deal where you're really just trying to give him something to do to be a nice guy. And you feel a little taken advantage of, and it's a little bit like a slap in the face. Is that fair to sum up?
That's fair.
So when you tell him, hey, no, best of luck with your community theater, we're going to part ways, what happens?
It just took him forever to leave. And it was awkward. It was just weird. But he just felt that he was owed a job for whatever reason. And he wanted us to change the way that we did business so that he can continue to do community theater work and whatever else he wanted to do with us. And it just wasn't going to work that way.
Have you spoken to Nigel since you cut him?
No.
He's going to bury you after this. You're in the loop on that,
okay.
Right?
Okay. I mean, I don't know what he can bury me for. I just simply told the truth and told the story of how everything happened.
Where do you watch a movie?
The movie place.
Come on.
The movie theater. What the hell do you say?
I don't know. I just like the way you say theater. Okay. So
you and Shane McMahon. Shane McMahon is the only other person alive that's ever given me shit about the way I say theater.
Well, hey, we have a lot in common then. Let's run through this. We got 2 things left to get to, and then I'm done. Well, I guess one thing. Let me just mention this because we're going to get tweets about it if I don't mention it. I know what you're going to say. Go ahead and say it. What did you like about working with Kevin Nash and TNA?
Kevin's last day was my first day, and Kevin was gone while I was there.
Okay. The TNA Hall of Fame. You have told me a couple of stories about this that just blow my mind, and I want you to share them with everybody. 1, how the idea comes about. 2, the situation with this watch. 3, the guest speaker for the Hall of Fame, the person who was going to induct Sting and how that came about. And then the way the talent was handled at the actual Hall of Fame. Can you kind of run us through that? Because this is just a fascinating look into all things TNA to me.
Well, Dixie wanted, to do all things, wanted to do all things WWE, I guess. And she wanted to have a Hall of Fame. It had only been 10 years, but by God, she wanted to have a Hall of Fame. And instead of inducting what, in most of our opinion, would have been the logical inductee at that time, that being Jeff Jarrett, she wanted to induct Sting. And so, by God, we were going to induct Sting. And that was all. I mean, it was one guy at a pay-per-view that we had out in Phoenix. And as we got closer to it, it kind of became the question of what the hell are we going to do? What is the Hall of Fame induction? They were selling tickets to an event, to a Hall of Fame, inducting Sting. But God forbid I ask the question, okay, what is that? Just out of curiosity, what is this that we are selling tickets to? And the answer is, well, it'll be a nice presentation, a dinner, and we'll induct Sting into the Hall of Fame. It's okay. What exactly does that entail? And the only thing that had been thought out at that point was essentially that we would all get together and give Sting a watch and everybody's happy. So people are going to pay to eat dinner and have dried chicken from the Marriott and watch Dixie give Sting a watch. So I tried to get together with folks and tried to come up with some kind of a presentation and tried to do something special for Sting, who is deserving of a Hall of Fame, whether it be TNA or WWE or WCW, whatever. He is a Hall of Famer. His career is worthy of that. So as I'm trying to lay out a presentation, so, well, who's going to induct him? Who can we have from his past? Who can we have from his career? Now, we have Hulk, and we've got Hulk, and that's a good one. But since you only have one guy, what is your show to the audience that is paying money to come and sit down and see this thing? So we wanted to have more people involved other than Hulk and Dixie. So we got AJ involved, and then the suggestion was made, what about Lex Luger? Because Lex Luger was an integral part of Sting's history. They were good friends and thought it would be nice to have Lex there. And she was fine with that, but where it became tricky was when I said, well, how much can we pay Lex? And she was a little dumbfounded at the suggestion that we might have to pay him anything, which I was a little dumbfounded that she was dumbfounded, because I'm sitting there thinking that here's a guy who's sitting home not doing anything. I don't know that he was hard up, but he was maybe in need of money. Could have used the money. And I didn't want to insult him by saying, hey, you want to come out and eat some really shitty chicken at the Marriott and induct your buddy into the Hall of Fame? We'll pay your airline ticket, but you're going to have to room with Bob Ryder. I just didn't feel that was the way to approach this thing. Finally got him a payday, and we agreed to pay him something. But the interesting thing, I had a little show, just a program laid out.
You said right there, pay him something, which implies what you wound up paying him, you had to kind of beat her up about to get him a little more?
Yes.
Okay.
And so we're trying to lay this whole thing out, and I'm talking in generalities about, well, we've got all the talent there, and she's like, the question comes back to me.
Hey, before, I don't want to cut you off again. I'm sorry to do this. Luger didn't ask for any money. I want to clarify that.
No, he didn't.
Yeah,
but I didn't want to go to him and ask him to do this without offering him money.
Well, I just don't want somebody to hear this and think, oh, and then Luger was negotiating for more money. That's not what
Absolutely
happened.
not.
You
No.
just wanted to go and because Vince pays guys $5,000 to do the deal. I don't think that's so super kayfabe number. If you participate in the Hall of Fame, you're getting a check for $5,000. Thanks for playing. I assume that the TNA check was a fraction of that, whatever you guys gave Luger. But even getting that to that point was a struggle with Dixie.
Yes.
Okay, got it. I didn't want to cut you off. I just didn't want the board to say, oh, Luger negotiated more money. No, not true.
No. And so going forward, I'm trying to lay out stuff, and the subject of talent comes up. And someone, and I don't even remember who, asked, so you'd ask me, I really don't remember who asked, but they said, well, do we deduct from the talent's pay for the Hall of Fame banquet? How should we do that?
Oh my God. The dinner, the shitty chicken and the unsweet tea?
Yes. I'm thinking to myself, you've got to, this is a rib. And I'm like, well, no, because it's like $24 or $28 a head.
Wow.
And you want talent to be there and eat for free? So it was an uphill battle. And finally, as I went through the craziness of asking talent to show up, if you'd like to go to the Hall of Fame, which they should want to go to the Hall of Fame and induct Sting and be there, I'm not going to ask them to pay $30 for shitty chicken and unsweet tea. And once we get through that, we come up with the decision that, hey, we'll make it an added deal. We'll sit the talent with fans in the audience, and we'll have a talent per table. But Dixie's come back to that was, well, just ask which talent want to come. And we'll just use the ones that want to be there. Some of them probably won't want to come, which was insulting to me and insulting to Sting. And that's me saying it was insulting to Sting, not him saying it. I just thought it was shitty, but that's how they did it. So I'm laying out this little production, and guess who is the only person that shows up on time, actually early, to go over the show that day ahead of the ceremony?
Sting.
Oh, hell no.
I thought Sting was professional. I'm sorry.
He is professional, very professional. That's why he had to go to dinner with Dixie, because, see, she wanted to have dinner with him. She wanted to take him out for a special dinner beforehand, before they actually went to the dinner for the Hall of Fame, because she wasn't going to eat that shitty chicken and shitty iced tea. Wow. Hulk Hogan, the guy that gets the bad rap for, never wanting to do anything and being difficult to work with, is the only guy that was there, showed up early, and was right there. What are we going to do? Dixie didn't show up. Dixie and Sting didn't show up till 15 minutes before we're ready to go live. And it just blew my mind. It really did. AJ Styles showed up. He was late, but he had an excuse. He was doing an appearance. At least he got there. He got there early before the show to go through his stuff. And it just absolutely blew my mind. In addition to that, Al Snow, Pat Kenny, myself, Matt Conway, and Dave Lagana, we were told that they did not have enough meals to feed us.
Oh, my gosh.
So we couldn't eat. We could go. They were going to allow me to go as Senior Vice President of Talent Relations and Programming. They were going to allow me to go to the Hall of Fame dinner, but I couldn't eat because they didn't have enough meals. So I got a case and a half of beer and made sure my guys were taken care of, and we watched the Hall of Fame presentation.
Where did the fans, or where did the boys sit? Did they have their own?
They sat with the fans. There was like one talent per table. So a lot of fans at a table, and they had one talent each at their table.
I'm a watch nerd. As you know, I have a watch collection, and I'm silly for watches. I noticed when I watched Kurt Angle's induction. He was put into the TNA Hall of Fame in February of 14. And when I watched this, I noticed the Rolex box. I'm going to make an observation for you. They gave Kurt Angle a used Rolex. It was not a new watch. You can tell from the box. If you've bought enough Rolexes, you know that that's a box they don't use anymore. They don't look like that at all, the outer box or the inner box. And the watch they gave him is a stainless date just. Now, I am not crapping on this gesture at all, because Vince McMahon gives people, what's essentially a class ring. But it's the presentation and the way it's handled. It feels weird to me that they're giving guys used Rolexes. It's almost like if you can't afford a new one, give him a fucking class ring. Why would you give him a used watch? I'm not saying that they gave Kurt Angle a used watch. I'm just saying they did.
I didn't. I wasn't there.
I'm just
But
saying.
I do know that Sting got a new watch.
And how do you know that?
Because I got it for him.
So what was that process like? If we're negotiating how much chicken we're going to give the talent for free, I can't imagine this process of navigating what watch and which watch with Dixie Carter. Carry us through.
You ever see Rocky 3?
Yep. Thunder Lips.
Well, Clubber Lang, I will describe the process of getting the watch for Sting as Clubber Lang and Rocky 3 in one word.
Okay.
Pain. Pain.
What does that mean? You guys just, Nashville's an affluent area. There's multiple Rolex dealers. Did you guys just ride on down to King Jewelers and
It was just a constant battle of I want to get him a nice watch, and I have a very dear friend of mine that I've known my entire life who's a jeweler who takes very good care of me. And as you know, getting a deal on a new Rolex is tough.
Yeah,
And
there's a certain amount that you can get a discount on, but not much more. Rolex very closely monitors that resale, where some other brands, they don't.
Right. And my buddy was offering me essentially a Rolex at cost. But I had to battle with Dixie, who was looking online at used watches and things online. And as you know, and anybody that deals in Rolex, usually if you're buying a Rolex online, it is a refurbished used Rolex.
Or what they would call gray market, which would be where a guy's pushing his inventory out the back door. He's been paying interest on it. He doesn't want a case queen, so now he's selling something that's technically new, but it's been in his case 2 years, so he'll push it out the back through a gray market, but then Rolex will not honor the warranty, and they'll even tear out the warranty card. Yes, I'm a watch nerd. I'm just saying.
Yeah, correct. And that's reality, folks. So the word to the wise, if you buy a Rolex online, you're either getting what Conrad just described, or you're getting a used and refurbished Rolex.
Yeah.
Because Rolex does not authorize anybody online to sell Rolex.
Correct.
You got to go to an authorized dealer. And this was an authorized Rolex dealer, and he was giving it to me at cost, and I had to battle with, well, I saw this one online and it was cheaper. I said, then get the one online.
Right.
If you like that one better, then get that one. I've got this one. It's brand new. It's got a warranty. It's got papers. It's got a brand new box. It's all brand new. It's what it is. It is at cost due to a lifelong friendship with my buddy. And
so you kind of go out there painful. On a limb, using a lifelong relationship you have to do the company a solid, and then probably wind up looking like an asshole in this process.
Correctamundo. Yes.
I'm a watch nerd. Nobody listening probably cares. What model Rolex did you guys give him?
I don't even remember. It was a stainless steel, very plain.
Wasn't a Submariner.
Oh no. It was just a
Datejust, probably.
Datejust, yes.
Okay. Well, let's wrap
nice
this.
Watch. Very nice watch. And nice thought.
Super nice gesture. I just felt like giving Kurt Angle a used Rolex is like, give him a fucking ring. Dixie Carter, we're here. This is what we're going to finish on. I found it interesting that, and I don't know what you want to talk about with this lawsuit or don't want to talk about with this lawsuit, but in the middle of, the world coming down crashing around her in October with the lawsuit from American Express and then from the production company and then the state tax lien and everybody just kind of jumping in there now, multiple lawsuits the same week. And then things seemingly coming to a head with Billy Corgan. And then, of course, we all know the Billy Corgan lawsuit. There's just lots of back and forth and craziness. And are we going to be able to make the next pay-per-view, or can we fund our next set of tapings? Is the show canceled? All around. Dixie, in the middle of all this, sends out a tweet about her action figure. And I was blown away by this and sent you a screenshot like, look at this shit. Because the timing of it just seemed ridiculous to me. And you said, hey, if you only knew. And I even saw a response from Eric Bischoff on Twitter where he said, oh, if you only knew. And I know Bischoff has a lawsuit with TNA, so we're not going to talk about that. But it makes me think, hey, this is worth talking about. It's the Dixie Carter action figure. And on October 21st, right in the middle of this shitstorm, she tweets out, hashtag Flashback Friday to when my action figure first came out. Get one personalized at Shop TNA now. And one of the very first responses was to me that said, is this a hashtag rib? It's not a rib. You were there when this action figure first came out. I want you to kind of talk about the funny story that we don't know about this action figure that Bischoff alluded to. And then I want you to kind of just assess what the fuck is going through her mind to lack the level of self-awareness where in the middle of your entire company, being in doubt and in question and all the talents wondering, do I have a job? Don't I have a job? All these livelihoods are on the line. And you're pushing your fucking action figure on Twitter.
It kind of sums it all up, though, doesn't it? I mean, doesn't that explain a lot?
I've only met her in passing. I met her at a UFC event when the UFC first ran in Nashville. She was there, and she was super nice and hospitable. I met her once at a TNA show. Again, same thing. Very pleasant. Everybody says that, though. She's a nice lady. She's a sweet lady. This seems like narcissism that would even make Vince McMahon blush when your fucking company's going out of business and you're tweeting about your goddamn action figure.
Little scary. When that action figure first came out, she had spots that she wanted run on TV. Where's Dixie? Where you take a picture of the Dixie Carter action figure, wherever it is, and it would be plugged on Twitter and on TV. Absolutely silly. I thought it was absolutely ridiculous. But we did a retreat about this time. The Where Dixie campaign was going on, and we, lo and behold, somebody from Nashville, so it could not have been me, had a Dixie Carter figure. And while we were in Cave Creek, we went ahead and shot several Where's Dixie locations with the Dixie action figure. And after a few beers, 30 or 90, we started sending those pictures back to Dixie, and she wasn't all that happy about it. But we had Dixie right there drinking with us. We had the beer bottle, and right there at the Hideaway Cafe in Cave Creek, Arizona. One of the single greatest biker bar you'll ever experience. If you ever go to Cave Creek, go to the Hideaway Cafe. Great place. But so yeah, we had Dixie all over Cave Creek, and she didn't seem to find the humor in it.
So what
we did? We thought it was funny.
What did you guys have the Dixie doll doing in Cave Creek?
Might have done a little pole dancing.
Okay.
Might have had some beer. Might have had some pizza.
Did anybody pour any sugar out into a line?
No, we didn't do that. That would be crass.
Yeah, having her dance on a pole, much classier.
Well, I thought so. But yeah, it was just silly stuff like that. But you're right, and but again, that just kind of sums up why they're in the shape they're in.
Tell me of another instance you can think of. This to me is just, I know I've talked about it, 2 times now, but good Lord, you're in the middle of this shitstorm and you're tweeting about your doll. Like,
well, how about you're in the middle of not being able to pay your talent on a regular basis and your checks are late, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks late, and you're honeymooning or getting remarried in Ireland with your entire family, tweeting out pictures of staying in Scottish castles every night. Man, did that too. And I'm back in the States having to weather the storm, taking calls from guys going, what the fuck? I think you summed it up. It's very little self-awareness and actually realizing what the hell's going on in the real world.
any other funny or interesting stories you can share with us about Dixie Carter? Let me get my shit in, because I don't know when we'll talk about her again.
Well, no. I don't. I think we've covered. I think we hit the point on TNA, man. I think we did it.
Tune in next week. He is on Twitter at Bruce Prichard. I'm on Twitter at Hey, it's Conrad. Throw us a follow. You'll be glad you did. And we'll see you here next week on Something to Wrestle With. Bruce Prichard.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Something to Wrestle With. Kinda, Bruce Prichard? Yeah, unfortunately, WWE strikes again, and we do not have Slammiversary 2017 available for you, but Bruce will be home tomorrow, and the hope is at some point this weekend, he and I will sit down and crank out Slammiversary 2017. I'm really excited to talk to you guys about that one, because it's going to be realistically the first time that Bruce has talked about current stuff. Unbelievably, somehow after we trashed TNA not once but twice, they reached out to Bruce and hired him, and we went from selling I'm fired shirts to I'm hired shirts. I couldn't believe it, but Bruce was all of a sudden back in the wrestling business, and it was a result of this podcast, believe it or not. It was such a surreal moment to I was at a comedy club I'll never forget, and I started to see the images show up in my social media where fans were attending the Impact tapings, and Bruce is coming down the ramp wearing his mom jeans, and he's got on his blazer with his Pro Wrestling Tees version of a Something to Wrestle shirt underneath. And then on the video wall behind him, it's our giant podcast logo. It was the coolest thing ever. I was so happy for my friend to be back involved in wrestling, and who would have ever imagined that this is where we would be now, and certainly that Bruce would be where he is now. It was such an interesting time, not only for Bruce, but for Impact. You may recall that there had been a bit of an ugly break between Billy Corgan and Dixie Carter, and now all of a sudden there was a new player involved named Anthem, and Jeff Jarrett was back. It was a weird time, to say the least. I'm looking forward to breaking that down with Bruce real soon, but today, just to hold you over and let you get your Bruce and Something to Wrestle fix, we've got something that I can't believe I still had. It's the first time I ever talked to Bruce Prichard. Yeah, there's actually tape of that. Believe it or not, once upon a time, Bruce was not one of my best friends, and he was just some guy that Ric Flair knew. And when we were doing Woo Nation with CBS for their Play.it platform, we're looking for new guests every single week. Rick pitched, hey, what if we had Bruce Prichard? I said, sure, I'm game, whoever you think. He reached out to Bruce, got Bruce to agree, and you're about to hear the very first time I ever talked to Bruce. And I'll never forget, this was not recorded in the studio where I'm at right now, and it wasn't recorded when I was in Atlanta with Rick, which is how a lot of those first episodes were done. Instead, I'm at a radio studio at WVNN in Athens, Alabama. Shout out to friend of the show, Mr. Dale Jackson. He let me use his studio, and we did it like a regular radio show. We're using really cool microphones, but the dial-in interface with the giant boards, and I had a board op for this show. It was a weird deal, but it was kind of fun and kind of cool. And it's fun to look back now especially knowing where all of this craziness with me and Bruce has wound up, with him being back in WWE and the incredible ride that has been Something to Wrestle. But this is the very first time I ever talked to Bruce, and we're gonna chop it up here. So without further ado, enjoy this very special clip from 5 years ago. It feels like a lot longer than that now, does it not? But from 5 years ago, the one and only Bruce Prichard on Woo Nation with myself and Ric Flair. All right, it's time for another edition here of Woo Nation right here on Play.it. I am the co-host, the co-pilot, Conrad Thompson, but of course, the man of the hour is the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. Rick, we've got a great guest today.
We do. A man that is well-traveled, but obviously one of the most intelligent guys to ever participate in our business on so many different levels, from writing to performing to scripting to booking. He's done it all for the WWE and TNA. And I first met Bruce. It's Bruce Prichard. People should be able to figure that out. He's done so much in the business and been so successful and been such a big part of the business. But I first met Bruce after I won the NWA title in Houston, because he got his start, and Bruce, correct me if I'm wrong, with the legendary Paul Bosch, who has passed away years ago. But Bruce, I think, pretty much booked the talent that came in out of Houston. And after Paul forgave the NWA when Harley missed the shot, he started using me again. For a while, was using Bockwinkel. But I think Bruce was influential in getting me involved in the Houston market, which was a great place to work. And Paul was a great payoff guy. So, hey, Bruce, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, champ. Just thank you very much for having me on, man.
Oh, thank you, man.
Introduction. Appreciate it.
What's up? What are you doing?
My main thing right now, I'm working for a friend of mine in the legal field, but, my passion is wrestling. I'm working with Booker T, who's got a wrestling school down here, and he puts on a television show locally. Kind of, you're talking about Paul Bosch, and he's doing the same thing Paul was doing. We're booking shows in Houston. We do television. We've got a huge announcement coming up that we're going to be moving our television from where it currently is to a cherry time slot on a local station here with a lot of backing, and we're going to be making some big moves. So I get to work with young talent that's hungry, that wants to learn, that goes out and busts their ass every single night. And it's a blast.
I have an idea where you're getting your money up. Just to give you the influence of Bruce Prichard on my life when I was with WWE, when Bruce was there. Bruce has a very, very close friend who's a multi-millionaire. Conrad, he's got your kind of bucks, okay? He's in the furniture business, right? So he puts on a tennis tournament every year, right? So Bruce says, hey, let's bring Flair in. He likes to play tennis, which I used to like to play when I was younger. And we'll have him play, with some kid and have a little fun. And it was a big tournament. Blake was there. The kid that just retired, what's his name? The handsome guy,
Andy Roddick.
Andy Roddick was there. I mean, some big time people there.
Pete Sampras,
Pete, Pete was there, and I'm good friends with McEnroe anyway, so I thought that'd be cool. So I get to this tournament, so Bruce goes, well, they want you to go out and play a set with this kid. It's like, okay, so it's a 12-year-old kid that just happens to be the state champion. Guess what? I didn't score a point. In front of 10,000 people, a 12-year-old kid kicked my ass. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but at least they wouldn't do to you what they did to Bradshaw. The kid beat Bradshaw while he held a bag in the other hand.
Well, I can believe that. I'm not Bradshaw, please. Jesus Christ. I couldn't find Bruce. I was going to kill him. 12 years old, Conrad. I couldn't return a serve.
That's
I thought
fantastic.
anybody could beat a 12-year-old kid. Not really.
Again, not really knowing, but I'm sure you're going to hear that phrase a lot throughout this. Rick saying, "I could have killed Bruce." For that.
Yeah, that's twice. Once
There were
with
quite a few of those over the years.
You've already heard it twice. Once with the Carlito promo, which we talked about on the show last week. I'd had a big argument with Vince, and someone called in and asked that question. Was I really mad at Carlito? And the answer was no. But Bruce Prichard came and got me. I was so mad at Vince I wasn't doing anything on the show. Bruce came and got me and said, "Hey, Vince wants you to cut a big promo on Carlito." And he was with Torrie Wilson, which, that wasn't really happening anyway. I just had to reaffirm that. Good Lord. So I gave Carlito the best of, and the next thing I found out, Bruce called me and said, "God, Vince thought that was great. He's canceling the program with you and Kennedy for WrestleMania. It's you and Carlito." Well, we get to Chicago for WrestleMania, and 3 hours before the show, they canceled me and Carlito from the card. I wanted to get. The Vince gave me a lecture about going out there in the warm-up match and being a team player. Oh, my God. Jesus, what a bullshit statement. You need to lead by example. Go out there in a warm-up match at WrestleMania. Christ. Am I right, Bruce?
Oh, yeah. Hey, it was never boring.
Back then it wasn't, man. Jesus. Well, Bruce, tell me. Because these are questions that maybe Conrad's got it written down. I just have so much on my mind to ask you. I never understood. I do know that you went back and forth, but pretty much at the same pace that Heyman did with coming and going with the WWE. And I kind of figured it was like, familiarity breeds contempt, because back then there was only about 4 or 5 writers, correct me if I'm wrong, instead of 20. And Vince was on these guys so hard every day. I mean, we're talking about Pat, we're talking about Bruce, and was Ed there when you were there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Definitely.
Ed's been there a while. I don't know how he's done it. Jesus. But it's back and forth, and I would see Bruce, and Bruce said, "I'm going on vacation." And then, he'd be gone for 3 months, and then they'd figure out they needed Bruce back, or vice versa. Bruce would be back, and then, he'd disappear again. So, fill me in on that, Bruce. What would happen? You guys just got to the point where you were having a hard time being creative every week, or what?
Well, you got to imagine, man. Imagine being with Vince for 22 years.
Yeah.
And, by being with him, man, it was day in and day out.
Yeah.
And after a while, you hit a wall. And you've got to step away. You've got to step away, smell the roses, and be able to try to come up with something different and creative and new. And the only way to do that a lot of times is get away from it.
Yeah.
And you have to completely just decompress. And then when you're back in it, you can go off for 3 months and get away from it. You come back, and within 3 or 4 days, you're swamped all over again. You're back in that rat race.
Well,
and
when you were
intense would be an understatement.
So Bruce, when you were in the role of Brother Love, were you writing at the same time?
When I was doing that, I was running the TV studio, and Vince and Pat. See, we didn't have the cable TV wasn't like it is now.
Yeah, it was network TV.
Yeah, it was syndicated. So,
yeah.
Vince and Pat wrote that for the most part, and I did all the cable stuff. But then I oversaw all the editing and oversaw the production of it. I was working behind the scenes there too.
In the studio in Stamford.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you were on TV as Brother Love. Were you doing the house shows too as Brother Love?
When I was a good boy, and that would be my sabbatical. That would be my Vince would let me go out for a couple of months, and we'd shoot an angle where I could go and hit the house shows for 2 or 3 months, and that would be my break. That would be my prize.
I know that he tried to keep you. I know he tried to keep you and Briscoe apart. But all that stuff's legal in Oregon now. So if you guys had just gone to Portland once a year, it'd been fine. Just kidding, Bruce. We can edit that out. I kidded. When Jerry Briscoe and Bruce were together, it was always something. That was you. Bruce was there. This is a great story, Conrad, which I loved it when I heard it. When Bischoff said to Jerry Briscoe, and of course, you can imagine Bruce stirring it up, that anybody could beat a 60-year-old man.
Wow. It was Jerry's Madison at the airport, and we're all sitting around, and Jerry's birthday, his actual birthday, we were in Montreal, and it was just me, Jerry, and Taker that went out. And then the next week, we celebrated it again. And then this was the third week, and now we had Bradshaw, we had Cena, we had Eric, we had a few more. And Bradshaw and I are talking about how many times Briscoe's kicked our ass. And Bischoff kind of looks over at Jerry and says, and I'd sent Eric a text that said, okay, it's Jerry's birthday. He says, wow, he's 60 years old. Maybe now I can beat him. And of course, me being me, I had to inform Briscoe of this text that was sent back to me, and I brought it up in front of everybody. And he looks over at Jerry and he says, he can't be that tough. We had a few adult beverages, and we told Jerry, I said, that's right, man, you can't be that tough. I mean, hell, Eric's black belt. He'll whip your ass. And we just egged it on and egged it on and egged it on. And so Jerry goes to stay, and Eric stood up, and we did the circle of our chairs and everything. And Jerry goes to stand up, and Eric stands up, and Jerry double legs him, and Eric just basically sat right back down in the chair, and Jerry let him go. And I said, well, shit, the way I see that, Jerry, as a Bischoff should score a point on you, you couldn't take him down. The boy, smoke started coming out of Mr. Briscoe's ears. And we're telling Eric, come on, Eric, he's 60 years old. He's not that tough. And Jerry commenced to take Eric down and ride him. And you know the deal, man, where you cup your hand and you smother the other person?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, Briscoe's doing this to Eric, and you can hear just that pop every time that Jerry would just slap him in the face and suffocate him.
Oh, yeah.
And take him down. And Jerry finally gets him down and has him hooked, and it's like, go on, Buzzy, tap out. And Eric taps out very politely.
Yeah.
Well, when he does that, we had just told the story about Jerry making Bradshaw tap out, and Bradshaw gave a dainty tap out. Briscoe looked at Bradshaw, tap out like you mean it, Texas pussy. So we all get down in Eric's face and go, that ain't no tap out. Hell, tap out like you mean it, pussy. And he did. And he meant it.
Well, I know.
And then we proceeded to drink every single beer in the bar.
Yeah.
Every one.
Yeah. Something new. Listen, I've been on the other end of that Briscoe riding you around and stuff, too. That's no fun.
No, it's not.
As a matter of fact, Conrad has seen our friend TJ try it with Briscoe a couple times. So
yeah, he's still taking on all comers at the bar. Jerry Briscoe,
yeah. Briscoe's tough. What a great! We just had Jerry on the show talking about Piper, Bruce, and it's always nice to hear from him. He's had 4 heart attacks in the last 3 years.
Yeah,
but he's doing good.
Roddy's one of those guys that, Rick, man, you can count 5 people. You can count your friends on one hand in this business. You can call friends. That's pretty good. You're doing good. And I counted Roddy. And, we went back, and he was one of those guys that very few people could hang with. And I took, back in my younger days, I took great pride in I can hang with Roddy and do everything and go, drink for drink, whatever for whatever, and hang there until he puts you to bed. And
Roddy? No.
Yeah. Well, but the best part was, is you fast forward to, I don't know what it was. It had to be like 2002 or 2003, and both Hogan and Piper are back. And they were going somewhere else, and Jerry Briscoe and I had, it was right about the time that Carlito had started, because he brought Jerry a bottle of rum. And we're in Jerry's room, and we're drinking and various assorted other things, and Piper and Hogan come to the room to hang out and have a few party favors. And before you know it, it's 3:00 in the morning, and we're putting Piper and Hogan both to bed.
Yeah.
And we just looked at each other and go, these were the guys that made everybody tap out back in the day, and now we're putting them to bed.
Yeah, Roddy was a walking, talking knockout punch. Oh yeah, I saw him put Mark Lewin to bed. The name a lot of the fans won't remember, but of course you remember him. I mean, God, I remember Marky very well.
I said, I remember Marky very well. He was, yeah.
Well, you're soon to be experiencing the Conradison, I heard.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, well,
I've heard an awful lot about it.
He's a 2 bottle of Crown Reserve a night guy too. So that's on top of some beers. So I know you're a vodka guy, Bruce, but the C-Man can give you a run. Well, not only that, walking around this place, you can burn up for 3,000 calories. He's even got an elevator. I ride the elevator now. I quit walking.
Oh, my gosh. Bruce, we're excited to have you on the show, and a lot of longtime fans may remember this, and it seems like WWE has chosen to kind of scratch as much of this as they can, but The Undertaker is back on TV these days, and the very first time he was on TV, he had a different manager than Paul Bearer, isn't that right?
Oh, yeah. It was beautiful brother love, by God.
Yeah, before Paul Bearer, it was you, I remember.
Yes, and because the whole thing, man, I wanted to bring him in because I wanted to. I saw him when he first started, and Rick, you'll remember this name. He reminded me so much of Don Jardine.
Oh yeah, of course.
The way that he worked for a big man.
Yeah,
and I followed him through WCW, and Paul Heyman called me and said, "Hey, this guy's available. You interested?" And I went to Vince and said, "Hey, take a look at this guy." And at first blush, Vince was like, he looks like a tall basketball player. And then we had him set to come in and meet with Vince. And the night before, he had a match with Lex Luger on a WCW pay-per-view. Mark had a dislocated hip, but worked the match anyway because he knew that he was going to be meeting with Vince the next day. Well, he's working with Lex with the dislocated hip. Wasn't the best match in the world. And Vince didn't want to meet with him. And we finally got the two together. And as you know, Mark, man, he's magnetic in and of himself. And he convinced Vince that, hey, I'm your guy. And we took off from there.
At that point, Bruce, were you guys trying to find a person to fill the role of The Undertaker, or did that come about only once you met him?
No, that came about once they took a look at him.
So
he looked like an old-timey. He was doing. They brought him in and did the movie with Hogan, Suburban Commando.
That's right, yes, sir.
In the outfit that he wore, it made him look like an old-timey Undertaker, and that's how the gimmick. I mean, at the time, I just wanted to bring him in as Kane, this killer, you know. And the Undertaker evolved, and he's made it all his own.
Yeah, I mean, it's the greatest. It's the greatest gimmick in the world. And the guy, he lives it. He's a little looser now about it, but I mean, Jesus, back in the 90s and that, and from the time it first started, I mean, he was the Undertaker. I mean, I'll tell people this all the time. You would see the merchandise big time in the States, but when you went over to Europe, everybody was dressed up like the Undertaker. Am I saying that right, Bruce?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody. There was 300 people standing outside the building when the Undertaker closed. I mean, he was white hot. Coats. Yeah, I don't know what his merchandise checks were back then, but I'm sure they were very good. They were healthy.
Well, it's a really out there character, certainly by today's, standard of what wrestling is. How does that come about, Bruce? When you first say, hey, he kind of looks like an old timey Undertaker, you guys sit and somebody sketches it out and then you talk through, he'll sit straight up and we'll put some eye makeup on him. What does that kind of look like back in the day? What would a creative process for a character like the Undertaker look like?
Well, we had a whole creative department, and we would give them the idea, kind of an overall idea, and then they would sketch it out. They would meet with the talent, to take a look at them, and sketch out their outfits, but the overall look, a lot of times that came from Vince, that came from his messed up head. And then it evolves. You get them out there in the ring, you figure out what works. And a lot of that was Taker doing his thing. And I was a big fan of Jason. And the guy, what the hell was his name? You remember Jeff Van Camp, Rick?
Yeah.
Who did the humongous gimmick?
Yes.
He wore the hockey mask like Jason, and this guy would do the sit-up. And I saw that, and it was just the shrieks in the arena when he would do it, and pitch that to Taker. And he did it, and it was the same feeling, because you got this monster who's dead, and he pops up and all of a sudden turns his head, and it was just magic. But Taker, man, Mark was able to just make that character his own, become that character. He believes in it, which made everyone else believe in it.
Yeah.
There was no doubting.
Well, you know what's funny? I mean, I think, and I wrestled him in the 90s, and then, of course, I wrestled him at WrestleMania and a couple other times in the 2000s, like 2004 or 5, whatever it was. 2002, actually, was...
18 was 2. That's right.
Yeah, that was 2002. That was in Toronto, right?
Yes, sir.
And that match really, got me back up and running in terms of my self-confidence. But I thought that Mark's work, that he got better, up until a couple of years ago. He just continued to get better every year.
Yeah.
And it wasn't understanding his character. It's just that, you have to, he didn't have a luxury every day of working with The Rock and Austin and guys that could really go. You know what I mean? He was stuck in, a situation that we've all been at times. But, I mean, if you look at Mark, he wasn't diving over the top rope 20 years ago and doing stuff like, like the stuff he does with Shawn and Hunter, and he did it with, I can't remember, I think he did it with Brock, but, diving over the top rope, running across the ring, 6'9", 280 pounds, or 6'10". You just don't see that from a guy, and he's, bouncing around like Rey Mysterio. The walking the rope was nothing, and that's just a small part of what makes him so great. And of course, then the timing, the issues of timing with that, when he's laying down and sits up. And I was sitting with Conrad last year, and Bray Wyatt went into that reverse thing that he does, right. And the Taker sat up, and I about died. That was great. And the timing was phenomenal. And they had a hell of a match last year, I thought. I didn't get nearly the recognition it should have gotten, in my opinion. And I'm a big fan of Bray Wyatt, too. That kid's great.
I was just going to say, man, there's another stud.
Yeah, that's Riccardo's son.
He's unbelievable. He's part of the new crop.
You know that was Mike Riccardo's son, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Third generation, too. Blackjack's grandson.
Yeah.
It's a family business all the way through.
Yeah, Jesus. He's just one. And the other, Bo, is great, too. And now Mike's youngest daughter is going to get into the announcing up in NXT. So,
yeah, we had heard she had a tryout, but you're hearing maybe she'll be in an announcer role?
Well, I was there when she tried out for it. I would assume she's a beautiful girl, and she knows a lot about the business. I can't see why she wouldn't get it, but the answer to the question, I don't know if she got it or not, so I'm just...
Rick, who would let their daughter get into this business?
I know, that's what I'm saying to myself right now every day. Bruce, I'm just so glad she's on the main roster now. Are you kidding me? For 2 years, Dad, when, Dad, when? Actually, I don't want you to, don't call, don't say anything. When? Now it's after the show. How was the match? How'd it look? Everything okay? Yes.
Yeah. Well, she is her father's daughter.
Oh, thank you. We just try too hard, I think.
So going back a few years, Bruce, back when you first made your way to the WWF and started working for Vince McMahon, how did that come about? I know you had done some stuff with Bosch and some stuff with the UWF, but then eventually you make the move to New York. How did that first encounter with Vince go, and how did you come about to be a full-time player there?
Well, I was working for Bill Watson, for Paul Bosch in Houston, and Bill wanted to expand. And during that time, Bill was trying to sell his company to Jim Crockett. And the few times that I had worked for Crockett, there just wasn't, it just didn't work. I mean, I say it didn't work, but Jim and I had no rapport. I didn't know Jim Crockett. So at the time, Eddie Gilbert was working Mid-South, and Eddie told me he was going up to meet with Vince, with Missy. And he says, would you ever be interested in going to New York? And I said, well, hell yeah. And he gave Vince my name and number, and I ended up calling Vince. First thing out of his mouth was, would you consider relocating to Stanford? I didn't even know where Stanford was. And I said, yes. And I, just kept on it. And finally, when Watts sold to Crockett, Paul Bosch didn't want to have anything to do with Crockett. And we opened up dialogue with Vince. And I was kind of part of that deal, and I didn't want to be. My whole thing was I wanted to break away. I wanted to go somewhere on my own. I'd been in Houston since I was 10. I was 24 years old, so I was an old man. I needed to break away. And Vince brought me up, and for the first month, I didn't have a job description. He brought me up and said, take a look around, work in promotions, work in marketing, work at TV, worked with him and Pat on the booking end. He says, figure out what you want to do. And I fell in love with the TV, and because that's what I did in Houston as well, was I loved producing the TV show and putting it together, and that's where I kind of ended up. So it was just, it was one of those deals, man, perseverance. I never gave up, wouldn't take no for an answer, kept pushing and pushing and pushing until he finally said, come on up.
Well, Bruce, you brought a lot to the table. I mean, it goes without saying that you're one of the most intelligent guys to ever work in this business. And I, as I said earlier, I just, back then as it is now, but there's just so many more people involved. The guy is he's so intense, and then, ultimately the product is so good and so successful, but he's a very intense guy. And, I don't know how you guys could do it. I mean, I had a hard time one time. Bruce, you were there when he made me, and we were in Gulfport, Mississippi, and he made me talk to the empty building at 11 o'clock at night about Elizabeth. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
That was great.
I'd already made 3 TVs. He waited the whole arena, and he wanted me, the idea was that I was talking about how I was with Elizabeth before Savage and all that, but I was talking to an empty building. Jesus Christ. Again, do it again. Okay, Jesus.
That was the other thing when I came to TNA and I would ask Rick to do it again. And just one time, he'd look at me and go, "You're not in the WWF anymore. You're out there. It's fine. It's great."
I'd say it again. I couldn't hear it. What?
When I would ask you to do something over in TNA, and you would go off, "You're not Vince. This is not the WWE. It's good enough. It's great. Just leave it alone."
Yeah, one take Nate's, man. I don't need to be doing it for 3 other guys that can't do theirs.
Well,
that's why you were with them.
I know. Hey, you know what's funny, Bruce? Is I tell people I didn't always agree with what was going on, but it was that was an easy gig. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to mention this, Bruce, because I was going to ask you anyway, but Bruce had gone through so much with his wife's cancer and all that, and I think that's the reason he left the WWE the last time, right, was to be home for a while?
Yeah, that was, towards the end, there were a lot of rumor and innuendo a lot of times when I would go away.
Yeah.
And now I can knock on wood and my wife is healthy now.
Yeah.
But I never wanted that public, and I always would I would rather have people whispering about me than talking about her.
Yeah, no, I know. And I hope if you don't like me, if you don't like what I just said, I mean,
No, I'm fine.
I was so glad that you found me. I mean, I knew about it, as did his close friends, but
yeah,
the day he showed up at TNA, I was so glad because I said, God, there's no way that this guy isn't going to turn this around. But man, that was a ship that had already sailed. I mean, Bruce, you have to admit it was rough there. Holy cow. Not rough.
It was rough.
Huh?
It was rough because, unfortunately you didn't have the backing and you didn't have the tools to turn around. You had the talent.
Yeah.
You had the knowledge.
Yeah, but I think one of the most difficult things for me was, as nice as she is, and she is a nice person, Dixie's communication to the talent and what was actually going on was just light years apart from what was really taking place. Would you agree with that, Bruce?
Oh, wholeheartedly. It was rough.
I mean, Bruce could tell
right there.
Bruce could tell somebody something, and in that role that should be, in a role that I've worked under, and it should be like that. That's the bottom line. It's it. But then, Bruce had to deal with Hulk, and on came Eric, and then in came Russo, and Bruce has got all this to deal with. And then he's got Dixie out in the parking lot, and I don't know why to this day she likes to pull the talent aside, or the talent will pull her aside, whichever way it goes, and they'll make a deal with her. And of course, she doesn't relay it to Bruce. Well, Dixie told me this, and I mean, I've been through that with her. You know what I mean? It's just strange. And it's not malicious. It's just a very difficult way to do business after you've been in the professional atmosphere of the WWE. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair. And you really just summed it up, because it was difficult to do your job when after you would put something into motion, something else would be put into motion, and you never even knew about it until it was way after the fact or too late.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, what's this? Oh, well, I talked to him, and don't worry about it. Wait a minute, I got to balance the budget here. I got to do all this stuff. Don't worry about it. Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Bruce, do you have an example of a story like that where you were kind of heading in one direction and found out after the fact that was no longer the direction?
Wow. Unfortunately, there were too many to even remember. But a lot of times there were things that, to sum it all up, out of, let's say, 50 talent on the roster, you had, well, when I started, I want to say there were 7 or 8 different versions of contracts, and they were all completely different. And there were instances where talent was guaranteed 150 dates, but they were only able to work 70, because they only ran 70 events. They got a contract for 150. There were just so many things like that unfortunately, there were different people at different times in that position that things got grandfathered in, and, the right hand a lot of times didn't know what the left hand was doing, and people would just go into business for themselves. And then it was challenging, to deal with an office in Dallas, Texas, that's an energy company that builds power plants, that doesn't understand the wrestling business or the entertainment business.
Yeah.
It doesn't understand the nuances. To them, an independent contractor is a plumber. So when one independent contractor is gone, you just replace them with another. That's not how you do it with talent. They may be independent contractors, but they're talent. Ric Flair goes, you can't just replace him with another independent contractor.
If I'm around the guys, which I am a fair amount of the time, like I'm, going to New York tomorrow with Conrad for the whole week to see my daughter for SummerSlam. But I'm trying to figure out, how does Jarrett keep getting back there? Wasn't he on the show the other night?
Yeah, you got me.
I mean, what is the deal? I mean, after all the things up and down and the stuff with Kurt and Dixie and, I mean, I don't even begin to know. Personally, I like Jeff, but I just know that there's been, some misgivings in the way that place was run for a long time. And some people made a lot of money, you know what I mean?
Yeah, so that's a head scratcher.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really a head scratcher.
Yeah, I see that. And Conrad, what's your take on that?
I don't have anything nice to say, so let's ask a TNA question. Bruce, you and Rick were in a great segment called TNA Gut Check once, and the talk online is that on the fly, Rick kind of went against the grain and changed his vote. Is that the real story, or what really happened in that gut check?
That's a real story.
Yeah, tell me I vaguely remember that. Oh, they wanted me to say something about someone I didn't think was good enough, right?
And then on the fly, supposedly you changed it.
But again, and keep in mind, too, that the direction that was given to me, the direction that was given to Rick, the direction that was given to all of us in that segment was be real, shoot with it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So, you tell somebody, be real. We don't want to know what you're going to do. Just go out there and shoot with it. But by the way, here's what we want you to do. So this kid, we had no intention really at the time of giving the kid a contract and everything. The in-ring work was not there. And the promo work we'd seen with him, it just, wasn't great. So we say no, and he gets a chance to turn it around, and there was a yes vote and a no vote, and I'm going to get the final vote. Well, Rick changes his vote.
Yeah, I said he was terrible, right?
Yeah, well, first you said he was terrible. He cut a promo, and you said, you know what, sir, I changed my opinion. Yes.
No,
so I went with it.
I'll say it again. I said he was terrible before he cut the promo.
You said he was terrible, and you voted no.
Yes.
Then the kid and Al voted yes, and it was up to me. And the kid cut a promo to try and, here's your 30 seconds, convince us to give you a contract. And once he cut his promo, you grabbed the microphone and said, you know what? That was a hell of a promo. I changed my vote. Yes.
Yeah, I do. Okay, now I got it.
It was something like the guy had a death in the family and really did a good job with the promo, dedicating it to him
what it was.
or something.
It's all coming back to me now.
To his dad.
And so the joke online is the kid who won it couldn't even legally work in the States. He didn't have a visa. Is that true?
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, God. I didn't know that.
That's fantastic.
Oh, my God. Well, what's funny? Bruce, so tell me something. I could talk to you all day long. How much fun was it back in the beginning working with Austin and Rock?
Oh, my God. It was, that was a time. And,
let me add 2 more words.
Okay.
Or 3 or 4 more words. And knowing that you were kicking WCW's ass.
It was great. It was great. But it was just so much fun because you had guys that were hot, and it was in seeing Rock, especially from the standpoint, I've told the story a million times, but, Rock and Hunter didn't really care for each other.
Oh, I know.
There was a.
I don't think they do. I don't think they do right now.
I don't know now, but I tell you, at the time, there was that professional jealousy that, it was brutal. And they would go out live, and Rock would stand there, and he would, do what was written on the piece of paper for him to do. Hunter would go out and eat him alive, going off script.
Yeah.
And Rock would come back and bitch, and goddamn, this guy's going off, and I'm doing what I'm told. And I said, you know what, man? It's live.
Yeah.
And he looks at me. I said, if you can take the ass chewing when you come back, it's live. What are they going to do? I said, but here's the trick. It better be good enough, because if you're going to go off script and you're going to do something and it's great, then by God, you're a genius. If it's not, you're a dumbass.
Yeah.
And he went out, and they would spar with each other out there verbally, go completely off script. And the audience, man, they felt it because it was real. Yeah, there was animosity there. There was professional jealousy there. And these two guys didn't like each other. They worked beautifully in the ring. They're tremendous professionals. But you don't have to like somebody to work great with them.
Yeah.
And that was the magic. It was great.
Yeah. I think that that thing that exists. I know I never knew. I can never tell anymore. Sometimes, if you can fake me out, you're pretty good. But I don't think that Cena and The Rock are ever going to go to dinner together either.
Yeah.
What's your take on that, Conrad?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the whole behind the scenes, but certainly it seems like at times they'd get a little stiff with each other with the promos built into their WrestleMania shows.
Yeah, I mean, it was entertaining, but boy, it was pretty strong.
But it sold tickets.
Yeah, it did. But I can remember one time they had a segment out there because I used to watch it, and the segment was unbelievable, but nobody watched. I mean, it kind of got repetitious. Do you remember?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they would do things, and sometimes the verbiage was so close to what it was the next week. Remember that? Because they worked 2 WrestleManias in a row, back to back, correct?
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. It's hard to create, that kind of intensity twice. You know what I mean? So yeah, I didn't know, but
so Bruce, something recent.
Just the both of them so talented, and Cena. I mean, The Rock. Look at him now. God, I'm so happy for his success. And it couldn't happen, in my opinion, to a nicer guy.
And a hard-working son of a gun, he deserves everything he gets.
Yeah, he does. Everything. And John, too. I mean, John, I'm sure John doesn't have to work another day, but John loves the business. And he's,
yes.
He's there. He perseveres. And, Conrad and I talk about it, and Conrad will text me and say, man, he ain't going to break your record, man. I'll go, Conrad, what's the finish? And Conrad will give me 30 different resolutions. And so now we fly in tomorrow to celebrate not only an hour with you, Bruce, but to start our weekly shenanigans before SummerSlam. And, of course, Conrad will have already booked Monday TV.
Nice.
So, Bruce, but while I got a guy like you with your level of intelligence and your background, who's winning, Undertaker or Brock?
To me, there's only one finish.
Who's that?
To me, it's Taker.
Okay. Who's winning between Cena and Rollins? Mark these down now.
I'm writing them down. I got you.
So Bruce Prichard is calling Undertaker thumbs up, correct?
I'm saying Undertaker thumbs up. Now,
okay.
You asking me what would I do or what will happen?
What will happen?
No, what will happen?
God, man, I would hope they go with Rollins. I would do Rollins, and by God, you know what? I'll go with Rollins because it's different, and I hope. Then again, that's probably why they'll go with Cena.
Yeah, you're saying Rollins because why take the heat?
I would do Rollins, but I think they're going to go with Cena.
Well, that gets heat with me. Conrad had a different version. There's going to be a run-in.
Well, I mean, all of a sudden last night, we're taping this on Tuesday. Of course, you're listening on Woo Wednesday. But, last night as we're watching, all of a sudden, Cena starts to involve, Triple H in his promo. So I couldn't help but think maybe that's kind of like the way out. Triple H can have a little interference. That sets up shows for them down the road. But, that's me armchair quarterbacking. What the hell do I know?
If you can't get enough Bruce Prichard and Something to Wrestle, you're going to love adfreeshows.com. Check it out. Here's a clip from adfreeshows.com that you can't hear anywhere else.
So you kind of look back and look at everything that Mr. Perfect did just with such fondness because his timing was impeccable. And this is also a good time because you had the genius there who was great fodder and Jesus. And Kurt, the bump outside. Holy cow. Good shit.
This is maybe some of my peak fandom. We often talk about how 89 was my favorite year besides 97, but as we cruise into 90, I'm at my all-time height of my fandom as a kid. I think when this aired, I would be 8. I'd turn 9 in a couple of months. This is as good as it gets. Who was your favorite wrestler when you were 8 years old?
You really have to ask that question.
I assume it was Dory fucking Funk.
Goddamn right.
I just
And
can't
Wahoo
imagine.
McDaniel.
I can't imagine being that excited as a kid about Dory Funk. I had Hulk Hogan. You had Dory Funk.
And Wahoo McDaniel.
Okay. Well, I had an Indian that I loved. His name was Ultimate Warrior. No joke, no comment, nothing. So what are you waiting for? Head on over to adfreeshows.com right now and you'll get every Something to Wrestle early and ad-free for just $9 a month. And we've also got a ton of great bonus content for you to check out, including more than 20 live Something to Wrestles with our very special guests. And of course, all of the fun and silliness that we did at StarCast, including the roast of Bruce Prichard, a Monday Night War debate between Bruce Prichard and Eric Bischoff, and the last live Something to Wrestle. You don't want to miss it. And don't forget, once upon a time, Bruce and I had a separate Patreon where we did bonus content every single month. You get all of that in the archives as well. Of course, our show notes and so much more. Check it out for yourself right now. If you dig Bruce Prichard and you want more Something to Wrestle, but less ads, it's hard to beat. adfreeshows.com.
I mean, Seth has got it down pretty good, man. He's starting to really come across as confident. That segment last night was a damn good segment.
You know, that kid is a stud. I enjoy, you get to the point, you know, we reach a certain point, but where you kind of want to fast forward through certain things. I enjoy the hell out of watching him perform.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, he's right there with Orton. I mean, in terms of, in my, you know, there's three guys, and I'm really, you know, of that style. I think Seth Rollins is another Randy Orton. Body, all around work rate, entertainment wise, in terms of his interview, he's not loud. He's not like a guy screaming like me or like Roddy and that, but he's getting more confidence in his interview every time I hear him talk, and he's doing great. And to me, because Randy, you know, Randy's begging for a way to get the Shawn Michaels deal and take off every summer. So I just can't see him taking the steam off of Seth Rollins. I mean, what would you do at the next show? Do it again?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I mean, you got Seth who's hot right now. And he's hot because, man, he squeaked by Lesnar. He squeaked by, but yet at the same time, he's beating guys. So
Yeah.
you know he can do it.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty behind having, he's a beatable heel.
Yeah.
He's also a credible heel.
Yeah. But I don't think he's beatable too much yet, because that's how I know we all say that everybody's batting 500 there, but that seems to be after a longer period of time. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
All of a sudden you're going to have John Cena with 2 belts, which John doesn't need, or you're going to have Seth with 2 belts. And I mean, I just, you know, I could think about it and maybe I could figure a way out of it, you know. If it was me, they would have me defend 1 belt in the first hour and the second belt in the third hour. Because I was
They
that good.
figure out a way to do. They got 3 hours. They figure out a way to get 3 in there.
And if Bruce was booking, Bruce would have me a 5-minute promo in the second hour, getting ready for the third match.
Bruce, when did the booking style change? You know, going back to when you first started with the WWF, everything was kind of pre-taped, and it seemed like there was more of a long-term plan. And then I guess maybe during the Monday Night Wars, that's when the kind of booking on the fly and the last-minute changes started to happen. When do you remember that shift really happening? And then how did that affect you, you know, when you were involved in the creative side?
Well, I would say, you know, mid to late 90s is when it changed. But at the same time, you know, it was, I think Vince has always done things last minute and just gone with the flow. But I loved it. I love live television. I love live television because there is absolutely nothing that can go wrong.
Yeah.
If the ring collapses and you know, the building gets set on fire, it was meant to happen. And by God, you just go with it. And that's the mark of a true pro. And that's what I love about live TV, because you just get to go with it. You're working with so many unknowns and elements that you can't control. And give me live TV any day of the week. It's just, You don't want things to be predictable. You want people to wonder and do like you're doing, where you're sitting there going, okay, what are they going to do with Seth and Cena? You want people to wonder and not be able to pick it.
Yeah.
And that's the beauty of our business. When it becomes so predictable that I know, okay, I'm going to turn it on and Cena's going to win. Next. I want to turn it on and think Cena's going to win and have him lose.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, I just think, the people will be interested. I'm not just looking after the podcast, but Bruce, you've got a great opinion and a great mind. One of my favorite moments, Conrad, was I got the TV one day and Bruce said to me, hey, you're working with Hulk in Seg 1 and Austin in Seg 10. And I said, great. No problem, man. You really going to use me twice? Thank you. Do you remember that, Bruce?
Exactly.
Yeah, I loved it, man. I got to work with Hulk the first Seg or second Seg, and I'm trying to think. And then Austin late in the show, and then I got to work with Steve, and that's before Steve took a sabbatical.
So Bruce, Hulk's been picked on a lot lately online. We don't want to necessarily pile on, but he does kind of get a bad rap in WCW for invoking his creative control clause and kind of putting Nitro into a tailspin with, that doesn't work for me, brother. Did you hear much of that during the Hulkamania era of the WWF, or did that, you assume, just came later in WCW?
Well, I got to tell you, man, every time that I've ever worked with Hulk, man, he's been easy as Sunday morning. Now, no different than any other talent. They're going to come up and say, hey, man, I don't feel that. And I think it just comes with how you deal with that from there. I never would go into a situation and say, this is what we're going to do, without having a B and a C plan behind that. You know what? I don't really feel that right now. Okay, how about this? What if we got to it this way? And sometimes by having that B and that C plan, you may be able to bring them back around to the A plan to say, well, wait a minute, that might be a much better idea than I originally thought. Yeah. But, with Hulk early on in the 80s, man, he dealt with Vince. And they got together and they mapped things out. And sometimes it was great, sometimes it wasn't great. But they had their ways of working it out. When Hulk came back in 2000 and stuff, I worked with him primarily. And I got to tell you, he was pretty easy to work with.
It was difficult.
Again, I never went in with that, this is what you're going to do and this is it. It's this or the highway. I never went into anything with anybody like that, except Ric Flair. But, no.
Well, that's because I always said yes. I didn't even ask you. I just assumed I was doing the job.
Yeah. No, but I always would go in and say, hey, here's what we have in mind. What do you think? Because he's the one that's going to have to do it. The talent's the one that has to go out there and perform it. And if they don't feel it and don't feel it's right, I'd like to think that they'd say so and, make it right.
Was there somebody you were working with back then who was difficult? Since everybody always says Hogan was the most difficult, but you didn't really experience that. Was someone difficult that you can remember?
Speak ill of the dead, but Warrior could be difficult. Randy Savage was challenging. I don't know that Randy, I've heard horror stories about Randy being difficult, but I always got along with Randy too. And it was, once you talk it through, he was fun, but he was challenging because he would pick everything apart.
Yeah.
But it was some guys would do that, and some guys, and then there are the guys who just go, okay, whatever you want, and go do it.
Hello?
Oh, we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to hear my name at the end of that sentence.
No, you know what? But Rick, seriously, you would speak up.
Yeah, but I never said no. That's why Hogan made $25 million and I made $500,000.
No, I think I think you sometimes were too giving, but also at the same, you would speak up. You spoke up to me.
No,
say, hey,
let's get things clarified. I would say to you, Bruce, how long have I got to pull this off?
Yes.
10 minutes, 30 minutes, 5 minutes.
Because you looked at it as a challenge a lot of times too.
Yeah, but I don't think that I can honestly say that about myself, with the exception of not getting along with Eric and Russo, at different times. And Russo just, I think Russo we got off to a bad start because he knew that Cornette and I were friends, right? So he just said to me, I know you're not going to like me. And I said, why? He said, because we're good friends with Jim Cornette. I said, what's that got to do with you and me?
Right.
That was our first conversation. I'm not kidding you. So next thing I knew, I was buried out in the desert somewhere.
Well, let's talk about Russo a little bit, Bruce. He gets a lot of credit for the Attitude Era stuff, but the comeback is always, well, he needed an editor. You saw that in WCW. Vince Russo needs an editor, and Vince was an editor. What was your perspective at the time?
Well, we all had editors, and that editor was Vince McMahon. Nothing got through, nothing got approved or killed without Vince's blessing, Vince McMahon's blessing. And a lot of the stuff that was done was Vince Russo was a different voice pitching to Vince McMahon. He may have been pitching a lot of the same old tired ideas, if you want to call it that. But it was a different voice, and it worked. But at the end of the day, you've got one guy in charge there. The buck stops at Vince McMahon, and he ain't afraid to step up, and kill something or endorse something. So that's the big difference. It wasn't, it wasn't me. It wasn't Vince Russo. It wasn't Brian Gewirtz. It wasn't any of us on our own. It was Vince being able to take those ideas and either let you run with it, edit it, whatever it is. But he's the gatekeeper, and nothing's going on television without his blessing.
Yeah, I said that the other day. Make no mistake, whether it was Bruce or anybody else that came up with a game plan, it ran through Vince for final approval. Is that a fair statement, Bruce?
Everything.
Yeah, I mean,
now
it's the same way today.
Yeah, I would assume it is. I mean, I haven't been there, but I would assume, I still hear everything, and you can tell when Vince McMahon has his fingerprints on things.
Yeah,
and it still to this day feels that, he's given the nod.
Yeah,
and you look at every writer, booker, whatever you want to call them, creative person. I don't know what the hell they call them these days. You have good runs, you have bad runs, and I think, knock on wood, for the most part, I had some pretty good runs for, different periods of time. I had some that, there was a period during the Vince's federal trial that we couldn't bring in any talent because Vince didn't feel that it was fair to the talent with his future unknown to bring somebody in and ask somebody to sign a contract with us when he didn't know what was going to happen with him. And so we were handcuffed and handicapped considerably because here's your roster. We've got to be real careful what we do here. We can't upset the parent teachers council, or I don't know whatever the hell they were, the PTC. And we had to be very careful with everything that we did. So it wasn't that great.
Yeah.
Because we had a lot of handcuffs on us. We had a lot of barriers.
Yeah.
Bruce, back when that trial was going on, a lot of the WWE folks who worked in the office have said in shoot interviews and various forums that they were nervous about their job. Is that something you thought was going to happen? Like, hey, we're done, or did you have confidence that Jerry Jarrett could step in and run the ship while Vince was away?
Okay, so you asked two different questions there. Was I nervous? No. Was I confident that Jerry Jarrett could run anything? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I'd forgotten. Now that you bring it up, where did Jerry Jarrett come in, Conrad?
Well, I mean, Bruce probably knows better than I, but the story is that Jerry Jarrett got the call from Vince when Vince thought, hey, this may not be going my way, and if I'm away, I need somebody who can run the territory, so to speak.
God, I never heard that. I did hear that now, but I'd have to agree with Bruce. Not a chance.
But
no, not a chance. Not a chance, Jerry. No, I don't know how Jerry ever ran Memphis in the territory that he ran. other than the fact that he had creative bookers and hot shot booking that only would work in one area, and that being that Mid-South area. Yeah.
Hey, let me see if I can find a shovel. We just buried Jerry Jarrett. He's gone.
No, I'm speaking the truth. I'm not burying him.
No, I'm going to say the same thing. I like Jerry a lot personally, but you can't run Memphis and compare that to running the WWE. And I think that's a very fair assessment.
Well, creatively, it's probably a call he made from a financial standpoint. Wouldn't you guys agree? Because everybody says that, there's no money to be made in Memphis, but Jerry Jarrett took care of himself. So it was probably a call based on financial reasons. Or am I way off on saying that?
What call?
I don't think without Jerry Lawler, he would have had nearly the success that he had. And I'm hoping that Jerry Lawler made a lot of money.
Yep. But Jerry Jarrett coming in, Jerry Jarrett was one of several that Vince went to seek out as a consultant and to try and get a different head and a different viewpoint in. But Jerry Jarrett, once he got in and once he, Vince was exposed to him, or Jerry was exposed to Vince, put it that way, there was never that intent to, my God, if something happens, Jerry Jarrett's going to run this thing. I think that the intent was simply that if something were to ever happen to Vince, that several different people would put in key positions to just come together. And we had that opportunity to do it. And I think we did pretty well while Vince was going through his neck surgery at the time, or his back surgery, and preparing for the trial. And during the trial, we did run it without Vince. So to that point, it was simply Vince making sure that he had the right people in the right positions all throughout the company, which goes to, as much as you hear Vince being the end-all be-all there, which he is, that if something, God forbid, were to happen to him tomorrow, that the company would go on and it would be fine. Would it be as good? Probably not.
I'm one of those people. I'm sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
But would it go on and thrive? Yeah, I definitely think it would.
Yeah, I think that if something happened to Vince, though, and God forbid that the numbers would drop a little bit. I don't mean the numbers on ratings. I'm talking about the stock.
Yeah.
Because I think that I don't think a lot of people are as aware of just how entrenched Stephanie and Hunter are right now. I mean, it's to the point where Hunter for sure, Stephanie at least one day, Monday, Tuesday on the road, and then down to Orlando for Tough Enough, and then Hunter, as an example, every third week NXT taping. And like this week, they've got NXT sold out on Saturday. They've got SummerSlam sold out on Sunday. They have Raw sold out on Monday.
Yeah,
and then they're going to go to Providence for SmackDown. And then they go back down. Hunter goes back down for NXT taping in 2 weeks. And believe it or not, because I talk to Hunter all the time, when he's not on the road, and this is a guy that he's got to have that 2-hour workout every day. He's miserable. He's on Vince's schedule. He works out at 11 o'clock at night now because he's in the office, and so is Stephanie. Because this guy has always pushed Steph in that direction, but he's making sure that Hunter's got a grasp of it too. Would you? I keep using that statement, but that's my take on it anyway.
Well, okay. Here's the thing that I get into when I do a lot of these interviews and things, because I have no dog in the fight. I'm not there, but I love to be there. Yeah, but that's not why I'm saying this either. When I hear the stuff about, well, Hunter's only there because he married into it. Well, long before Hunter,
that's a bullshit story.
Long before Hunter and Stephanie were Hunter and Stephanie, Paul Levesque was one of the first guys to show up at the building. He was sitting in on production meetings. He was offering up ideas. He has been a student of the business from day one. If he had never even crossed paths with Stephanie in any way, shape, or form, he would be deserving of the spot that he is in now because he worked his ass off to get there, and he's good. Okay, and people want to say what they will, but these are people that have never met him, that have never been around him and watched him work from the inside. Okay, from the outside looking in at him, you go, oh well, God, it's easy for him. He's married to the boss's daughter. They drive around and.
That's a bullshit statement too. I hear that too. It pisses me off when people say that because they don't get this guy's work ethic, man. Jesus.
No, and he was doing it long before. Okay, that's the part that you sit there and look at. And he always was one of those guys who would sit back quietly, but he would always offer suggestions. He was always out there plugging, and he was always trying to do something more. He didn't have to show up early and go to production meetings. He asked if he could. He didn't have to watch other guys' matches and offer them help. He did it because he loved it, and he still does it. And I just look at NXT and the developmental system. And when we started that in the studio, in the warehouse with my brother training guys, and to where it is now is amazing. Because it is the future. It's the only future that we've got right now. But here's a guy that worked his ass off as a talent in the ring and has worked to learn the business and has got his hands dirty doing it. And for people to sit back that have never met him, never met you, never met me, and judge based on what they perceive reality to be is bullshit.
Yeah, you know what the moral of the story is, Bruce?
What's that?
Well, number one, he was working for Gold's Gym in New Hampshire. You knew that, right?
Yep.
And number two, I owned 11 Gold's Gyms, if you remember correctly, right?
Yep.
And number three, he happened to be at the Sheridan in Columbus, Georgia, one night when I was performing. Thank God I had the balloon on, hence Triple H.
Nice. Nice.
The old balloon trick got him again.
Always. Always.
So for those at home who can't fill in the blanks, Rick, do you want to describe what the balloon trick is?
No. All they have to do is buy my DVD and listen to Hunter's speech on my Hall of Fame induction. That's all of my past.
A couple more questions, and we're going to let you get out of here, Bruce. A lot of fans are fascinated with the term gorilla position. It's like this fabled thing to wrestling fans that the guys come back through and they want to know, how do we do? And at the same time, a lot of the instruction is coming out from behind that gorilla position out into the floor for the referees and for the wrestlers. And most importantly, the commentators. Recently, a link came out that showed all the different notes from Vince about the banned words and don't say this, say that. But you sat right next to Vince in the gorilla position. Talk to us a little bit about what that is and how it evolved over time.
Well, gorilla position, I believe WCW called it the go position. It's just a position on the other side of the curtain. It's the last bastion of information you're going to get and instruction that you're going to get before you go out into the arena. What I did there was time the shows and give cues to pretty much everybody and coordinate between, again, that point with talent and the truck for production and what have you. Yeah, it's just the last bastion, man. And sitting there, Vince on the other side would sit and produce commentary, which could be entertaining in and of itself.
Oh, Bruce, you're being so politically correct today.
Well,
it's brutal. You come to that curtain, you want. If he's not looking at you and with a thumbs up, you know something's wrong.
Oh,
Jesus.
No, the bet.
I have seen agents get murdered.
Oh, yeah.
Way ahead of my entrance.
The worst one, though, was if you were a producer and like you're producing a backstage segment, and once it was finished, you would wait about 30 seconds and just pray that you wouldn't hear these words. Bruce the Gorilla. Once you walked up those steps and you got up there and you met eyes with Vince, two things would happen. He would take the headset off, set it down, take his glasses off, put them down on the table, and then whatever ash you might have had would be gone 20 seconds later. No, I've experienced that probably more than anybody.
Bruce, that's because you're good at what you do.
Oh, God.
And you were one of the few guys that had the balls to say, put it in a can without having him come look at it. Because I could remember at the time, I used to look at Ed and say, Ed, if you ever want to get anywhere in this company, make a decision on your own. I'm not going to sit here for 20 minutes waiting for Vince to come over, put on his spectacles and look at it close up, okay? Make a decision. So Bruce actually would make that move periodically. So we would stand there for a half hour. I mean, one time Bruce said to me, what was that deal that you had with the concerto you had? We were in Pittsburgh, and it was Edge and Randy going to give me these chairs, right?
Yes.
Remember that, Bruce?
Yes.
So Bruce said, get some juice. I was like a kamikaze pilot banging my head on the wall. I must have killed myself 20 times. Bruce said, Jesus Christ, you're going to be dead before you go through the curtain. I said, make the call, Bruce. Let's do it.
Oh, my God. And remember, and he's having me punch him in the head. And I'm punching him in the head, and there's blood spattering. I won't forget this because I was wearing a yellow shirt. And I'm hitting, and there's blood spattering all over my shirt. And I got to go home, and my wife looks at the shirt and says, what the hell happened to you? I thought, that's Rick.
We're cool, Claire.
That is the story we should end the show on. What a way to go out. Man,
I love working for Bruce. Let me tell you, Bruce and I have had so much fun and so much respect for each other, and we had so much respect for both Dusty and Roddy. I mean, there's a lot. Bruce is one of those guys that I see Tom all the time. Tom was my 500 free squad guy.
Yep.
He hated me, but I see Tom. And Bruce. We need to stay in touch more often. Thank you so much for coming on the show,
guys. It's an honor. Thank you so very much for thinking of me and having me on, man. I greatly appreciate it. Anytime.
This team's going to just throw everybody else's podcast under the bus, man.
Before we let you get out of here, let's make sure people know how to get a hold of you. Of course, you're on Twitter, at Bruce Prichard on Twitter. Is there anything else we can help you promote today, Mr. Prichard?
Hey, man, just hit mainly the Twitter and Facebook, and it's Bruce Prichard on Facebook.
And there's no T in Prichard, so don't get fancy.
There is no T in Prichard.
Yeah, and by the way, I want to be invited to the Conrad Meets when you bring Bruce in.
Okay, when we get done, I'll tell you what day it is. Thank you so much, Mr. Prichard, for joining the show today. Thank you, sir.
Well, and the rest, they say, is history. The next step, of course, would be somewhere along the way, I would befriend Bruce Prichard. And before you know it, he would be on a plane headed this way, and we would produce a bunch of mortgage commercials and video projects together and work on some landing pages. And he slowly but surely learned a little bit more about my business. And as I learned a little bit more about his business, I couldn't help one day but say, hey man, this is a podcast. And here we are. I don't think anybody would have ever predicted that we would start with what you just heard and wind up with all the silliness that is Something to Wrestle. But it was fun to look back to the very beginning. And I got to tell you, there is no end in sight. I know sometimes people doubt that, especially when we have a show delay like today, but we had a similar situation last week. Well, life's throwing us all a lot of curveballs with COVID-19, and WWE's trying to roll with the punches as much as they can. And sometimes it hits and sometimes it doesn't as far as our recording schedule. And this was one of those where it didn't, but we're still working hard to get you these shows every single week. Vengeance 05 dropped this past weekend, and I'm positive that Slammiversary 2017 is coming your way very, very soon. We appreciate your patience. I hope you guys are digging what we're doing. And I want to mention, we've got big plans for you throughout the rest of the summer. I've been all of a sudden getting blown up with requests just to make sure we're still going to do SummerSlam 05, which is one of our most requested shows. Absolutely. It is coming your way. You're going to have that towards the end of August. August 21st is what I have penciled in. But before we get there, we've got a lot of fun stuff, including a great Saturday night's main event from 1990, Great American Bash 05, In Your House 2, of course, Kevin Nash in the WWE. July is going to be kick-ass. We appreciate all of your support. But don't forget, sometime this weekend, the 3-time Karate Black Belt Hall of Famer is going to bless your feed with a little Slammiversary from 2017. We'll see you next time, right here on Something to Wrestle With. Kinda, Bruce Prichard?